Chapter 1 The Gold Ring That Changes Color. On a day of 3 volts, Shuangliu Village, Zhou Qiang wearing washed deformed white undershirt, flower shorts, feet clip flip-flops, constantly with a hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He is tall, about 1.78 meters, his limbs are strong and sturdy, and his bronze-colored skin and tough face show his masculinity. This day is also too hot, Zhou Qiang complained. This kind of weather was really like taking a shower for 2 minutes and sweating for 2 hours, and one could not wait to squat inside a refrigerator. If someone dared to run a lap inside the field under such a big sun, the amount of sweat he sweated in a day could be worth a year's worth. Looks like we need to go to Shuangliu Cave to lower the fire. Zhou Qiang ran towards the mountain. Shuangliu Village was named after Shuangliu Cave, and it was also the villagers' usual favorite place to go. There were 2 rivers within the Shuangliu Cave, the water of which was sweet, and the most amazing thing was that the Shuangliu Cave was warm in winter and cool in summer. Almost all villagers go inside Shuangliu Cave to escape the summer heat in summer. The temperature inside the cave was relatively low, and occasionally a gust of cool wind would blow, much more comfortable than blowing an air conditioner. Of course, Shuangliu Village was remote and economically underdeveloped, and with a few hundred people in the village, there were very few who could afford an air conditioner. Zhou Qiang ran all the way up the hill, and halfway through, he saw a few villagers coming out of Shuangliu Cave, so he smiled and greeted them. Since it was midday, most of them had just finished their work and were eating at home, so there weren't many people inside the cave. Zhou Qiang knew the Shuangliu Cave like the back of his hand, so he found a place where no one was around and lay down on the cold stone slabs, enjoying himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, he suddenly saw a shining ring next to the river in the cave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gold! Zhou Qiang was instantly energized, rubbing his eyes hard and staring carefully at the gold ring. The light emanating from the gold ring was bright, yet not blinding, and very soft, but even if it was a 99 pure gold ring, it would not be possible to emit this kind of light. Rather it was like the feeling of playing a game where monsters explode with top-quality equipment. With a strong sense of curiosity, Zhou Qiang got up and jumped down from the stone slab, walked to the riverside, picked up the gold ring, and put it on his hand after playing with it for a while. Yo, the size is just right. Zhou Qiang had a smile on his face, satisfied with the gold ring. However, he soon realized that something was wrong, as there was also a flat stick and 2 buckets placed next to the gold ring. Because of the sweet water quality of the 2 rivers within Shuangliu Cave, there were often people who went up the mountain to pick water to go back and drink. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiang's scalp tingled for a moment. The gold ring was next to the stretcher, so it was likely to be someone else's thing. Without saying a word, Zhou Qiang wanted to take off the gold ring in his hand and return it unchanged. Tap tap tap. But just at this time, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the vicinity, scaring Zhou Qiang's soul away, fearing that he would be mistaken for a thief who stole something. But slowly, the footsteps stopped. Flutter flutter. Zhou Qiang's little heart beat frantically, cautiously poking out half of his head and looking towards the sound coming from the footsteps. He saw a woman in a white dress with her back facing him. That woman had long hair tied around her waist. Her figure was exquisite, especially those 2 thin legs, as if they were carved out of warm jade. Beautiful, because the woman was standing on the slope. When Zhou Qiang looked up, that's right, it was the one who lifted her skirt all the way up and then squatted down while taking off her safety pants. I am a model teenager of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, morality, intelligence, physicality, and beauty. How can I do something as nasty as peeping? Zhou Qiang turned around violently and closed his eyes, trying to shake the image he saw out of his mind. It was this turning around that his right foot accidentally kicked the squash, making a snapping sound. Who's there? The white-skirted woman was startled, putting on her clothes as fast as she could and turning back to look. Zhou Qiang, why are you there? The white-skirted woman was surprised. Zhou Qiang fixed his mind and finally got a good look at her face, but a wave of anxiety and despair rose in his heart. I said who's so pretty? So it's Su Li. I heard that before this came to Shuangliu Village, she was a taekwondo instructor in the big city. After peeking at her, I'm afraid that I won't be able to avoid a violent beating. Oh, I saw that you dropped something on the ground, so I was going to return it to you. Zhou Qiang had a bright idea and made an excuse. Don't worry, I didn't see anything just now. Afraid that Su Li wouldn't believe him, Zhou Qiang added another sentence. Hearing this, Su Li's face immediately turned cold, her gaze as fierce as a knife, cackling. After all, Su Li was practiced. A clenched fist issued a creaking bone friction sound. Seeing this look on her face, Zhou Qiang instantly understood that he was going to be beaten. In this instant, Zhou Qiang had a sense of panic that he was being watched by a tiger in the mountains, and hurriedly took off the ring on his finger, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take it off. It was as if the ring had taken root and tied itself to his finger. I'm really prepared to return something to you. It's this ring. You should recognize it, right? Zhou Qiang pointed at the ring. I'm not married. Do you think I would wear a ring? Besides, what do you mean by bringing me a broken iron ring? Suli walked towards Zhou Qiang step by step. An iron ring? Wasn't it still a shiny gold ring just now? Zhou Qiang was shocked. He believed that he was absolutely not mistaken. It was indeed a gold ring at the very beginning. But how did it turn into a rusty iron ring in the blink of an eye? Zhou Qiang, what happened just now? You'd better forget it cleanly. Understand? Suli rushed up and flew up to kick Zhou Qiang in the chest. Flop! Under the huge force, Zhou Qiang tumbled backward 3 times in a row, finally hitting the stone wall before stopping. His chest felt like a hammer had smashed through it viciously, and he could feel the real pain between every breath. But soon, Zhou Qiang suddenly stopped hurting, and his entire body lost consciousness. Then his eyes went black and he fainted. Zhou Qiang? Zhou Qiang? Seeing the situation, Suli was shocked and rushed forward, checking Zhou Qiang's nose and breath, and only after realizing that he was still alive, did she let out a sigh of relief. You're the one who peeked at me. I'll kick you. We're even. Suli picked up her stretcher, picked 2 buckets of water, and panicked as she left Shuangliu Cave. Chapter 2 Dual Stream Medical Immortal. I don't know how long it took. Zhou Qiang opened his eyes in a daze. He rubbed his head vigorously, his mind wondering. Obviously Suli kicked his chest. How did he come to have a headache? Hiss. Thinking of this, a muscle-tearing pain also came from his chest, hurting Zhou Qiang to show his teeth. But soon, Zhou Qiang realized that something was wrong. Many unfamiliar memories had appeared in the middle of his mind. Zhou Qiang fixed his mind and spent 2 to 3 hours running through all the unfamiliar memories in his mind. I've hit the big time. I've actually somehow become an inherited disciple of the Shuangliu Medical Immortal. Zhou Qiang was ecstatic. As early as a long time ago, there were stories circulating in Shuangliu village about the Shuangliu Medical Immortal, who was known as the Shuangliu Medical Immortal because of his top-notch medical skills and his flirtatious nature. His story was passed down from mouth to mouth in Shuangliu village, and no one knew about it, from the old people who had reached the age of old age down to the children who were learning to speak with their teeth. But everyone thought that Shuangliu Medical Immortal was just a legend, not real, until Zhou Qiang picked up this Shuangliu ring and inherited the mantle of the Shuangliu Healing Immortal. It seems that legends aren't always fooling children. Zhou Qiang's mouth was dry with excitement. The current him had not only inherited the memories and experience of practicing medicine from the Shuangliu Medical Immortal, but he had also opened up the tendons and veins around his body, becoming an innate expert. An innate expert, no matter whether it was reaction, speed, strength or hearing, eyesight and so on, was far more than an ordinary person. Zhou Qiang was in an excited mood and walked as fast as he could on the way. But on the way, he saw a group of straggling young men sneaking around on the mountain, and finally threw a sack on the hillside, then panicked and descended the mountain. How come I haven't seen them before? Zhou Qiang frowned. Shuangliu village was just a few hundred people. After living in the village for 20 years, he knew everyone within the village, but he had never seen that group of young men before. At a glance, they were not locals of the village. After they left, Zhou Qiang ran to the hillside and looked at the sack that they had thrown away. It seemed to contain living creatures that were struggling fiercely, and a few faint shouts came out from inside the sack from time to time. It shouldn't be a person, right? Zhou Qiang's pupils shrunk violently, not daring to delay for a moment. The mouth of the sack was sealed. In case it was really a person inside, being left in this big mountain without being discovered, that would be a big trouble. Don't worry, I'll save you. Zhou Qiang forcefully tore open the rope tied to the mouth of the sack. When he saw the person inside the sack, he was instantly stunned. With pale cheeks and a head of shiny black hair down her shoulders, she looked very messy and wretched. Her eyes were red and moist, her face was covered in tear stains, and a ball of cloth had been stuffed in her mouth. And that person had already fainted at the moment due to excessive shock. Huan. The dismay on Zhou Qiang's face instantly transformed into anger, and he instantly carried Huan out from within the sack, while at the same time untying the ropes tied to her body. Huan, don't you scare me. Zhou Qiang couldn't think too much and immediately bent down to give Zhou Huan artificial respiration, but it didn't work half as well. How did I forget about the double flow ring? Zhou Qiang placed his right hand on Zhou Huan's chest. Immediately after, a wisp of pure aura wafted out from within the dual streams ring, following Zhou Qiang's palm and injecting it into Zhou Huan's body. The spiritual qi quickly took effect, and Zhou Huan continuously coughed a few times, opening his eyes with difficulty. Brother, Zhou Huan let out a weak voice from her mouth, and coupled with this weak look on her face, it made Zhou Qiang feel bad in his heart. Zhou Huan was only 18 years old, still in her 3rd year of high school, a mere child, and had never offended anyone. Zhou Qiang really couldn't figure out who was so heartless as to lay hands on a little girl. Looking at the fear, helplessness, and panic in Zhou Huan's eyes, Zhou Qiang's heart hurt even more. It's alright. It's alright. Brother is here. Zhou Qiang took Zhou Huanhuan into his arms and hugged her tightly. Zhou Huanhuan choked back and forth. Her tears could not stop flowing downwards. But in order to not let Zhou Qiang be sad and upset, she pretended to be strong. Brother, spread your hands. It's not good to be seen. Zhou Huanhuan half-joked. You are my sister. What's wrong with me hugging you? Zhou Qiang knew what she was thinking in her heart. Nothing more than changing the subject, not wanting to make him too sad. Zhou Huanhuan pushed Zhou Qiang away with force. It was only then that Zhou Qiang noticed that this 18-year-old sister of his had actually grown into a big beautiful woman. The body was extremely well developed, not losing to Suli in the slightest. Brother, you're still looking. It's too much. Zhou Huanhuan pouted and glared at Zhou Qiang without any good reason. In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhou Qiang once again changed the topic and asked, Huanhuan, why did that group of people arrest you? I'm not sure. I just got out of school in the afternoon, and when I was walking down the road, a group of people stopped me and asked me if I was from Zhou Tiejuan's family, and I said yes. Then they tied me up and put me in a sack. Zhou Huanhuan replied with a stunned face. This matter still has something to do with Dad? Zhou Qiang raised his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. With Zhou Qiang's understanding of his dad, he was by no means the type of person who would have a big grudge against others. In Xuangliu village, Zhou Tiejuan's reputation was very good, so naturally he wouldn't have any enemies. Empty thinking couldn't make sense of it, so he simply went home and asked. The two of them waited for their clothes to dry a little before immediately descending the mountain and rushing towards home. I don't know when it started, but there was a large group of people surrounding the entrance of Zhou's house, talking and buzzing. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan stood a long way away when they heard a ferocious chiding voice coming from the crowd. Zhou Taijun, if you can't pay back the money, cherish the rest of your days. Don't accidentally fall into the river and drown one day. After saying that, a middle-aged man with leather pants and undershirt, a big gold chain, and a cigarette in his mouth walked out from the crowd. His look was very arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes, and behind him were a few straggling young men. The place he walked through, the onlookers villagers all retreated, consciously make a road. Some timid people, even dare not even look at him. Chapter 3, Treacherous Villain. In favor of him, he stopped when he walked in front of Zhou Qiang. Who are you? Dare to get in my way? The man with the big gold chain blew smoke at Zhou Qiang, looked up and down, and said disdainfully, Chang Zi, quickly bring your sister back. In the distance, Zhou Taijun was afraid that Zhou Qiang would make a fool of himself, so he opened his mouth and shouted. The man with the large gold chain smiled faintly at his words, cocked his head and glanced at Zhou Huanhuan behind Zhou Qiang, instantly understanding. Zhou Tiejuan's son, right? Remember to keep an eye on your sister. You won't be so lucky next time. Go! The man with the large gold chain waved his hand and left with his many minions in a flaunting manner. Zhou Qiang held Zhou Huanhuan's hand, passed through the crowd, returned home, and then closed the gate. The family of four sat at the square wooden table in the courtyard. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan both looked at their father Zhou Taijun and mother Zheng Guifeng. They all wanted to know what was going on at home. Zhou Taijun is 40 or 50 years old, but because of the day-to-day labor, his head has developed white hair, and his face is full of traces of age. Zheng Guifeng, on the other hand, can't work because she has a leg problem, so she looks a bit younger, and despite her age, she is still graceful, and you can see that she was a great beauty when she was young. Things have developed to this point today. I can't hide it even if I want to, so why don't I just tell you all about it? Seeing Zhou Tiejuan's silence, Zheng Guifeng sighed and narrated. Half an hour later, Zhou Qiang listened in anger and slammed his hand on the table. None of the three noticed that Zhou Qiang's slap actually left a shallow slap mark on the solid wood table. This asshole Kong Chunlin is so not something, Zhou Qiang said angrily. In the beginning, Kong Chunlin was Zhou Tiejuan's best brother. The two of them had known each other for more than 30 years, and Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan also called Uncle Kong with one mouthful. Back then, Zhou Taijun got married, owed a debt, which had not been paid off, and then gave birth to Zhou Qiang. Not a few years later, and in the mountains picked up the abandoned Zhou Huanhuan, because Zhou Taijun couple kind, hard to hold Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan raised. During those difficult years, Zhou Taijun and his wife were so poor that they could only eat meat on New Year's Day, and could not even afford to buy fertilizer for their farmland, and no one was willing to give the Zhou family any credit. Fortunately, Kong Chunlin opened a fertilizer factory in town, and he was the only one willing to give credit to the Zhou family. Decades have passed. Suddenly one day, Kong Chunlin approached Zhou Taijun, said the fertilizer factory turnover is not open, need a sum of money. Zhou Taijun did not think much. In the introduction of Kong Chunlin borrowed loan sharks, a total of 100,000 yuan. Now more than 2 months passed, loan sharks' interest has become more than 500,000, and Kong Chunlin disappeared. Mom, don't cry, Zhou Huanhuan was still studying and had no concept of 100,000. But Zhou Qiang understood that 100,000 would require their family to pay back half of their lives. Zhou Qiang glanced at his aging father, his helpless mother, and a younger sister who hadn't graduated from school, and had mixed feelings in his heart. He considered for a long time and finally decided not to tell them about Zhou Huanhuan being tied up and thrown on the mountain. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll take care of the money, and if they dare to come and cause trouble in the future, I'll teach them a lesson. Zhou Qiang comforted. Did someone come to make trouble? Just at this time, a voice with a laughing tone suddenly came from the Zhou family's front yard. Immediately after, a man wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, black suit pants, and carrying a purse in his hand walked over. He was long and bony, and his two eyes were very small, living like a monkey. Upon seeing him, all four members of the Zhou family stood up in unison and stared at him angrily. Kong Chunlin, you still have the face to come. Zhang Guifang was so angry that she couldn't come up for air. If it wasn't for her legs and feet, she would have already rushed up to him at this moment. Zhou Taijun grimaced and stared at Kong Chunlin dead in the face. He didn't say anything, but anyone with a clear eye could see the emotions in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm here to help you guys. Kong Chunlin smiled faintly. Then he whirled around and took out a thick document from inside his purse and slammed it on the wooden table. I know that you guys owe the loan sharks $500,000, but as long as you guys sign this house transfer contract, I can not only get the loan sharks to waive your money, but I'll also give you an extra $50,000. Kong Chunlin said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Qiang instantly understood. It turned out that Kong Chunlin did not run away after pitting Zhou Taijun for $100,000, but from the beginning, it was a trap. He intentionally let Zhou Taijun to borrow loan sharks, and then interest rolled over, and then appeared again when he could not pay back. But what Zhou Qiang couldn't figure out was that the house in Shuangliu village wasn't worth much, and with a dozen acres of fields only selling for 20,000 to 30,000, how could it be worth Kong Chunlin's trouble? You lied to us once. Think we will still believe you? Zhang Guifang said angrily. Zhou Taijun flipped through the contract. The white paper and black letters were densely packed. He, a farmer who had never read a book, couldn't understand it at all. You guys take a look. What's written here? Zhou Taijun handed the contract to Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan. The two of them read it word by word, and after spending almost an hour, they finally finished reading the entire contract, but they still didn't really understand it. Taijun, I lied to you in the beginning just for today. Now that my purpose has been achieved, is there still a need to lie to you? Besides, look at you guys, you even lost your house. Is there anything worth lying to me? Kong Chunlin spread his hands. A strong sneer and contempt spread on his face. Zhou Taijun hesitated for a long time and asked, is it true that if we just sell the house to you, that $500,000 of usurious debt will be forgiven? Yes. Kong Chunlin nodded smugly. Good then, I'll sell. Zhou Taijun thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Wait. But right at this moment, a touch of lechery flowed out of Kong Chunlin's eyes as he unkindly surveyed Zhou Huanhuan and said meaningfully, I remember that this niece isn't your own daughter, right? Why don't you just give it to me? Bastard, you don't want to. Without saying a word, Zhou Qiang opened his arms and blocked in front of Zhou Huanhuan. No way, Zhou Taijun and Zhang Guifang said in unison. When Zhou Huanhuan was first adopted, it was because she was kind-hearted, and secondly, she was prepared to raise Zhou Huanhuan as a child bride to marry Zhou Qiang when she grew up in the future. Even if she didn't marry Zhou Qiang, she couldn't give it to a scum like Kong Chunlin. That's a debt of $500,000. You'd better reconsider. Kong Chunlin was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting them to be so backboned, but he was winning now. The four members of the Zhou family were under his control. He could play how he wanted to. He wasn't afraid that they wouldn't comply. Chapter 4 Tractor rolled off legs. Seeing that they were hesitant to make a decision, Kong Chunlin threatened, if you guys don't sign this house transfer contract, the next time will be when Wang Long personally comes to talk to you. You guys, you should have already seen Wang Long's methods, right? Kong Chunlin's teasing gaze looked at Zhou Qiang's four people one by one, thinking about being thrown to the mountain. Zhou Huanhuan's body shuddered violently and hid behind Zhou Qiang in fear. Bastard, I will definitely make you pay. Zhou Qiang picked up the contract on the wooden table and tore it into pieces without a second thought, scattering it at Kong Chunlin, saying furiously, we'll pay back the money, but if you dare to hit on my family, I guarantee you'll end up worse. Saying this, Zhou Qiang poked Kong Chunlin's chest twice with his finger. These two pokes seemed uneventful, but in reality, Zhou Qiang had injected a spiritual qi into the location of his heart. For a moment, he might not be any different from a normal person, but as long as Zhou Qiang was on the prowl, he could manipulate the aura to run around in his heart, and it could completely hurt him alive. Kong Chunlin spread his hands and shrugged, blithely not taking Zhou Qiang's threat to heart. Is there anything worse than you guys? I've said what I need to say. Since you guys don't want to, let's wait for Wan Long to come and talk to you." As the words fell, Kang Chunlin swaggered away. After he left, Zhou Taijun and his wife all of a sudden seemed to have lost all their strength and sat back down in despair and helplessness. The atmosphere within the courtyard was very depressing, as if there were several large invisible hands that were choking their throats. It was very hard to bear. Money. I must hurry to earn money. Zhou Qiang's heart was burning with anxiety. In the past, it was because he didn't have the ability. He could only farm in the village and go to the town for odd jobs. But now, he had obtained the inheritance of the Shuangliu medical immortal, and he believed that with his out-of-this-world medical skills, he could definitely earn $100,000. Huan, you take care of mom and dad. I'm going out. Zhou Qiang spread his legs and rushed out of the house. He remembered that Su Li was not a native of Shuangliu village, but had moved to Shuangliu village 5 years ago. There were a lot of gossip about Su Li inside the village, but without exception, they all stated one thing: Su Li used to be someone from the big city, and in Zhou Qiang's impression, most of the people in the big city are rich. Zhou Qiang does not expect to be able to earn $100,000 on Su Li. Zhou Qiang does not expect to be able to make $100,000 on Su Li. He only hopes that through Su Li, he can recognize some rich people in the big city and make money on them. Leaving his home, Zhou Qiang ran furiously all the way to Su Li's door, only to find that her door was bustling with activity, and cries could be faintly heard coming from the door. What's going on here? Zhou Qiang squeezed through the crowd and inquired. Hey! The village's Daigneau peeped at Su Li's bath and was discovered. As a result, Su Li rolled and crushed the Daigneau's leg with the tractor. Hardly used the tractor to roll back and forth 5 or 6 times before she was willing to stop. Daigneau peeped at Su Li bathing is indeed not right, but also should not be rolled off the leg. That is a lifetime of things. Just because of this matter, Daigneau's family blocked Su Li's door, crying non-stop and Su Li, hiding in the house, has refused to come out. The surrounding people have explained. Hearing this, Zhou Qiang stared out of a cold sweat, his legs uncontrollably trembling, rolled over 5 or 6 times. Wouldn't that be bones crushed? Gulp! Zhou Qiang swallowed hard. Compared to Daigneau, he was really lucky to have retrieved a leg. Zhou Qiang squeezed inside the crowd and saw a 30-year-old, lanky man with chickenpox on his face lying on the ground. His right leg was in a cast and wrapped in bandages. His appearance was extremely miserable. On the open space in front of Su's house, there was an old tractor parked, and when Zhou Qiang took a closer look, the rear wheel of the tractor was indeed stained with blood. So ruthless. Such a woman must not be offended. Zhou Qiang took a deep breath, hardened his head and walked forward, squatted beside the big bull, and carefully looked at the big bull's injuries for a few moments. Afterwards, Zhou Qiang looked at the Su family again. After what happened in Shuangliu Cave earlier, Su Li definitely did not treat Zhou Qiang well, and it would undoubtedly be harder than heaven to ask her for help. But right now, there was an opportunity. As long as Zhou Qiang cured Daigneau, it would be the same as helping to relieve Su Li. And by the way, he had also shown his medical skills to the villagers, which would definitely be beneficial for opening a clinic in the village in the future. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not be happy about it? Chang Zi, what are you looking at after turning around for half a day? I broke my leg. Is it still a blackmail? Daigneau said. I'm observing first to see if I can help you heal. Zhou Qiang responded with a serious face. This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Su Li inside the house hid next to the window and quietly looked at Zhou Qiang. We were all countrymen and countrywomen who had known each other for decades, and basically knew each other. Zhou Qiang is a person they know best in their hearts. Busy months at home to help rice planting and threshing. Idle months to go to town to do odd jobs. He didn't even graduate from high school. How could such a person know about medicine? Keiko, are you kidding? Daigneau snorted. Zhou Qiang laughed and did not say anything as he glanced at the villagers around him. Their eyes were no different from Daigneau's. Their eyes were filled with skepticism, and there was even some sneering and looking down on them. The village wasn't very big, and the little thing that had happened to the Zhou family had quickly spread throughout the village. It was a huge debt of $500,000, and many people chose to set aside their relationship with the Zhou family, lest the Zhou family's people come to them to borrow money. I'm not joking. When I went to town to do odd jobs before, I learned a few tricks from the worldly masters. Zhou Qiang said seriously. Your leg is broken anyway. Let me try. Maybe I can cure it? You don't want to be on crutches for the rest of your life, do you? Daigneau hesitated. He had been to the town's small hospital before. His calf leg bone was cracked, although bandaged and plastered. The feasibility of recovery was almost non-existent. Instead of limping for the rest of his life, it would be better to let Zhou Qiang try. Then take a look, Daigneau said. Zhou Qiang unwrapped the bandage and plaster on Daigneau's leg and tried Daigneau's cracked bone inch by inch. Even through his pants and skin, Zhou Qiang could still clearly feel the serious bone cracks in the calf bone. Rolled into such a state, How much pain did the bull have to endure at that time? Zhou Qiang secretly sighed in his heart, and gently placed the palms of his hands on his calves, rubbing them bit by bit. At the same time, a few strands of pure spiritual qi floated out from the double stream ring, following Zhou Qiang's palms and injecting into his calves. As the purest strand of qi in the heavens and earth, Reiki nourished everything and naturally repaired everything. Under the effect of the aura, the cracked bones within the calf slowly connected, and even the cracks disappeared. Daniel felt the miraculous change in his calf, and the skepticism on his face slowly turned into shock, and finally transformed into admiration. It doesn't hurt anymore. Surprisingly, it doesn't hurt anymore, Daniel exclaimed. The loss of aura was too great. Zhou Qiang's face was pale, his lips were purple, and his forehead was sweating directly. Try standing up, Zhou Qiang said weakly. Chapter 5 The Divine Medicine of None. Daniel pressed his hands on the ground, and with strength from his waist, he slowly straightened his body. Numerous villagers looked at Daniel with unblinking eyes, especially at Daniel's leg. Holding on to his crutches, Daniel stood up little by little, then tentatively let his broken leg step on the ground. It's working! Daniel was overjoyed and gently stomped on the ground without any discomfort in his calf. Immediately after that, the big bull in front of the whole village, in place 2 turns, nothing happened, not the slightest bit to see ever been rolled off the leg. Seeing this scene, the expression of the villagers on the sidelines is not to mention how wonderful. Each and every one of them looked at Zhou Qiang as if he was a living god, a divine doctor. This is a divine doctor. It's unbelievable that Daniel's leg can still be cured after being injured like this. Xiangzi, you're hiding deep enough. You have such good medical skills, but you don't look for us on weekdays. Shuangliu village is remote, plus the road is not accessible, so it is relatively backward. There is only a dilapidated school in the village, but there is no clinic, not even a doctor. People in the village have a small illness, are relying on the village's local methods of treatment, often have a big illness, will only be sent to the town hospital to go. If there was a doctor in the village, they would love to have one. Since everything is fine, everyone should disperse. Zhou Qiang waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop watching. Disperse, disperse. With his leg cured, Daniel didn't have the face to continue relying on the Su family and left in a grayish manner. Not long after, Su Li's house, which was surrounded, became cold. Puff. Spiritual qi consumption was huge. Zhou Qiang's entire body was about to faint, finally unable to support himself, sitting on his butt in front of Su Li's house, leaning against the door of their house. Cackle. At this exact moment, Su Li opened the front door. Without a back to rely on, Zhou Qiang's entire body fell backward, impartially, just lying between Su Li's legs. Swish. After taking a look, Zhou Qiang didn't know where the strength came from. His waist snapped and straightened up. Standing up and looking at Su Li, the two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. Su Li's face became chilly, her gaze calm as a knife staring at Zhou Qiang. Finished. Zhou Qiang knew that once Su Li revealed this look, it was an omen to make a move. Thinking of Daniel's terrible end, Zhou Qiang could not help but take 2 steps backward, first distancing himself from Su Li. What if she got angry again and wanted to use the tractor to roll off Zhou Qiang's legs? But Su Li's next words left Zhou Qiang dumbfounded. Thank you, come in. Su Li's voice was flat, and she couldn't hear any hint of gratitude, but for these words to come out of Su Li's mouth, it was absolutely groundbreaking. Ever since Su Li moved to Shuangliu village a few years ago, she had always maintained a stance that no one should enter. Because of her fiery temper and cold attitude, she wasn't very well received in the village. Actually, just now, Zhou Qiang wanted to explain. Swish. Su Li's face sank, her gaze blazing at him, hardening him to hold back the latter half of his sentence. Looking for me for something? Su Li asked coldly. A little something. Zhou Qiang scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. Say it, I owe you a favor. What I can help you? I'll try to help, Su Li said. Zhou Qiang coughed twice and brewed up what he was going to say. You should know about my family, so I want to earn some money with this medical skill of mine and pay back the debt to my family. I know you're from the big city. You must know many rich people. Don't worry, as long as you help my family through this difficult time, I'll open a clinic in the village in the future. And if you come to see me, it'll all be free. Su Li rested her cheeks on one hand and thought a little. The rich people in the city hired the most authoritative doctors and went to the best hospitals. No one would come to the countryside to look for the so-called miracle doctors. Su Li would like to help Zhou Qiang return him this favor, but racked his brain, and could not think of any reliable method. Suddenly, Su Li was struck by an idea, and a difficult idea popped into her mind. She was also someone who came out of the big city, and she knew too well what those rich women needed. Do you know how to make aphrodisiacs? Su Li asked. Aphrodisiacs? Zhou Qiang was stunned at his words. All he thought about was curing the sick and saving people. How did an aphrodisiac suddenly pop up? will it? Su Li asked after him. Will Zhou Qiang nodded. I can create an aphrodisiac that doesn't have any side effects and also has a repairing and moisturizing effect. But how many dollars can an aphrodisiac be sold for? Zhou Qiang was stunned. The herbs used to make the aphrodisiac pills were all very common. The difficulty was in the proportion. As well as the infusion of reiki, the cost would not be more than $20. Even if it was doubled tenfold and a pair of aphrodisiac pills were sold for $200, that would still make less than $100,000. The small blue pills on the market, although the medicinal effect is strong, the side effects are too great, and can't be used repeatedly. Su Li swore, as long as your aphrodisiac can achieve the kind of effect you mentioned, I guarantee that I can help you sell it at a heavenly price. How much is the heavenly price? Zhou Qiang asked tentatively. $20,000 for a pair of aphrodisiacs. Su Li stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000. Hearing this figure, Zhou Qiang exploded on the spot. An aphrodisiac that cost less than $20. Selling it for $20,000. There would be little cuties to buy it? Sister Li, you shouldn't be hoodwinking me. A countryman, right? Zhou Qiang stared at Su Li's eyes and asked seriously. Su Li, never lie. Su Li said confidently. Good. Zhou Qiang shouted a good. Rushed out of Su Li's house. Ready to start configuring aphrodisiacs. A pair of medicine $20,000. 10 pairs is 200,000. 100 pairs is 2 million na. Looking at his own home, that the dilapidated red brick house, Zhou Qiang seems to see the hope. If really as Su Li said, then it won't take long. Not only can pay off the loan sharks, but also can renovate the house. Then in the village to build a detached villa, and then supporting other home appliances. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiang heart not to mention how beautiful. He did not go directly home, but up the mountain to collect medicine, because the production of aphrodisiac herbs are very common, so Zhou Qiang did not spend much effort. Late at night, Zhou Tiejuan's couple and Zhou Huanhuan had gone to sleep. Zhou Qiang quietly and gropingly climbed up and pounded the herbs inside the courtyard to make the aphrodisiac. According to the memories of the Xuangliu medical immortal, Zhou Qiang ground all the herbs into powder and then rushed them into a cup filled with water. Immediately afterward, a wisp of reiki was injected into the quilt. The production of the aphrodisiac was complete. Zhou Qiang stared at that cup of water for a long time, hesitating for half a day, but still didn't dare to experiment with himself. In case the medicine was too powerful, how could he sleep at night? Come to think of it, Zhou Qiang stared at the door of the 2 clay dogs, so the cup of water poured in the bowl, forced the 2 male dogs to drink water. Not long after, the 2 male dogs that were originally listless were instantly refreshed as if they had been given hormones. Excited as hell. Soon, the 2 male dogs ran out with their legs spread out, and then the barking sound resounded everywhere inside the village. Chapter 6 Parents' Decision. The next day, when the sky was just a touch of fishbelly white, Zhou Qiang ran to Su Li's door with 10 pairs of aphrodisiac pills that he had concocted overnight. Thud thud thud. Sister Li. Zhou Qiang knocked on the door and shouted. After a while, Su Li opened the door wearing a set of pink chiffon silk pajamas. She was sleepy-eyed. Her long hair was scattered on her shoulders. Her body was curvaceous in front and back, especially since the set of pajamas was very thin. Zhou Qiang could vaguely see Su Li's white skin through the pajamas. Gulp! Zhou Qiang's gaze instantly straightened and he swallowed hard. What is it? Su Li's voice was a little displeased, obviously because of Zhou Qiang's rude gaze. Aphrodisiac pill. I've blended it. Zhou Qiang woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly handed Su Li 10 pairs of aphrodisiac pills. All right. Su Li accepted the aphrodisiac pills and returned. I'll inform you when there are results. Thank you, Sister Li. When Zhou Qiang uttered these words, Su Li had already closed the door numbly. Excitement, apprehension, anticipation, all sorts of emotions filled Zhou Qiang's mind. Of course, he was more excited at the moment. Excited for the fact that he was about to become a rich man. According to the memories of the Xuangliu medical immortal, the aphrodisiac was but one of the very simple formulas. If even an ordinary aphrodisiac could be sold at a sky-high price of $20,000, then wouldn't the other secret formulas be worth even more? After wandering around the village, Zhou Qiang had more or less heard the village people talking about the Zhou family. Although Zhou Qiang had shown his powerful medical skills, more people still felt that the Zhou family owed huge amounts of loan sharks, so they stayed away from the Zhou family. After returning home, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun and Zhou Huanhuan were sitting at the dining table. Obviously the meals on the table were all still fragrant, and it looked as if people's appetites had increased. All 3 of them had bitter faces and did not say a word. The atmosphere was depressing and gloomy to the extreme. Seeing Zhou Qiang appear, Zhou Tiejuan's gaze was complicated, and he let out a long sigh before decisively saying, Chang Zi, after breakfast, you should take your sister and leave the village. Why if the 2 of us leave, then what will you do? Zhou Qiang hurriedly sat beside Zhou Taijun. Qiangzi, Huan, don't worry, Kong Chunlin has been planning for so long. It's just that he wants our house. As long as Kong Chunlin can't find you guys and we promise to transfer the house to him, this matter should be over. It was clear that only one night had passed, but Zhou Taijun seemed to have aged dozens of years. In addition to the increase in gray hair on his temples, what was even more heartbreaking was his gaze. The luggage is all packed for you. Zhang Guizhi pointed to the duffel bag beside the table, then pulled out the crumpled $500 from his pocket and urged, "This is all that's left. Xiangzi, after you leave the village, you must take good care of your sister." "Dad, Mom, I'm not leaving." Zhou Qiang's voice was resolute. Zhou Huanhuan's eyes were moist and she said pitifully, "I'm not leaving either. You two kids, why are you so disobedient? Do you know that Wang Long is a character who can control the sky in the town? What can we do to fight with others? Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Huanhuan." Zhang Guizhi persuaded bitterly. Snap. Suddenly, the silent Zhou Taijun slammed the table and said without question, "It's settled. You guys eat and leave." Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan looked at each other, both seeing the reluctance in the other's eyes. But Zhou Taijun had already made his decision. No matter how hard they tried, it would not help. Zhou Qiang now only hopes that Su Li's side can quickly come out of the results. As long as the success, the family's crisis can be solved. After eating, in order not to argue with his parents, Zhou Qiang took Zhou Huanhuan, grabbed his luggage and left the house. But instead of leaving the village, he came to Su Li's house, staying in a village. In case something happens at home, Zhou Qiang can still rush back at the first time. And Su Li knew the Zhou family's situation, did not say anything, silently chose to help Zhou Qiang. That afternoon, Su Li left the village with Zhou Qiang's 10 pairs of aphrodisiacs. "Brother, what do we do now?" Zhou Huanhuan was originally of a soft nature, and after leaving home, it was as if she had lost her reliance, and was currently snuggled on Zhou Qiang's shoulder. "We can only wait for Sister Li's news." Zhou Qiang let out a long breath of turbid air, and through the window, looked in the direction of the Zhou family, and wondered how his parents were doing at this time. "Right, brother, I heard people in the village say that you cured Dinyo's broken leg. Is that true?" Zhou Huanhuan looked at Zhou Qiang curiously. Zhou Qiang nodded slightly. "Brother, when did you become so powerful?" Zhou Huanhuan blinked her big eyes, the word worship written all over her face. Suddenly, Zhou Huanhuan's words changed and asked, "Brother, you're so good at medicine, can our mom's leg still be cured?" Zhou Huanhuan woke up the dreamer with a single word. Zhou Qiang had previously been thinking about how to earn money to get rid of the crisis at home, but he had forgotten that after he became the heir of the Shuangli, a healing immortal, he had not helped his mom treat her leg first. About 6 years ago, Zhang Guizhi was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake when she went up the mountain, and the old doctor in the village said that she would be fine if she sucked out the poison. In fact, nothing was wrong for the first few months, but as time passed, the muscles in Zhang Guizhi's bitten leg began to atrophy. Now that 6 years have passed, her two legs are extremely asymmetrical, and even walking has become a problem, let alone working. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiang immediately began to wonder at Su Li's house. The residual snake venom has been rooted for 6 years, and wanting to completely remove it is by no means an overnight thing. It had to be removed from the inside through Chinese medicine, coupled with special massage techniques, in order to restore Zhang Guizhi's leg to its original state. "Huan, let's go. Let's go up the mountain to pick herbs," Zhou Qiang said. "Good." Zhou Huanhuan agreed and immediately put on the bamboo basket on his back and left Su Li's house. In order to not let Zhou Taijun and his wife find out that the two of them did not leave the village, they deliberately took a long detour just to avoid their line of sight. "Brother, when did you still learn medicine?" On the road, Zhou Huanhuan inquired while helping Zhou Qiang pick herbs. "When I used to go to town to work, I ran into an old Chinese doctor who taught me a few tricks," Zhou Qiang lied. After all, something like getting the inheritance of the Shuangli medical immortal was too unbelievable to talk about. More importantly, the less people knew about such a secretive matter, the safer Zhou Qiang would be. "Brother, look at this. Is it the heavenly star grass you mentioned?" Zhou Huanhuan pointed at a few small bluegrasses not far away. "Good eyesight." Zhou Qiang complimented and reached out to pick them, but said a pair of pale hands grabbed in front of them and picked away the heavenly star grass. Zhou Qiang looked up and a flash of anger surfaced on his dismayed face. "How come it's you?" Chapter 7 It's fate. "It's you guys nah." The one who spoke was an old man, 60 or 70 years old, his temples graying, his face full of traces left by the years. He was hunched over and appeared to be kind, yet when one looked closely at his eyes, one could find the streak of darkness deep within his eyes. "This heavenly star grass is a good thing. It can soothe the tendons, nourish yin and replenish blood." The old man smiled as he put the heavenly star grass into the back basket. "Grandpa Ma, we discovered this heavenly star grass first," Zhou Huanhuan said. Ma Liancheng smiled undeniably. "This heavenly star grass is a traditional Chinese medicine. You guys aren't doctors, it's useless to pick it. It's true that I'm not a doctor, but my brother is a doctor now, and we still need the heavenly stargrass to cure our mom's leg disease, Zhou Qiang explained. Cure leg ailments? Ma Lianqing's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance. Zheng Guifang's legs have been atrophied with muscles for so many years. Even if they were sent to the big hospitals in the city, they couldn't be cured. Not to mention using folk remedies. Don't joke around. You can't use Tianxing grass. They were all from the same village. Who didn't know each other? Ma Lianqing didn't believe that Zhou Qiang would be a doctor at all. At this time, Zhou Qiang took a step across and stopped Ma Lianqing, staring him dead in the eyes and asked, "My mom's leg, did you cure it back then?" "Yes." Ma Lianqing nodded and said meaningfully, "About your mother's leg. I'm sorry, but it's all destiny. Bull ****** destiny." Zhou Qiang blushed. In the past, he didn't know anything about medicine and thought that Ma Lianqing had saved Zheng Guifang's life at the cost of scrapping one of her legs. In fact, in this remote mountain village, many people thought the same as Zhou Qiang, and were grateful to Ma Lianqing in those years. But since Zhou Qiang inherited the memories of the Shuangliu medical immortal, he realized that the snake venom back then wasn't very strong. It was just a common earth-root snake in the mountains. According to reason, as long as the snake venom is discharged and herbal medicine is applied, the swelling can be reduced in 3 days, and the wound can be cured in 7 days. After using the herbal medicine provided by Ma Lianqing, Zheng Guifang became the current appearance. Ma Lianqing, as the only doctor in the village and an experienced one at that, could not possibly not even recognize the earth-root snake. Ma Lianqing was startled by Zhou Qiang's sudden rebuke and fixed his eyes on Zhou Qiang. "What do you mean, brother? What are you doing?" Zhou Huanhuan tugged at Zhou Qiang's sleeve, somewhat unsure. "Our mom's leg was ruined by him." Zhou Qiang's words were resounding. His voice was like thunder, setting off monstrous waves in Zhou Huanhuan's mind. "Nonsense." Ma Lianqing seemed to have been poked in the sore spot, eager to retort. "I've been practicing medicine in Shuangliu village for more than 20 years. My reputation is clear to everyone. Do you think I'm the kind of person who has no medical ethics? As for your mother's matter, it has nothing to do with me. If I have to give you an explanation, I can only tell you that it was her destiny." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang smiled instead of being angry, gently flexing his fingers. A wisp of aura drifted out from within the Shuangliu ring, drilling into Ma Lianqing's head. After he went back today, his head was bound to be swollen and painful. Although not fatal, it was enough to make things difficult for him for a while. "Then let me tell you, this is also your destiny," Zhou Qiang sneered, and after planting the aura guide, he left with Zhou Huanhuan. Ever since the Zhou Taijun couple got married, the Zhou family had always been poor, especially since the Zhou Taijun couple had to support both Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan at the same time. It was also because the Zhou family was so poor that they didn't have much say at all in Shuangliu village, and even when the village wanted to divide up the land, no one notified the Zhou family. So many people had bullied the Zhou family. As for whether Ma Lianqing's medical skills were too poor, or whether he did it on purpose, Zhou Qiang was still unclear. However, the days of the past were over. The Zhou family now could not be bullied by anyone, and the bullying and insults that they had once received would now be returned. Inexplicable. Ma Lianqing didn't understand Zhou Qiang's meaning, and grumbled a couple of times before he slipped down the mountain. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan wandered around the mountain a lot, and had basically prepared all the herbal medicines needed. On top of that, Zhou Qiang had specially prepared the herbs to create a second batch of aphrodisiacs. When they descended the mountain, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. There were no streetlights inside the village, but the moonlight was bright and the path down the mountain was very clear. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan walked halfway down the mountain when they suddenly saw 3 cars drive in from the direction of the village head. One in front was a small car, followed by 2 vans. The yellow headlights were so dazzling that they could be seen clearly from a long distance away. "When did someone in our village afford to buy a car?" Zhou Huanhuan also saw those vans and couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhou Qiang shook his head. "Shuangliu village has a few hundred families. Those who can afford a motorcycle are rare, let alone a car." Looking at the direction those 3 vehicles were traveling, they were actually heading towards the Zhou family. Oops. Zhou Qiang's complexion tightened, and he secretly let out a cry of badness. When Kong Chunlin left, he said that Wang Long might come, and at first, Zhou Qiang thought that he would have a chance to catch his breath for a few days. But he didn't think that Wang Long would come so quickly, and still rushed over at night with his man. With such a big battle, it definitely can't be good. "Huan, you go back first. I still have some things to do." Zhou Qiang handed the bamboo basket on his back to Zhou Huanhuan. "Brother, it's so late. Where are you going?" Zhou Huanhuan wondered. "Don't ask. After I send you down the mountain, you'll go straight back to Sister Li's house. I'll be back in a while." Zhou Qiang touched Zhou Huanhuan's head and led her down the mountain immediately. After descending the mountain, Zhou Qiang left Zhou Huanhuan behind and quietly hid in the haystack at the Zhou family's gate. After waiting for a while, as expected by Zhou Qiang, the 3 cars were parked in front of the Zhou family's gate. Wang Long from the front of the car inside down, strutting have walked to the Zhou family gate, knocked on the door. A look of the old man is the most bullish appearance. The 2 vans behind him came down with more than 10 people, all holding weapons in their hands. Zhou Taijun, get out! Wang Long roared. LOL. After a while, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun opened the door, looking at such a big battle outside. A flash of panic flashed in both their eyes. However, Zhou Taijun still hardened his heart, shielded Zheng Guifang behind him and asked, "Where is Kong Chunlin? Why isn't he here?" Wang Long smiled without saying anything. "You guys have spent so much effort, don't you just want the house? We can sell you the house, but you must keep your promise and forgive our debt," Zhou Taijun said stiffly. "Yes." Wang Long nodded with satisfaction. "Your word doesn't count. I have to talk to Kong Chunlin. He must personally promise me." Zhou Taijun was resolute. However, this statement caused the crowd to laugh, especially Wang Long, whose eyes teasingly sized up Zhou Taijun. "What kind of a thing is Kong Chunlin? He's just doing things for our boss." Chapter 8, just so overbearing. Hearing this, Zhou Qiang, who was hiding inside the haystack, was shocked. It turned out that there were bigger characters behind Wang Long and Kong Chunlin, but Zhou Qiang really couldn't figure out how a house in a small place like Shuangliu village could still be looked at. Could it be that there is a treasure buried under the house? The more Zhou Qiang thought about it, the more outrageous he felt. Kong Chunlin should have already shown you the house transfer contract. As long as you sign this contract, then the previous debt is cancelled, and we can also pay you an additional $50,000. Saying that, Wang Long took out a new house transfer contract and threw it to Zhou Taijun. "Okay, let's sign." The moment Zhou Taijun sent Zhou Qiang's siblings away, he had already made his plans. "Wait, did Kong Chunlin not tell you guys that old me still has a small condition?" Wang Long cocked his head and looked into the room as if searching for something. Zhou Taijun and his wife's complexion tightened, secretly glad that they had sent Zhou Huanhuan away in advance. "That little girl in your family is really watery. It's too bad to get her killed, and she can only suffer after you, so why don't you let me take her back, and treat her with good food and drink?" Wang Long said. "She is not at home," Zhou Taijun replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Long raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. The people under his hand immediately understood. A dozen people rushed into the house and searched inside and out, but none of them could find Zhou Huanhuan. "Brother Long?" "No one." One of the junior brothers shook his head and replied. Wang Long grimaced and stared viciously at Zhou Taijun. Then his gaze turned and unkindly sized up Zheng Guizhi. Not bad looking, but unfortunately a cripple. Wang Long skimmed his lips and nonchalantly walked into the Wang family's house, casually finding a seat and sitting down. "Don't you guys just want a house? I'll give it to you," Zhou Taijun said. "House and people. I want both." Wang Long crossed his legs, with the arrogant look of the old man being the craziest in the world. Seeing Zhou Taijun and his wife's demeanor, he concluded that the house was 100% obtainable. As long as he could get the house, the task explained by the boss would be completed. As for Zhou Huanhuan, it was just his lustful heart at first sight. "You guys are too overbearing." Zheng Guifang was trembling with anger. Zhou Taijun supported Zheng Guifang and said decisively, "We will never hand our daughter over to you." Wang Long was blissfully unconcerned and said indifferently, "Have you seen any gangster who isn't overbearing? Brothers, all come in. When they are willing to hand over their rooms and people, we will leave." As the words fell, a dozen or so people each found a good position, some sitting, some standing, as if treating the Zhou family as their own. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun were trembling with anger, but there was nothing they could do about it. "These days we eat, drink, and all at your house." As if he suddenly thought of something, Wang Long reminded, "These brothers of Laozi's, they haven't experienced the taste of a woman for a long time. Although your wife is a cripple and Laozi has no interest, there's no guarantee that the brothers under my hand won't be able to resist." At these words, a dozen or so gangsters laughed out loud, and some blew rogue whistles at Zheng Guifang. The scene was chaotic and embarrassing to the extreme. Zhou Taijun clenched his fists to the skin green. The mud man has 3 times the fire. Really forced the honest man anxious. That is to play with life. Bang! Just at this time, a fist-sized stone flew from outside the door and ruthlessly smashed on the back of Wang Long's head. "Who smashed me?" Wang Long's head was smashed and bleeding. He angrily got up and looked in the direction where the stone came from. "I smashed it." Zhou Qiang walked out from the haystack, not fearing Wang Long and the others in the slightest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Tie him up," Wang Long roared. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun were in a hurry to rush out, shouting, "Xiangzi, you can't fight them. Run, run, since I'm here, it's impossible for me to run." Zhou Qiang's eyes burned with a blazing rage. He must make sure that the group of people in front of him all suffer, especially Wang Long. 3 or 4 mongrels held wooden sticks in their hands and greeted Zhou Qiang. Swish swish swish. Zhou Qiang's agile stance and extremely fast reaction speed, fighting 1 against 4, yet he was still able to do so with ease, watching Wang Long and the others in awe. Not only them, Zhou Qiang was surprised by his own changes. Boom! Zhou Qiang threw out a punch, hitting the chest of the gangster in front of him, and that gangster flew backwards on the spot, hitting the wall before stopping. 1 punch, just 1 punch made that punk incapacitated. Boom boom boom. Zhou Qiang's punches were extremely fast, and his punches reached the flesh. No punk could take a single move under Zhou Qiang's hands. In a matter of moments, 4 gangsters were put down by Zhou Qiang. When did Qiangzi practice martial arts? Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun looked at each other in dismay. Before they heard people in the village say that Zhou Qiang knew medicine. Now it seemed that he not only knew medicine, but also martial arts. After raising their son for 20 years, they knew nothing about their son. Bunch of losers, let me come. Wang Long wiped the blood from his head and took big steps towards Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang fixed his mind and stood on guard. After all, Wang Long was able to mix in the town to the point where he was only a handful. Apart from the force behind him being strong, his own strength must be very powerful as well. I didn't expect you to be able to do 2 tricks as well. I was the one who looked away. Wang Long rubbed his fists and made a crackling sound. Very using. It's just a pity that when I practiced martial arts, you were still unborn inside your mother's womb. As the words fell, Wang Long slammed his fist into Zhou Qiang's face. This punch was extremely fast and brought out a gust of wind when it was thrown. It was by no means something that an ordinary person would be able to do. Zhou Qiang did not dare to take it hard, so he took a step back and dodged the punch without any danger. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun were watching from the side, fearing that Zhou Qiang would be injured. Wang Long's dozen or so men were all standing on the steps, without the slightest intention to help. They all knew Wang Long's strength very well in their hearts, and once Wang Long personally made a move, it would be a sure thing. Kind of interesting. After a punch was unsuccessful, Wang Long grinned and continuously threw punches. The speed of his punches became faster and faster, and even brought out bursts of residual shadows in the air. Zhou Qiang was forced backward repeatedly, and finally got stuck in front of the haystack, unable to retreat. Finally, Zhou Qiang gathered his courage and swung his fist, preparing to fight Wang Long hard. Almost at the same time, a pure spiritual energy floated out from within the dual stream ring and merged into the inside of his fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, but the next scene made everyone's jaws drop. Wang Long spat blood out of his mouth and flew backwards, and the arm that he and Zhou Qiang had collided with was even softer, as if it had been broken. Hiss! Wang Long fell to the ground and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His facial features clearly twisted in pain, but he still held himself together and did not cry out. He wanted to lift his right arm, but realized that other than the gouging pain coming from his right arm, he couldn't do anything else. He couldn't even move a single finger. The entire arm was ruined. It could be imagined that Zhou Qiang's punch just now, how terrifying the power was. Chapter 9. Mr. Li. The dozen or so gangsters on the steps were dumbfounded, standing in place in a daze, not knowing what to do. As tough as Wang Long was not Zhou Qiang's opponent, wouldn't they just get beaten up if they rushed up? Especially when they saw Wang Long's miserable appearance. Each of them trembled in their hearts and looked fearful. Qiangzi, are you alright? Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun asked with concern. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Zhou Qiang smiled faintly and looked viciously at the group of mongrels on the steps, angrily rebuking, if you guys don't want to get beaten up, get lost. A dozen or so people didn't dare to say and went up to miserably support Wang Long, ready to leave. But just at this time, a few more vehicles came from the distance, seemingly also coming towards the Zhou family. Not long after, 3 vans and a small black car surrounded the Zhou family. Immediately after, the car walked down more than 20 people. The leader of a suit, wearing a gold eye socket, mouth holding a half-burned cigar. When he walked, all of his fat meat was swaying. With the appearance of this group of people, the movements of everyone present slowed down, and they all looked at the fat man in a suit. Wang Long looked like he saw a savior. Mr. Li, you've come at the right time. Let's get together and clean up this family, especially that kid. We can't let him go. Upon hearing this, Li Fu turned his head to look at Zhou Qiang, scrutinized him twice, and asked, You are Zhou Qiang? Ha, it's me. Zhou Qiang blocked in front of his parents, wanting to protect them. Mr. Li, don't bother talking to them, just do it. Wang Long urged, still selling misery. Look, Mr. Li, I'm injured like this. It's all because of that kid. Snap. Mr. Li suddenly turned around and slapped Wang Long hard on his face, scaring everyone. Those juniors of Wang Long knew Li Fu's identity. Seeing their boss being beaten up, each of them stood back shivering. not daring to come forward. Wang Long was even more confused. Although he was not under Li Fu's hand, the person behind him was good friends with Li Fu. Based on this layer of relationship, Li Fu had no reason to slap him. Mr. Li, where did I offend you? Wang Long didn't dare to return the favor, forcing himself to endure the pain and humiliation and asked, "You didn't offend me," Li Fu faintly said. Almost didn't make Wang Long gasp out a mouthful of old blood. "I didn't offend you, and you still hit me in public? You still have to look at the master when you hit a dog. You have not put my boss in your eyes too much." Wang Long thought like this in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything on his mouth. He received a slap and could only accept it. "But you bullied my friend's family. You deserve a beating." Li Fu's words changed, pointing at Zhou Qiang's trio on the steps. The entire room was in an uproar at these words. One by one, they looked at Li Fu incredulously, and Zhou Qiang's trio listened in confusion. Li Fu was a real dignified figure in the town, higher than someone like Wang Long by I don't know how many levels. And the Zhou family? It was only a farmer from a small place like Shuangliu village. Everyone couldn't figure out how two people from such different circles could have a relationship. "Xiangzi, just how many things have you hidden from us? This Mr. Li, how do you know him?" Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun asked. Zhou Qiang smiled bitterly. "It's a long story. I'll slowly explain it to you when I have the chance in the future." "Mr. Li, don't joke. This really isn't funny at all. You are so honorable. How could you be friends with them?" Wang Long said. Snap! Li Fu's face changed and he slapped Wang Long on the face again. Clear slap marks surfaced on the left and right sides of his face, red like a monkey's butt, and there was nothing he could do but suffer. "Are you looking down on my friend?" Li Fu cleared his throat and said loudly. "From now on, Zhou Qiang is my Li Fu's partner in business. Anyone who dares to make small moves against their family in the future is messing with me. Li Fu, understand? Get lost." Li Fu kicked Wang Long's ass with his foot. Wang Long was listening to the clouds, but he could see Li Fu's determination to protect the Zhou family, and then he didn't dare to stay longer, and with the support of his many juniors, he drove his car and left Shuangliu village. "Shouldn't have come late, right?" Li Fu hemmed and hawed. "I received Xiaoli's message and immediately rushed over." "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun said gratefully. Zhou Qiang also smiled and gestured at him. "Let's talk alone." "Good," Li Fu agreed, and immediately the two of them walked behind the haystack in front of the door. Zhou Qiang already knew that Li Fu was the rescuer Su Li had found, and he also knew that Li Fu was a dignified figure in the town. However, Wang Long had almost killed Zhou Huanhuan, and the people behind Wang Long, putting the Zhou family in this situation. This matter was not over. "Thank you," Zhou Qiang said gratefully. Li Fu waved his hand. "What are you thanking for? Even if I didn't come, you could have driven them away." "I didn't see it. You're quite a fighter. Even Wang Long suffered a big loss in your hands." Zhou Qiang smiled without saying anything, and opened the door. "Say, surely you came to find me not just to help me out, as simple as that, right?" With Li Fu's status and position, if he just wanted to help Zhou Qiang out, he could have sent someone under his hand to come over. So why bother to make a trip himself? Li Fu took out a pair of aphrodisiacs from his bag and asked, "This stuff is effective? Ah, you are not aware of it. Before I came here, I also engaged in 2 cannons. In addition to a little bit of emptiness at the end of the time, I am feeling more and more energetic." Ah. Zhou Qiang's forehead was straight black lines, not wanting to take care of him. "Ahem." Li Fu hemmed and hawed, coughed twice, and then said, "The effect of this thing is really good, but Xiaoli gave the price too expensive. 20,000 a pair. As long as you are cheaper in terms of price. This kind of aphrodisiac, how many you have, how many I want. The key thing is that in the future, there is me Li Fu cover you. Those people will not dare to find you trouble. You name a price." Zhou Qiang said. The cost of the aphrodisiac was just $2,000. Selling it for a sky-high price of $20,000 was indeed unkind. "How about $10,000 a pair?" Li Fu narrowed his eyes slightly and asked tentatively. He expected Zhou Qiang to be from the countryside, not knowing anything about pricing or anything else, and with Su Li not being on this side, he dared to cut the price by half at once. Seeing Zhou Qiang's hesitation, Li Fu made a decisive decision and said decisively, 12,000 a pair. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. 12,000 is settled. Zhou Qiang wanted to speak. His lips moved, and finally had to nod. "Good brother. In the future we two are brothers." Li Fu excitedly patted Zhou Qiang's shoulder. "This is my phone number. In the future there are things to contact me directly." "Good." Zhou Qiang nodded slightly. He had intended to sell them at $200 a pair, but he didn't expect Li Fu to buy a pair for $12,000, and made it look as if he had earned it. Chapter 10, Enrolling at the door to ask for guilt. Seeing Li Fu so happy, Zhou Qiang naturally felt embarrassed to spoil his fun, so he promised, Not only that, Zhou Qiang also promised that he would continue to sell him 10 pairs of aphrodisiacs next week, and as a sincerity of cooperation, Li Fu said that the loan sharks owed by the Zhou family as well as the forces behind them would be taken care of by him. After the negotiation, Li Fu left with his men, and the entrance of the Zhou family became cold once again. Xiangzi, what's going on here? Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun were puzzled, looking at the familiar sun in front of them. For some reason, they suddenly had the feeling that they couldn't see through Zhou Qiang anymore. When I went to town for odd jobs before, I ran into a master teacher who taught me a few tricks. That Mr. Li just now, I actually don't know him. It was Sister Su Li who asked him to come over and help relieve the situation. Zhou Qiang explained. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun were half convinced and didn't continue to pursue the matter, but only said, "You didn't leave the village, so where do you live?" "Living at Sister Li's house," Zhou Qiang replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Taijun and his wife's faces immediately changed, and immediately denied. "How can you live at Su Li's house? Anyway, things have been settled. You guys will move back in tonight." "Good," Zhou Qiang said. That night, Zhou Qiang brought Zhou Huanhuan back home. The night was silent, and by the next day, the peaceful village was soon broken by a clamor. They only saw more than 20 young men rushing towards Zhou's house with shovels and hoes. As they walked, their mouths were still cursing, looking as if they wanted to turn the Zhou family upside down. "Zhou Qiang, get out here! Who's yelling outside?" Zhou Qiang was busy making breakfast for his parents when he heard shouting outside. With that, Zhou Qiang opened the door and walked out. More than 20 young men immediately surrounded him, as if they would take hoes and shovels to beat Zhou Qiang to death with a hoe and a shovel at a single command. Zhou Qiang was taken aback. Could it be that Li Fu had gone back last night and hadn't gotten rid of Wang Long? "Zhou Qiang, you are really something. My grandfather saved your mom's life back then with good intentions, but you came back to take revenge on my grandfather. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" The one who spoke was a flat-headed young man. Zhou Qiang recognized him, the grandson of Ma Lianqing of Shuangliu village, named Mark. "What do you mean?" In fact, Zhou Qiang's heart was as clear as a mirror. It must be that Ma Lianqing was having a hard time with his headache, still pretending to be confused, right? Mark's voice was extremely loud, and apart from the people he brought with him, it soon caused other villagers to gather around. Mark pointed at Zhou Qiang and said in a stern voice, 6 years ago, my grandfather Ma Lianqing saved Zheng Guifang's life, but this kid thought that it was my grandfather who caused Zheng Guifang to lose his leg, so he beat up my grandfather on the mountain. My grandfather suffered a severe head injury and is still lying in bed, unable to even speak properly. The moment these words came out, it immediately set off a furor in the crowd. How could Chang Zi do such an ungrateful thing? I really misjudged him in the past. Back then, if it wasn't for Elder Ma, Zheng Guifang would have died of poison long ago, and wouldn't have had the chance to live until now. This matter Chang Zi did do wrong. He should apologize to the Ma family. Numerous villagers murmured, their eyes looking disdainfully at Zhou Qiang. Seeing that the public opinion was overwhelmingly in favor of the Ma family, a touch of undetectable smugness appeared in the depths of Mark's eyes. "Zhou Qiang, Zhou Qiang, don't think I don't know that you have climbed up to Li Fu's thigh in the town. If I can't squeeze some benefits out of you this time, I won't be surnamed Ma." Mark came back from the town last night and saw with his own eyes the two groups of Wang Long and Li Fu stayed in front of Zhou's house. Coincidentally, he also learned from Ma Lianqing's mouth about what happened in the mountains, so he took the opportunity to make trouble with the purpose of trying to get some benefits. "You said I beat up Ma Lianqing?" Zhou Qiang asked. "Didn't I?" Mark justified, pointing at the dozens of villagers present, and frankly said, "My grandfather is still lying in bed and can't get out of bed. If you guys don't believe me, you can go take a look." "Really shameless, ah," Zhou Qiang sneered. Ma Lianqing's headache was indeed related to him, but beating Ma Lianqing was absolutely false. "Then what do you want?" Zhou Qiang composed himself. He wanted to see what kind of medicine this Mark was selling in his gourd. "Compensate money," Mark said without hesitation, as if these two words had already circled in his mind countless times. "In addition to compensating for the full cost of my grandfather's checkup at the town hospital, you also have to compensate for a sum of mental damage and late convalescence costs," Mark went on to say. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers didn't greatly feel that Mark had opened his mouth in a lion's den, but instead nodded with great sympathy. "After all this fuss, you just want money?" Zhou Qiang raised his eyebrows, not the least bit afraid. Just at this time, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun and Zhou Huanhuan also walked out. "Your bull ting. My brother didn't scold grandpa." Zhou Huanhuan crossed her arms and said with a puff of anger, He, after my grandfather ran into you guys on the mountain that day, he fell ill when he got home. To say that you guys didn't beat him up, who would believe it?" Mark said. At this moment, the entire village was counting Zhou Qiang's faults, making Zhou Taijun and his wife's faces ugly. You said it was me who beat up Ma Liancheng. How is the injury? Then you have to let us big guys see it clearly, Zhou Qiang said. Good. Mark obviously expected such a situation and agreed without even thinking. When you see my grandfather later, you won't be able to rely on him even if you want to. With a wave of his hand, Mark greeted the Ma family members he brought with him and led Zhou Qiang to the Ma family like a prisoner. Zhou Taijun and his wife followed behind with Zhou Huanhuan, and many villagers who loved to watch the spectacle went there. When they arrived at Ma's house, Zhou Qiang and Mark directly entered the bedroom. Ma Liancheng was indeed lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper, without any semblance of blood, and there were multiple bruises on his arms. Grandpa, Mark made a wink at Ma Liancheng. Ma Liancheng immediately understood and lifted up the upper half of his clothes. Only then did the crowd see that Ma Liancheng had multiple bruises and wounds on his body in addition to his arms. The hand is too light and heavy. Some of the villagers on the sidelines exclaimed, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Tiejuan's faces turned blue. If this matter was really done by Zhou Qiang, then they would definitely compensate for it. Not only that, they would also teach Zhou Qiang a good lesson in front of the whole village. After all, Ma Liancheng is so old. How can he withstand a young man punched and kicked? Luckily, nothing happened. If something happened, it was too late to say anything. You little brat, how dare you come over? Ma Liancheng pretended to be trembling with anger. Zhou Qiang took a closer look. The wounds and bruises on his body were half true. An outsider might not be able to tell, but this tactic could not be hidden from his fiery eyes. What else do you have to say? Mark questioned. Chapter 11 Puncturing Lies. When Zhou Qiang saw the injuries on his body, he knew that they were basically made out of herbs. And looking at this Ma Liancheng in front of him who had no medical ethics, he actually despised him in his heart. He used to think that he had saved his mother's life, but now he realized that this guy had no medical ethics to speak of. Now he even deliberately bruised himself and poured this dirty water on himself, saying that he had injured him, which was clearly extortion. Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? Quickly apologize to Grandpa Ma. Zhou Tiejuan's old face was red at this time. He was really a little embarrassed. Same as Zhou Qiang, always thought that this Ma Liancheng is a good person, so to Ma Liancheng that is also very respectful. Grandpa Ma, how do I feel that this injury of yours was made with herbs? A bunch of nonsense. Beat me into such a way you even said I fake. I'm Ma Liancheng hanging pots to help the world. For decades my character how everyone is very clear. Ma Liancheng is not still that kind of villain? Ma Liancheng was acting like he was a respected old man, and after he said this, the others started to blame Zhou Qiang. That's right, Dr. Ma is very nice. This Zhou family kid is now in big money. How can he say anything? Hey, the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not in the right place. It's so uneducated. This Zhou Taijun doesn't know how to teach his children. Beating up a respected old man and still refusing to admit it. The surrounding people started pointing, and Ma Liancheng was even more incomparably pleased in his heart. In his eyes, there was an imperceptible sneer, which seemed to be saying, little boy, you're a bastard grandson. You want to fight with me? I'll play you to death. Zhou Qiang's face was calm. Zhou Huanhuan tried to help his brother explain something. He realized that his brother was now the finger of 1,000 accusers, and his own parents couldn't stay a bit longer. Then do you dare to let me clean those bruises of yours? As we all know, bruises are because of the stomach capillaries in the encounter with the impact produced. You said that the bruises on your body and those marks are I hit right. Then you dare to let me help you clean it. Bruises are accumulated inside the skin. Even if the skin will be washed off, the layer also cannot be washed off. Virtuous Grandpa Ma, I don't know if you dare or don't dare. My Zhou Qiang's words are placed here. If I can't wash the bruises off your hands, I won't just compensate you for the money you want. I'll take off this head of mine and use it as a urinal for you. Zhou Qiang's voice was not loud, but his words were filled with an inviolable dominance. That means if you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. That moment many people looked at Zhou Qiang, all a little shocked. They have a feeling. Zhou Qiang seems to be a big change. Ma Liancheng's face began to distort for a while at this time. The bruises and scratches on his body were actually made. These injuries if the ordinary people naturally cannot see, and water is not cleaned down, need to be equipped with a special potion cleaning, so Ma Liancheng has enough to use. The grasp can fool everyone. Ma Liancheng used to use this trick to deceive many people in the village. When helping people to cure, deliberately make the person's leg into a bruise color, and then again after he treated. The effect is immediate. Many people are admiring him. The whole Shuangliu village has also regarded him as a famous doctor. However, Ma Liancheng knows that Zhou Qiang seems to really know something about medicine. This little trick of his own will not really be poked and prodded. Zhou Qiang, you are really full of. Your kid injured my grandfather. You also insulted my grandfather's character. Mark, will never spare you even if my blood is spilled. Come on, don't make yourself like Jing Ku, just your body. At most blood splattered 2 steps. Don't blindly compare there. Put. Zhou Qiang could not help but snort out a laugh at this time, thinking that his brother was really funny. While Mark's face had turned into an eggplant color, it was genuinely embarrassing. Zhou Qiang didn't nag them either, picking some leaves from the side of the road, then taking a facebowl, crumpling the leaves and blending them in the water. The big guys were all looking at Zhou Qiang with confused faces. None of them knew what this guy was going to do. However, Mark's face was getting uglier and uglier as he knew that this guy came to really know how to get rid of the bruises on his hands. If the bruises on his hands were eliminated, if the bruises were really eliminated by Zhou Qiang in front of so many people, how could he still mix in Shuangliu village in the future? Saying that he was an old man bullying a little doll and pretending to be sick? Grandpa Ma, do you dare to let me help you clean your bruised hand? Didn't you say that I hit it? Okay, I admit that I hit it. Then do you dare? Ma Lianqing face a burst of blue and purple. This time he made a hole to drill in. This is really disgraceful. He knows very well if his bruises in that kind of medicinal water under the rinse will immediately disappear. In fact, this time everyone seems to have understood over. If it is really a bruise, Ma Lianqing will not be this behavior. A lot of people just said Zhou Qiang is what scum. Now are a little embarrassed. Everyone with a pair of very curious baby eyes looking at Ma Lianqing. The look as if to say that you are fast. We are waiting for it. Don't let us wait too long. Ma Lianqing looked at these people. The face is also a burst of green and purple. Is really too embarrassing a little. He dreamed that Zhou Qiang this guy would know this kind of fake bruise removal method. At the moment his head is very painful. Suddenly on the direct fainting past. Of course, is pretending to pass out. This kind of time pretending to be dead is perhaps the best method. Fell to the ground after the body began to convulse in general, and then also pretended to roll his eyes. Zhou Qiang, you killed my grandfather. I'll fight you. Mark shouted. His whole body rushed at Zhou Qiang, but suddenly stopped, because his head was pressed by one of Zhou Qiang's hands. At that instant Mark felt that there was 1,000 pounds of force against his head, so that his body didn't have the slightest space to go forward, and Mark's heart was also horrified. He used to fight with Zhou Qiang. This kid is not much powerful, but now how the force is so big, just so a hand pressure on his head, even let himself even move cannot move. Don't look for discomfort. Zhou Qiang gently pushed a little, Mark body backward out of a dozen steps, and then a butt sitting on the ground. It was not easy to stabilize the body. Mark's entire face is also difficult to see the extreme. In front of so many people's face by Zhou Qiang to gently push a butt sitting on the ground. This is really a little bit of a disgrace to say. Chapter 12, Nothing to be done. In fact, by this time anyone could see that this matter didn't have much to do with Zhou Qiang. Ma Lianqing was obviously trying to blackmail others for money, and many people started to whisper. I really didn't expect Ma Lianqing, such a highly respected person, to do such despicable and shameless things. Yes, it's really late in life. Still so greedy for money in his old age. 9 out of 10 doctors are black. You guys think Ma Lianqing really hangs around to help the world? His family's small villa is not to rely on the treatment of disease to earn A time Ma Lianqing became a target of the crowd. Playing dead Ma Lianqing almost died of anger. Really is dreaming did not think that they will be late this time. Originally, he thought he was not going to be insecure. Did not want to get into this behavior. This matter because Ma Lianqing pretending to be dead will not be settled. Everyone is a village. Zhou Qiang is not good to be aggressive. Grandpa Ma, you told me that my mother's foot is my mother's destiny. You also have your destiny. Zhou Qiang said and left with his parents and his sister. He had never been a person who liked to take things to the extreme. If Ma Lianqing wasn't too despicable, Zhou Qiang wouldn't have broken his face in front of so many people. Zhou Qiang would not have helped Ma Lianqing to cure the disease in his head. He caused his mother to be crippled. Crippled for so many years. Zhou Qiang did not know what was going on, but as a doctor, it was impossible to misdiagnose this disease. To put it bluntly, that kind of snake venom might not be crippling even if you rinsed yourself with natural water. That was obviously caused by the drugs used to leave the toxin in the feet, damaging the tendons and veins. So an eye for an eye. Zhou Qiang also left a stream of true qi in Ma Lianqing's head, letting him taste what it means to have a splitting headache. Didn't he say that his own mother's illness was destiny? He also wanted to let Ma Lianqing know what kind of destiny he himself was. After returning home, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Taijun were both surprised. Today's events were just too out of their expectation. Chang Zi, what the hell is going on with this matter today? Zhou Taijun said with a serious face. To this day he didn't understand the cause and effect of this matter. Dad, this matter has nothing to do with my brother. Brother really didn't hit him. Zhou Huan hurriedly explained. Dad, your son is a person you do not know. Beating the old man, this kind of thing I will not do. After all, the same village. Some things cannot be done too much. He is aware that I am now with Li Fu relationship. With money, so will think to blackmail us. To put it bluntly, it's red eye. This horse old man is not to be like this. He feels quite good. At first also saved your mommet. Dad. This thing do not prematurely jump to conclusions. He before that is to bully us as a layman. I now at least know some medical skills. Mom was bitten by a snake is not false. But that kind of snake toxin is not powerful. He is not the same as those with the cobra. Was bitten by that kind of snake. Even if it is to stand in the river will be flushed with the river. In fact, can be able to rinse the toxin out. Mother's foot I have seen. That is the toxin is forced to suppress in the inside. And then injured the neurons, resulting in muscle atrophy. To suppress the toxin in the inside, is the need to use certain drugs. Zhou Qiang told the matter, then said angrily, and because the toxin has not been discharged, the mother's body is also greatly affected. This toxin if it continues to spread, the body will lead to hemiplegia. Then it will be troublesome. All of this is Ma Lianqing that the so-called hangman's doctor made. What? This cannot be right. Strong son some words cannot talk nonsense. Looking at his son, Zhou boss the whole person is also shocked. This thing is a little bit out of his expectation. All along he will Ma Lianqing as his life-saving benefactor. Zhou Taijun very much love his wife. But today heard Zhou Qiang said, all this is very likely to be Ma Lianqing single-handedly lead to. Think about it feel a little unbelievable. Zhang Guifang is also a burst of surprise. He has also always regarded Ma Lianqing as his life-saving benefactor. All these years, although his legs can't walk, but sometimes when he thinks about it he feels that it's nothing that his legs are no longer there. He still has a pair of children. And he can still have a husband who spoils himself like a daughter in general. So he is also very grateful to Ma Lianqing. Why is he like this? Zhou Tiejuan's face was a bit ugly, more so a bit angry. He knew his son's temperament. He was not a person who believed in this matter since he said so. It was very likely that it was indeed something like that. This specific I don't know. Mom, have you offended Ma Lianqing? Zhou Qiang is actually also very curious about why Ma Lianqing. This cannot be a misdiagnosis. Misdiagnosis will not be crippled mother's feet to cure. Which is an analogy as the hand was cut by a knife. Paste a band-aid on it. But Ma Lianqing is partial to put a little arsenic. This is a matter of common sense. It is unlikely that a person will be able to appear this kind of problem, and once it occurs, then there is a very good chance that the human being is intentional. Also, there is no Zheng Guifang thought about it and couldn't remember when he had offended Ma Lianqing. Chang Zi, then is your mom's illness troublesome? Dad, don't worry. I will find a way to cure the disease. When the time comes, I will strive to make mom's legs can recover. That I now go to Sister Li's home a trip. Today thanks to Sister Li, Zhou Qiang is still very grateful to Su Li. Otherwise today he is really in trouble. Su Li is indeed powerful, even able to help himself to sell the aphrodisiacs to 20,000 apiece, which is a heavenly price. When Zhou Qiang came to the door of Su Li's house, gently knocked on Su Li's door. The door opened. When he saw Su Li, Zhou Qiang is still a little dry mouth. Su Li, this woman is always so good looking. Zhou Qiang every time he sees Su Li will have a different feeling. At the moment Su Li is wearing a floral dress. The whole person looks incomparably slender. Black shiny hair draped over the back of the head. Come in, Su Li said. Seemed to be a little upset. Zhou Qiang was used to it. Su Li, this woman in the village is definitely a top beauty. How many single dogs want to secretly climb into his bed? But Su Li has a high vision. Not anyone can be looked at by him. Zhou Qiang is actually the first to be able to enter into his home and not be repaid by him. Which if the average person, it is estimated that he would have been beaten by him or carried out. This woman that is a violent maniac. Especially Teen Yo peeped at him to take a bath. That is almost tragic, at least when they saw this scene. In fact, the village is now Su Li's home is designated as a forbidden land. No one dares to be in the close. Chapter 13 Rotten mud can't help the wall. You kid is really rotten to the wall. Su Li grabbed Zhou Qiang's ear and twisted it fiercely. Zhou Qiang wailed in pain and hurriedly begged for mercy. Sister Li, be merciful, be merciful. Did I do anything wrong here? Zhou Qiang was really depressed. Being grabbed by Su Li's ear by this big beauty was really a bit embarrassing. Brat, what price are you selling the aphrodisiacs at now? Zhou Li huffed and puffed. That look wanted to strangle Zhou Qiang to death. 12,000 Zhou Qiang said weakly, thinking that the cost of this $20 has now doubled 600 times. I'm a little embarrassed. Zhou Qiang is an honest and simple person. He used to bash those black-hearted medicine halls. Why would a tiny bottle of ointment be so expensive? Like that eye drop. Just a few drops and it costs $15. How expensive must this water be? What I didn't expect was that I would be more black-hearted one day. $20 cost to sell $12,000, which turned over 600 times. Zhou Qiang is weirdly embarrassed. You really can't help but be a bucket. Do you think that $12,000 is a lot? Can't you talk to Li Fu, that old fox, to let him talk to me? Su Li fiercely wiped Zhou Qiang a glance. Zhou Qiang some embarrassment. In fact, that kind of situation. On Zhou Qiang this kind of character he almost said 200 a bar. 12,000 or Li Fu shouted out. In Zhou Qiang's worldview, doing business to earn half on it, for example, their own this aphrodisiac cost rather, plus their own production of a cost, maybe $50, sell 100 is enough. This sell 12,000 is really exaggerated point. Li Fu today also helped himself a big favor. Zhou Qiang is even more embarrassed not to give him face. People get along with each other. Are not all good to you, I am good to you. Sister Li, this is rather the cost. Sell 12,000. How do we say is also earn 600 times you know the ass. Do business if you do, but also how to do out. You know what I said. I told Li Fu that old fox. This to need to pick thousands of herbs, but also pure natural, and then with the Tianshan snow lotus, 100 years of ginseng, 1,000 years of Hishawu and the fusion of antlering tiger whip. Suli will be this 20 cost of medicine bubble is simply heavenly. Zhou Qiang listening are already a little dumbfounded. Heart no wonder can sell 20,000, because Suli said a little exaggerated. After 9981 procedures in order to be practiced into one, which are simply immortality medicine almost. This year's consumers are concerned about is to buy expensive. They always feel that the expensive is good, especially aphrodisiacs. If you sell 200 they really do not dare to buy. Li Fu is what people, that is a super tycoon. They do not pour money to buy Vigo but why he did not buy it, is because that thing's side effects are too powerful. Suli this tough woman did not blush when she said these topics. Zhou Lonfei's heart was also impressed. Suli this woman is really tough. You mean customers think expensive is good? Nonsense. Have not heard of a penny Women's cosmetics you think cheap and good really have a big difference but the price is a big difference. And often the more expensive does sell the better. This is because of this kind of penny. You if you let them know that you this cost is only 20 bucks. The kind of bosses dare to buy to eat it? Have sense. Zhou Qiang then suddenly realized. So there is this kind of Dao, but think about it is indeed so one thing. This Vigo effect is very good, but it has a lot of side effects. In this era, the man's pain is in fact very difficult to solve the unspeakable. How many men are tall and big but a minute on the no? And now this man's pain in the market in all shapes and sizes of drugs have. What spray what maca? But the effect is actually very general. Those so-called no side effects in fact in the end are fooling people. In fact, there are side effects. Just like those what delay spray is actually some anesthetic. Vigo that thing is the most budding, but the side effects are also the most obvious. So the people of the earth know that this hundreds of dollars to say no side effects that are lying. When Suli found Li Fu, with him bragging about the sky, the herbs to the 9981 procedures, and then add the sky price, that is naturally another matter. People are such a psychological. Suli actually said that this to cost to be 18,000, and then earn him 2,000 The results of Zhou Qiang is good, 12,000 on the sale. This is not in the face of Suli, who can do business and also lose money. You're a no good guy. I'm really pissed off by you. I said 18,000 cost. You sold it for 12,000. You let me in the future how to deal with Li Fu Day. Cough cough. Sister, I was wrong. Zhou Qiang was embarrassed. And in his heart, he was also casting aspersions. 18,000 cost. This is too black. Such a small pill needs 18,000 cost. Sister, this medicine actually has a restorative effect. A person who eats about 2 will be able to recover directly. What is this boss Li buying so much for? Is he that hungry? Other people are businessmen. Bring to sell cannot I can find channels to sell. His kind of people are even more able to find sales channels. If this thing can be he in the packaging a little, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars can be sold. Forget it. Anyway, Li Fu that animal he can guess some I am fooling him. 12,000 is also can be sold. But you remember this kind of medicine every month can only give him 20. Anything rare is precious. More is not worth it. And this thing cannot be detected. This shouldn't work. Zhou Qiang thought about it and said, according to the memories of the Shuangliu medical immortal, Zhou Qiang knew that the ingredients of this medicine would not be very difficult to research with the current high technology. The ingredients and proportion might be able to be refined, but there is one thing that can't be refined for sure, and that's the order of the medicines as well as the water used for the production, which is very delicate. The order of this medicine is one step wrong, the effect is gone, and the water used for making is also very delicate. He needs to use the water from the well, and the hour of taking this water is also very delicate. According to the memories of Shuangliu medical immortal, this kind of water is also ineffective if it is not taken at that hour. That's good. Otherwise to apply for a patent for these, it's a bit of a problem. You're a barefoot doctor. What documents are not? Can only go private transactions. Suli said softly, if not witness this guy Zhou Qiang's power. He also does not believe that Zhou Qiang can get out such a powerful pill out. Li Fu this guy is excited to die. Chapter 14 The First Bucket of Gold. Li Fu because when he was young, his private life was just a little too chaotic. That aspect is quite lacking. What kind of medicine have taken? This guy will not be embarrassed. When he looked for someone to help him find medicine, said as long as the effect is good, no side effects, heavy money for medicine, so Su Li will think of this. After Zhou Qiang returned home, he took the small back basket and went to the mountain to collect medicine. The first order of business is to pay back those loan sharks, although Li Fu made a move to teach Wan Long and those people a lesson. For the time being, his side was safe, but the money was borrowed by his father, so Zhou Qiang was thinking of paying it back as soon as possible. Xuanliu village is a relatively remote mountain village. In this kind of small mountain village, there are still a lot of medicinal herbs on the mountain. Zhou Qiang used to know only a few herbs, but now he suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to match everything he saw, and even the temperament of this herb as well as his function appeared in his mind. After Zhou Qiang had picked quite a few herbs, he went down the mountain and started refining them in the next few days. For Zhou Qiang, actually refining aphrodisiacs wasn't complicated, and soon he had already made more than 24 aphrodisiacs. However, Zhou Qiang didn't call Li Fu right away. Just like Su Li said, there were some things that couldn't be rushed, especially this kind of thing. It was even more important not to rush. After another week, Li Fu drove directly to the village. Little brother, do you have that medicine yet? Hey, can you install a phone here? Xuanliu village was too remote, so cell phones were a piece of scrap metal here, and the mobile that claimed to have global coverage didn't even cover this corner of Xuanliu village. People in the village had to go outside to make phone calls, and no one in the village had a cell phone until now. A phone can be installed, but if you have to add money to pull in a line, no one is doing that anymore. After Li Fu came to the village, he still attracted a lot of envy and jealousy. The living conditions in Xuanliu village are considered bad, and Zhou Qiang's family has always been the worst. Even the house is the kind of dilapidated house, shaky, afraid of a gust of wind can blow. But now that Li Fu, such a big boss with a BMW, was visiting for the second time, the village didn't have a van until now, so seeing this kind of small car would feel rare, and so many small children came over to watch. Does this Zhou Qiang really know how to heal? You guys look at this boss Li coming again. It is difficult to say before also did not see he will be medical He said it is in the town to work with others to learn. This medical skills are so good to learn. Zhou Qiang, this kid also did not read any books In the countryside there is a disease called red eye. Cannot see others good. Now these people are beginning to whisper. They also said that Zhou Qiang is a cheat, and also said that he is to deal with those loan sharks. Anyway, there were a lot of different opinions. Just no one would really think that Zhou Qiang was going to be a healer. The guys were all very skeptical. After Zhou Qiang brought Li Fu into his house, and after some warm hospitality, Li Fu hurriedly said, "Brother, do you have that medicine? A few of them or urgent use Last time Li Fu ate the drug after the past has been so long, without any side effects, and even prostatitis are good, which is so that he was ecstatic, before eating those messy medicine. That was cool. After the fact, go back, eat a time to hurt a time, and he is clear in fact, continue to go on, sooner or later, the body will be the whole of the collapse of the, and eat Zhou Qiang gave this thing, not only which is good, and refreshing, the body are more spiritual, the mood is naturally good, just happened to have a little, this is my previous stock. Bossly, truthfully this thing is super hard to refine Zhou Qiang looked like it was not easy to refine. Li Fu nodded his head repeatedly and said, that's that. Li Fu chicken pecking general said, this thing is too precious. He must now monopolize all this to go. Li Fu was very clear that this thing is actually very lucrative. As long as the operation won the words, this thing is actually very lucrative. Li Fu, because of the young time to not cherish the body, and ate too many messy medicine, to the middle age that is really suffering. The most tragic thing for a man is not the absence of beautiful women, but the fact that there are a whole lot of beautiful women in front of you and you can't do anything about it. Every time you have to rely on that kind of medicine to maintain. This is actually very tragic. Of course Li Fu also knows that is actually all drinking hemlock to quench the thirst. Sooner or later there will be problems, so he didn't want to eat that stuff all the time. Until last time Su Li, that girl, found herself and recommended sky-high aphrodisiacs to herself. He was also ecstatic. Hundreds of dollars of medicine he really do not dare to eat. Su Li's identity he knows can still be trusted. He was ready to try. Bought and ate down. When he will eat those drugs down. The effect of this drug let him ecstatic. And this time so many days passed. He deliberately went to check out. The doctor told him that his side has been completely restored. And some prostatitis are good. This is to let Li Fu Zhou Qiang, this young man is full of infinite good feeling. This is the real bola. Their own this time that is met with the world of high. Li Fu knows Su Li, that girl, is certainly a lion's share. So he came over to talk business with Zhou Qiang. The results did not expect so smooth. So many days have passed. Zhou Qiang has not come to him. He originally thought Zhou Qiang now lack of money at home. If he came to find himself, he was pressing the price. It is best to 10,000 businessman, about nothing more than a profit maximization. As Su Li said, Li Fu bought the past is also to bring sales. He cannot eat all day long this thing. What Li Fu did not expect is that Zhou Qiang has not come. He himself cannot sit still, thinking that Su Li that girl will not find other buyers. No way but to come personally. Boss Li, I still have 20 here now. These are the stupid ones from before. The new batch is still being refined. This thing is really hard to refine. Good. That's really good. Little brother here is $500,000. Deduct this one and put the rest here as well. Consider it as my prepayment. Give me as much of this stuff as you have. Li Fu saw these, excited. This thing that is a good thing. Their own circle of those rich second generation ancestor which one is not addicted to the beauty of the middle, and then are fast to play with the body. This thing is the gospel. Li Fu resale if not sold to 50,000 won't stop. Zhou Qiang looked at a suitcase of money is also constantly swallowing saliva. Heart really rustic. Chapter 15 Banquet Guests. Zhou Qiang has seen the most money in his life as $10,000. This 500,000 looks like a box of money. Zhou Taijun see some eyes straight. Where did he think that his son that a few pills are so valuable? This is faster than robbing the bank. By the way, little brother, your loan shark thing, I helped you to fix it. The interest is all free. By the time you return the principal on it, Li Fu said softly. Boss Li, what you said is true. Zhou Qiang's heart burst with excitement. He was originally thinking that this sum of money was just about all that was left when he paid it back. What he didn't expect was that the interest on this loan shark didn't even have to be paid back. Wang Long, that Yakuza is a hitman. The real boss, he still owes me money. I directly told him that if he feels your interest, I will charge him 10 times the interest. He wimped out. Li Fu said with a smile, he will help Zhou Qiang. Naturally, also hope that Zhou Qiang this drug do not sell to others. This kind of thing Li Fu was really as much as can be sold out. He himself personally do experiments. This is a really good thing. So he was willing to befriend someone like Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang was a capable person. Befriending such a person was naturally very beneficial. Thank you. Really thank you. Looking at Li Fu, Zhou Qiang was very grateful. He didn't expect Li Fu to help his family to take care of all those scums. Although Zhou Qiang is now an innate expert. But even good kung fu is afraid of choppers. Triad people are poor and dead are very difficult to deal with. If they want you to die, they can use any methods. Zhou Qiang is not afraid, but he has a family. But now well, Li Fu has helped him to get this thing done. The mood is also a burst of dark pleasure. As long as it is done this thing, the next work will be much simpler. Oh, good brother you, I'm so polite. Why? So I will find staff some other day with your family, pull a line in. This no phone cannot This I come on my own on the line. Li boss, you are too polite. Zhou Qiang where the good sense he is not a person who likes to owe others. This time boss Li so help himself, already let him very embarrassed. Oh, that's fine. Then I'll leave first. I'll give a number you. Give me a call when your phone is installed. Li Fu finished and left. A lot of people are now playing outside Zhou Qiang. Of course more people are envious, eyes are red. 500,000 that is how many people half a lifetime cannot earn money. Did not expect Zhou Qiang so short time directly earned 500,000. Oh my god. Brother, this money is real. Zhou Huan looked at the red $100 bills. The whole person was also shocked to the extreme. This is too much money, right? Zhou Qiang hurriedly covered the box. Wealth is not exposed. This is the unchanging truth. Boss, why don't you take this as going to research it? I heard that now there are a lot of very high-end instruments that are able to completely break down the ingredients of a medicine. Li Fu was sitting in the BMW. His driver asked softly. Li Fu's driver was called Fu Bo. He was not only an expert but also his butler at the same time. This kind of medicine can't be researched. If Zhou Qiang knows about it, maybe there's no chance of cooperation. Don't you look at Zhou Qiang, a rural person, earthy, but this person is internal. He has his own ideas and is very smart. The last time I could lower the price to 12,000. That's a favor. There's Su Li, that girl who helps him. Once this kid knows about my misbehavioral attempts, there is no benefit. So it's like this. That's why you never intended to buy his prescriptions those either. Businessmen can say some things. Some things can't be said. The business world is actually very sensitive. Some words would rather rot in the stomach than say them out. Otherwise this layer of window paper breaks. There will be trouble. Uncle Fu nodded. In his heart he also admired this foresight of Boss Li. He was curious before why Boss Li didn't go to buy the prescription or take the medicine to study it. Only now did he realize that for one thing, he couldn't study it, and for another he didn't want to break that layer of paper with Zhou Qiang. That wouldn't have been of any benefit. In fact, this medicine should be very complicated. Even if you study all the ingredients, not knowing the order as well as some others, maybe what you get out is also dead without this effect. So there is no need to waste this time. Boss is right. Looking at Li Fu, Fubo thought in his mind that the boss is the boss. Thinking really long term, he didn't think of this. After Li Fu left, the matter of Zhou Qiang earning $500,000 spread very quickly. Many people were exceptionally surprised that Zhou Qiang, the prodigal son, had earned $500,000 this time. How many people had red eyes? Have you guys heard? Zhou Qiang made $500,000 this time. Yes, I heard that he was selling an aphrodisiac. Is this medicine so profitable? Each of these people said excitedly, wishing they had that kind of medicine, so that they could also earn a lot of money. The big guys all kinds of envy. A lot of people body in the thought is not with the Zhou family matchmaking. The daughter married Zhou Qiang. The Zhou family from the beginning of the village are not willing to talk to them to now become the village of the meat and potatoes. Can only say that the money is really a good thing. Zhou Qiang, after getting this huge sum of money, the father of those money back, there is still a lot of money left. They began to prepare for the home remodeling a little bit. Their house and the whole village are actually belong to the kind of very bad, can be regarded as a dangerous house. The next day Zhou Qiang spent money to hire a mason to start remodeling the house. Originally wanted to tear down and rebuild, but Zhou Qiang's family did not have any other houses in the village. Demolition would have no place to live. So Zhou Qiang and his father decided to build the house, expand the original foundation of the house, and then rebuilt. At the same time, Zhou Qiang thought to add some electrical appliances to the home. These years the standard of living in the countryside will improve. Many people in the village have a TV those. Only the Zhou family is a family of 4. Really poor, only the walls. In the past, Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan and his sister want to watch TV or to go to someone else's house to watch. That feeling is really bad. Now there is money. Zhou Qiang is ready to improve the quality of life. Sister Li, is Sister Li in? Zhou Qiang arrived outside Sister Li's door and called out cordially. Looking for me for something? Su Li, that cold voice rang out. This woman seems to always be a kind of refusal outside the feeling. Zhou Qiang even want to be married to him. Probably cannot stand this iceberg beauty of that, a wave of ice breath. Of course, this is also just think about it. This beautiful woman cannot see their own. Sister Li, I brought you some food. Zhou Qiang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, he can have today. That is thanks to Su Li help. Otherwise now do not know how. Chapter 16 Jealousy. Zhou Qiang originally wanted to give some money to Su Li, but Su Li did not ask for money. Only Zhou Qiang knows that maybe Su Li really belongs to the kind of money is not bad. He cannot see his little money. 500,000 for Zhou Qiang, that is huge money. For Su Li seems to be so little. What is this? Su Li looked at Zhou Qiang's hand was carrying a bag. The bag seemed to be filled with meat. The more curious her heart became. Taste of the wild. This is a wild rabbit I shot when I went to pick herbs today. This flavor can be fresh. City people can't eat it. Zhou Qiang grinned and said. Su Li took a look at it and then picked it up. He also knew that this kind of thing was indeed hard to be able to sell in the city. Wild things these days could only be eaten in the countryside if they were authentic. Say it. What is it that you are looking for me? Su Li whitened this guy. He believed that this guy came to find himself should have something. Ahem. Sister Li, you are really the female version of Zhu Guoliang. Can pinpoint the calculation. Less flattering. If you have something to say it quickly. Su Li said rudely. Is this way? This time is not thanks to your blessing earned a little money. I want to purchase a little home appliances, but I also do not understand these. Li sister, you see a lot of knowledge. Cannot take me to buy some it. In fact, Xuanliu village is really more backward. The village air conditioning is almost no. TV are still the kind of big ass TV. And here are no cable TV, or a homemade kind of signal receiver. Can have 1 or 2 programs on the good. Buy electrical appliances? This mountain cranny head and no signal. You have no TV, also cannot use Su Li is to buy a TV, but here nothing to act out. Su Li did not expect you in this era, there is such a backward village. Of course, he fancy is also here backward. It's okay, I will make my own signal receiver. When the time comes on the line. Before there are DDD those, but now the outside world is developing too fast. DVD has long been out of the stage of history. Those records are now no longer on the market. Think about the double stream village is indeed backward. The outside has been updated to the TV are connected to the wireless network. The double stream village is still engaged in the 1980s with the last century of virtue. You also know how to make a receiver. Then you make one with me. Bored to death all day long. Su Li said excitedly. He didn't expect this Zhou Qiang guy to have this skill. No problem. I'll help you get it done. Then Sister Li, you see, trying to help me get the signal receiver done before I say so. No problem. I'll go now. Zhou Qiang said excitedly. The receiver actually won't be very hard to manufacture. This kind of receiver just need to find some aluminum wire can be hole out. Zhou Qiang is already very excited. Take the knife is going to cut bamboo. Busy a morning. A Teletubbies-like signal tower has been created by him. Suli sitting outside the house rarely with curiosity look at this kid. In fact, that moment Suli really will feel so interesting. Suli is not the people of Xuanliu village. He is a rich girl in the big city, and the family conflict, in a fit of pique came here. But the life here is also true that he is a little feel drumming boring. Xuanliu village because of the remote location, coupled with the transportation is not convenient, so here a lot of facilities are not. TV sets come in with the same as the waste. After a busy morning, Zhou Qiang had already manufactured this signal tower. When he set it up carefully, then said, "Sister Li, we are pretty much done now, turn the TV on for me to try." Suli let Zhou Qiang follow him into the house. Zhou Qiang that was definitely the first person to enter into Suli's room. Suli's room exuded a light fragrance. Zhou Qiang could see that Suli was a woman who loved cleanliness. His room was neat and clean, and it looked like it made people feel incomparably cozy. "Don't look around. Hurry up and do things." Suli whitened the bastard a glance. Zhou Qiang was a little embarrassed, retracted his own eyes, and then began to insert the line that was pulled in inside the hole of the TV set, and then turned on the TV. Not to mention, when the moment the TV was turned on, there was also a burst of surprise in their hearts, because on the TV there was already a picture. Although it was still a bit unclear, but at least there was already a picture. "It's okay, can it be a bit clearer? I'll go adjust it." "You see," Zhou Qiang said and walked out to start adjusting. Many people in the village are envious eyes to fall out, especially Dinyo. Dinyo in the beginning, Dinyo in a moment could not help but look at Suli bathing. The result was repaired to drive a tractor repeatedly run over 6 times. Fortunately Zhou Qiang was able to recover. These people now see Zhou Qiang can be so close to this great beauty, but also cannot stay in his home. This case I envy them to death. The village is still more bachelor are thinking if they can kiss Suli this kind of superb. Dead is also worth it. "Well, Li sister you see this into it? Not bad. I did not expect you kids still have 2 for Zhou Qiang's ability. At this time he was really quite impressed. This guy really did have 2 tricks up his sleeve. Such a simple contraption could really pick up signals. "Sister Li, what about buying electrical appliances? Go tomorrow. It's too late today." "Alright, then I'll come over to you tomorrow," Zhou Qiang said excitedly. When Zhou Qiang left, Suli sat in her room then started watching TV. What? A few pills earned $500,000. When Mark's grandfather Ma Lianqing knew about this matter, almost fainted. Ma Lianqing after the last thing, in the village reputation has been greatly affected. In the past he was respected in the village, who see him are very polite, but from the last thing after it, he obviously can feel now many people see are ignoring. This is Ma Lianqing really did not think of. He never thought of his own bad fall to this kind of scene. He has always been very confident of a person, also feel that he is a very good one, but this time he blackmailed Zhou Qiang cannot, and finally got to play dead to muddle through. This thing also let him completely famous. The village is a lot of people are back to joke about his jealousy is too heavy. These people still look down on Ma Lianqing's. The village has a lot of people. The village has a lot of people. The village has a lot of people. Chapter 17, Schemes. Yeah, Grandpa, this kid doesn't know what kind of luck he's gotten. He's gotten a medicine. This medicine is even sold at a sky-high price of $12,000, and I've also heard that boss said, how many of them are going to take as many as he can get? 12,001. What kind of medicine is this? That instant Ma Lianqing eyes are going to fall out. He will also get some bruise medicine and so on, but at most it can sell a few $100s, and by people are very few. $12,000 of medicine is really the first time he has heard of. I don't know this kid should have some special prescription. Grandpa, this prescription is also too valuable. What kind of prescription? Isn't this also a little too exaggerated? They really didn't dare to imagine a little bit. This matter was completely beyond their expectations. This kind of prescription would really be a fortune if they could get it themselves. I don't know. Anyway, I just heard that this kid Zhou Qiang made more than $500,000 this time, and now he's all set to reopen his house. Mark said excitedly, these 2 masters are now have moved. In their kind of prescription should be for their own only. This kind of thing is too precious. Is there any way to get the prescription? This thing should be ours only. Zhou Qiang, what kind of doctor is he? He does not even have a doctor's license. Ma Lianqing said with great excitement. In his opinion, this kind of good stuff should not be occupied by a yakuza like Zhou Qiang, but rather, a famous doctor of the way like himself deserves to be in control of it. Grandpa, you mean we get this prescription? And, not only do we have to get this prescription, we also have to patent this prescription. That would make money, so go find Zhou Qiang and see if you can buy the prescription over. Ro, I'll try. Mark was also excited. If he could get hold of this kind of pill that was over 10,000 a piece, then wouldn't he be able to become very, very rich, and by then he could be the richest man in the entire Xuanliu village. Zhou Qiang returned to the home, also began to help repair the house together. Zhou Taijun but very happy, All this is a bit like a dream. He also did not expect his son suddenly so competitive. He did not earn $500,000 in his life. His son is so short time to earn $500,000. Recently the village will take the initiative to greet him. This is the reality. Think about the previous Zhou Taijun in the village that has really suffered from ostracism. A lot of them looked down on them. Did not expect now in such a short period of time these people on their own family's attitude is obviously a lot of good. Like their own home and the construction of the house. The next door neighbors will ask if you want to borrow tools. In this era there is no money. No one looks up to you. This is the social reality. Under this social reality, in fact, you have no choice. Only harder to make money is the king's way. Xiangzi, now that the family has a little money, do you want to marry your daughter-in-law? Heir, now there won't be someone just ready to marry me. Zhou Qiang said weakly. Yes, several people have come over to matchmaking with our family. These photos you see. Not yet. Zhou Qiang didn't take the photos. He didn't even have the intention to look at them, because he knew that now these people are nothing more than valuing themselves for being rich. Such a relationship is not rare for him. How many people laughed at him in the village in the past? Many people said that he could only marry Zhou Huanhuans in the future. But Zhou Qiang never thought of marrying his sister in the future. He just took Zhou Huanhuan as his sister. Zhou Qiang, I'm looking for you for something. Let's go out and have a chat. Just at this time, a voice rang out, and when he heard it, Zhou Qiang said curiously, what are you looking for me for? Are you preparing to come and seek justice with your grandfather again? The person who came was none other than Mark. This guy didn't come for a few days. Zhou Qiang thought that he had stopped disgracing himself, thinking about the fact that his own mother was ruined for life by Ma Liancheng. Zhou Qiang actually had hatred in his heart towards this family. Even if he got the inheritance of Shuangliu medical immortal, Zhou Qiang realized that there is no way he can help his mother to be cured. Zheng Guifeng's foot had been necrotic for too long. It wasn't impossible to cure it, but the medicine needed wouldn't be able to be done by ordinary herbs. That kind of thing would have very high requirements for herbs. According to Shuangliu medical immortal's memories, Zhou Longfei actually knew that herbs were only the most elementary kind of medicinal herbs, and in Shuangliu medical immortal's memories, just this piece of medicinal herbs alone was divided into several grades, the most primary named herbs, that is, the most circulating medicinal herbs, and herbs on top of the spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine is actually the sublimation of herbs, that is a more pure medicinal herbs. Millennium He Shawu or millennium kind of hundreds of years of ginseng is actually already belong to the category of spiritual medicine. Not to mention that this medicine can only be counted on the beginning of the spiritual medicine. The real high-grade spiritual medicine is very precious. Zhou Qiang knows his mother's feet. With the general herbal medicine is not cured, because the tendons and muscles have atrophied. Want to wither wood is impossible. The only way to reach the category of the spirit medicine may still be able to do, but the spiritual medicine which is so easy to be able to find, Millennium He Shawu still cannot be found. The other is even more difficult to find. Say it, what are you looking for from me? Zhou Qiang said calmly. For Ma Liancheng family, he really do not want to contact with them Yoke too much. Ma Liancheng, this despicable villain, good no medical ethics, ruined his mother's whole life, but also said what fate. So Zhou Qiang also let him try what is called the fate of the tiger. Hey, Zhou Qiang, in the past you called me brother Ma, although there are some misunderstandings between me, but that's all in the past. That instant Zhou Qiang is also a burst of speechless. Thought Mom Lousy taught you horse brother back then. That's because I think your grandfather is my mother's life-saving benefactor. Think about how many benefits they give Mark over the years. Hit what game will inevitably be sent to them. Don't you mention this thing, okay? I don't want to scold you. There is something to say. Don't gab here. Zhou Qiang said very calmly. He now don't even want to talk to Mark more still. What? This is really not interesting. The new version over there. Then I'll get right to the point. I'm here today to talk business with you. Mark is also not yakking, but said very seriously. Talk business. What business are you talking to me about? Zhou Qiang said curiously, thinking that could it be that he was coming for the aphrodisiacs. This nose is really smart. Sure enough, this straight guy said bluntly, I heard that you have a prescription. Can you show it to me? Chapter 18, Going to Town. Why should I show you? Zhou Qiang is also speechless. This guy is sick. He is not familiar with him. Why should I show him? But Zhou Qiang also realized one thing. That is, the piker is not guilty of the crime of harboring the evil. In this world, in fact, you have a good thing. Do not be too publicized. One of the aphrodisiacs that you have come up with is still very effective, but now there are already people who have begun to hit the idea. Is this academic exchange? How do you children talk so impulsive? Previously quite polite a person. Academic exchange? Mark, you know medicine? Zhou Qiang is very contemptuous, said a sentence. This sentence hit Mark a little. Want to spit blood is really a little difficult. The old half a day before saying, I don't understand. but my grandfather understands. You see, my grandfather at least is also a famous doctor. You don't stick gold on your grandfather's face, but also a famous doctor? Don't insult the word famous doctor, Zhou Qiang said with great contempt. This was a blow that could make him vomit blood. It was just a little too hard to bear. You, don't insult my grandfather. Your mother, that was fate, Mark said in a hurry. His face was already red. He really didn't expect Zhou Qiang to take this matter out again. This matter has passed for so many years. Originally everyone thought that Ma Liancheng was so powerful, able to bring people back from the ghost gate, but now it is really embarrassing. This is simply to lose all the face. Zhou Qiang said last time the snake that bit his mother, not what poisonous snake. The result is that the mother also got into this way. Ma Liancheng is also considered late. Originally he developed an antidote to the poisonous wine. A lot of people will buy some, but now no one will take care of him, because they will feel that this guy even a snake cannot handle. But also research what medicinal wine. You shut up. Back then things can only be blamed on your mother deserved it. This thing has nothing to do with my grandfather. If not for my grandfather, your mother is already dead. You don't appreciate my grandfather's favor even if it's not. You still blame my grandfather. Mark was very agitated at this time, arguing with Zhou Qiang already. Humph. Your grandfather did something back then he himself knows very well. You this nest, but also want to hit my prescription idea, but also academic exchanges. Why don't you go to hang yourself? Give me a role. Zhou Qiang honest that is because of previous incompetence. Now he not only know medical skills, kung fu is also good. As far as his skills, Zhou Qiang is really not afraid of anyone. You will regret it. Mark angrily flung his sleeve, then turned around and left. God knows there is not much point in staying today. Zhou Qiang is determined not to give him face, and will not cooperate with him whatsoever. Watching Mark leave, Zhou Qiang snorted coldly and said softly, "Damn. The old fox on your nest of turtle grandchildren also deserve to play with me. I play dead you door." Zhou Qiang is very angry. These people he really will be a little bit despise them. Now even have the nerve to come to talk to their own cooperation. When Mark returned home, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He really didn't know why it was like this. Mark in the village that are a relatively famous person, although he is not a doctor. But Mark is the only one in the village college students, and now in the outside opened a pharmacy. Said Mark is a person who has seen the world. But Mark did not expect to be so disrespected by Zhou Qiang, a rough man, making him hurt. Zhou Qiang, you turtle grandson, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life, Mark said with a red face. After he returned home, he was so annoyed that he directly kicked the table over. He thought that he put down his face to talk business with Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang was going to flatter himself, but what he didn't expect was that Zhou Qiang didn't flatter himself. Instead he humiliated himself quite miserably. What's wrong? Ma Liancheng at this time looked at his grandson coming back, furious, like kind of also curious. What's going on? Grandpa, I'm going to kill this turtle grandson. Mark roared angrily. He now thought of only strong, on the nameless fire. This turtle grandson earned $2 still really think of himself as a grandpa. This is let Mark very unacceptable. What's going on? This guy does not agree. Ma Liancheng heart is also to even town annoyed. Their grandparents and grandchildren are a virtue. Will feel that other people want to flatter to cooperate with them in general. Yes, he not only disagreed, but also rehashed old scores, saying that grandpa you are a quack, asshole, this little yakuza villainous. When I was a doctor, he hadn't even come out yet. Now he will be a little bit of skin and is here to judge. What does he think he is? That moment Ma Liancheng is already angry to vomit blood. She hates is not to say that he is a quack. He feels that he is not a quack, but a generation of famous doctors. Because of anger, at this moment Ma Liancheng is feeling more and more pain in the head, as if it is going to crack in general. The headache is really unbearable. Backed up a mouthful of cool air, and then said, "How can it hurt so much? What is wrong with me?" Ma Liancheng until now is not clear why his head suddenly mutual so painful, as if it is going to crack generally. Hard to bear very much. Grandpa, just alright. Looked at Ma Liancheng face are very ugly. Mark is also a little worried. Pain. It really hurts. Ma Liancheng constantly smashed his head. Headache is actually and difficult. Especially the kind of brain swelling with pain is even more difficult. This moment Ma Liancheng feel as his head are like to crack generally. Grandpa, or we go to the big hospital to see it. Bull ********. I am a doctor. I still need to go to the hospital to see it. Should be into the cold wind? After a few days will be fine. Ma Liancheng felt like his head was filled with water. That heavy feeling was genuinely unbearable. The whole head was like watered down. Shaking a little bit felt like the sky was spinning, and the pain was unbearable. At this time he suddenly remembered Zhou Qiang said to himself that this is also his destiny. Is it related to this matter? His headache started from that time. Could it be that all of this was planned out by Zhou Longfei? Fays to this matter are feeling a bit unbelievable. Tell me, now there is a way to get this medicine. This is the most important. The other is not important. Ma Lianqing now want to do is to get this prescription to get. Only to get this prescription. Then the other is not important. As long as you get this kind of prescription, they're owned by then in the pharmaceutical industry's fame that is rising. Chapter 19 by Home Appliances. Hey, what can I say about you on this matter? This guy is stubborn. It's not easy to handle. No matter what, must find a way to get this by any means. This is too important for us, Ma Lianqing said excitedly. He knows very well that once this kind of thing is patented, future generations will not be able to finish it. In Ma Lianqing's opinion, this kind of good stuff was certainly not something that someone like Zhou Qiang could have. This kind of stuff was only something that only someone as virtuous as himself could be qualified to have. Grandpa, I did think of a method. Maybe we can get him to sell the prescription to us cheaply. Oh, what method? Tell me. This time Ma Lianqing said excitedly. Ma Lianqing is very clear. Know this kind of medicine if you get, by then plus publicity in place. It is not so simple to make money. By then it is very likely to be famous. Famous thousands of miles. He a barefoot doctor are not counted. So as research medicine certainly cannot be sold openly. Why don't we get one too? I have the instrument. Can research the ingredients of this medicine? Then we make our own. As long as we get it out, then we apply for a patent. If he dares to produce, then he is an infringement of the law. We can sue him for it. Mark is worthy of being a college student. This knows a lot of things still. When he said his idea out, Ma Lianqing's heart is also a burst of excitement. At this time he realized that his grandson is really also a master. This move is quite powerful. Good idea. Good idea. So that this thing can't be bought by ourselves. When the time comes, you let your friends come to buy it. Otherwise this kid has a wary mind. Don't worry, Grandpa, I know what's in my heart. Mark said excitedly. He seemed to have seen the success and fame, but also saw the large amount of money was flying over to him. The mood was incomparable. Zhou Qiang, however, did not know that these people want to shade themselves. He does not understand what patents now. His family is poor, and did not read many books at that time, so it is normal to be unclear. It's like now suddenly have so much money, he even don't know how to use it. Sisterly, do you think it would be okay if I opened a medical center in the village? The next day, Zhou Qiang drove his father's tricycle. Suli sat in the back with a small stool, holding an umbrella, and went into the city with Zhou Qiang. Good idea. Master, have you ever thought that you don't have a license? What license? Zhou Qiang said curiously. The license to practice medicine. Suli explained. License to practice medicine. What is that? Do you still need such a thing? He really didn't understand. What was this medical license? He hadn't heard of such a thing. Zhou Qiang actually didn't know a lot of things. To put it mildly, he didn't have much experience in life. You think anyone can be a doctor? Like a teacher has a teacher's license. Accountant has an accounting certificate. This is a reason. And practicing medicine qualification certificate is your qualification to help people see a doctor. But the Chinese medicine, the requirements may be the first point. The Western medicine does not have a certificate that does not work. Then is this proof good? What do you think? This proof is not something that can be done down by spending money. Nowadays the requirements are very high. It's all about the test. Suli gave Zhou Qiang a blank look. This guy thought that taking a driver's license, practicing medicine qualification certificate is very difficult to get. But since you are opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic is not a big problem. Traditional Chinese medicine, this kind of thing does not stick needles. To put it bluntly is to eat some traditional Chinese medicine. The problem is actually not big. Then you mean it can be implemented like this? It can be. No one is going to care about you in this kind of nook and cranny. But are you really prepared to spend your whole life in Shuangliu village? Suli looked at Zhou Qiang and said curiously. He was a rich girl who lived in the big city and came here because of a conflict with her family. With his lonely and arrogant character plus having learned kung fu, many men in the village had been taught a lesson by him, and Zhou Qiang was considered the first man who could get closer to him. Suli had a very unique feeling towards Zhou Qiang. This teenager was a bit strange. He didn't even know that Zhou Qiang could do medicine before, and he didn't know how he was suddenly so powerful all of a sudden. Zhou Qiang's skills should be okay. It was a bit of a waste for this kind of person to stay in a mountain village for the rest of his life. Before I went to the town to work as a laborer, and I couldn't make much money, so if I can really make some money with my medical skills, it's actually not bad. Zhou Qiang said softly. He was now wanting to make money with his medical skills. The aphrodisiacs made a large amount of money before, which made Zhou Qiang very excited, directly developing well. Then he was able to realize a life of wealth in the future, allowing his parents to live a good life. Of course he is now just so think about it. The things in the future also have to see is how to go to be able to do. He has now suddenly got the inheritance of Shuangliu medical immortal. A lot of things he is now also do not know how to go to do. Sisterly, then what do you do? I feel that you are a cultural person. I fight Luo Han's. Su Li's sentence let Zhou Qiang almost a breath of air. Thinking that you are so beautiful Luo Han, then it is estimated that a lot of men are going to be hooligans. A bumpy road, staggering more than 3 hours before entering the town, and then another 2 hours before entering the city. Su Li halfway all slept. This Xuangliu village is really too remote. When they arrived in town, it was already past lunchtime. Su Li looked at Zhou Qiang and said, I even have a feeling that I've traveled. The reason why Su Li ran to Xuangliu village was because he valued the remoteness of Xuangliu village, and it was very difficult to be found in a place like Xuangliu village, a place that was a hole. Why don't you guys leave that village? I see that quite a few people from Xuangliu village have already migrated out. No money, only those who are rich can afford to drag their families away. We are all croppers, we can't even mix well in Xuangliu village let alone outside. Zhou Qiang said smilingly, it makes sense. This kind of thing is indeed that way. Su Li said with a smile. The two came to a restaurant to eat. Today's Zhou Qiang is like the legendary turd, carrying a broken bag, and then wearing a pair of liberation shoes. The clothes on his body are also ragged, but also with a broken straw hat. And his side of Su Li that is the body of the curvaceous. Today Su Li wearing a white shirt. The following wear is a pleated skirt. That really is the beauty of people want to crime. These two people walk together that still a little let a person feel strange. Hey, what are you going to buy today? Bringing so much money out. You are planning to buy it together. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Su Li said curiously, Chapter 20, The Eaters. Refrigerator. Zhou Qiang said excitedly, Double Stream Village of Ma Lianqing home is a refrigerator. Mark that Yakuza often take a popsicle show off. Other people also he can only be greedy drooling. Now is the hot summer. If there is a refrigerator at home, drink a glass of ice water not to mention how cool. Of course, Zhou Qiang is thinking of their own and they get some watermelon juice into ice popsicles to eat. In the winter, Zhou Qiang and his sister Zhou Huanhuan will often be apples, peeled into a grain and then put into the sugar water, and then placed outside, and so the next day into ice, beautifully called apple popsicles. In the summer ice cubes and popsicles these things for them is a very luxurious thing. So Zhou Qiang's biggest wish is the whole of a refrigerator back, so that their parents and sister can enjoy it. Oh, okay later sister will take you to buy a refrigerator. By the way brat discuss a thing with you. You say, sisterly you are my benefactor. Your thing is my thing. You just open your mouth. Zhou Qiang said excitedly. This guy was now well aware that he had to help Zhou Li with this matter. Good, then I will not be polite. I see that your house is quite big. This time to repair the house cannot expand a little bit. Help me to make a whole house. In the future I live in your house. Li's sister what did you say? Looking at Su Li, Zhou Qiang that moment thought he had a hallucination. Su Li this big beauty to live in their own homes to go. This is not a joke. So a big beauty to live in their own homes to go. Their own this will not be listening to the wrong Don't make a fuss. I just don't want to cook alone. So go to your house without cooking. You don't worry. Rent I won't be less. What do you think? Zhou Li asked in a hurry. Zhou Qiang was still somewhat not slowed down. Su Li is a little girl. He cannot cook before. After coming here, his daily headache is to cook this thing. What Su Li made was either inedible or unreadable. And several times he got food poisoning. So he wanted to stay at Zhou Qiang's house for that very reason. What? Not welcome? Forget it then. Of course not. Sisterly look at what you said. It's my honor for you to go that's no problem I'll definitely design it according to your style. Where would Zhou Qiang be unwilling to do so? He knew very well that there was probably no one in the village who wouldn't be willing. After all, this was a big beautiful woman. Then it's a deal. Finally I don't have to cook by myself. I'm telling you I hate cooking by myself. There isn't even a restaurant in Xuangliu village. Su Li said with some complaints. Open a restaurant that is not out of business Li sister you say before long why they will be so interested in my home. Is it my home feng shui unique reason? Zhou Qiang asked curiously, listening to what Zhou Qiang said. Su Li rolled her eyes, then said weakly, feng shui? You think too much. I don't know what the exact reason is, but it might be related to the demolition and relocation of those, but Xuangliu village is so remote. I haven't heard of demolition and relocation here. Su Li said with a smile. Zhou Qiang also do not understand these. Did not think too much. Into the hotel later. Ordered some dishes two people began to devour began to eat up. Zhou Qiang this guy that is super able to eat. Especially now that he entered the innate realm. The amount of food increased greatly. A large table dishes. He actually a little bit not enough to eat. Are you a starving ghost? How can you eat so much? Looking at this Zhou Qiang, Su Li was also speechless in her heart. She really didn't expect this guy to be so able to eat. I don't know what's going on. Lately I've been especially able to eat. Zhou Qiang was a little embarrassed. He remembered that he was more able to eat once before himself, but at that time, he did not think that he was so able to eat now. Strange, your stomach is just this big. How do you fit down so much food? Suli said curiously. The dishes they ordered today were still a lot. Zhou Qiang even ate them all and still not full. Zhou Qiang is a little embarrassed. He himself knows that this is actually related to his own strength enhancement. From the strength of the enhancement to the innate realm. In fact, the digestive system will be very strong. Eat food basically the energy and essence will be directly absorbed. Under the dregs and then is not much. The innate stage of the expert for the demand for food is very big. Zhou Qiang knows that his current demand for food is belong to a large. Innate stage experts should be the need to absorb the food with aura. That should be able to eat less. In fact, Zhou Qiang does not understand what is called the law of conservation of energy. Innate masters of a fist can have 1,000 kilograms of force. Under such a large force, he said that the need to consume energy naturally presents a positive ratio. This is also in the water margin. Why Wu Sung can eat so much, and then can use his fist to kill a tiger. After eating, Zhou Qiang was ready to let Suli take himself to buy electrical appliances. He was not only going to buy a refrigerator today, but he was ready to buy some of any electrical appliances. He even wanted to buy an air conditioner, but his father said to let himself air conditioner and not to buy it. Let's go buy a refrigerator now. There's no rush. Let's go buy you some clothes first. Buy clothes? Buy clothes for what? He was also curious in his heart. Why did he suddenly think of buying clothes for himself? Big brother, you are now at least a little money. This image is very important to know. Look at what you wear. Go, I take you to remodel. Suli said and took Zhou Qiang to buy clothes. This guy really doesn't pay attention to his image. He would like to help him make over. When Zhou Qiang was brought to a branded men's clothing store, looking at the branded men's clothing, Zhou Qiang said softly, Li's sister, this clothes will not be very expensive. I'd better not buy it. Have on this enough. Yoho did not see out. You buy electrical appliances quite willing. To buy for themselves is still so willing. Suli said with a smile. When Suli finished she began to help Zhou Qiang pick clothes. Take this set and try it on. It should still be okay. Zhou Qiang saw that Suli was helping himself to a white shirt. There were also suit pants. This kind of clothes Zhou Qiang hadn't worn yet and was actually still a bit embarrassed, but seeing Suli's eyes, he agreed. When Zhou Qiang walked out from the inside, Suli that moment are a little shocked, because he really did not expect Zhou Qiang this guy dress up so handsome, so sunny. This person buy clothes is indeed so and will be. Just do not dress up looks seem to be so one thing, but now dress up really handsome very much. Chapter 21 People rely on clothing. Really did not look out. This bird gun for cannon. Really did not think you this dress up. Look quite handsome it. Suli to Zhou Qiang's biggest feeling is that this woman seems to be very extroverted. He spoke not like what a lady. Zhou Qiang was so said. The heart is still a little embarrassed. Scratched his head and said, this looks weird to wear. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhou Qiang himself is a little bit do not recognize themselves, but also a little embarrassed. In fact, it is indeed fulfilled so a sentence. Birds and guns for cannons. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. It is so one thing. Zhou Qiang originally tall, and then the features are very distinct, which is handsome, and then got the inheritance of the double-stream medical fairy. His temperament has changed a lot. Temperament this kind of thing a lot of are born. Our bones bring a kind of breath. As the so-called natural beauty, said is probably so one thing. There are also cultivated. Zhou Qiang so a native of the countryside child. To say that the temperament originally is certainly not. But after he got the Shuangliu medical fairy inheritance, the whole person's temperament has changed a lot. Look back full of a very unique flavor. That is a very unique temperament. Let a person look at all feel very comfortable. Before with a broken straw hat and then wearing liberation shoes. The temperament was covered up. This time to change into western pants. Wear a shirt. Even have a kind of urban white collar feeling. Let a person look at a relaxed and happy. Sure enough it is handsome. Not bad. This next will be the village. You can go tease Suehua. Sis, don't joke with me. Zhou Qiang was very embarrassed. Suehua in Shuangliu village used to be known as the village flower. That was very impressive. It was only after Suli came that Suehua's sharpness was covered up. Suli and helped Zhou Qiang choose a few sets. Suli choose clothes of the ability or quite can. This vision unique, with is also quite good. Even those shoppers see our heart admiration. Zhou Qiang was tossed for more than an hour. Bought a full 6 sets. In fact, this is also Suli found Zhou Qiang this goods is simply a natural model figure. Which were what are good. So this came to a set and a set. Do not know the people thought he was a large sum of money. Zhou Qiang is his little white boy. Yo. This is not Suli? Oops, really rare. Just at this time, a woman walked over. And upon seeing this woman, Zhou Qiang twitched. because this woman's modeling looks really a bit let a person feel incredible awe. Zhou Qiang also do not know this woman. This kind of modeling in the internet has a very windy name called kill mattress. This woman's hair dyed 7 colors, like a rainbow broom general, and then again with electric shock. So the hair looks like with rolled up like a poodle. This is not what. The main thing is that his eyeshadow painting is very heavy. That is almost a panda general. And then lipstick is the kind of like black. This Zhou Qiang also thought that he was poisoned. As for wearing, this is even more tinkling. Anyway, Zhou Qiang think he were all than their own village beggars are more personalized. Wow, there are still women who look so ugly. It's even uglier than our village's Kai Fresh. Kai Fresh is a woman in Shuangliu village whose brain is not quite normal. This woman is known as the first ugly in Shuangliu village. Her face is full of freckles, her eyebrows are still naturally white, and most of all her hair, surprisingly, is the same as Piggyback's hairstyle. So Kai Fresh is notorious in Shuangliu village. Put. At this time Suli suddenly couldn't help but laugh out. What are you talking about? Say it louder. This woman obviously didn't hear what Zhou Qiang said. Of course, even if he did, he probably thought that Zhou Qiang was talking about someone else because he thought he was the most beautiful woman in the world. Suli, you didn't catch my brother here. Now you've come to catch this little white boy. Sun Miling, watch what you say. Don't get it wrong. It's me who kicked your brother, not your brother who doesn't want me. Suli's eyebrow raised. Her face rose up a wave of anger. This woman that is able to drive a tractor to the big bull's leg crushed 5 or 6 times, so easily provoke her. This is really looking for death. Zhou Qiang did not dare to easily provoke this woman. Sure enough, this Sun Miling seems to be a little afraid of Suli. Immediately abashed, skimming his mouth, did not say anything. Just at this time a man and a woman holding hands walked over. Miling, what are you doing? As the man walked over, Zhou Qiang could sense that he was a practicing man, and seemed to be quite powerful. The man looked taller than Zhou Qiang, who wasn't a very tall man by his count, but wasn't short either, and the man looked like he was at least about 1 meter 8, and also looks very handsome. Waist-hanging car keys. Zhou Qiang although do not understand the car, but see that car keys no should be quite valuable. Hand holding a briefcase, looks like it is still very capable. Look, when the man at the time of seeing Suli, there seems to be a slight embarrassment, and Sun Miling saw his brother came over. Suddenly arrogant flames came up again, deliberately rubbing the woman next to his brother and said, "Sister-in-law, this woman is the one I told you that has no education and was withdrawn from marriage by my brother." Sun Miling words have not finished. Feel a hot pain in the face. Suli is not a good to mess with the Lord. He just wanted to hit Sun Miling. This woman does not know good. Then he does not mind letting him know what is called cheap mouthos to clean up. This slap in the past. Sun Miling's entire body is blinded. Hysterical roar. I'll fight you. He was relying on the fact that his brother was here, so he dared to be so flamboyant. So he directly rushed at Suli. Suli was about to kick him out, but he was stopped by that man. The man looks like to persuade the fight, but only stopped Suli, did not stop Sun Miling's intention. So Suli in a very short time out of the mouth of the shirt was directly torn down. Suli originally belongs to the kind of peaks high. This is almost spring light, and this Sun Miling is very despicable, but also to grab his underwear. Zhou Qiang is also angry, directly raised his foot and kicked Sun Miling's brother's buttocks. Sun Miling's brother immediately felt his buttocks were hit by a sedan in general. The whole person flew out, and smashed in the garbage can with a rumble. And Suli that moment is also an instant counterattack. Hands left and right open bow. About to hear the sound of firecrackers in general constantly ringing. That instant Sun Miling head is like a rattle drum in general constantly shaking. Chapter 22. Who kicked me just now? Finally Suli kicked him in the stomach, kicking Sun Miling backwards a few times before stopping. Damn, you looking for death, right? Suli at the moment has not closed the meaning. Grabbed a stool is going to go over the Sun Miling to bury the feeling of going. Zhou Qiang hastily pulled him, said, almost on the line, do not get killed. Zhou Qiang knows Suli this woman launched ruthless. Men are afraid of him. When he was a girl into the village, how many men want to molest her? But then pay the price is undoubtedly the most tragic. The village will not have any male as his opponent. Zhou Qiang was not also kicked to death by him, and Danielle was almost disabled for life. So Zhou Qiang knew that if he did not pull her, he really dared to take the stool and smash down. Zhou Qiang pulled. Suli only stopped at this moment to see the people that is abound, or many people are good fun, like to see the lively. Just at this time, that was Zhou Qiang kicked into the garbage can of the man. A carp jumped up. Just now that handsome let people want to look at a few more eyes, but now it has been a woeful a little embarrassed. The big guys look at this goods, the more the heart is a burst of speechless, because in his head staring at an instant noodle box, that instant noodle soup water all along the forehead left down. That bastard just kicked me. If you have the guts, come out to me. Sun Shihao when have ever suffered this kind of nuisance. This time day the whole person is angry to the extreme. Really is completely did not think that he is so handsome a person was kicked into the trash can. Suli at this time only found this guy from the trash can climbed out. When saw his wretched scene, at once is also a little want to laugh. He remembered his Zhou Qiang did. Some surprise to look at Zhou Qiang. Heart this guy when so powerful. This guy before also by their own kick later suddenly have 2 times. Sun Jihao that is very powerful, which he naturally knows. Even Suli is not his opponent. So just now he was stopped by Sun Jihao. Even can not move. I kicked. Zhou Qiang said calmly. You're a big man. Dressed like this. Can't you act like a man? Your sister is going to take the initiative to beat up someone. If you want to persuade a fight you persuade a fight. You stop someone else who is a girl and let your sister beat up to her heart's content. You're good at it. Zhou Qiang finished when Sun Jihao suddenly faces a burst of green, a burst of white. He can feel the surrounding people are with a very contemptuous eyes looking at him. Suddenly is also annoyed very much. You hua, you dare to manage the things of the old man. I abolished, said the already infuriated Sun Jihao and rushed up at Zhou Qiang. You back off. Suli is still worried about Zhou Qiang cannot eat. Quickly step out. The two quickly fight, but Suli seems to be really not his opponent. Directly kicked back. Zhou Qiang quickly reached out his hand to catch Suli. When Suli's warm body hit in his arms, Zhou Qiang's heart is also a ripple. This is really a let a person confused. The mood is even more cool. And Suli because before the clothes were torn, that chest white flowers of a piece of this moment was Zhou Qiang all eyes. Zhou Qiang looked at all almost animalistic. Cough cough. Man fight. Woman side cut. Zhou Qiang said and let go of Suli, then took a step forward. At this time already furious Sun Jihao rushed over. A flying kick rushed Zhou Qiang's head and flew over. Sun Jihao is sure that this foot can make Zhou Qiang on the ground foaming at the mouth. However, just as he expected, his own kick on Zhou Qiang to step on the ground to find teeth, suddenly change abruptly appeared. Because in that instant Zhou Qiang suddenly stretched out his hand. His hands instantly stretched out. When his hands stretched out, directly clasped his ankle. Sun Jihao's heart was also shocked. He felt his feet, as if they were tightly clamped by iron hoops. He wanted to struggle, but there was no way to struggle away. Zhou Qiang rotated his body, and then used the centrifugal force to throw Sun Jihao out. Sun Jihao, who had received the inheritance of the Shuangliu medical immortal, would actually be very powerful, and nowadays, his strength was in the realm of martial artists. That was known as an innate stage expert. The strength was naturally very raw. Sun Jihao's flying leg looked very powerful and handsome, but the power of the flying leg was actually not as powerful as it was thought to be, and as he kicked over with a flying leg, he was caught by Zhou Qiang's hand. Shuangliu medical immortal's memory inheritance 6 sides. There is a kind of kung fu named Thousand Changes insect catching hand. This should be used to catch bugs. Zhou Qiang also do not know whether it works or not, before going to familiarize himself with a little. Now found that the effect of this Thousand Changes grasping bug hand is really can instantly buckle the other party's ankle, and then thrown out. When Sun Jihao was thrown out, the body of the sky landed on the ground. Even the body can't even stabilize the body. Directly as Tang Tang withdrew backward more than a dozen steps, and finally sat on the ground with the buttocks, and then the body rolled backward out. Sun Jihao even rolled on the ground twice before stabilizing his body. That moment of embarrassment all made him want to headbutt to death. Sun Jihao never dreamed that he was so powerful a person. In front of this guy even a little use. I go. This guy ate what so powerful. Suli that moment eyes almost fell out. Sun Jihao is not a general expert. Their own are not his opponent. Zhou Qiang a mud-legged man even if it is a little strength cannot be so powerful. I don't know Zhou Qiang is using the double stream medical immortal's Thousand Changes to catch insect's hand. He just used the crane control to catch the dragon. This move he actually used is not very skillful. Probably means to borrow the power to beat the power. Sun Jihao smashed on the ground at this time. The whole person is wretched to the extreme. Sun Jihao just took a moment to actually fall down. He actually felt that there is no way to stand up. Kid, when did it become so powerful? Suli did not care at all whether Sun Jihao would fall to his death, but looked at Zhou Qiang with great interest. Did this guy let himself go before? When he kicked him off? Ahem. There are many wild boars in the village, and you learn by fighting more wild boars. Zhou Qiang laughingly said a sentence later. Suli smiled as flamboyant. This woman seems to be very happy, and this time the most unacceptable in fact is Sun Jihao. At this moment he is like a dead dog generally fell to the ground. The body is all the soup of instant noodles. Chapter 23 Disgraceful. Being thrown out in front of so many people with a kick, he was already disgraced. Sun Jihao had always felt that he belonged to the kind of people who had a lot of face, and had thought of kicking Zhou Qiang with his flying leg. But what he did not expect is that in the end the real disgrace is actually not Zhou Qiang, but his own. Now he felt his feet a burst of numbness, but also could not stand up. Beaten. Killed someone. Don't go, I'm calling the police. Sun Jihao's that girlfriend said super shamelessly. Zhou Hao was also speechless. Really have not seen such shameless. It was Sun Jihao who made the first move, but he was so good as to blame it on his own head. Su Li gave this woman a glance, then said, "If you want your disgraceful hypocrite to lose a little face, you call the police. Let's go." Su Li's very pugnacious sentence completely made him not even know what to say. In fact, he was right. This thing was originally Sun Jihao's hands. Even if it is to be arrested is also arrested together. Sun Jihao block head so big, beat others that is what he said. So the shame is also his own shame. Really this woman wants to call the police, but was prevented. He is really embarrassed to call the police. This alarm is in their own find uncomfortable. He actually wanted to call the police, but he also did it himself. This kind of thing alarm is also looking for uncomfortable just, so it is better not to call the police. But he also deeply remembered Zhou Qiang's appearance. The heart hate itchy teeth. Sisterly, he won't really call the police. Zhou Qiang was actually still a little worried that they would really call the police. He didn't want to be caught in. That would just be too unprofitable. Oh, he didn't have the face to call the police. Besides, both sides of this matter are at fault. Calling the police is looking for uncomfortable. What are you afraid of? Su Li is very confident said. But your kid is really powerful. The means of combating people is endless. And when is so powerful? You were pretending before. Su Li is also curious about when Zhou Qiang became so powerful. Before Zhou Qiang gave him the feeling seems to be not so powerful. How suddenly all of a sudden at once so powerful? Blindly fight. Is not there that sentence called again good boxing and kicking kung fu was also afraid of the king's fists? Not bad. Your words are still quite reasonable. Today did a good job. This guy by you clean up quite can. Su Li said happily. He had changed his opinion of Zhou Qiang quite a bit. This guy's strength was still very good. At least a little beyond his expectations. Sisterly, then who is that person? Look at him so fierce. Zhou Qiang was also curious in his heart. For these people today, he was actually very impressed. Those few people actually did things quite excessively today. At least Zhou Qiang felt that they were a little too despicable. Just a hypocrite. Su Li said very plainly. He seemed to be not too keen on mentioning this person. Zhou Qiang let out an "oh," then said, "That's good. In fact, that man is physically sick." Sick? How so? Looking at Zhou Qiang, Su Li was also curious in her heart. It should be that kind of that legendary philandering disease. No way. You didn't see it wrong. Looking at Zhou Qiang, that moment Su Li was also twitching a bit. Well, really did not expect this woman to have the disease of flower willow. This is really a for the monarch. It won't look wrong. He has actually been more serious. If continue to allow this disease to spread, by then to treat it will have to be cut. Zhou Qiang said a sentence. Su Li was also a twitch. This is really not expected. This hypocrite is actually have a philodendron disease. It is really interesting. Can this disease be cured? It is definitely possible now, but in a while it will have to be surgically cut. In fact, this disease is very difficult to treat. Zhou Qiang based on the memories of the Shuangliu medical immortal. He knew that to treat this disease, the difficulty was not too great, but after a while it would be almost terminal, and if he wanted to treat it he would have to cut it away. Ha ha. I'm waiting for the day when this and a hypocrite is cut up. What a retribution. Su Li was very excited to say. In fact, Su Li and Sun Jihao that there is a great grudge between the feud, and even Su Li will leave the big city, went to the village of Shuangliu are also because of this reason. It turned out that the Su family and the Sun family were originally family friends. Two big families' relationship is considered very good. This kind of big families will be on a strong combination. This is a very normal thing. So the Su family and the Sun family that time let them meet. Su Li's impression of Sun Jihao cannot be said to be bad. Anyway, Sun Jihao at least is also a handsome one. And the same with him the more he has learned kung fu. The strength is still relatively strong. So Su Li that time is like this man. The two were almost engaged. But on the eve of the engagement, Su Li found Sun Jihao has a lot of women. And there is a good to get pregnant. Su Li this kind of person naturally will not allow this kind of thing. On the spot on the table. And Sun Jihao also made an explanation for this. Said that it was all the previous things. Su Li's parents in order to facilitate a good thing between them. Or very much hope that their daughter and Sun Jihao together. In their view, this and how much it matters. In the family of the luxury family, this is all very normal. Su Li is very angry. He does not want to become a victim of the family. Because of this reason, he is very angry. Even a burst of anger. Because of this reason, Su Li fell out with his parents. In a fit of anger, directly left the home, came to Shuangliu village. Let Su Li did not expect is actually in this small county met hypocrites. Would have met also even if, did not think that his sister that kill Matt also to come to humiliate themselves. This is to let Su Li anger. Su Li under the anger will be directly under the beating of them half dead. In Su Li's opinion, This guy will get that kind of disease that is also retribution. Who let him make such a bloody thing out of it? This is all he asked for. He is now very curious about this guy when the time comes to the encounter. Zhou Qiang, this guy's medical skill is still very can. Before he can will be that kind of disease treatment. So he is still very believe that Zhou Qiang said is true. Will this guy really become a eunuch when the time comes? It's actually quite normal for him to turn into a eunuch if he's not treated in time, Zhou Qiang said softly as he laughed out loud. The mood was truly too good. This is called retribution. I really hope that this day will come sooner. I really want to see this hypocrite's retribution. The reason why Suli hated this man so much, apart from because he was a womanizer, the main reason was that he felt that this man was a scum, a man who was super without any sense of responsibility, yet he wanted to pretend to be a gentleman. Chapter 24, The Wrongdoer's Road. Because at first that pregnant woman was actually played with his feelings. Sun Jihao, this man, in order to be able to get rid of that woman, surprisingly, he spent money to let other people drive a car directly into it. And in the end, this woman was hit by the child is no longer, almost even life. This matter was not investigated later what? So Sun Jihao, this kind of hypocrite, is actually very contemptuous. In his view, this kind of man is simply a garbage. A worse than the thing. Their parents but said what, how such a good man you do not marry, you want to marry, who is it? You want to marry the gods. Suli is originally a strong woman, and angry directly ran to the village of Shuangliu, this most remote place, because came here, even the phone can become scrapped, truly out of sight, out of mind. But today after hearing Zhou Qiang said that Sun Jihao is likely to become a eunuch in the future, this thing makes him in a very happy mood. This kind of man God should have long ago to properly clean up a little bit of him. Otherwise it is to continue to be in the mutilation of others. Let's go. Today sis is in a good mood. Let's go shopping. Packed up this hypocrite scum a meal. Suli mood can be described as very beautiful. When the two people came to the electrical city, Zhou Qiang saw the electrical city of the dazzling array of electrical appliances. That moment they heart is also a burst of surprise. After all, the number of electrical appliances over here was indeed a bit much. It was the first time for Zhou Qiang to come to this kind of place. He wouldn't have wanted to come to the electrical appliance city before without any money. Suli began to help Zhou Qiang shop for electrical appliances. And first of all, he shopped for a refrigerator. Finally married you. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qiang looked at the refrigerator, that feeling, like seeing a yellow flower girl general. Let Suli a burst of embarrassment. Heart, this guy is not like electrical appliances. Do not like beautiful women. This see electrical appliances are stars in the eyes. It is too excited. An afternoon. Zhou Qiang and Suli are in the electrical city to buy things. His tricycle is still relatively large. So many electrical appliances can be loaded into. As long as the electrical appliances Zhou Qiang is to buy some, and eventually a tricycle are filled. I say, big brother, you buy so much I will sit on top of the refrigerator later. The tricycle is already stuffed, already not a little gap. Suli is very helpless, said. He has not sat in it. Is this guy is ready to let himself sit on top of the refrigerator? Why don't you drive and I'll sit on top of the refrigerator? Zhou Qiang said with some embarrassment. That's more like it. I'm wearing this to do above the refrigerator. I'll be naked. Suli said in a very incomparable way. Zhou Qiang immediately thought about it, and only at this time did he remember that Suli was wearing a pleated skirt, which would indeed appear to be a case of going bare, because it was already late, so going back at night was impossible. Shuangliu village, that mountain road is rugged. This in case of a fall, the two people can be corpses and bones. Zhou Qiang drove the car, reached a restaurant to eat. Today a day added up to spend several million. Suli buy things will not buy poor, or let Zhou Qiang buy the kind of brand high-end. If the previous Zhou Qiang is certainly cannot afford, but now earn a little money. In fact, it does not matter. People in the case of earning money, in fact, will not care about these things. After arriving at the right place, Zhou Qiang, the quasi-foodie, took the menu and prepared to order more than 30 dishes. He now felt that he was particularly able to eat, and he even wondered if he would be able to eat himself out of poverty. Zhou Qiang held a pen and kept sketching on the menu. Just then 6 or 7 people walked in. Waiter, is there still a large table? There are more of us. I'm sorry sir, people are already full. Why don't you wait? That table should be almost full. The waiter said with some embarrassment. What about that table? 2 people take up a table. Let them go eat on the side. We'll add money. The man looked like he wasn't bad with money. Really dejected. That I'll go ask for you guys. This waiter also felt that Zhou Qiang and the two of them had asked for a large table, which was too much of a waste. When he came over, he said softly, Sir, I'm sorry, can you guys eat over there? Why should we eat over there? Suli, this tough woman, directly glared at this man. He is the most upset when he eats. Don't let himself change position. He has already eat countermeasures. Those tableware are taken out with boiling water disinfection. Of course the most important thing is that he did this position just right to the air conditioning. This blazing hot weather is really hot and dry, blowing against the air conditioning. He is not willing to get up, and the test corner of a double seat position is not air conditioned. He did not want to change position. That seat is too small. No change. Zhou Qiang took a pen and continued to sketch on the menu, then said, "Understood. Would you like some drinks? Some chilled watermelon juice and some sour plum soup and a chilled cola." Zhou Qiang was constantly sketching on it. The waiter on the side looked at the menu that was basically filled with sketches, and was also twitching, thinking that this sketched is a yes or no. "Well, just these. First get the juice up. Move neatly. Remember to be chilled, preferably with ice." Zhou Qiang, a mouth eager to be able to drink in the summer, can drink with ice. Today is finally can be rustic once. The mood is also incomparable excitement. Then you guys wait a moment. This waiter hurriedly took the list and went down. He now finally understands why Zhou Qiang said the table is small. This is indeed laughing a little. The two of them ordered more than 40 colored. Basically the menu above the dishes are all point light. That kind of small table can be put down only strange. "Hey, what to say? Why don't they go away?" This time the man said with some impatience. "This big summer, people are easy to be restless." This man is also restless now. "I'm sorry, sir, they don't agree." This waitress didn't explain much. After saying a sentence, he went directly to place the order. Thinking that you 6 or 7 people can order up to 10 dishes are not bad. The two of them ordered more than 40 dishes. This is naturally to help them. "Forget it, Shihao, why don't we change the place?" "It's fine." This time a woman said softly. "It's okay, I still don't believe it. Who is so not giving me face?" Thinking about this thing, is really upset in the heart of the very Sun Shihao mood today was not happy. So this time he must go to take a good look at this as who do not give themselves face. Today he is ready to use their own money to smash the death of these people. Money, this thing is a good thing. He once played many times. One see money eyes are narrowed into a slit. Chapter 25 Crash. "Who is this? You two want such a big table," Sun Shihao said as he slammed 10,000 RMB out. This guy was quite narcissistic. In his opinion not many people would resist the temptation of this kind of money. But just as he threw the money out, he suddenly realized that these two people, one is Zhou Qiang, one is Su Li. That moment was also embarrassed. This time he realized how embarrassed he was. Because they looked at this guy with the same kind of eyes. "Are you brain fell bad? Cough cough." When he looked at Su Li, his face a burst of green, a burst of purple. He did not think that he would be so humiliated. That instant face are ugly. He really did not think that they will be here. This is really a wrongdoer. "Manager, tell your manager to get the hell out of here." At this time Sun Jihao let out a roar. This face, if he didn't give it back, he felt that he didn't even need to be called Sun Jihao. "Didn't stay away from me. A person with syphilis don't yell in this public place." Su Li was really a tough woman. When this was said, Zhou Qiang snorted and spat out a mouthful of plain water. He knew that Su Li, this woman, was never invincible. For example, he could tell himself the first time to let himself get aphrodisiacs to sell, but he did not expect this guy to say in this kind of public occasion that Sun Jihao has syphilis. Sure enough, Sun Jihao had lost his face in that instant and was trembling with anger. "You, don't think that you are a woman. I don't dare to hit you. You don't punch me to talk. Infected me, you eat sin up. Waiter, what's the matter with you guys?" This kind of got infectious disease people also in this kind of place shouting. You shut up." Sun Jihao angry then pounced up, but was Zhou Qiang kicked back. Sun Jihao good really afraid of Zhou Qiang. This guy's strength that is quite impressive. "Don't you mess around. He's not wrong. You already had the philodendron disease. This is indeed contagious." Zhou Qiang didn't know if Sun Jihao really didn't know or pretended not to know. His flower willow disease had already reached its cycle. This kind of disease shouldn't come to eat in this kind of public place. This would be contagious to others. "You guys, you deserve to die." Sun Jihao at this time could feel many people around him looking at him with strange gazes. Indeed, the flower willow disease that is a kind of will be infected through saliva. "You also don't be so agitated. You are not philodendron disease. You know very well yourself. You put your own shirt. You have herpes on your body already. Right, this kind of philodendron disease in the middle stage of a symptom. This is supposed to be contagious. We didn't say it wrong," Zhou Qiang said with some anger. And this time those close to watch the people watching one by one are subconsciously cover their noses as if they saw the plague general constantly backward. And Sun Jihao's that girlfriend's face is also pale to the extreme. Because he remembers in his body especially that important part is indeed herpes. Heard Zhou Qiang said. That instant they heart is also a burst of surprise. At this moment Sun Jihao indiscriminately has long been a piece of blue and a piece of purple. In fact, he has suspected that he may have got that kind of shameful disease, but at this time he realized that this inside the original and this inside is such a thing. Zhou Qiang just suspected that he has got this kind of disease, but also dare not really go to the hospital. because he was afraid that he really got this kind of disease. In that case, he saw a successful person is not to be difficult to hear the extreme, so he always thought that he just had some eczema. So he also bought some ointment to apply secretly, but he didn't realize that he was suffering from this tragic disease. Now hearing what Zhou Qiang said, he was also afraid in his heart. His face has become a little difficult, because when Zhou Qiang set out that he has this kind of disease he was really afraid. This kind of disease himself is not a lifetime is ruined. Sun Jihao face pale, almost ashamed to leave. He really is a little bit do not know how to face this disease. Who all know that this disease is not complicated if in fact can be cured, but if to the middle and late stage in fact is very difficult to cure. When the guy left, in fact, they were all a little surprised. Suli said softly, I will not do a little too much it. It's okay. Actually, one thing is certain. This guy may be aware that he has a problem, but yet he is still able to be so. Zhou Qiang did not continue. Listening to what Zhou Qiang said, Suli actually knew what he was trying to express. Did not say reasonable. In fact, I also think it is indeed so. This guy clearly know his disease, but still want to come to this kind of public occasions. This kind of disease is indeed contagious. Right. Flower willow disease is indeed contagious. I guess that girlfriend of his is also contagious, but it's not serious. It can still be treated. Sun Jihao is very difficult. This kind of person is retribution. Suli said with contempt. Regardless of them, let's eat. Zhou Qiang said with a smile. Generally speaking, those who get this kind of disease, to put it bluntly, are seeking flowers and their own indiscretions lead to it. And Zhou Qiang would not sympathize with people like Sun Jihao. After Sun Jihao left, he felt that the sky had collapsed. He had felt that he was almost broken at that time, because after knowing that he is sick, his family girlfriend are directly to get rid of the relationship with him, will be all his things are thrown out, and want him to easily hospital to see, but has reached the middle and late stage. In fact, want a cure is almost impossible to do, so he is also very helpless. When he arrived at the hospital after checking, see the body report card, the whole person is almost to collapse, because it is indeed this kind of disease. Doctor, can I be good? This kind of disease if the early stage to treat or can be treated, but now it is already in the middle and late stage is very difficult to treat. You have missed the best time. Sun Jihao's whole body was almost fainting. He suddenly thought of Zhou Qiang. Since Zhou Qiang could see his disease, was this person able to treat him? Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran out. He had to go to Zhou Qiang. Now Zhou Qiang was his lifesaver. At this moment Zhou Qiang and Su Lilio to a hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, very coincidentally there was only the last room. There is no room. No, I'm afraid there is no room in this neighborhood tonight, the waiter said with some embarrassment. Why? Zhou Qiang was curious, thinking to himself that this town was really strange. Don't people sleep in their own homes? Why do they have to run outside to sleep, and spend so much money? The innocent Zhou Qiang really doesn't understand. Chapter 26 100 Years in the Same Boat. Su Li rolled his eyes, looking at this cargo. He now knew that this guy really didn't understand. Juniper today is Valentine's Day. Su Li, this woman's nerves have always been big. He only remembered at this time that today is actually the Tanabata festival. No wonder the hotel is so busy. Valentine's Day. What is Valentine's Day? Sure enough, a big nerves meet a straight man, is also hopeless. Today is Tanabata. Don't you know? Tanabata? Isn't it the festival of worshipping the old lady? What does it have to do with Valentine's Day? Put. Su Li sprayed out a mouthful of iced cola, thinking I've convinced you. In fact, in the countryside, it's true that they don't know what Valentine's Day is. Of course other villages may know. After all, it's now the age of the internet. But Shuangliu village is different. There was nothing in that place. Even the electricity is still only a few years ago. So it has nothing to do with the internet. They do not know what is Valentine's Day is also normal. And it is true that in the countryside there is the saying of worshipping Laonyang. Of course, so Laonyang is not the Laonyang at home. It is said to be the 7 fairies in the sky. In the village of Shuangliu many people have to worship the old lady of this custom. This is mainly for small children to worship, said to be able to bless small children smart and healthy, and to the age of 18 years old will not have to worship. And for good luck, to worship the old lady to use red wool to play 7 sections, with the neck, left hand and left foot. This custom in fact, in the city and even many rural areas have disappeared. But in Shuangliu village this custom is still very prevalent. By 12 o'clock this evening, Shuangliu village is very lively. In front of every house will set up a table for worship. On top of the table should be put all kinds of fruits, and all kinds of food, which is said to be provided to the 7 fairies to eat. When it comes to 12 o'clock, looking at the sky of the 7 stars of the White Dipper, and then devoutly worshipped, that 7 is called the 7 fairies. This is the Tanabata in the eyes of Zhou Qiang. In his memory, Tanabata is to worship the old lady. With what Valentine's Day has something to do? Big brother, Today is the day when people's cowherd and weaving maidens meet, so it's called Valentine's Day? What to worship the old lady ah? Although Suli knows that Shuangliu village does have this custom, but the heart also admires this guy's nerve. In the end, because there is really no extra room, the two people can only make do. Sleep in a room. The room is only a bed. The room is not bad. Zhou Qiang has not lived in this kind of room, can go to the toilet in the house. To see a good rarity. This bastard even studied in the bathroom for half a day. No, I say you at least also work in the town for more than a year. How do you make like a stupid route into the city? Looking at Zhou Qiang, this goods in the squatting pit money studied half a day. Suli is also embarrassed if not he knows that Shuangliu village is really backward. He does not believe that the 21st century there are still so backward people. Me in the town is also in an out of the way place to help people digging and planting trees. Also have not seen Li's sister, this is the with? Can't you say it in a civilized way? Suli rolled his eyes. This time he turned on the TV, and then turned his cell phone on. The sound of all kinds of information constantly ringing in the phone. Suli took a look. All deleted, and then directly shut down. Zhou Qiang studied half a day in the bathroom. At that moment he had a feeling that such a toilet is really good. This kind of toilet is really a life enjoyment. Not like the toilet in Shuangliu village. The toilet was a pit, and then a few wooden boards rested on it. Especially in summer. It was really stinky. Especially in summer. Look at a glance cannot eat, because it is densely populated with maggots. The night to go to the toilet. Have to bring a fan, because not with a fan, buttocks can be swollen. Too many mosquitoes. Hey, said the toilet. This modification of the payroll did not modify it. Change of this. Honestly, double stream village on the toilet is my most tormented thing. Suli was originally a person with a cleanliness fetish. Every time he went to the toilet he was courageous enough to go in. Can we get this in Shuangliu village too? Zhou Qiang is really envious. He just went to the toilet just now, and felt that he didn't want to get up. This can't smell any stench. There are no mosquitoes. How comfortable. And just now also incidentally took a cool shower. This is much more refreshing than carrying a bucket of water to wash in the village. Of course you can. This is actually not complicated. So turn around, we come back to the city. You help me room also out of this. Going to the toilet is too inconvenient. Suli thought of himself in Shuangliu village once again in the middle of the night diarrhea to go to the toilet. Because the toilet in the countryside are separated from the house. He came out in the middle of the night with a flashlight. The result of a poop flushed out. He was scared to be As a result, there was no need to go to the toilet, and he pooped out directly. Okay, but how to get water? This should be tap water. We don't have natural water there either. That thing is actually very simple. We'll have to buy something. I'll get it. Suli now feels that the people of Shuangliu village are really pitiful. These people are really too backward. They simply do not know what kind of development in the outside world. In fact, Zhou Qiang was considered to be someone who had been out a few times. Many people in Shuangliu village had never been out in their lives, and they still thought that all the people outside were still living as men farming and women weaving. Sister Li, you're so good. You cultural people are really good. Look at me, I don't understand anything. In the future I must let my sister study more. Zhou Qiang also felt that he was indeed insular. He hadn't actually been to the big city. He had known the town before. This was the first time he had come to the city, and it was indeed surprising to see the outside world. Hey, in fact, it's not that I read a lot. This is to blame on you guys that are a bit biased. Now is the age of the internet. In fact, it's not the same as in the past. In the past, there may be some people who know something that others don't know. But in this internet developed era, in fact, no one will know less than who knows what. Only you guys there can't even get into the phone line, let alone network coverage. Suli said softly, Shuangliu villages indeed belongs to the more remote. The village people are rarely out to work. The big guys are planting, because their concept or not planting will starve to death. That is the kind of family has 3 buckets of 2. Overnight not panic feeling. Plus, everyone in the village is less cultured and less capable, so they simply don't dare to go outside. On such a hot day, not taking a bath was definitely impossible. Suli glared at Zhou Qiang and said, I'm going to take a bath. No peeking, or I'll castrate you. Zhou Qiang was instantly in a bit of a cold sweat. Chapter 27 Mental Breakdown. When he thought of Dinyo's leg being pressed back and forth 6 times by this woman driving a tractor, Zhou Qiang felt his body tremble. I must not look. After Suli went in and turned on the faucet, Zhou Qiang constantly swallowed saliva. For Zhou Qiang, his age is the time when a man is most curious and excited about the opposite sex. Suli is a beautiful mess of the kind. The body is so good, absolutely is to meet all men on the woman's imagination. Especially Zhou Qiang, so a pure love of the first brother. That is actually more with the even point of mental collapse. Where can withstand this kind of beauty? Zhou Qiang this time constantly swallowing saliva. People he actually really want to go to see a glance, because this is the hotel. This kind of bathroom is deliberately designed so hazy, glass from the knee a bit is visible. The upper body although cannot see, but is vaguely able to see the outline. Listening to the sound of water painting inside, Zhou Qiang's strong desire to explore the female body made him squint and glance over. What met his eyes was a pair of almost perfect feet. Su Li's feet weren't big, her skin was white, and the leg just below the knee was visible. It was like it was carved out of jade. Zhou Qiang held his breath, feeling his body on fire, thinking in his mind that no wonder Daniel could be directly pressed to break his leg. This like to see a pair of feet has already made Zhou Qiang a little nosebleed impulse. Zhou Qiang slowly put his eyes upward to see. Above is not see, but between the haze is able to see the curve. Zhou Qiang heart that moment in his mind thought of this hazy thing if it can be peeled off on the good. Just when he thought so, suddenly felt a burning eyes. That instant Zhou Qiang did not find a breath in his eyes flow. The next moment in the depths of his eyes flooded with a golden light. The next moment Zhou Qiang saw the world in front of him suddenly changed. The hazy glass turned transparent, and then Su Li's perfect body appeared in front of him. When he saw Su Li's perfect body, in that instant Zhou Qiang felt his mouth dry and his body felt like it was being burned by fire. He had never really seen what a woman looked like when she wasn't wearing clothes, and in such a backward village like Shuangliu village. Even if he wanted to watch some island movies, it was impossible. Zhou Qiang at this time was exactly when a male was most curious about the female body. Suddenly Zhou Qiang felt some wetness on his nose, then subconsciously reached out and touched it, and then he was also incredibly embarrassed. The entire nose was unexpectedly filled with nosebleeds. Zhou Qiang then violently withdrew his own divine sense, then wiped it with a tissue. When he continued to look he couldn't see anything. Could it be an illusion? Zhou Qiang muttered in his heart, rubbed his eyes vigorously. Xingji that also felt a little impossible. Just now could it be that he was just hallucinating? It didn't feel quite like Zhou Qiang just saw so real. Are they all mirrors? Are fake? Su Li finally took a good bath. When he wrapped in a towel and came out, he saw that Zhou Qiang was throwing a few clumps of toilet paper into the garbage can. Subconsciously looked at the bastard, and thought to himself, this bastard doesn't have to be so dogged. You're shooting rockets. Su Li is definitely the cool girl. This woman is very invincible said. What do you mean? Zhou Qiang's old face was still a little red at this time. This was because of the thought that he had just seen Su Li naked. Although he didn't know whether that was because of hallucinations or because of what, but for the first time he had seen those humiliating parts, and now he was still blushing. No way. So innocent. Don't tell me you don't know what that means. Really don't know, Zhou Qiang said with a naive face. This bastard really doesn't know. In fact, Zhou Qiang is indeed a pure-hearted teenager. He has always been the kind of naive and honest person. In the past, his parents' body worried that he would not be able to marry a daughter-in-law, so he thought of giving Zhou Huanuan to himself as a child bride. Alright, forget I said it. That moment he would have a feeling that he was a female hooligan abducting someone, an innocent teenager. So when Zhou Qiang asked him what he meant with a curious look on his face, he was really embarrassed to be talking about it. It still felt a bit evil. Oh, Zhou Qiang muttered. Why would Su Li say that about herself? She was just having a nosebleed. Could it be that having a nosebleed is called hitting a rocket? Zhou Qiang was puzzled, poured a cup of plain water and drank it, then saw the condom sitting on the table and said curiously, Sister Zhou, what is this thing? Can you eat it? Cough cough. Gosh, how do I think you are crossing over? Looking at this goods. That moment people Su Li felt that his heart tolerance is definitely strong enough. This guy he's so many things don't recognize, but he soon also phased. As far as Shuangliu village so backward village, do not recognize the condom is also normal. Their side of the birth of a child are running to the ring. Simply will not spend money to buy this thing. Put it down. That thing is not for innocent beginners like you to play with. By the way, tonight I'll sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Give you a pillow. Oh, okay. Zhou Qiang did not think that he could share the bed with Su Li. He is very clear that he is a country boy who does not know anything. Su Li should belong to the kind of people who have seen the world. He is not able to see himself. Zhou Qiang took over the pillow. Just lie down in the corner. The guy felt that this hotel is really too clean. However, Su Li seems to be a little bit of a little cleanliness fetish in general, constantly organizing. Left after sitting on the bed to look at Zhou Qiang. Hey, what are your plans for the future? Staying in the village for the rest of your life? Su Li still had a pretty good impression of Zhou Qiang now. He was different from some men in the village. Although this guy was also very curious about women, he was able to abide by reason. Of course, if Su Li knew that this guy had studied his whole body, she might have pressed Zhou Qiang to the ground and beat him up. Zhou Qiang now in his mind constantly floating out of the picture he saw before. Heart in the end is a hallucination or really it. The woman body is like that. I am going to open a medical center in the village. I don't have much skill either. I don't even know if I can survive. Zhou Qiang softly said a game. came out to see the life of the city. Zhou Qiang felt that he could not adapt to this kind of life at all. Also do not know anything, go out to the estimate that even the rice cannot earn to eat. Chapter 28 Rhyme. Zhou Qiang didn't know medicine before naturally, but now that he knew medicine, he should still be able to take care of his family as a country doctor in the village, because he remembered that Ma Lianchen relied on this to make money, and his medical skills weren't as good as his own. Your medical skills, forget it, it is actually quite good in Xuanliu village. What he wanted to say was that your medical skills are very good, but your culture is too low and you don't have a doctor's certificate. Going out to open a clinic is obviously not suitable. Sleep, he said, and turned off the light. Zhou Qiang slept in the corner. The light of the street lamp outside was somewhat refracted in. Hazy, Zhou Qiang felt a burst of fiery burning in his belly. Zhou Qiang is also feel strange. That kind of primitive desire in fact, he still does not understand how it is. Just feel the whole person incomparable excitement, but also very want to be close to Su Li. Zhou Qiang also do not know how he fell asleep. Anyway, almost tormented all night. After that meeting he vaguely know a little, that maybe those men in the village often say the taste of women. The next day when he woke up, Su Li has changed the clothes. Su Li today wears the kind of Korean version of the spring mesh embroidered dress. Skirt is not long, above the knee. A pair of long legs is like a beautiful jade carved out generally. When Zhou Qiang saw this scene, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was really too beautiful. Zhou Qiang had always felt that Su Li belonged to the type of person who was very good at matching. He wore clothes in a style that was like a woman in a big city, and wore them in a nice and flavorful way. Hey, is it that good looking? Su Li looked at this guy looking at himself. Are swallowing saliva. The heart is still a little proud. No female does not want others think he looks good. For a woman to be able to show this kind of lingering expression when she sees a man, it shows that she is good looking enough. Only then did Zhou Qiang avert his eyes and snorted with some embarrassment, because the tricycle is already loaded with goods, so Su Li can only sit with Zhou Qiang, smelling Su Li's body of the faint fragrance of the daughter, and then look at his long legs that are warm and moist like jade. That moment directly indisputable spray be blood. Zhou Qiang hastily took out a tissue to wipe. This is a big disgrace. Su Li looked at him and was angry and funny. I really do not know what to say about this guy. Where are you looking? Look at the car. Su Li's pretty face is also red for a moment. He did not expect Zhou Qiang to see himself will nosebleed. In fact, Zhou Qiang will nosebleed, because he associated with last night. Look at the photos. That kind of picture let him this life cannot forget. I'll be careful. Zhou Qiang's old face was red. He really felt a little embarrassed. Who could have thought that this matter would be like this? Zhou Qiang felt that he had already lost his temper several times in front of Su Li. This was really a bit embarrassing. He was a bit embarrassed himself. The face is hot. No longer dare to look at Su Li. Eyes tightly staring at the road in front. Su Li see piece of Zhou Qiang this way, cannot help but snort a laugh out. In fact, these days like this man is really fast extinction. These days elementary school students are estimated to know what is called male love. Zhou Qiang is surprisingly ignorant. You are now rich. The village should be a lot of people start wanting to introduce their daughters to you. Do you have a fancy? Su Li asked curiously. Not for now, Zhou Qiang said softly. He understood very well that those Amazons in the village who said that they wanted to marry their daughters to themselves. To put it bluntly, they didn't fancy themselves as a person, but rather they fancy that they were now rich. So Zhou Qiang now really did not think about marrying a wife. At least he did not want to now. Not to say looking for any true love, but at least to be able to find one is really like himself. After more than 5 hours of bumps, Zhou Qiang they in the afternoon more than 3 o'clock to the village, during which Su Li fell asleep a few times, and then leaned on Zhou Qiang's body fell asleep a few times. Zhou Qiang was so tormented that he didn't even dare to move so that his arms were numb by the time he arrived home. The people of Xuangliu village saw Zhou Qiang buy such a big car of electrical appliances back. Almost the whole village came over to see. Xuangliu village. Some people at home to buy a TV, but are big-ass kind of black and white TVs. So Zhou Qiang this time to buy so many electrical appliances back. This is to make them all feel curious. One by one, they all came over to see. Brother, is this a refrigerator? When seeing the double opening refrigerator door, Zhou Huanhuan was so happy that he didn't even know what to say. In this big summer, if there was a refrigerator it was just too precious. Because the village in order to feel the chilled watermelon, are the watermelon in the sack, and then put a stone inside. The watermelon will sink directly to the bottom of the well to go. After a few hours and then salvaged up to become a chilled watermelon. A lot of people in the village have said Zhou Qiang is a promising person. People are so snobbish, but also so realistic. Before Zhou Qiang in the village everyone said he is the most unproductive. Said that he will marry his sister in addition to the future must not marry a wife. I did not expect now all of a sudden became the village's most promising, which has really let a person feel some sigh of relief. Zhou Qiang added so many appliances to the home. the refrigerator that is stuffed with things. Zhou Qiang is still very generous. Take the kind of drink bottle ice, a lot of sugar ice water, and then give those small children to eat. In fact, this thing is not worth it, but the children like to eat. Sisterly, this time is really thank you. Come, I toast you a cup. Suli helped so much this time. Naturally, we should treat people Suli to have a meal at home. At this moment, the family is drinking ice-cold cola. That is really feeling twice as good. Ahem, that thing you said? Suli dry coughed twice, then said, oh, look at me, this memory. That dadly sister, one person living in the village head is too dangerous. Just as we repair hair house, when the time to build the previous firewood room to come, at that time I sleep in the firewood room. My room to Li's sister to live it. Zhou Qiang said softly. Suli live in our house. Su Taijun looked at Suli and said with a stunned face, thinking, am I hearing it wrong? He is not a permanent resident. Li will go back sooner or later. It's just that he is not used to living alone. Good. Then I'll let the stonemason change it tomorrow. Su Taijun didn't say much. He didn't have much of an impression of Suli. He just knew that this woman seemed to know kung fu, and that many people in the village had been beaten by him, and that it didn't matter if his own son said that he wanted him to live in the house, but he was just afraid of holding up someone else's girl's reputation. But Zhou Qiang said he was only staying temporarily, so he didn't say anything. Chapter 29. Get rich. Zhou Qiang. Want you or not this time to go to my home, squeeze? If you want to remodel the bathroom, I'm afraid it will be very dusty. Chicks live in, certainly not. Suli is now ready to properly remodel Zhou Qiang's home. Anyway, this guy now also has money, and he also knows that Zhou Qiang did medicine later can be completely rich. Suli also will not give Zhou Qiang to save money, since to remodel, he is ready to remodel a little better. Will that be inconvenient? What's inconvenient? Let me tell you. It's normal for strange men and women to live under the same roof in the city. Suli explained. He never cared about these have-nots. He was now suddenly very interested in properly remodeling Zhou Qiang's home. What Suli had studied was originally design, and he was going to live here for a while himself, so he was ready to give it a good makeover. It makes sense. Now it's all dusty and noisy. Then Miss Su is bothering you. Zheng Guifang said softly. Oh, Auntie, don't be so polite. When it comes to it, I'm the one who's bothering you guys. When it comes to moving, fortunately Zhou Qiang's house doesn't have much. In addition to these electrical appliances bought today, is a few broken beds. Before too poor, our poor family by that kind. The next day in Shuangliu village those 8 women began to whisper. Anyway, said Suli indiscretions. Suli also lazy to take care of them. He has never been a person of my own way, let alone with such a group of irrelevant. He has not put their words in the eyes. The next period of time, he began to help Zhou Qiang set up the house and drawings and change the route. Shuangliu village carpenters are some of the most basic carpenters and stonemasons do not understand, so he step-by-step guidance. When you need to buy materials, it is also Suli and Zhou Qiang who go to the town to buy them together, and those who don't know think that they are husband and wife. At the moment Zhou Qiang rode a tricycle, Suli sat on the side with a certain straw hat, and then seriously looked at the drawings. Zhou Qiang looked at Suli. There is an inexplicable feeling of happiness in his heart. Recently those people in the village rumored that he and Suli's rumors he naturally heard, saying that the two of them have been good, although Zhou Qiang explained, but they do not believe, and Zhou Qiang to the back will not explain, because he found that Suli never mind these. He asked Suli once. Suli said, the mouth is long on them, love to say whatever they want. Sisterly, how are you so good? You also know design? I originally studied design. It's not normal. Suli actually recently also found himself very happy when he first came to Shuangliu village. In fact, just to avoid the family's own marriage arrangements, as a child of a large family, he has a lot of things are helpless, but also he did not have the choice. Even if he didn't choose Sun Jihao, his parents would have just arranged other, better men for him. That's how marriages in big families work, and Suli didn't want to be arranged by the family. His character had never been strong and I do what I want, so being a born rebel, he ran away to Shuangliu village. A hole of a place. When he first came here, he didn't fit in with the people here, but living with Zhou Qiang's family during this period of time, he would surprisingly have a very happy feeling. Zhou Qiang's parents were both of the very simple kind of people, and Zhou Qiang's father looked optimistic and giggly every day. Although Zhou Qiang now earns money, but he is still busy every day in the sky and the ground, repairing the house to help also go to help. Zhou Qiang's mother is the kind of very virtuous woman, although the feet cannot walk, but is handy, cooking is very good. Will do a lot of needlework. As for Zhou Huanhuan, a very understanding little girl, study very hard, and polite. Sometimes he encountered do not know the problem will also come to ask themselves, are very polite. It is such a simple family. Simple for him to envy. Simple for him to feel in the end for what? Suli's family is very rich, but there is no taste of home. He felt the most at home is the sound of his parents' quarrel, and the sound of his brother playing games. The family would seldom sit down to eat together and talk together, and the family is very complicated. Their mother is very concerned about the mother's family. The father is concerned about the grandparents' side. The mother's side of some relatives to see their own family good red eyes. The father's side of those cousins, their own cousins, are also trying to find ways to sabotage from their own home. Many times Suli will feel living in that kind of family is really very meaningless. The whole family is filled with that kind of indifference. So when building a house with Zhou Qiang, he actually felt a kind of happiness, a kind of joy, came to Zhou Qiang's old house. This time Jolie began to let people in the backyard excavation septic tank. The village, a lot of people came over to see. Amen through do not know Zhou Qiang and Suli in the end how to remodel this house, especially this septic tank. Everyone really do not understand what this thing is for. In the countryside we'll be picking dung. Where thought of septic tank said, "Sisterly, do you mean that all the poop is discharged into here, and then there is no need to pick the poop? This is called septic tank. Closed situation is able to those excrement to gas. This gas can actually ignite. Body can be used to cook to see, but too little. This is not stable. Wow. So amazing ah." Zhou Qiang was filled with a deep admiration for Suli. He felt that Suli he was awesome. Silly like, this is actually not difficult. Suli looked at Zhou Qiang looking at his kind of worshipful eyes. The heart will have a kind of funny and very happy feeling. He also do not know what the hell is wrong with him. Well, the next thing is to install the water pipe. I measured it. We turned back in going to the county town to buy some water pipe those. You guys have not had this kind of profession of plumbing and electrical installation, so you also need to buy some tools. Suli began to note in the book the materials needed. Xuanliu village is not the existence of water pipe transformation, because they are all using well water, and then the installation of electricity is also very irregular. Basically is just randomly build a line is, and all of this Suli had to help remodel over, while Zhou Qiang was on the sidelines listening to Suli's command, doing a great job. Taijun, you said it would be great if our family Changzi could marry Suli. The most lack of communication between people is actually communication. Before they have a bad impression of Suli, think this woman fierce temper and bad, but really long time to receive in-depth contact only to find that Suli is really a very good girl. Chapter 30 Hope. Understand well-behaved, but also very high culture. Zhou Huan many do not know the subject. He knows. The main thing is that he will also be water and electricity remodeling. This is very powerful. Before the home of the water and electricity are Zhou Taijun engaged in, that are blind, as long as you can electrify on the line. After these days of contact, they found that Suli is actually a very polite person, and the person is also beautiful. Hey, don't think too much. Our Qiangzi can't match others. I heard Qiangji say, this girl should be the daughter of a big family in the city. Although Qiangzi is now earning a little bit of money, but that's also relative to a rural area like ours. Zhou Taijun is still a very calm person. He never wanted his son to climb a high branch or something. That kind of high branch can't be climbed. That's true. If this rich man sees my in-laws like this, I guess he also looks down on them. What are you talking about? Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go and cook. In Zhou Tiejuan's eyes, Zheng Guifang that is the love of his life. Once upon a time, now is the future is also. Zhou Guifang can feel his husband's love for his own. The heart is also sweet. Now life has hope. He is also more happy. The next day Zhou Qiang and Suli went to the county town to buy a lot of plumbing those. Anyway, Zhou Qiang cannot understand. He is sincerely admire Suli. Too powerful. Enough to buy a large car things, Zhou Qiang said with a smile. Sisterly, with these things is not able to transform into a toilet that can poop in the put home. How do I hear you say that? I always feel weird. Suli was truly convinced that this guy was simply a super oddball, but there are still some things missing. It won't fit this time. Next time I'll come and buy the tiles and the bath bombs and all that. Do you still have enough money? Enough? There is still quite a lot left. $500,000 is not a small number after all, so the decoration is naturally completely enough. And Zhou Qiang has been manufacturing aphrodisiacs lately, and with a source of income, it's pretty much bottom line. And that's good. In fact, since we're remodeling the house we'll remodel it slightly better, so that it's more comfortable to live in. And then all thanks to Sisterly, Zhou Qiang said excitedly as he drove the car. His original so-called remodeling was just to brush down the white walls and buy some home appliances. He didn't know how to remodel a house either. Just at this time, Zhou Qiang saw an old man collapsed on the ground in front of him, but no one went over to give him a hand. How is this? See, all do not go to help a hand, Zhou Qiang said as he was about to get out of the car to help the old man, but he was stopped. Hey, don't go. What's wrong? Maybe it's blackmail. People's hearts are treacherous, you just don't know. Suli said softly. These days there were actually not a few people who did good deeds and got screwed. So he didn't want Zhou Qiang to get screwed as well. How could that be? This person isn't that bad. It's such a hot day. Something will happen. Zhou Qiang is a kind-hearted person. After saying that, he got up directly to stop the car, and then went to help that old son to a tree to sit down, and carefully opened a bottle of water to feed him to drink, to help him take his pulse, and then pinched a few times in the middle of the human body. This old man only slowly awake. When he woke up and saw Zhou Qiang quickly said, "Old master, how do you feel? Are you alright?" Zhou Qiang had actually activated his true qi when he was helping him press on Renzhong just now, and that surge of true qi was incorporated into it, causing the old man's body to immediately wake up. "Thank you, young man." Obviously this old man was not the type to be intentionally stunned. At the moment he was very grateful for Zhou Qiang's saving grace, pulling Zhou Qiang's hand and thanking him profusely. Zhou Qiang grinned. "Master, you don't be so polite. This is all what we should do. People will be old. Well then, I still have some things. I'll leave first." When looking at Zhou Qiang, Suli suddenly felt at that moment that this man was really handsome and simple. He didn't know if he was a fool with a fool's luck or just lucky. Anyway, when looking at him helping that old man, he would feel a very cozy picture. Maybe kindness is always true. "What did you say?" Zhou Qiang had returned by this time, and was curious in his heart when he heard him muttering, "No, nothing, let's go then." Zhou Qiang drove the tricycle and started to rush back. In fact, Xuanliu village is inconvenient in that it's too far away. If there's no tricycle, to walk out and take a car, you won't be able to get to the county town in a day, so a lot of people don't want to come out. "Sisterly, it's been hard on you lately, causing you to run around with me like this." Zhou Qiang looked at Suli, still quite embarrassed. Suli is really the repair of the house or has his own things to do, every day busy, so hot son he is embarrassed. "Oh, you kid is still a little conscience. Hey, sisterly, why did you just tell me not to help that old man?" Zhou Qiang is still a bit confused. Isn't this helping each other a traditional Chinese virtue? Because being nosy will cost you. But helping each other is not what everyone should do. We will also be old. When we fall on the ground, then what to do? In Xuanliu village, if any old man fell, we will go to see. Hey, that's because you haven't seen the viciousness of the human heart. Although Xuanliu village says that there are a lot of 8 women, but Xuanliu village is actually quite simple in its folklore, and doesn't think about harming people. But in the city, in fact, there are a lot of liars, there are a lot of people with no bottom line, and there are even more people eating people. Then you mean that today that could be a trap? Zhou Qiang grew up living in Xuanliu village, for the outside world little contact, in the town of odd jobs in fact, in addition to work is to sleep, and has not been exposed to the outside world is how it is. Listening to what Suli said, he realized that the outside world turned out to be so uncomplicated. Today that person to not that give you seat cover. This is your luck. In fact, now there are a lot of old man is loaded door rely on this to earn a living. That conscience does not hurt? Conscience, if they know the conscience will not harm people. I tell you, I've seen a person. He is also good to save a person who was earned by the car. The results of that hit and run driver fled. Was hit by the ant bites is to save people hit. You say can do it. Is not self-admitted bad luck. Their own pockets. So these days the cost of doing good is too big. Many people for this family broken. Wife and child are very normal. Suli explained to Zhou Qiang. That time to see Zhou Qiang to save people. In fact, he would feel Zhou Qiang all over the body is radiating a kind of light in general. Chapter 31 Virtue. Deep down Suli actually knew clearly. That kind of light is called virtue. People should have more of this virtue in it. But in this society, there are too many bad people. And there are too many people who use other people's virtue to do unethical things. And that's what makes people suffer repeatedly. So that's how it is. This is really a realistic version of Mr. Donghua and the Wolf. Not bad now all know Mr. Donghua. My sister told me about it. Zhou Qiang's old face was red, really a little embarrassed. Looking at Zhou Qiang's somewhat embarrassed appearance, Suli laughed happily and said only after half a day. I heard people in the village say before that Zhou Huanhuan is not your biological sister? Huanhuan he was abandoned by someone, probably because family planning was too strict in those years, and his parents wanted a son. Hey, no matter if it's the previous era or now, you always think that a son is good, but having a son who understands is okay. Having one who doesn't understand is okay. You have an urge to cut him up in minutes. Suli said, remembering that brother of his. He actually hated and resented his brother. In fact, sometimes really quite envious of your family. Although Huanhuan is not your parents' biological daughter, but it is better than biological. I sometimes feel that they are more attentive to Huanhuan than to you as a son. Oh, sisterly, that you? My parents has belonged to the kind of son do what is right, daughter do what is wrong. My younger brother counted then you were still a little bit more big, but a year tonight out of playing games what will not. Suli's tone there is a trace of disgust. He actually hate very repulsive his brother. Suli's younger brother is called Zhou Qiang, belongs to the kind of looks white and clean, very good looking and very tall kind, but in Suli's opinion, his brother is a white bag, good looking not delicious. After graduating from junior high school boasted to do some big business. The book is not read, but out to mix so many years. What Hall of Fame did not mix out, to now every day just know to play games, and is the kind of night to play games, come to bed during the day, but also favor a self-conscious look very good, but even so, their mother is to feel that this brother is the world's best. What good things are left to her? Suli will leave home. In addition to because of the reasons for the marriage, there is also the reason for his brother, when he was at home and a customer video conference, so occupy more network, resulting in Zhou Hangtao computer card, and then this stupid hanging brother came out to scold Suli and he argued, but what Suli did not expect is that their mother knows, not only do not say Zhou Hangtao, but also said that they do not know what to do not let the brother. Suli, in a fit of anger, said, I go okay, in fact, for me, I feel that home is not like home, although the family is rich, but less of a sense of home. Then in the future, take my home as your home. You can live as long as you want. Zhou Qiang smiled in a very naive manner. He couldn't understand and didn't understand what kind of a model that kind of family was. Oh, if you get a daughter-in-law, I'll have to move out, or I'll cause you guys to fight. By the way, speaking of marrying a daughter-in-law, I heard people in the village say earlier that your parents originally wanted you to marry Huan. Suli blinking that big watery eyes, looking at Zhou Longfei very curious said, this was said so when I was a child, but it's impossible. I won't do this even if I can't get a daughter-in-law. I just treat Huan as a younger sister, and she just treats me as a brother. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Suli did not speak again. In fact, after this half a month and Zhou Qiang contact down, he will feel that this big boy is really a very good a boy. Not bad looking, responsible, cheerful, simple and kind. This is Suli on Zhou Qiang's biggest realization. When returned to the village, Zhou Qiang began to busy again, because to install those pipes, these things will not be done in the village, can only be Suli teach Zhou Qiang how to do, so the past 3 days, Zhou Qiang learning ability is super strong. This is Suli are admired. A lot of things he just told him how to do. He will be able to do things well. This is too powerful. At this moment Zhou Qiang had already set up all the plumbing. At this time he realized that the original toilet in the room was like this. Looking at his results, Zhou Qiang laughed nervously. So it's like this? It's amazing. Silly, how complicated did you think it was then? Don't move. Suli took out a tissue and helped Zhou Qiang wipe the sweat that kept rolling down his forehead. The action was very gentle. That moment Zhou Qiang's heart all rose a trace of softness. This period of time contact also led him to Suli has changed a lot. Before Zhou Qiang had always thought that Suli was a violent maniac, not moving to hit people. However, through this period of time, he gradually found that Suli's character is actually very good, people and smart, sometimes want to be able to marry him as a daughter-in-law, that can dream and wake up laughing. Of course, Zhou Qiang is just so think. Suli this kind of woman is too good, he felt he could not match him. After the plumbing and electrical remodeling is done, the next step is for the masons to start laying the floor and painting the walls. Zhou Qiang, your home that bed to not also change to go, or not coordinated. Okay, listen to you, then some other day we'll go to the city to buy it. The two were very happy to return home. Zhen Guifang had already made a good meal. Sister Suli, dinner is ready, Zhou Huan said happily. During this recent period of time, the Zhou family had obviously become a lot more lively since Suli lived in. By the third day, a BMW SUV entered the village, and many people in the village looked at this beautiful BMW as if they were looking at a western mirror. Xuanliu village usually did not have a small car to enter. I did not expect that this recent period of time there was often a car to enter. The car jumped down a few people, and then they inquired about what location Zhou Qiang's house was in. Mark at the time of seeing these people, that is incomparable excitement. Mark is a snob. See this kind of driving a BMW, he knew that it was rich people, so hastily fawning on his face to stick up. Are you guys here to see a doctor? There was a man in the crowd, very handsome, but his face was very bad. Mark guessed that he was here to see a doctor. Surprisingly, he was still looking for Zhou Qiang to see a doctor. His heart was old and unhappy. Yes, may I ask where Mr. Zhou Qiang's home is? A man said softly. Zhou Qiang, that are my father's disciple. A few years earlier learned some medicine from my father. Chapter 32, Seeking a Doctor. Oh, then where is your father? Take me there. This tall and handsome man said excitedly. This guy was no other than Sun Jihao. During this period of time, Sun Jihao's life was gray. From that day in the hotel, after Zhou Qiang said that he was a philodendron, his life had begun to completely go to ruin. All of this was something he himself did not dare to imagine. His girlfriend abandoned him. His parents gave him a sum of money to cure the handle before going home. Otherwise he can't go home. And those of his friends saw him as if they saw a monster. Sun Jihao himself also went to the hospital to confirm the diagnosis. He did have the kind of disease that makes people feel ashamed. And the doctor also said that this disease Western medicine has no way to cure, because it was found too late. The doctor's original suggestion was to let him go to the Chinese medicine to see some diseases Western medicine cannot see, but does not mean that Chinese medicine cannot see. Sun Jihao thought of Zhou Qiang. This man can see at a glance that he has a disease, then must be a doctor. So then he opened the city full of the world to look for Zhou Qiang. He wants to find Zhou Qiang, but he simply do not know where Zhou Qiang. Just know Zhou Qiang and his ex-girlfriend Suli together. He began to frantically inquire, but these two people are like a stone sinking into the sea. Just when he was going to despair, the emperor is not a man. Even met an old farmer said to have seen so two people, said they are double stream village. And then Zhou Qiang spent money to invite a few people to bring him to the village of this double stream. Zhou Qiang is finally see who to what is called the rugged mountain roads. He is fortunate to be a cross-country vehicle. If the car is not at all not to come in, and now come in after the luck is not bad. Met Zhou Qiang's master, thinking that it is finally saved. Mark brought him to his own home. Ma Liancheng is still sleeping. Now Ma Liancheng is every day is so worse than death. One to the night his head is like a steel needle in the general. From the night on the pain to the morning. What medicine he has eaten, what methods have also thought of, is useless. This kind of being sneaky headache disease tormented let him character is also a bit grumpy. Father, there's a big client coming. Get up. When Mark pulled his father outside, Ma Liancheng looked like a person who hadn't woken up. But when he heard his son say that a big client had come, he was still money-minded and was more excited at this time. Ma Liancheng sat down, began to Sun Jihao pulse. That look is still very much a master style. Sun Jihao heart is also excited, as if grabbing a life-saving straw in general. After taking the pulse for a long time, Ma Liancheng didn't say anything, but took out a piece of paper and started to write dozens of medicines, and then said, "You need to recuperate your body first for this disease. Only if you recuperate your body well, then you can treat it better. Divine doctor, divine doctor. But how long does it take to regulate?" As soon as he heard that he could be cured, Sun Jihao said excitedly, now if he could be cured, he would be willing to do anything. People may not feel anything when they are not sick, but once they are sick, only then will they understand what it means to be free of sickness. This depends on the individual constitution, the comprehensive absorption status of the drug. Everyone's constitution that is different. Ma Liancheng see the doctor is this virtue. Will never say things to death of the kind. Said are official words set words. Others a small cold he has to drag. He is not much medical ethics. Now see a drive BMW to Sun Jihao. This look is rich. He is not good blackmail some. That throws sorry for themselves. In fact, he did not see Sun Jihao in the end is what disease. He probably just feel out Sun Jihao body problems only. Pulse want to determine is the willow disease that is not so simple. Of course, if he really until this goods is the willow disease may not be so calm, then I would like to thank Dr. Shen. Dr. Shen let you say I can cure this disease? Can. You don't worry. Not a month I must let you stronger than cattle. Ma Liancheng said confidently, thinking in his heart that you should just be weak. City people's nightlife is too rich. It's a very normal disease. As long as you temper your body a little bit, it will be fine. Thank you. Really thank you. But you guys this is too remote. I'm too far to make a trip here. I don't know if I can live in your place for a period of time. It's also convenient for treatment, so that I'll give the chicks rent. Said he took out $10,000. See that thick dozen of money. This family looked at her already eyeballs turn around. This is really developed will think there will be so much money. No problem. This is no problem. You are willing to live as long as you can. Ma Liancheng excited. This is really a tycoon. This time you can first properly go to fish a large sum of money. By the way the matter of me being cured here don't say anything. I want to quietly recuperate. Originally he had come to find Zhou Qiang to see a doctor. But now by mistake he had met Zhou Qiang's master. Tian naturally wouldn't be in a position to want Zhou Qiang to know that he was here to see a doctor. And his own illness wasn't a glamorous one. So what he was thinking of now was to hurry up and get well before he said anything. I understand. Ma Liancheng nodded his head, and then began to cure Sun Jihao. Another 3 days passed. A Land Rover entered the village. So many people were in a state of rarity. Recently the village even had a small car out of the road. It was really rare. But this time, the one who came was not to see the doctor, but Li Fu. Yo-ho, changed the car. Looking at Li Fu's car, Suli said with a smile, and then took Li Fu's if over, directly jumped on the car, driving in the village spinning up. That is to let the village many men's eyes to fall off the ground. This woman driving off-road vehicle is too handsome. They did not expect Suli even car will drive. A time Suli in the eyes of these people is a super legend woman. Not bad. This car has good performance and good shock absorption. Oh, Miss Su, I thought you had already left Shuangliu village. A while ago I even met your father and he asked me if I had seen you. You didn't betray me. Which can you are my benefactor By the way little brother this phone line is not yet pulled? Li Fu this time to come and naturally also come to ask for aphrodisiacs. That drug is too good to sell. This Land Rover is relying on those drugs to earn. In this era, as long as your product is really that good effect, then in the packaging later, sales is not a problem. Li Fu is looking at the phone every day. Looking forward to Zhou Qiang this guy to call himself, but the phone did not ring. He is helpless, thought his phone is broken. Today he made a special trip in. This double-stream village is remote. The road is far, so it is not easy to come once. Chapter 33 Quackery. I did go and ask before. They said to wait for a notice. I can't do anything about it. Li Fu, this place is too remote and surrounded by mountains. Pulling a phone line in is definitely not a pleasure. Even if you add money, you won't come in. That's a problem. Li Fu actually knows that this place is indeed a bit remote. From Shuangliu village to the town outside, the distance is at least 15 kilometers of mountain road. This if pulling a line in, the cost is too high. Even if Shuangliu village household installs a telephone is not cost effective. I guess may build a signal tower around here. By then the cell phone may be able to use, so that the next time you have something to send to my cell phone, I sometimes go out will look at it. That's really thank you. I'll treat you to dinner some other time, Li Fu said excitedly. In fact, he is most worried about Zhou Qiang with others to cooperate, then cut off a way of wealth. Zhou Qiang took out a box. Inside was 10 aphrodisiacs. Boss Li, this is for you. Great. Brother work hard. Boss Li was very generous. This time he didn't come empty-handed. He bought a lot of fruits. Boss Li had a lunch here before leaving. Suli sent Boss Li to the village entrance. Su girl, I see you seem to be living a very prosperous life here. You really are not ready to go back. Your parents have been looking for you lately. Humph, he or she is looking for me. Again want to arrange me to be matched with someone. Ahem, seems to be that kid from the Zhang family. Zhang Shifeng? I say they are not sick. Zhang Shifeng is what they do not know it. They are not think as long as it is a rich man. Grab over I have to marry him. Suli was very angry. They say that there is no such thing as parents in the world. This may be the biggest lie in this world. His parents in the name of their own good. Let himself marry some scum. But Suli never cared about those. Hey, this Shifeng is indeed full of bad habits. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. It is said that there is also a bit of perversion in his heart. I don't know what your parents think. Humph, in their eyes, their daughters are all thieves. Marrying out and generating benefits for them is fine. Don't let them know about me being here. I'm just because I don't want to face that home. I ran here, but you are at least a high achiever. Just waste your life here. We'll see. At least now I haven't thought about leaving here. Suli was a little bit unable to stay here before. The hardware here was too poor. But recently living with Zhou Qiang's family, he felt in a good mood every day, especially when they participated in remodeling the house together. People live in the end. What is the purpose? Eat well where warm mood happy is not it. Okay, it's a pity there is no internet here. Otherwise you can set up a studio here. I have a lot of friends who need to design villas those. Oh, sooner or later there will be. By the way Zhou Qiang has this kind of medicine thing you do not say out. The piker is not guilty of Huaibiki sin. Zhou Qiang is an honest and decent person. Yo ho, rare you this will not be to see on the last strong it. Nonsense we are just friends. Suli finished when he actually faces red. That moment he himself feels strange. He will blush. After Li Fu left, Suli returned home and saw Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan were sitting very happily with fruit popsicles. Looking at the two siblings making popsicles, she also did not eat a laugh out. Simplicity is bliss, right? The reason why happiness is getting lower and lower in this society is probably because everything is too convenient. So happiness is also low. I told you guys to make popsicles. Go get a clean piece of gauze over here. Wow. Sisterly you can still make popsicles. Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huanhuan looked at Suli with a very worshipful look. Suli was a little embarrassed, but she was still very happy in her heart. He always had a sense of fulfillment in front of this family. That's right. What wouldn't your sister me? Soon Zhou Qiang found a piece of clean gauze over. Suli had already peeled a few oranges then wrapped them inside, washed her hands and started to wring out the orange water, then put it into a cup and put a chopstick into it. This is called orange popsicle. It's delicious. Wow. Sisterly is awesome. Zhou Huanhuan said excitedly as she clapped her hands. This family could have so much fun sitting around and making popsicles, and a few hours later when the popsicles were iced, they ate them happily. Suli that moment to feel what is called happiness. This is called happiness. simple happiness, the metropolis warbler, red wine and green. Although life is rich, but do not know what they are doing. Zhou Qiang's house remodeling very quickly, and that would have been swaying in the wind in the house after Su Li, this professional designer remodeling, just like has become a very beautiful villa, is already completely different. Half a month later, when Zhou Qiang himself saw the changes in the house, he was shocked. He did not expect in the countryside can also be remodeled out of such a beautiful house out, and Su Li also helped him to remodel the kitchen into a combination kitchen in the city as well. Except that Shuanghe village still burns coal, so the remodeling is a bit different, but still beautiful. The village at first the big guys thought they were doing a trick, because in their eyes, this place to go to the toilet is the dirtiest. How can they sit in the room? Many people cannot understand, but when they see the house has been remodeled, a lot of shares are envious of the eyes can be tuned out. Did not expect to go to the toilet place can be so clean and tidy. Just when Zhou Qiang house into the late stage of renovation, Ma Liancheng home accident, a man roared and shouted, "Quack! You quack! I'll kill you!" Sun Jihao held a kitchen knife in his hand and roared madly. Ma Liancheng was accidentally slashed and wailed, "Help! Someone come! Killing people! You give me to stand still! I kill you!" Sun Jihao, this female, has been angry to the extreme. He is in the Ma Liancheng home to recuperate, has been up to 20 days. Spent 60 or 70,000. Originally thought it would be day by day better, but let him fall down is not only not good, but also serious. Herpes has spread on the body. He knew that his condition has worsened. This time he asked Ma Liancheng, in the end can cure. Ma Liancheng still play deep, said no problem. He also said that this body weakness has been in repair. Only now is good a medicinal reaction, so it will look very weak. Wait for a period of time, will suddenly all of a sudden good. Chapter 34, Broken Arm to Survive. At this time he realized that this so-called god doctor does not know what is going on with his own disease. He knew that he had met a quack. In a fit of rage he was end of the knife is going to cut this quack. Ma Liancheng ran while wowed and then said, "Help! Murder! Help!" In the end it was to stop Sun Jihao the madman. Almost everyone in the village came over to watch the fun. Zhou Qiang and Su Li also came over. When Su Li saw Sun Jihao, she was also surprised for a while. He did not expect Sun Jihao to come here. "Young man, why are you so impulsive? I have said that I am the best doctor in this 10 miles and 8 townships. Last year, a big boss in the imperial capital have looked for me to see the disease. I have been treating the disease for more than 20 years. When has it ever gone wrong? You have to have confidence in me. The treatment of the disease is all about cooperation." Ma Liancheng at this time as if he is a miracle doctor. And Sun Jihao eyes are going to fall out. He is really pissed off. He was actually cheated by a quack. "I poo. You quack." Ma Liancheng spat a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm directly onto his face. Zhou Qiang rushed out. "Hey, you've gone too far. Right, you a person who has a phlegmatic disease spitting on someone's face. Ha ha. Who let this quack doctor cheat me? I die, he followed me to die. Ha ha ha." Sun Jihao at this time madly rushed to the side of the people spit. These people in the hearing of philodendron disease, instantly scared wow yell, one by one fled without a trace, rushed back to wash their faces and take a bath. And Ma Liancheng's face was brushed white for a while, almost fainted, and then he realized why this person was so angry. It turned out that he was actually a philodendron, that kind of the most lowly disease, and he had even spent 20 days with him. He was about to collapse when he thought of this. He never dreamed that he was actually this kind of disease. You're sick. You have philandering disease, you don't say." This old man finished and hurriedly ran away. Flower willow disease that is contagious. Ma Liancheng so afraid of death he naturally had to go back to have a good hot bath and then give his body a checkup. Only Zhou Qiang and Su Li were left at the scene. When he saw Su Li, Sun Jihao was actually crushed inside that moment. His body was now getting worse by the day. "Mr. Zhou, please save me. Please, I know you can help me." Suddenly he rushed at Zhou Qiang and said excitedly. Only Chang was now his last hope. "How did you get so sick?" Zhou Qiang looked at him, somewhat speechless. In fact, Zhou Qiang was able to judge his illness, based on the breath and observation to see. Now his breath is really too serious. "Dr. Zhou, please save me. Healer, please, I have money." Tizian will be, and he is absolutely convinced that Zhou Qiang is strong. If there is no strength, he could not possibly be able to see the cluck love. So this should be a really powerful person. "I'll be honest with you. Last time your disease is actually not very serious. At that time if you want to be treated, go to that kind of regular big hospital can be cured. Only it will take a longer time. But now that you've entered the advanced stage, it's not impossible to treat it if you want me to help you. But it's costly." Although Zhou Qiang hated this person, but a healer is kind-hearted. Zhou Qiang was originally a kind-hearted person. After seeing his situation, he still couldn't bear to see him die. "What price? As long as I can save my life, any price will do. Please save me. How much is fine? I have money. In fact, Up to these days, he could feel his body getting worse and worse. He was afraid of death. Not many people are not afraid of death. Zhou Qiang did not lie to him. When his disease, if he went to the regular big hospital treatment, the time needed will be miserable, and will also be more complicated, but is able to cure. However, this guy's own death, he does not go to the big hospital, but ran to the kind of private hospital to see a doctor. In that kind of hospital is naturally not work. Their equipment cannot afford to choose. Want to be able to cure certainly cannot do. Now it was too late to regret. His illness had already reached its final moments. Even the big hospitals were all out of options. But according to Shuanglia's memories, Zhou Qiang did have a way to be able to help cure him. Dr. Zhou, what method do you say? I will definitely cooperate with the treatment. He only wanted to live now. Everything else was unimportant. So what he craved most at this time was to be cured. Cough cough, let me be honest with you. Your disease has to be treated from the root. If I'm not wrong, you're on the verge of pus at the root now. Right. This is caused by the fact that it has reached the most serious point. In the past, it can be treated by medication, but because you seem to have taken some supplements during this period of time, or aphrodisiacs, you are committing suicide. So your condition is already very serious. The drugs cannot catch up with the toxins, so to treat it can only wield the sword. I'm helping you with medicine, with acupuncture, so that you can be cured. Otherwise there is no way. The sight of Suli directly drunk, thinking that he was still about to wield the sword. This guy is really a bull. In fact, Zhou Qiang is not teasing him. This is really have to wield the sword to do. His disease has been very serious. If not wield the sword is certainly not. Sun Jihao's face turned a shade of green and purple as he looked at Zhou Qiang, suddenly cursing angrily. You scumbag. You don't have to humiliate me like this. If you don't believe me, I'm afraid there's nothing you can do. Let's go. Zhou Qiang never forced others to believe in himself, and was too lazy to explain, turning around and leaving with Su Li, who sighed helplessly. Isn't this disease said to be incurable in the advanced stages? Western medicine can't cure it, but Chinese medicine can treat it. In fact, many Chinese medicine doctors are more powerful than Western medicine. So that's how it is. Then you must be self-compassionate to be able to cultivate. And this is true, because this toxin can only be cured by cutting it from the root and then combining it with medicine, you guys. After the two left, Sun Jihao sat on the ground as a whole, bawling his eyes out, almost collapsing over a few times. From the day he got this disease, he had started having nightmares, not realizing that in the end, he would still end up exposing himself to the retribution brought about by this disease. Now Zhou Qiang will say that only he cut himself to be able to cure him. He is actually really a little bit cannot accept. It is really too blowing a little bit. If he cut himself, then how much more meaningful. So he would think that Zhou Qiang is lying to himself, which is the treatment of the disease is this treatment, but also cut himself to be able to cure. This is a joke? At this time Sun Jihao wants to leave here. He is ready to go to the big hospital for treatment. His biggest regret is to run to this bird place to cure. Chapter 35. The gain is not worth the loss. Ma family is kind of messed up, because no Sun Jihao got the flower willow disease, and Sun Jihao lived in their family for such a long time. Ma Lianqing is so afraid of death almost all the dishes and sheets in the house. This time is a big vomit of blood, and Ma Lianqing even let himself back. They went together to check out. This if you catch that kind of disease, not just a bad reputation, that is going to die. Check under. Their family are infected. After all, so close contact, this infection is very normal. More strange or Ma Lianqing's granddaughter Ma Jiai. Ma Lianqing can evening big money, let his granddaughter to seduce Sun Jihao. So his granddaughter he is more serious. There is Mark's daughter-in-law is also by Sun Jihao to sleep. This family is fortunate to find early. The treatment is still possible, is to burn some money only. Ma Lianqing this time is screaming. Originally thought to pick up the treasure. This time to realize that they are not picking up the treasure, but broke the big money. A family of treatment costs spent more than 100,000 yuan. Ma Lianqing heart are bleeding. When the family returned to the village later, that undoubtedly became the joke of the village. Damn. Really damn. Grandpa, don't be angry. This thing who doesn't know you give me shut up. You cannot ask him to see what kind of disease, who all lead to the family. Ma Lianqing is going crazy. This time in the village is late. He has always been a person with such a good reputation. This time is reduced to a big joke. The whole family has got philodendron disease. This is almost a big news. Medicine thing you get how? Ma Lianqing said viciously. He is now the most angry as the medicine thing is not fixed. This thing as long as it is fixed, he is ready to leave this place that is not. Then do a rich man. Who dare to say what they are? Almost there. Now it's just a matter of getting that medicine. Mark said in a hurry. He had been busy with this matter recently. Who would have thought that suddenly this kind of accident would occur? Zhou Qiang's house has also recently begun to enter the completion period. the entire house is now completely big change me. Very beautiful. The entire house from the outside looked like that kind of small villa general. Wow. Brother, this is really our home. When Zhou Huan saw the inside of his home, he couldn't believe it. It was too beautiful. Oh, I am also a bit not anything anymore. This is still that broken house. Of course it is. Whether it is a house or a person is actually 3 parts looks and 7 parts dress up. A lot of things are dressed up. Girl Sue, you are so smart. I didn't even think that a house could be this beautiful. This family was now a little reluctant to walk away when they saw this new house that had been decorated. Zhou Qiang's house was definitely quite okay to decorate. Everything from hard to soft furnishings, adding up to more than $400,000 spent. It would be strange if it could be bad. Dad, pick a good day. Let's feast on the village for dinner. Good. I'll go find blind guy Joe to help project one. The rules of Shuangliu village. After building a house or to make wine, Zhou Qiang is also ready to feast the village for dinner, and also to announce that he is going to open a medicine hall. Su Li also moved into the Zhou Qiang family. The room he lived in was Zhou Qiang's former big room, while Zhou Qiang had remodeled the former firewood room. Sister Li, how is it? Are you still used to living here? This is only like people live. In the future no longer need to have a grudge for going to the toilet. By the way, you said you open the medicine hall. What location are you going to open in? This, I actually do not quite understand. You think it, that location it. Your home yard is quite large. In that location just have a room, but open medicine hall some things to buy. This facade or two. Then Sister Li help me think together. Zhou Qiang said with some embarrassment. He didn't know what was called a medicine hall at all, only that he got the inheritance of the Shuangliu medical immortal, so he would think of taking this path. Alright, turn around and I'll take a look for you, Su Li said happily. Now that he was living in this kind of house, he felt incomparably cozy. 3 days later, a burst of firecrackers sounded continuously. Zhou Qiang's home today is very lively. Friends and family have come to celebrate. In the courtyard of Zhou Qiang's home feast, everyone visited Zhou Qiang's new home after. A lot of people simply cannot believe that this is true. This broken house before no one dared to come in to live. I did not expect to now transformed, but became so luxurious. The hall is loaded with crystal lamps, and Shuangliu village is now commonly used or a dollar duck pair light bulb, which is still a big difference. Wow, what is Qiangzi doing now? So profitable. Yes, this house or with that palace general. I have not seen such a beautiful house. This house can also be in the bedroom on the toilet has, but also clean. Qiangzi really has a future. I've said before that Qiangzi will definitely have a future. People really do live for the sake of a breath. When the big guys after seeing Zhou Qiang's house, they all began to think that Zhou Qiang is really great. This is the child who has the ability to Of course, there are also people with red eyes, saying that he is to do illegal activities to get money, but also said that sooner or later to be caught in. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Zhou Qiang said with a smile, "Dear friends and relatives, folks, I Zhou Qiang today also take this good opportunity to announce a thing. I want to open a medical center in the village. In the early years of my life in the town with an old doctor learned a little bit of medicine, so I am ready to go home to open a medical center." Pa 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 pa. A burst of applause from the big guys, Zhou Qiang and them after chatting a bit. The big guys also know that Zhou Qiang is ready to open a medical hall in the village, and a lot of people also know that Zhou Qiang seems to have made a fortune with his medical skills. You have to study hard, later also go to be a doctor. Now doctors make money. Yes. Age, look at how beautiful the house. I heard it cost more than $400,000. So much. Gosh, this is too expensive. For a while the people below were incredibly excited. The big guys were chatting away. The banquet ended successfully. Zhou Qiang was cleaning the house with his own father, and Su Li was helping Zhou Huan with her homework tutoring. Qiangzi, your aunt said that there is a girl who is quite good, asking if you want to take a look. People are so realistic. Before, when people talked about Zhou Qiang, they were all a piece of, but now it's become the meat and potatoes. In fact, there were many people who wanted to play matchmaker with him. After all, Zhou Qiang's house was just beautiful. Forget it, let's wait until I'm stable. I'm still young. Zhou Qiang thought about it and said very bluntly. Chapter 36, The Opening of the Medical Center. Soon Zhou Qiang's medical center had opened, but the people who came to see the doctor were almost none. The big guys still liked to go to Ma Lianqing's place to see. This is also because a lot of people think that Zhou Qiang is too young. A lot of people don't really believe in Zhou Qiang's medical skills, although he helped Dinyo to be cured before. But people still don't really believe that Zhou Qiang can really cure the disease. This is not a small matter, so you still have to choose an authoritative one, especially when a child is sick. So Ma Lianqing's clinic is still doing business every day. Shuangliu village and next door to the village of the lower river are sick to here to cure. there is no other medical center in the vicinity. While Ma Liancheng's medical center was full of people, Zhou Qiang's was full of people. What's wrong? So sad. Su Li came to Zhou Qiang's medical center, and Zhou Qiang said with a helpless grimace, Sister Li, look at me, this door can be sparrow. Ah, originally thought that the village people sick will come. It seems that I think simple. Oh, what's the hurry? Ah, healing, this is a profession that becomes more and more popular the older you get. In the big city, the kind of intern doctors others are not comfortable with what they see, but any expert is transformed from an intern. You have a point. Then I'll wait. Sooner or later the daughter-in-law will still become a grandmother. Just as the two of them were happily chatting, Zhou Taijun walked in somewhat furious. Dad, what's wrong? Hey, it really pisses me off. I don't know which one is the unethical one, but he even cut up all the seedlings in our house with scissors. There's still this thing. Zhou Qiang also almost jumped up. In Shuangliu village, farming is hard work. To put it bluntly, you have to rely on your hands to plant the seedlings. Zhou Qiang's family has several acres of fields. Some time ago just plugged the seedlings. This 3-volt day transplanting seedlings is really not a comfortable thing. I did not expect that all the seedlings are now being cut with scissors. No wonder their own Zhou Taijun will be so amazing. If he went to transplant the seedlings again, the time it would take would be miserable. He and his father spent several days transplanting the seedlings before they were done. Dad, I'll investigate this matter, so don't get angry. I want to go and take a look. Zhou Qiang knew that this was definitely someone's deliberate action. When he came to the field, he saw that the rice seedlings in the paddy field were all cut up flush with the roots. This is really ruthless. From this kind of place to cut up, there is no chance that this thing can grow out again. Zhou Qiang looked at the ridge. There are a lot of footprints. Zhou Qiang through the footprints can determine that at least 3 people involved together. Who is this so boring? Ah, this seedling has also provoked them. Looking at these flush-cut seedlings, Su Li also felt speechless. Who can be so boring here, taking it out on other people's crops? Humph. This thing must have something to do with the people in the village. Otherwise, who can judge my family's paddy field so accurately? This is something that no one else can do if not the people in the village. Then who do you suspect? It's hard to say, but since these people have already done it, they won't stop so soon. Don't let me catch this group of people. Zhou Qiang lowered his voice, suppressing his anger in his voice. After returning home, Zhou Qiang went to one of his family's vegetable gardens to take a look. This vegetable garden in the name of some watermelons. Zhou Taijun will plant some watermelons every year. It just so happens that the watermelons can be marketed for sale after a while. Zhou Qiang believes that those will come again. He actually has a skeptical object in his heart, only in the absence of definitive evidence before he is not going to say it. 3 days in a row, Zhou Qiang to the night are sneaking into their own melon field. He will be the murderer to catch. But 3 days of time passed. Those people did not come. On the 4th day, Zhou Qiang after dinner once again came to the melon field. Zhou Qiang with a broken straw hat sitting in the middle of the melon field. Look on the people who do not know also thought he was a scarecrow. Night falls, the countryside is not compared to the city. To the night, if it is cloudy, in fact, is out of sight. Zhou Qiang thought of their own day to see through the glass of the film, thinking that I do not know that day is not a hallucination. Idle boredom, he mobilized his body's dual-stream memory. His body's dual-stream memory, some still have not been digested. Suddenly Zhou Qiang heard a burst of excitement, because he saw on the dual-stream memory actually recorded a kind of named golden pupil. According to the records of the double stream of a line, the golden pupil is a very special eye. This eye is basically born. The golden pupil is a kind of can see through the strange and exotic treasures. All kinds of special eyes. This kind of eyes. His pupil is golden. So the name of the golden pupil. This kind of eyes can see through the essence of this direction. For example, he can see through a stone. Shuangliu medical fairy kind of record. Have gold pupil people, basically our wealth life. Have got gold pupil people get let the world say. And gold pupil is not only in the business world is very cattle. In fact, in the medical profession is more cattle. Because the golden pupil can see where the disease license. As the name suggests, a person is sick certainly have foci. For example, who a person headache. But the headache is not necessarily caused by the cold. The need to solve the problem, then you need to find the foci. Chinese medicine will be very cattle is to look and smell, and look shot in the first place. From this to see a Chinese medicine is a very important thing. And according to the memory of the double-stream medical fairy, this gold pupil is not only able to see through a lot of things, but also can cure the disease. According to the records above, said the gold pupil can be convergence of the true qi, and the eyes are the windows of the soul. As long as their eyes in the foci of the sea, contained in the gold pupil of the true qi will be lifted in the middle of the foci of the disease. However, Shuangliu Medical Immortal also recorded that the golden pupil must not be overdrawn excessively. If the aura contained in the eyes is overdrawn to the light, then it will also become an ordinary eye. Could it be that I actually possess golden pupils? Zhou Qiang had a feeling after the right number, that he should not have been a word illusion that day, but rather inadvertently inspired the golden pupil, and the reason why later on, not being able to cast it out again. This was because the aura of his golden pupil had been consumed. Zhou Qiang's heart is also a little worried. Thought I will not be their own gold pupil or directly destroyed it. According to that said above, they should have gold pupil, but the golden pupil in the immature time is required to absorb the aura. This absorption can only be through some of the artifacts that contain the aura and things like that. Smoke flavor visual nerve is too small, so it is not possible to use their own true chi to replenish the beginning can only be through the external force to nourish the golden pupil. Chapter 37 Golden Pupil. Zhou Qiang thought of this. His heart is also a little anxious, because he is now very skeptical that he is the golden pupil. To the golden pupil are destroyed by themselves. This is a big loss. Just when Zhou Qiang thought about this matter, suddenly heard a movement. Thoughts were instantly put back. The heart is also a burst of excitement. He knows that these people finally came. The big guys move neatly. Cut the roots of the watermelon. Damn with me all. Zhou Qiang, I will let you know that long I'm not to be messed with. Next I will let your home inch grass. The person who came is not someone else? It is Wang Long. Zhou Qiang before guessed that this thing is likely to be Wang Long career brother's shameless villain rushed out of good thinking. Of course also on this kind of shameless villain can make this kind of no integrity out of things. Really no name. Wang Long, you this? Do you still have a little integrity anymore? Zhou Qiang this loud shout. Let Wang Long those people almost scared pants. Then Wang Long caricatured a laugh. Said, damn, you kid has enough balls. Several beams of strong light rushed towards Zhou Qiang. And under that kind of strong light, his eyes were a little bit unable to open. Little scumbag, new grudge and old grudge together. Obviously, Wang Long is a man who has been so humiliated by Zhou Qiang last time, so he is very confident that he will be able to bring Zhou Qiang down by virtue of the large number of people and the fact that he has a weapon in his hand. Picked up a watermelon from the ground, and then directly smashed out. Zhou Qiang flew up and kicked the watermelon out. But the next dozen gangsters together grabbed those not yet ripe watermelon rushed Zhou Qiang smashed over. Zhou Qiang's body quickly withdrew a few steps backward, but was still smashed on the body by the watermelon. Brothers, together whoever can him over, will be rewarded 10,000. Wang Long shouted. Heavy reward will be brave. These people basically hold electric sticks with strong flashlights in their hands. After these people rushed up, the electric sticks in their hands rushed to greet Zhou Qiang's body. Zhou Qiang today is also with a hoe seems to be. Two hoes over the past two gangsters to the direct hit on the ground foaming at the mouth, but because it is the night, the other side is a strong flashlight. In this kind of strong light flashlight irradiation, he cannot even open his eyes, being bright flashlight to owe irradiation in the eyes, and then by the electric baton to smashed a few times. Zhou Qiang feel that he is really a little bit unable to eat, when he was a powerful electric current to hit the body, feel like their own strength are like being unloaded most of the time. That feeling is really quite uncomfortable. Of course, there were a few of these people who were so miserable that they couldn't even get up on the ground after being kicked out by Zhou Qiang. After Zhou Qiang received the inheritance of the Shuangliu medical immortal, his power was very strong, and this force kicked at the body of a person who simply couldn't get up. However, because the other party had an electric baton, coupled with a strong flashlight, Zhou Qiang was now also feeling a bit uncomfortable. His body was a bit paralyzed and weak, and his eyes were also starring. Wang Long this despicable and shameless guy is super despicable. He just now has been hiding in the dark under the black hand. Is not the use of watermelon smashed over. Zhou Qiang was smashed by him a number of times, and now is also directly speechless. Everyone together, this guy already can't take it anymore. At this time Wang Long was very excited. Then these people quickly rushed up. When they rushed up, Zhou Qiang now also already has little power. The heart is also a burst of surprise. Really did not expect the power of this power is so strong. This kind of electric baton smashed in his own body. He all felt his body is about to explode in general. At this moment, Zhou Qiang has also been somewhat unable to hold up the feeling. At that moment he understood what is called two fists cannot beat four hands. Of course, the main thing is actually still these people have electric batons. Come ah, have the guts to come ah. Zhou Qiang at this time is also eyes full of anger. Eyes are almost filled with blood. Angry roar. Then said, you bunch of scumbags. I'll pull a cushion even if I'm temporary. Sure enough this sentence will directly scare these people. These people are actually still very afraid of death. Zhou Qiang today's ruthlessness they are also already seen. This guy that hand is really ruthless. Several people are directly in the melon field cannot climb up. Everyone together, don't be afraid of him. This bird not place can't be a big deal. Death is also fine. Wang Longfei said angrily. Wang Long is after all the road people. This kind of people ruthless. This time he is very angry. Mixed road people in fact this virtue. In this some sleep kill over thick in fact they are these people have been some evil to the Gaul side. Zhou Qiang also did not expect Wan Long these people so crazy, more than a dozen strong flashlight irradiation in his eyes. Still let him a little bit cannot stand. Wang Long pulled out a machete. Obviously this hooligan is wanting to in this dark and windy night will Zhou Qiang to kill go. Zhou Qiang was going a little limp because he had been hit by the electric baton too many times before, and now he didn't even have the extra strength to be able to escape. See these people step by step close. Zhou Qiang hands fists clenched. If today really if in their own melon field, he also want to pull a mat back. This mat back is Wang Long. He hard to lock the eyes of the main Wang Long. Tick. Suddenly a good burst of hooter sounded. The next moment kind car strong light shining over, followed by a clatter. The carriage tuned down not more than 24 people. These people get off the car after directly worshipped in. What's going on? What's going on here? Wang Long shouted. Completely is a little bit don't know see what the situation. Asterisk 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 mud horses. You dare all move dr. Zhou. Suddenly a man shouted angrily. Bang. The next moment Wang Long felt a steel pipe smashed in his face. The whole body flew backwards. That slope belt directly smashed in a watermelon. Watermelon was broken. Zhou Qiang only breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He knew that it was Li Fu who had come. He did not expect Li Fu to come to help himself in the middle of the night, and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Brother, is everything alright? Li Fu quickly came over to help Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang was a bit unable to stand on his feet, and only after half a day did he say, Boss Li, thank you so much. Otherwise I'm afraid I'm going to be accountable here today. Zhou Qiang was grateful to Li Fu from the bottom of his heart. This time if it wasn't Li Fu, he was afraid that he would be in a lot of trouble. You and I are brothers. Why are you so polite? Li Fu patted his chest and said with great excitement. Zhou Qiang's heart was also a little touched. At such a time, can be willing to help you, is a true friend. In times of trouble see true love. Chapter 38 Rice Planting. Wang Long and his dogleg basically is already was directly 5 flowers big list. Each looks like tied into big dumplings general. Move cannot move. Ah. A burst of screams ringing. Wang Long these people are really tragic, because they are tied too tight, and then also thrown here. Zhou Qiang with Li Fu they go back, only to know that Li Fu was to hear the following people said that Wang Long recently bought a lot of electric batons. It seems to be done. Something. So let people secretly track. Only then did he realize that Li Fu had actually come to Xuanliu village to cause trouble. Li Fu knew the grudge between Wang Long and Zhou Qiang, so he also killed over in the middle of the night. He was worried that Zhou Qiang would be killed off, which is his own money tree. Boss Li, I really thank you this time. Zhou Qiang after knowing the cause and effect, to Li Fu is even more grateful. Although it is said that the two people are the existence of a certain economic transactions, but Li Fu can sow in the middle of the night to bring people to their own relief. This is the point to let Zhou Qiang is very touched. Zhou Qiang is a very emotional person. Others to him good. He will be better for others. The grace of water springs to return this is one of his style of doing things. No need to be so polite. Brother in the future there are things despite saying my name. My Li Fu's name is still quite useful, Li Fu said confidently. Zhou Qiang's parents know this thing later is also some fear. Really did not want to bring this Wang Long surprisingly did not so much. The next day in Xuanliu village square came a lot of people. These people are basically people in the village. Wang Long these people this time is what face is lost, was tied up with dumplings. Li boss, I have no grudges with you far days and in no hatred. You and need to deal with me so. You are not bad rules of the road. This bear boiling system and you are also non-relative. Why do you want to help him so? Wang Long is really do not understand. He at least is also in the Jianghu a little fame. We all respect him as a dragon brother. But he into the fruit is repeatedly 3 times bad on good, which makes Wang Long feel the heart is very upset. Humph, you are not a bad memory. Last time I warned you, if you dare to come to Xuanliu village to make trouble, do not blame me for you are not polite. How is it that my words are not all nothing? Throw to me stripped naked to go, tied to the village entrance. Let others take a good look at them these born virtues. At this moment, Li Fu was also very angry, when he knew that the seedlings of the Zhou family were all directly cut. Really convinced? What kind of scum are these people to be able to do such a bloody thing? They were beaten up and stripped naked. After these people were stripped naked, they were tied directly to the poles, and Zhou Qiang was ready to let them be exposed to the sun all day long. When these people were exposed to the sun for half a day, the next thing they have to do is to help Zhou Qiang will be their seedlings to replant, which let go of Wang Long. After Wang Long left in disgrace, these juniors were so tired that they couldn't even straighten their backs. After this incident, Zhou Qiang's reputation in the village has more big. Those who want to secretly screw Zhou Qiang are a little afraid. Wang Long at least is also a hooligan leader. So a hooligan leader have no way to be able to deal with this matter. Not to mention others. Zhou Qiang's medical center business is as light as water. Anyway, from the opening after no one has come, but his income is not a lot of aphrodisiacs. This thing is too lucrative, which is Ma Lianqing cannot be expected. This day, a boss came to Zhou Qiang's medical center, was driving a small car. This boss came in and then proposed to buy aphrodisiacs. Didn't you say 12,000? Why do you want 20,000? 12,000 is the agent's price. The retail price of 20,000 is considered cheap. Since you will run to me to buy, you should know the price of this medicine outside put. Zhou Qiang was actually able to sense when he saw this guy that this guy was not here to buy this stuff. He had other plans, although he didn't understand what exactly he was trying to do. But Zhou Qiang could more or less sense that he should have a reason. As a matter of fact, just as Zhou Longfei had predicted, this boss was indeed not sincere in buying medicine. He was the owner of a pharmaceutical company called Lian Yincheng that Mark had found. Lian Yincheng at first after knowing this matter, in fact, still not much interest, because he simply do not believe that there can be able to sell the price of the medicine to such a high. But later not he really found this kind of medicine in the market. The heart is also shocked to the extreme. In the market this kind of medicine highest even speculated to 100,000A, is still in short supply. Lian Yincheng did a lifetime of medicinal material business. He naturally is aware of this inside that is absolutely there is a huge space in the bag, so he contacted Mark, only to learn that this aphrodisiac is a small farmer in the village of Shuanglia to manufacture. This is to make him excited. He originally wanted to buy this prescription with him, but Mark said this small farmer is the stone in the pit. Lian Yincheng does not care what kind of stone he is. He has high-end instruments, so he specially came here today to buy one. Thinking of this medicine is so powerful, his heart is very excited. Thinking that he can rely on this medicine to open up the medical world of the pioneering When Lian Yincheng left, Su Li walked out from the house. How did he come to buy medicine from you? Who is he? Zhou Qiang asked curiously. The one just now is called Lian Yincheng, formerly known as Lian Million. It's the owner of a pharmaceutical company. Why did you change your name? Zhou Qiang's IQ was actually unattainable by many since he received the inheritance from the Shuangliu medical immortal. His analytical and reasoning skills were very strong. He was able to analyze what this matter should mean from a single sentence. Something happened. Lian Yincheng is a medicinal herb merchant, but this person is a black-hearted businessman. Before there was a very hot healthcare product. This healthcare product harmed a lot of people with physical problems, and later Lian Yincheng's company was also investigated. But money can make the devil push the mill. He easily took care of this matter, arrested a few insignificant evil people to go in to take the blame. After he came out, he changed his name to Lian Yincheng, and also opened a bigger pharmaceutical company called Yincheng Pharmaceuticals. Hundreds of pharmaceutical outlets below. Business is on fire. Can't it? This kind of person can get away with it. Zhou Qiang's heart is also rising a wave of anger. Zhou Qiang is a very sense of justice. This thing he heard are already nameless fire. Zhou Qiang most hate is this kind of people without bottom line. Chapter 39 Conspiracy. That's how it is these days. Justice doesn't always bring everyone to justice. Lin Yincheng has actually done a lot of wrong over the years, and as far as I know those who sued him back then were in a bad way, but without evidence. What can be done about it? So I'm very curious as to what he's coming to find you for. After thinking about it, suddenly he said with a shocked face, he wouldn't be thinking of researching this aphrodisiac out. As far as I know they have quite a lot of high-grade instrumentation. This thing won't be researched out. Don't worry, if he can research it out, I'll take her last name. Zhou Qiang is still very confident. He knows that this matter is not so easy to be able to investigate out. This is mainly related to the time, also intends to be related to the special nature of some materials. Really can't research out. You may not know the scientific instruments out there now. Some of them are very powerful. Su Li softly reminded a sentence. He still didn't want that kind of despicable villain to get this kind of medicine. If Lian Yincheng got this kind of medicine, God knows how vicious things he would do out. Don't worry, even if I tell him the prescription, he won't be able to do it. Zhou Qiang said confidently. He was well aware of the preciousness of this kind of thing. This thing was not something that they could easily get out at all. The memories of the Shuangliu medical immortal said very clearly that the difference in time was all about different effects. Zhou Qiang was not willing to take care of this matter at all. He wanted to see how this Lian Liancheng could get this medicine out. Right. Sister Li asked you something. Do you know where there are antiques for sale? Zhou Qiang now wants to see if his eyes are golden pupils, and he recently felt that his eyes are very dry. I don't know if it's because of the last time by those but strong flashlight irradiation caused or because his eyes aura began to dry up. Shuangliu medical immortal's inheritance has recorded that the golden pupil can absorb the aura in the antiques. These auras into the human eyes can stimulate the power of the golden pupil. You want to buy antiques? That thing Waterdeep hate too. I can tell you. Don't think they now have a little money to play antiques. Accidentally you will even dregs are not left. And not anymore. I am just curious. Zhou Qiang also cannot say I am going to cultivate the golden pupil. Right, this kind of thing or their own knowledge is good. Cannot say or do not say out. You say antiques. If you are really interested, I will take you to play. 3 days later in the county to hold an antique auction. Li Fu gave me tickets before. Really? Li sister, you still understand antiques? That's right. What doesn't your sister know? 18 martial arts are all proficient. Su Li gave herself a piece of gold. Zhou Qiang admired all the stars in his eyes. To the third day Zhou Qiang and Su Li left Shuangliu village. When they came to the city, Su Li brought Zhou Qiang into the auction site. When seeing the auction site, Zhou Qiang realized that the original auction is so big. Sister Li, it's so big in here. What is this? This is considered small in scale. At this time Su Li saw Li Fu. Li Fu waved at Su Li and then came over to greet Su Li. Brother, you're here too. When see Su Li side of Zhou Qiang time, Li Fu heart is also very excited. But if fan eyes have a very bad not smile, that means it seems to be in year 2 have a play-o. Don't guess. Zhou Qiang is just curious. I just bring her over to see. In advance, don't blame me for hitting the eye. Definitely don't blame you. Miss Su is overstated. You can come, I really am too happy. Zhou Qiang at this time will be to understand over. Su Li is still an antique connoisseur. Sister Li, what is the meaning of hitting the eye? Is to look away. Antique water is very deep. Even those in the antique world rolled more than 10 years of masters will also be in the gutter overboard. Good luck may be rich overnight. Bad luck overnight nothing. This is a very common thing. Su Li softly explained a few sentences. Zhou Qiang heart is also a burst of surprise. This time he realized that the original here is such a thing. Then you also play this? I seldom play it, but other people will often pay me to watch it for him. Just like Li Fu. He just asked me to watch it for him. That's how Li Fu got rich. Then you mean some of the items auctioned here are real and some are fake? Nonsense. The reason why antique bidding is exciting is that it's just the same thing. There are some things that so many people may have squeezed their heads out of and spent a lot of money on, but the value may only be a few dollars in cost. In this business, a lot of people will suffer big losses. So that's how it is. What an insight. Zhou Qiang was a little excited. He felt still quite excited as he came into contact with this line of antiques for the first time. Yo ho, Boss Li, you're here again. I heard that you've been making a lot of money selling aphrodisiacs lately. Just as Zhou Qiang and Su Li were chatting softly over here, a bald man with a big belly walked in. This man had a cigar in his hand. This look was like that thug look. This man is called Huang Zun. He is also a big boss, doing business mainly in the line of antiques. He has been mixing it up in this line of business over the years. Li Fu and him are also considered arch rivals. The two of them have been at each other's throats for many years now. Zhou Qiang nodded. This guy can say in this kind of public occasions Li Fu sells aphrodisiacs, and also so loud. This is obviously does not give Li Fu face. Sure enough, Li Fu's face twitched at this time, looking somewhat unpleasantly at this pig-killing Huang Zun, still somewhat uncomfortable. Previously, Li Fu was shady once by Huang Zun's game and spent more than $100 million to buy a fake Buddha head, and later found out that the fake Buddha head was a fake, and the cost of making it was not more than $1,000. The loss of $100 million is nothing to Li Fu. The main thing is that he can't let go of his face. Zhou Qiang's heart was also surprised for a while. He now realized that this line of water is really deep. But at this time Zhou Qiang was a little upset with this Huang Zun. Li Fu had a favor for Zhou Qiang, so Zhou Qiang would also think about helping him. Zhou Qiang had not yet spoken, but Huang Zun had already seen Su Li and sneered. Yo ho, this concubine of yours has also brought it. Surname Huang, you have a cleaner mouth, Li Fu said angrily. Li Fu, don't be so unqualified. Did I say anything wrong? Obviously Huang Zun's strength belongs to the kind of stronger to be beaten. Even do not care about Li Fu's threat. This also let Zhou Qiang admire just very much. This guy is really powerful. Even Li Fu so powerful people are not afraid. Chapter 40 Disgraceful. Su Li's face was a bit ugly. Zhou Qiang's heart was also on fire for no reason in that instant. This Huang Zun who was full of big gold teeth had offended the two people Zhou Qiang cared about in such a short period of time. Zhou Qiang suddenly let out a cold laugh, then came to Huang Zun's front and said very plainly, so it's Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang is really too coincidental. Hello, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhou Qiang said that was like a pug general holding Huang Zun's hand, and then like very want to flatter him like appearance. You say me? Don't get close to me. Mr. Huang, you forget the last time I was Dr. Zhou, last time you went to where I let me help you see infertility. Right, that medicine you still insist on eating it. Mr. Huang, I tell you you this disease because it is congenital, so the treatment will be more troublesome, but you rest assured that as long as you follow the course of treatment, I guarantee you in 6 months must have a big fat son. You, what are you babbling about? Huang Zun face a burst of green, a burst of white. Su Li and Li Fu all almost laughed out. Su Li even had a warm feeling. He knew that Zhou Qiang was helping himself out. Oh, look at my memory. But I'm sorry, this is a bit embarrassing. Sorry, really sorry. Boss Huang, then we'll talk again some other time. Zhou Qiang has already loosened Huang Zun's hand. Huang Zun gas is already trembling all over. Huang Zun has a son and a daughter, but a son and a daughter are not too much like two. He did do a paternity test. It is indeed his child. It may be more like the mother's reason. A lot of people will privately say that he can't give birth to such a beautiful child. Zhou Qiang today, this sentence immediately led a lot of people a pair of the original is a borrowed seed. Huang Zun is jumping into the yellow river cannot be washed. In their view, Zhou Qiang said should be true. Otherwise who dares to be so eye-catching to do this kind of people? Huang Zun suddenly felt that she did not dare to move. His men were about to come over to help her. Huang Zun quickly said, "Don't touch me." Huang Zun that moment all wanted to make a hole to drill in. Just now he was very angry. Suddenly felt his stomach hurt. That felt like eating bad food. Very want to. And his subordinate pulled him a bit. It was like touching a prayer that reached the edge of the explosion. And it just exploded. Ha ha. Old Yellow, even if the child is not pro-life, you do not have to s and urine are angry out it. In fact, not biological, quite good. You see your pair of children look good. This light if with you, that is a word. Huang Zun is not afraid of Li Fu. Li Fu will not be afraid of Huang Zun. So this brother time Li Fu can have the opportunity to hit some. Huang Zun naturally will not be polite. Huang Zun that instant has been angry, body all trembling. All of a sudden and bang bang two sound. Directly bang a mess. The scene so many people with a very contemptuous eyes of. You did it. Oh, just did a little action. Zhou Qiang said softly. In fact, after getting the inheritance of Shuangliu medical immortal, Zhou Qiang for the structure of the human body has also reached a quite powerful point. The human body, those acupuncture point stimulation can make the human body to make the reaction of loss of control he all know. So when he shook hands with Huang Zun just now, he had actually entered a stream of true qi into Huang Zun's body, which then caused Huang Zun's body to go out of control, which led to such a lousy situation. Thank you, Su Li said softly. Along with the time he spent with Zhou Qiang, he found that this man was becoming more and more interesting. He was not very old, but he was extremely calm inside, and he was quite composed in doing things. Li Fu was also in a great mood. He didn't expect that he could humiliate Huang Zun so hard today. After half an hour, when Huang Zun came in again, he looked at Zhou Qiang with a murderous aura in his eyes. Huang Zun now can't wait to swallow Zhou Qiang alive. Although he doesn't know whether his injury and Zhou Qiang have any relationship, but fishing gull, one thing he is sure of. You are Zhou Qiang just humiliated himself. Get me to find out what that kid's name is. Damn dare to humiliate me. I want him to know what is called miserable. Yes, Master Huang. The auction meeting officially started. Zhou Qiang was able to sit at the front of the room because he followed Li Fu and the others. This position is not for anyone. Those who can be in this position are basically some of the big brother level. In this position is very close to the auction table, also for the convenience of observation. Although there is also a large screen will be 360 degrees without dead angle play antiques, but still see the physical will make people more interesting. Sister Li, what are those people doing? Zhou Qiang asked curiously. They are all treasure experts. Antiques is to play a heartbeat. After the auction down later, can enjoy the scene free firm, but also can issue an auction certificate. So that's how it is. Zhou Qiang nodded, suddenly feeling that Su Li really did know a lot of things. Soon the auction had begun. A woman walked up. The woman was wearing a red sleeveless v-neck sexy long dress. Looked like she wanted to be incomparably tall. Chest peaks towering into the clouds. In the v-neck package, let a person have a kind of want to crime impulse. Zhou Qiang heart saw a big beauty in the above host. These people still have the heart to see the treasures. The host is very chatty. Eloquent talk after return. And then today's auction has officially begun. Li boss, you now do medicine industry is not quite good at. Why do you want to play this line? Su Li said with some incomprehension. Not afraid of your joke. I'm not convinced. Last time by them to do the game lost once. My heart think about all uncomfortable. Hey, okay then how do you want to shoot today? I inquired about this old thing this time on a terracotta figurine imperative. I'm going to inflate the price. I let him also bad. Li Fu this guy although in the antique industry ate a few big losses, but still belongs to the kind of frustration the more pain people. Did not this time he is ready to fight again in the Jianghu. Okay, the first up is a folding fan. It is said that Emperor Qianlong used, named Qiankuan fan. The starting bidding price reached 100,000. Chapter 41 The Fight in the Dark. Zhou Qiang in seeing this legendary Qiankuan fan is still very unable to understand. He does not know this legendary Qiankuan fan in the end how to come. Even the starting bidding price of 100,000. And now the bidding people still continue to increase the price. In a very short period of time, It has soared from 100,000 to 200,000. Zhou Qiang looked at these people bidding like no money. The heart is also a burst of speechless. These people are really some talent. When the price soared to 250,000 when it has stopped, Li Fu this time looked at Su Li. That means let Su Li to give an opinion. It is clear that Li Fu does not understand these things, so what he is asking Su Li. Here a lot of bosses around the side are brought people. Before the Huang Zun Huang boss has also brought people over, and still 2 or 3. This time Su Li softly said, it's really true, but to this price is already not much room to make money. This kind of thing even if you have channels, at best sold to 300,000, excluding the cost of packaging, you may not earn a little bit, then think about not getting your hands on it. Li Fu said softly, he still believed in Su Li's judgment. In the end, this fan was sold at a price of 260,000, and then after the 4 treasure appreciation experts were firm, the result given was indeed true, and the estimated price was between 300,000. Zhou Qiang heart is also a burst of admiration. Su Li, this woman is indeed awesome. This judgment is already super strong. Next a ceramic vase. This time Su Li and Li Fu said it is true. Zhou Qiang heart curiosity. He is because of leaning closer, so he can see very clearly. He really big eyes. Will focus all the attention to the eyes? He wanted to feel whether the eyes will happen what different feeling. When he opened his eyes, his heart is also a burst of surprise, because just as he focused his attention continuously, staring at that vase, he suddenly felt that the vase seemed to have turned into 2, and it felt as if he was looking at his eyes, but he knew that it wasn't because he was blinkered, but that it had really turned into 2 vases, and his heart was thrilled, and suddenly wherever his eyes looked, he felt as if his eyes were generating suction. One of the vases that produced a shadow was transformed into a breath that poured into his eyes, and Yifan felt a coolness in his eyes, like the feeling of a bowl of clear water pouring into his eyes. When this cool breath entered his eyes, his heart was also incomparably comfortable. The feeling was really too good to be true. Along with the cool feeling that rippled through his eyes, the previous interference was all eliminated. Could it be that he really is the legendary golden pupil? Zhou Qiang heart is incomparable excitement. Gold pupil that is known as the most precious kind of eyes. The whole of China can have gold pupil will not be more than 100 people, and 100 people can dig out the gold pupil of the estimated even 10 people are not. Zhou Qiang did not expect is that he was so lucky. Actually will be gold pupil to dig out. The heart is also incomparable excitement. This is too exciting and exciting. At this moment, Zhou Qiang went to look at the bottle again and realized that there was still aura on it, but the distance was too far away, and there was still no way he could be able to absorb it over. Not to say that Zhou Qiang also seems to understand one thing. Their eyes are able to see the cultural relics. To put it bluntly, the golden pupil can see the aura on the cultural relics. Cultural relics are cultural relics because of the aura attached to the relics, which is the most precious of all. After the next dozen artifacts came up, Zhou Qiang saw 5 are real and 5 are fake. The real 5 were his eyes to absorb part of the aura, especially a pottery figurine of the Han dynasty, that above the aura in the absorption into the eyes. Zhou Qiang can feel his eyes have been in the moisture in general. That feeling is really good. Li Fu also got his hands on a few things. The money spent is not much. Zhou Qiang know that are true. The heart is also admires Su Li's vision. There is no one is looking away. He is obviously not a golden pupil. Zhou brother, how is it? How does it feel? Oh, I just came over to get together. Zhou Qiang said with a smile. He knew that today, Li boss really fancy things have not yet appeared. Body many people fancy. They are now thinking about how to win in this hand. Finally, after waiting for a long time, the last finale of the treasure has come up. This treasure is called the Iron Scroll Book. This thing is not made of iron, but made of jade. This kind of thing is said to be the ancient emperor rewarded to those who I have meritorious officials. When the Iron Scroll Dan book appeared, Zhou Longfei could sense these people were very excited at this time. It seems that many people are interested in this Iron Coupon Dan book today. Sister Li, is this thing worth a lot of money? Why are so many people so interested in this? Oh, this how to say it. Can only say that his collection value is very high. The so-called chaotic times hide the gold. The prosperous times hide the treasure. This is said to have the conditions in the war era to hide some more gold. The stability of gold is very good. Whether in ancient times or now, the price of gold is very stable. If the chaotic times to hide money, may depreciation will be very fast, and in the peace and prosperity, is to hide the treasure. This so-called treasure is these antiques. Some people buy antiques actually in order to be able to make money. Doing antique business? Some people buy antiques actually will not be used to sell, but leave it to their children, like Li Fu Li boss. He is in order to pass these on. Boss Li, you're thinking far ahead here, Zhou Qiang said with a face of admiration. Oh, this who every loser in the family, and whose luck can be good for a lifetime. Right, this in case of bankruptcy one day. At least know that you still have some good things. This is called the family has 3 buckets of rice. Every other night does not panic. That's true. Zhou Qiang nodded. Only now did he realize that the world of the original rich people, they considered more of a long-term plan. They looked far, far away. The Iron Scroll Danshu is a kind of proof given by the ancient emperor to the meritorious ministers. This kind of thing is basically carved with jade. The workmanship is Winfield surprise. On top of it, it will also be engraved with this owner's life tribute as well as his contribution. This kind of thing is claimed to be the Sword Iron Scroll Danshu person, such as the emperor himself. So this thing will have a better collection value. The future value-added space is also very big. Zhou Qiang's heart was also a burst of surprise. Only at this time did he realize that there was so much more going on here. It was really insightful. Chapter 42 Do the Game. At this time, the woman began to explain in a gushing manner, analyzing how the prospect of this Iron Scroll Dan book was how. At this time, the others had already begun to rub their fists together, with a look of eagerness to try it out, and Zhou Qiang's heart was filled with a burst of curiosity. At that very moment Zhou Qiang inadvertently saw Huang Zun and the woman on the stage seem to have an eye contact. This eye contact was very short and difficult to be discovered, but Zhou Qiang nowadays eyes aura convergence, almost instantly able to capture this. Could this be a setup? Zhou Qiang muttered in his heart for a while, then ran his eyes to look at some Iron Scroll Dan books and realized that it did indeed have an aura, but the aura didn't seem to be very strong, only a very small portion of it, according to what he had judged out before, if it was not a cultural relic. In fact, what his eye said he saw, it did not have aura. Only those cultural relics that had a certain number of years were able to contain aura. The reason why the cultural relics before, maybe it is because of this reason, and according to his feeling before is that the better the cultural relics, the stronger the aura, the older the age is also the stronger. This Iron Scroll Danshu was soaked with bubbles, but even a little effect? This has also really led a person a little unexpected. This time the starting price has come out. The starting price of this thing is 150 million. So high a starting price out. A very short time to reach 3 million. The number is still soaring. Zhou Qiang once again converged the spiritual power of both eyes, and then looked at the past. The aura is still thin pitiful. Is not to see the artifacts are not in accordance with their own understanding, but also not right before he looked at so many, are not wrong, and before he in order to feel good, specially let Li Fu auction down a thing to see for themselves. Under close observation, Zhou Qiang found that the cultural relics after years of precipitation, the cultural relics inside the existence of aura, and the color of the aura is also with the cultural relics quality is good or bad has a lot to do with the color of the color of the color of the color of the aura is also with the cultural relics quality is good or bad has a lot to do with the quality. However, the aura emanating from this thing in front of him is obviously lips have good. This should not be going wrong. 5 million. Just when Zhou Qiang thought, suddenly Li Fu was sentenced to let the scene were shocked. Zhou Qiang was even more under the jump. The last person shouted only 3,200,000. He immediately increased the price to 5 million. This is really a tycoon very much. However, this thing is very interested in not just one of him. When he 5 million soared out after the price was quickly inflated to 10 million. Zhou Qiang are drunk. Gosh, a piece of this even can sell 10 million. There is no mistake. When the price of a bowl soared out after the people who quit has been a lot of people. And this time Huang Zun suddenly opened his mouth. A breath of 5 million, reaching 15 million. Damn, it's this scumbag again. $18 million. Li Fu was also not willing to show weakness. The two people this instantly strangle each other. Other people watching are already only to see the part. This is really a fairy fight. Well, he or not to participate in the good. Finally, the price soared to 35 million. Is Huang Zun shouted out. Suli gave Li Fu's bottom line is 80 million. 80 million a little can. More than this boundary do not continue. $50 million. Huang Zun, you crazy. I'm afraid of you. Li Fu slammed the table and bellowed, which immediately caused a burst of laughter at the scene as he said, "You're the one ting mad. Li Fu, you hypocrite." $65 million. Li Fu was just about to shout $70 million when Zhou Qiang pulled him back. "Boss Li, stop shooting." The more Zhou Qiang looked, the more wrong it was, because just now he captured another message. That is, that woman made a wink to Huang Zun. That was obviously in the meaning of letting him not to call the price. Zhou Qiang is now absolutely convinced that it's all a setup here. He had just seen that Iron Scroll Danshu and felt that there was too little aura in it. If this thing was considered a cultural relic, then he should only be worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. But it is such a thing that can be called to more than 60 million. Only Suli did not say anything. Zhou Qiang also do not understand this kind of thing. Desire, so it is also not good to say anything. But at this time he will have a feeling that there is indeed a problem with what is going on here. After all, Li Fu was able to come over in the middle of the night to help their own busy people. Zhou Qiang is a person who knows the kindness of the people. No matter how to say, This thing they still have to remind him. Although Boss Lee is rich, but in the rich also has a working capital. This more than 60 million if you buy a fake thing again. That is really too embarrassing. When Li Fu was estimated to be able to be angry and spit blood. Li Fu's heart is also a little puzzled. He naturally knows that Zhou Qiang does not understand these. Brother, it's okay, I have money. No, Boss Lee, this thing has a problem, Zhou Qiang said with great sincerity. Su Li looked at it carefully and then said softly, how about taking it? Although Su Li felt that it was true, but through such a long time of contact with Zhou Qiang, he knew that Zhou Qiang was never a person who was aimless. He would say that there was a problem. Then there was a good chance that this thing was really a problem, although he did not see the problem. But in the line of antiques who can ensure 100%, when Li Fu heard Su Li say the same thing, the mind that was ready to go all the way to the end also loosened up and finally gave up. Ha ha, how did Li Fu wimp out? Ha ha. Huang Zun at this time is very excited. That looked like a victor in general, but Zhou Qiang but seems to be to see out. His excitement under the surface, more of a kind of remorse. It is clear that he regrets a lot. Asterisk. Li Fu glared at him fiercely. In the end, the Iron Scroll Dan Shu was not auctioned off, but was taken by Huang Zun as 65 million. Huang Zun also wished to appraised. The Iron Scroll Dan book is genuine. The market value of 100 million. The value of the next 10 years 115 million. Wow. Small side of the people one by one is a burst of sighing. This all of a sudden earns so much. A lifetime cannot make money. Li Fu's face is also a little ugly, but there is no blame. He knows that Zhou Qiang may not want to take risks themselves. Obviously it's fake. Why would you say it's real? Zhou Qiang muttered softly. Kid, you dare to question our master Su's appraisal results. At this time Huang Zun heard and said loudly. After this voice was said, the guys looked at Zhou Qiang in unison. Just now the guys were curious. Anyone could see that Li Fu was going to be immortal with Huang Zun today, but all of a sudden it is laying down. Some people are noticing that it is Zhou Qiang to stop. The heart is also curious about what is going on. Chapter 43 Questioning. Now the big guys are even more curious about what this person is the head of the people. Just now they all know that it is this guy directly said Huang Zun is infertile. So this so time to hear Zhou Qiang actually question Su Laozi firm results. This is very arrogant, but also very taboo things. Su Laozi after all, is the line of Tarzan Beidou. Zhou Qiang said that is false. This is obviously in the face of this Taishan Beidou. This is taboo. When was said can some later? This brother legendary Tarzan Beidou at the moment is also some embarrassed in what to say. This was originally a fake. Zhou Qiang sees so many people are looking at their own. This time he is also open to the world. Anyway, he does not mix this line. Afraid of what offend people Of course the most important is actually still because he has a feeling that this is the clothes moth to exposed. Every weak Chang is a person who dares to say the truth. He also feels that people should be honest. So this time his heart is very uncomfortable. Feel that these people have failed the trust of the big guys. This is at least treasure experts. These 4 treasure experts cannot see the problem? Oh, you said this is fake. Elder Su stood up, and although there was a smile on his face, it was clear that there was some anger. It was originally a fake. Zhou Qiang wasn't afraid of him. What Tarzan Beidou? He didn't know. He was a mud leg. Afraid of offending him for what? Then you tell us why he is a fake. Elder Su said faintly. Su Li kept giving Zhou Qiang a wink at this time, telling him not to offend these people again. But Zhou Qiang had no way back at this time. I knew he was a fake anyway. Zhou Qiang couldn't say this is what I saw. If he said this thing, no one would probably believe it, so he wouldn't say this kind of thing. Oh, good one anyway. I just know he is fake. Young man meal can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. Do you know that one of your words is in maligning me? You are teasing me? Su Laozi Lianshan have to have anger. Zhou Qiang at this time to know that he this time is trouble. This thing is indeed so one thing. They can see that this is false not false, but this is all too will be on the evidence. There is no evidence is certainly not work. As the saying goes, catch a thief and take the dirty. If they can't say why this thing is fake, then it's embarrassing. Then what makes you say he is real? Zhou Qiang didn't understand cultural relics at all, so he could only gag. I naturally have my method. This grain, don't you tell me this, the grain can be faked. Now technology is so developed, can't you make a fake? Fake coins are still able to create it. To put it bluntly, it is the material. You have to ask me why this is fake. Then I can only say that the material problem. Zhou Qiang suddenly thought of the material. Is the material? The preciousness of the antique seems to be related to the material craftsmanship and one of his cultural value. Not the longer the time is the more before. If that is the case, then the hot stone is also an antique. Zhou Qiang just said when the paper money. Suddenly thought that the biggest difference between fake money and contention money is that the material is not the same. According to what this beautiful woman introduced just now, The Iron Scroll Dan book came from the Tang dynasty. It was rewarded by the Tang emperor to a great Jianjun who had great achievements in battle. The Tang dynasty was one of the most prosperous dynasties in China. The standard of living was very high at that time, and a generation of emperors rewarded a great general with a great reputation. He couldn't possibly be so shabby as to use a piece of jade with a very average quality to carve the Iron Scroll Dan book. Could he? Don't you tell me that is a good piece of jade. Even if I don't know about cultural relics, but at least I still know what jade is good jade. What jade is not good jade. Iron Scroll Dan should not so much as to say that with what goat's white jade, but at least it will not be so shabby as to use this kind of folk workshop to grind out of the jade it. Zhou Qiang eloquent. In fact, he really does not understand the cultural relics, but he understands jade. Xuanliu medical immortals' memories have a lot of chapters about jade, which is the most important thing is that traditional Chinese medicine involves there is jade. Jade is nourishing, so in the theory of Chinese medicine will often mention some news about jade. Listening to what they said, other people's hearts are also a little surprised. The scene is quiet. Everyone is a little bit feel surprised. Of course at this time the most ugly face is actually still this old man Su. A bunch of nonsense. What do you know about things? Said Master Su, listing a large number of claims that this thing is real, quoting the classics. Anyway, Zhou Qiang did not understand, but now no matter what Master Su said, many people have a question mark in their hearts. Just now some people were wanting to see if they could buy it from Huang Zun. It doesn't matter if they spend a high price. Huaxia isn't short of rich people, but now there is no one who has this idea anymore. You don't have to tell me this. I don't understand. I only know that the king of a country, especially in the feudal dynasty, the emperor is very important to face. Even if you do not use sheep white jade, at least you will use topaz alive Xinjiang Hutian jade those. Zhou Qiang now also play rogue. Directly said the stuff material is problematic. He also knows this point. Su old man angry is trembling. All want to rush up and Zhou Qiang fight. Huan Zun is also very angry. Yellow-mouthed child. A bunch of nonsense. Are you making trouble? What about you? On what basis do you just say that's true? How do you explain his own problems? Anyway, I don't believe that's true, even if you say it in the sky. Just because you're an expert in treasure appreciation, Zhou Qiang is not afraid of offending him. These people are too no bottom line. Do not do anything for money. Others are believe you these experts to give you firm. The result is that you join together to pit people, which makes Zhou Longfei upset. Then how do you want to believe? Ask someone else to firm it up. Zhou Qiang said coldly. Humph, yellow-mouthed child. You really don't know the height of heaven. Su Hengshan has been in the antique world for more than 20 years. Would I still joke with my reputation? And by this time several security guards had already come in. One of them directly reached out and grabbed Zhou Qiang's arm. Get out of here. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Untie your claws. I'll leave myself. Zhou Qiang wasn't interested in staying here either. He was here today to verify his golden pupil. But that security guard had obviously gone a little too far, and even tried to subdue Zhou Qiang, and suddenly with a hoot, his entire body flew out, smashing hard on the ground. I said I'll get out on my own. Someone is here to cause trouble. Take him down for me. Several security guards wheeled their electric batons and lunged at Zhou Qiang, the electric batons making snapping sounds. Chapter 44 Tarzan Master. Zhou Qiang is also now on fire. Before being Wang Long that hit a dozen times with an electric baton, causing him to see the electric baton now have a psychological shadow, and as a result, these people have to play with themselves with an electric baton. The body instantly jumped forward and jumped up, and a split leg rushed to a security guard's shoulder and split down. That security guard instantly plopped to his knees and let out a growl, while Zhou Qiang's body spun on the ground and his right foot kicked at another security guard's chin. With a click, the second security guard's body unexpectedly flew backward like a kite with broken strings. His body rotated twice in the air and directly smashed hard on the ground. The remaining two security guards saw that this guy was so raw, they immediately also drew in a breath of cold air and pushed out a few steps backward, somewhat fearful, while outside there were constantly security guards rushing in. Stop! Just at this time, a cold voice rang out. The voice was not big, but it was filled with a kingly aura. That was a kind of aura that only a person who had been in a high position for a long time could have. When this voice rang out, the other people have retreated. After seeing those people retreated, a middle-aged man walked in. This man looks very tall, like the northern people, in this June day, but he was wearing a sword black cloak. Zhou Qiang could see that he was not pretending, but was physically ill. After the man walked in, there was a woman on his side. The woman looked about the same age as Zhou Qiang. She was very tall, about 1.7 meters, with a pair of long slender legs, giving the impression that she was like a giraffe, with a high ponytail. She looked fresh and capable. Master Tarzan. Why is he here? This is Master Tarzan. A lot of people whispered for a while. Zhou Qiang didn't know what it meant to be Master Tarzan or Master Huashan. he just knew that these people were shameless. Master Tarzan came to Zhou Qiang and asked with interest, "What's your name?" "Zhou Qiang." Zhou Qiang and Master Taishan met eye to eye, without any timidity, but said very plainly. Master Taishan's heart was a little surprised. This young man was able to be so calm when he saw himself. This was really not simple. "Why are you making trouble here?" "I didn't make a scene, it was your people who made the first move," Zhou Qiang said calmly. "Master Shan, this is a misunderstanding. This is one of my little brothers. You're an adult." Li Fu hurriedly came up to round up the situation. He also did not expect things to get so big. This Master Taishan was not something that Li Fu could provoke. "This is your horseman." No, he's a doctor. Just came over with me today to play." "This is a misunderstanding. He's young and doesn't know any better." "Oh, you're a doctor? What medical school graduate?" Master Taishan looked at Zhou Qiang with interest. "I'm just a barefoot doctor. Didn't even graduate from elementary school," Zhou Qiang said flatly. Master Taishan laughed, but it wasn't a mocking laugh, but a cheerful one. "Young man is really interesting. What was that all about just now?" "I just said that a piece of jade is fake. You guys said that I messed up. Can't I say it?" "Boss, this kid is messing up. We just asked him to go out." This time the manager in charge here rushed over. His forehead was sweating. Seeing Master Taishan was like a mouse seeing a cat. "Bring the jade over for me to see," Master Taishan said very calmly. This manager showed a difficult face, but still brought that piece of jade over. Master Taishan took it in his hands and looked at it for a while, then said, "You understand cultural relics?" "Don't know, but I knew it was fake. The jade is indeed an antique, and it does have some age, but this is not the Iron Scroll Dan book, which is something rewarded by the Emperor. There is no reason for it to be so bad. This is my personal opinion. If you guys don't believe it, that's your business. I'm not begging you to believe it." He, Master Taishan said with a smile, then turned to look at those 4 treasure appreciation experts. The smile on his face suddenly froze. Suddenly the Iron Scroll Dan book in his hand smashed on the ground, and with a crash, shattered into hundreds of pieces. "Iron Scroll Dan book, you guys are cheating ghosts. What do you want to do when you unite my people on my territory?" Secretary Wang immediately thoroughly investigate this matter. "Everything involved in this matter inside. All give me to pull out." I said how many times? Other people hit the eye that is each according to their own ability, but I invited you to not let you fool people here. The 4 treasure appreciation experts' faces had turned pale to the extreme, and the scene was silent. At this time they knew that what Zhou Qiang said was true. This Iron Scroll Dan book was real. "Boss, I know I'm wrong. Boss, you spare me. Boss." That manager suddenly plopped down on his knees, then begged. Master Taishan kicked him out and said coldly, "Eat and be eaten. This jumbo haul of mine is not something that scum like you can get your hands on." A time these people one by one are already scared pale. This matter is now obviously has made a big deal. These people make a game, intentionally cheat others. This originally is no problem. After all, the auction house things are just half of the real and half of the fake. That's why there is a thought of heaven and a thought of hell saying. But the 4 major treasure appraisal banker is Taishan Master invited, which has spent a lot of money to let them in this to help shoot the product of the people free firm, buy and then make an estimate of the value. But these people even intentionally distort the facts. This is if the word is out. The treasure haul in the future reputation is not bad clean, so he was very angry. Li Fu this time is also a burst of sighing. Today he was almost played again. If he really words $100 million to buy a piece of jade worth tens of thousands of dollars, even if the monetary loss can be compensated, but this spirit can be angry to vomit blood put. Cough. This time Taishan Master tried too magical, issued a burst of cough. The man beside him took out some medicine, said softly, "Dad, it's time to take medicine. That medicine you eat less. It's not good for your disease." Zhou Qiang's impression of Master Taishan was actually okay. This person still had some principles and bottom line inside. You say this medicine is useless to me?" Tarzan looked at Zhou Qiang with great interest. He now had a good feeling about Zhou Qiang the lad. "Your body is due to cold poison. What you are eating is a medicine that strengthens blood circulation and unblocks the meridians. Although it can make your body heat stronger, but it will also strengthen the time of your cold poison attack and the severity of the cold poison. Undoubtedly it is hemlock to quench your thirst." This, Taishan looked at Zhou Qiang with a shocked expression. You can tell my father's disease," the woman said with a surprised face. Chapter 45, Cold Poison. "I can tell a little. Young man, is it convenient to lend a hand?" Tarzan looked at Zhou Qiang and said curiously. Zhou Qiang nodded, then followed them into an office. Master Taishan's office looked very atmospheric, a Chinese style of decoration. "Mr. Zhou, please have some tea." Master Taishan's daughter is very polite. To Zhou Qiang to a cup of tea. Close observation of this beauty. Zhou Qiang will have a feeling. Outside the beauty is really a lot of awe. Before in the village, think Tsuehua so beautiful, now it seems to be really sitting in a well to see the sky. Zhou Qiang does not know how to taste tea. Anyway, gulp down a mouthful of it, and then even eat the tea leaves, because this tea is very sweet. It's much better than my family's tea. Where did you buy this? Turn around and I'll buy some, Zhou Qiang said softly. Looking at Zhou Qiang's outspoken character, Master Taishan smiled and said, Mr. Zhou likes it, I'll just send you a box, said he. Let his daughter take a box of tea out. Looking at that box packaging are very good. How embarrassing this is. Zhou Qiang is a person who is not willing to be favored by others, at once is also a little embarrassed. Oh, no harm. This tea is not good to buy in this area. Mr. Zhou, are you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Learn some, if you don't mind. I'll take your pulse and see. Then thank you, Mr. Zhou, Master Taishan said and stretched out his hand. Zhou Qiang began to check his pulse. After a few minutes, Zhou Qiang frowned. Have you been feeling more and more afraid of the cold lately? Indeed. Is this serious? In fact, it has something to do with the medicine you ate. The accelerated blood circulation for a short period of time will allow your body to heat up, but also accelerated the spread of the cold poison. Now the cold poison is already spreading throughout the body. Your recent heart position because it will feel inexplicably cold. Also because of this reason. Fortunately now is summer. If it is winter, I worry that this cold poison may be more than the tendon trauma. That can be treated? Master Taishan said with some surprise. It's actually not difficult to cure in the beginning, but now that it has spread out, it will be more troublesome, Zhou Qiang said softly. In that case, I'll take a look at it. Zhou Qiang catalyzed his golden pupil. Soon the scene in front of him seemed to change a bit. Zhou Qiang pointed out as far as his eyes could see, seeing that his body seemed to be changing. Gradually Zhou Qiang saw that the cold poison was emanating from the Dantian location. No wonder it was so difficult to treat, because the Dantian is an abstract concept. Drugs cannot treat the Dantian. Your cold poison was injured by someone. This can also be seen. Master Taishan looked at Zhou Qiang and was a little shocked. He originally thought that Zhou Qiang might not have much skill, but now he suddenly felt that Zhou Qiang might be much more powerful than he thought he would be. The root cause is in the Dantian. This Defan, you should have been injured by someone. Divine Doctor. Truth be told, in 3 years ago I was assassinated by one of my own people and almost died. I used to seek out Shaolin to practice martial arts and learn some Qigong and such, and then I was seriously injured. Master Taishan looked at Zhou Qiang and explained. Zhou Qiang probably knew that this Master Taishan should be quite powerful before, only that he was later backstabbed by someone, and it was still a master backstabber. Mr. Zhou, can my father be cured? Master Taishan's daughter was also a bit surprised that Zhou Qiang, an expert who looked about the same age as herself, could be so powerful. Let me try. I've actually cured this kind of disease before, Zhou Qiang said and quickly asked Master Taishan to undo his clothes, and then asked Master Taishan's daughter to get herself a few embroidery needles and stuck them into a few acupoints, locking his Dantian with the method of acupoints, and then Zhou Qiang urged the true qi in his body, and very soon this true qi had already entered into the area of his Dantian. Zhou Qiang had previously used the embroidery needles to lock his Dantian, so the cold qi inside his Dantian would not run around, and with the entry of the true qi under his guidance, the cold qi started to come out little by little. 10 minutes later, Zhou Qiang is soaked to the skin. He did not expect this cold poison is so serious. Finally the cold poison in the Dantian has been eliminated cleanly. This time in the Taishan master's belly position even died a layer of light frost. Looking at it is also led a burst of surprise. This is really not simple. Well, the main cold is no longer there. Now is the cold poison in the blood. These cold you eat some of the medicine to expel dampness and poison, then drink more water. Strengthen the movement. Sweat more. You can shoot out, Zhou Qiang said softly. Master Tarzan twisted his body at this time, and his heart was also surprised. At this moment he realized what a subtle thing this is. This is too incredible, right? This is too amazing. I can clearly feel that my body is much warmer. Taishan was very surprised to know that he used to even wear more clothes. In fact, are useless, because the cold air in the inside of the emanation of the cold air, more clothes do not have too practical role, so can only resort to drugs, but that kind of drug is actually hemlock to quench the thirst. At this moment, Zhou Qiang ran this him to clear all the cold poison in his body. He instantly felt that the whole person was much more relaxed, and his body also started to recover the heat. That kind of feeling was really good. Mr. Zhou, really thank you. Thank you. Oh, no need to be so polite. Don't you all send tea to me? Then there's nothing going on, then I'll leave first. Zhou Qiang is also a bit deflated. Just now the true qi consumption is excessive. Have to hurry to eat something to make up for it. Mr. Zhou, wait. Master Taishan took out an envelope from the drawer and said, really thank you. This is a small token of appreciation. Zhou Qiang didn't excuse himself. It was normal to charge a consultation fee to see a doctor. In his opinion, how much more money could this envelope hold? So he accepted it. Mr. Zhou, can you leave a contact information? There's no signal in my village, so I don't have a cell phone those either. Zhou Qiang explained. Oh, that's right. Then okay, if I'm looking for you for something, I'll look for Li Fu. Taishan's daughter sent Zhou Qiang outside. He was very grateful to Zhou Qiang. He could see that his father's illness seemed much easier. Dad, you're really much better. It's not psychological. Really much better. This young man is powerful. I didn't even expect him to be so capable. I've been trapped by this cold poison for so many years. I've seen everything, but there's just no way. I didn't expect him to cure me with a few embroidery needles. This feels too good. I really didn't expect it. Why is he so powerful? Oh, this young man is indeed interesting. Will Kung Fu. No medicine will also look at antiques. Even no cell phone. Interesting. Really interesting. Master Taishan's impression of Zhou Qiang was very good. He felt that this lad was interesting. Chapter 46, Expensive Tea. Dad, it's rare to see you take a young man so seriously. This young man is interesting. In this kind of situation, not the slightest bit unruffled. And his character is also very calm. This is indeed admirable. I would like to pay him a visit sometime. Master Taishan was very clear. His own disease was actually very troublesome. Not many people could cure his own disease, but this lad was so capable. Just this point alone was already making him admire and appreciate Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang at this time but do not know these. He carried the tea out, thinking that the tea is still quite good. His father and mother like to eat tea, and should like the flavor. Your kid finally came out. We all pinched the cold sweat for you all. Yeah, what did you kid do? You're okay here. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Li Fu and Su Li is also for him to pinch a cold sweat. Really did not expect this guy today so ferocious. Think about it all, a little feel incredible. Su Li today even found in front of this Zhou Qiang and their previous knowledge of that Zhou Qiang seems to be a different person. He has been in the village of Shuangliu for quite a long time. Then Zhou Qiang gave him the feeling of an honest person. Purely honest. But now Zhou Qiang is let him have a feeling. He will feel Zhou Qiang is very smart, but also very bold. He knows that Zhou Qiang does not understand the cultural relics, but he can say the head of the road. In fact, those are the same that introduced the person said. He himself live and learn. It's fine. I'm just running Master Taishan to see a doctor. Zhou Qiang scratched his head a little embarrassed. I go. Poor tea. This Taishan master for you. This point is very expensive. Su Li took it over and looked at it, and was also impressed for a while. Quite good. I asked him what place to sell. He sent a can to me. This is really quite good. Li sister, go back, I bubble to you to drink. Li sister, you said that Taba have this thing to buy. Cough cough. Su Li and Li Fu a burst of coughing. Old half a day before saying, do you know how much this can costs? Don't know. This is very expensive. Should be good? Our village are planted tea. A few dollars are eaten to half a year. Just a little bit of this is not less than $120,000. Cough. You did not lie to me. Zhou Qiang that moment is also a burst of violent sweat. Gosh, this is simply so that people can vomit blood. Is too much of a blow? So a little bit of tea surprisingly want more than 100,000. This thing is not gold to do it. Oh, things are rare. This kind of thing is less. So it is expensive. It seems that Master Taishan is still really good to you. Su Li said with some sourness. Cough, really quite embarrassed. This is again to give the red packet back to the tea. Zhou Qiang took out the red packet, but realized that it was a card with a password written on it. Not money. Now how many people will give money? Our cards. Show class. Go to see how much. Just please eat. Su Li this time ready to hit the dirt. Pulling Zhou Qiang is going to eat a meal. Zhou Qiang to the nearby ATM. Check it out. The result is not to see. A look at the shock. There are 100,000 yuan. Wow. This doesn't have to be so polite. In the end you helped him see what disease give you so much money. Su Li thought you will not abduct the other person's daughter. Li Fu and Zhou Qiang they came to an upscale hotel. Li Fu naturally will not really let Zhou Qiang to invite dinner. Today if not Zhou Qiang, he not only lost a lot of money, but also will be disgraced. Then it will really be a whimper. Brother, you are my benefactor. This cup is my toast to you. Zhou Qiang didn't make a show of it, and very boldly drank a large cup right off the bat, and then feasted on it. Eat slowly. Don't choke, Su Li said in a very caring manner. In fact, this picture really looks like his little daughter-in-law. Ms. Su, how do you think that thing was made today? In fact, in hindsight it's simple. That should have been faked with a piece of ancient jade. In fact, we all overlooked this. Zhou Qiang later reminded me before ringing. How could this iron scroll Dan Shu use such a poor jade? Zhou Qiang this time buried his head in constantly eating, as if he had been hungry for 10 days in general. This eating to look really let people all feel a little embarrassed, but when Su Li looked at him, but felt very cozy, she would often subconsciously help him pick out the fish spines and put them in his bowl. After having a full meal, Li Fu said with a smile, "It's getting late. You didn't go back at night. I'll help you guys open 2 rooms here. At night we'll go strolling around the antique market together. This place is very lively lately." Li Fu said with a smile. He now had a very good impression of Zhou Qiang. Before he was good to Zhou Qiang. In fact, it was more of a profit reason. Zhou Qiang was after all his money tree, helped him make a lot of money. But after what happened during the day, he admired Zhou Qiang's behavior even more. This young man is very righteous, and also very smart. Even Su Li said, Zhou Qiang is very strong in learning, and Zhou Qiang's righteousness was what he valued the most. This guy was able to step in and help himself at a critical moment. On this point he actually felt that this person was worthy of his deep friendship. "I say Old Li, you this also play antiques today you almost lost 100 million you know. If it is not Zhou Qiang to help you, you are now bankrupt." "Oh, this from where you fall down from where to get up. I heard that tonight's antique market is very lively. Anyway, it's nothing, just go and take a look," the guy said happily. He was now eager to drag Zhou Qiang along to have a look. "Good, then let's go and have some fun," Su Li said with a smile. Zhou Qiang naturally does not matter. For Zhou Qiang, to go to a long time to see actually does not matter. Zhou Qiang every time and Zhou Li out, in fact, have grown a lot of insights. Before in the Shuangliu village, it really is a little bit of ears and eyes closed. After eating a full meal, they came to the night market. The city's night market still looks very lively. They entered the night market later, quickly came to the antique market outside. Outside the antique market, there are a lot of people are outside the stall. The antique market had just been having an event in recent days, and there were quite a few merchants who had come here to have an event. When Zhou Qiang came to the antique market later, looking at so many people, so many new things, or solve the very fun, of course, this guy also saw selling sugar gourds. This thing he thought that there is no now. "Boss, these I want all." Zhou Qiang directly the boss that inserted sugar gourd stick all together to buy. Chapter 47 Antique Market. "What are you doing buying so many candy canes for?" Looking at Zhou Qiang, Su Li was also curious. Huan hasn't even eaten them. He must like them, Zhou Qiang said with a smile. A few people walked along the intersection. In this area there are still a lot of people set up stalls. The third also placed a variety of so-called cultural relics. Not to mention that Zhou Qiang can see that those things are not really cultural relics, are some fake things. You wouldn't want to pick up the pieces here. Which is so easy to pick up leeks. Inside there is a large market. We will go in later to take a look, Li Fu said smilingly. What does picking up leeks mean? Oh, that's the jargon. Probably means picking up cheap antiques. This line is true and false. Some people may use $100 can buy a treasure worth 10 million. This is called picking up leeks, Li Fu said very seriously. Zhou Qiang nodded his head. Then he realized that there was this kind of words in the line. Don't miss it if you walk by. Come all over to see the real handwriting of Tang Pak Fu. By can't lose, by can't be fooled. A burst of yelling sounded. Zhou Qiang a burst of curiosity. This antique can still be so yelling to sell, but also really admirable. Zhou Qiang they walked over and saw that there were still quite a few people over here. There were 2 people at this stall. One of them was a woman. The woman was wearing a school uniform. She looked like a student. She looked very quiet, sitting there, holding a book in her hand. The one who was yelling was a man. The thieving kind, looking like he gave off a shrewd feeling. I say phone cripple, you cannot stop so blowing powerful. Last time you said what Qianlong treasure fan results in 3 sides of the painting are your daughter painted. You this day and night with eyes open to say nonsense. You do not have a weak heart. Nonsense. That really is the Qianlong treasure fan. I tell you my home field that is called Feng Shifan. You have heard of Feng Shifan? On the looting inside the sword bloodless Feng Shifan. That is the first master of the Qing dynasty. This guy gushing, said the spittle flying. Other people are also sweat, but many people seem to quite like to listen to him blow powerful. Several people will also give him a few drums and shouts. Zhou Qiang saw his daughter seems to be a little embarrassed. Our buried head looking at the book. Just at this time, a man walked in. Cripple Feng, you're here all day long to cheat. When are you going to pay back the money? Upon seeing this man Li Fu and Zhou Qiang both frowned because this man was no one else. It was actually Huang Zun. Huang Zun was in a very bad mood today. He had been severely humiliated by Zhou Qiang earlier, and then he had been incontinent in front of so many people. I didn't expect to be even more tragic later. He joined a lot of people to work together to victimize Li Fu, but didn't think that there would be that kind of accident. He lost his wife and soldiers this time. Taishan master let him pay $1 million fine, and said that in the future, If he still dares to enter into his turf, he will be destroyed. He was so angry that he really wanted to capture Zhou Qiang and kill him, but Zhou Qiang was protected by Li Fu, so he couldn't do anything but be annoyed in his heart. Feng Cripple, called Feng Hansan, used to be a gambler, lost a lot of money, and then borrowed money from him and did not pay back on time. His leg was broken by Huang Zun. Today, Huang Zun was in a bad mood. Naturally he caught Feng Hansan to take out his anger. Isn't this my month's already given to you yesterday? When Feng Cripple saw Huang Zun, he immediately went into hysterics and quickly said, for Feng Cripple, the most regrettable thing in his life was gambling and also borrowing $10,000 with Huang Zun, the man-eater. Before and after he paid back more than 200,000, but now there are still 100,000 left to pay off. This money he knows never pay off. So Feng Crippled thinking is to wait for their own daughter graduated from college to find a good job, to be able to have their own family. He went to jump in the river to commit suicide. Not in the drag on the family. Lousy, now want to recover all the money cannot. You this dead cripple pay back, said Huang Zun. Slap on Feng Cripple's face. Don't hit my father. Why are you such a dishonest person? We all gave you money. Feng Cripple's daughter hurriedly stood up and tried to pull her father over, but was yanked over by Huang Zun, who grabbed her hair. Boss Huang, this matter has nothing to do with my daughter. You hold your hand high, Feng Cripple said in a hurry. Humph, small, you dare to say that I am not trustworthy. Believe it or not, I will break your legs. I am not afraid. This world still has the king's law. The woman is still a little angry. King's law. Lousy, let you see what is called king's law today, said he. He grabbed a brick and rushed to smash down the woman's feet. But the brick suddenly fixed itself. Aren't you going a little too far? A man's voice rang out coldly. And the guys then saw a man holding a bunch of sugar gourds in his left hand, grabbing the brick in Huang Zun's hand with one hand. Which ungrateful. Huang Zun suddenly became mute, because he saw Zhou Qiang. This guy, he is now really a little afraid of him, because Zhou Qiang is too powerful. Before a person to fight 5 security guards, are not losing the wind. You are at least a boss. Bullying someone, a little girl. Do you look like it? Zhou Qiang exerted his force. The whole moving brick was crushed by him, and Huang Zun's face was a pale color. In fact, Zhou Qiang would think of his own sister when he saw this girl. His own sister was bullied in the beginning. She was also helpless, right? They owe me money. This is none of your business. You care too much. Looking at Zhou Qiang, he said with some anger, I say, people like you, no wonder children can't be born. People owe you money. You don't have to break people's legs. Put. Li Fu and Suli couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Zhou Qiang's means of striking people is just too powerful. You shut up. Who said I can't give birth to a child? Huang Zun had never received this kind of anger. He really wanted to rush up and strangle Zhou Qiang, but when he saw Zhou Qiang instantly crush a moving brick, he still didn't have this confidence anymore. Cripple Feng, tomorrow is your final repayment deadline. If you don't return all the money to me, I'll go to court to sue you for being a scoundrel. If you get blacklisted, your daughter won't even be able to find a job. Huang Zun said viciously. Boss Huang, I beg you, don't do this to me. I will definitely pay you back. Boss Huang. Feng Cripple at that moment to Huang Zun kneel down. As a father. In fact, that kind of helplessness Zhou Qiang see the heart is also not a taste. He recalled his own father that day with Wang Long kneeling down the picture. The man's knees have gold. How many people can endure a kind of humiliation? And more are for the sake of their children's safety and security. Chapter 48. Tang Pak Fu's True Paintings. Dad, don't beg him. Big deal. I won't go to school. The woman shed tears and went to assist her father. How much do you guys owe him? Zhou Qiang asked, suppressing his anger. Originally my father is borrowed him 10,000. The years returned him more than 200,000. Now there are 100,000. The woman said as tears continued to fall. Really a scum. You this kind of person deserves is to be cuckolded by his wife. There is $100,000 here. Take out the note. Zhou Qiang threw the card that Master Taishan had given him to Huang Zun and said with suppressed anger. Huang Zun's face twisted for a moment. In that moment, he didn't seem to expect Zhou Qiang to not only give them a head start, but also give them money. Huang Zun had no choice but to take out the note. At this time the people around him pointed at him. He could only leave quickly. Zhou Qiang gave the note to Feng Cripple and said, do you see this? Feng Cripple took the IOU, and at that instant he seemed to be in a bit of disbelief of his eyes. Thank you, benefactor. Big brother, let me make an IOU with you. I will definitely pay you back every penny of the money. This way I'll transfer it to you every month. Use 6 PayPal to me. Alipay? Zhou Qiang was a bit baffled, forgiving this person who was so generous, but didn't even know what Alipay was. Cough cough. That forget about the IOUs, there's no need to play. You sell me this genuine Tang Pak Fu. Zhou Qiang picked up the genuine Tang Pak Fu on the table. And gong. This This is fake. This brother is only a few dozen dollars. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Phone Cripple was very embarrassed to say, he is not an unscrupulous person. Zhou Qiang helped him a lot today, so he was very upset. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's real or fake. It looks pretty good anyway. You painted this. Zhou Qiang looked at Phone Cripple's daughter and asked with a smile. This was a spring color spit. It still looked pretty good, even if it is really painted by Tang Bohu, with the fake put in front of Zhou Qiang. In fact, Zhou Qiang cannot distinguish between true and false. The woman is a little bit nodded her head and said softly, this is not all I painted. Is my depiction up? Quite good. It just so happens that my house is missing a painting. Then this I will take. Zhou Qiang rolled up the painting. He actually really wanted to help them. Zhou Qiang could understand that kind of pain and helplessness. Just like when his own family encountered difficulties. If not Li Fu came over to help himself, then his own family did not know what would happen. Today, Zhou Qiang happened to meet this kind of thing. Zhou Qiang also do not mind helping them. Of course, the main thing is just to earn $100,000. So he also gave them. Zhou Qiang would have an easier time making money now, so he wouldn't look at money so heavily. Big brother, this really isn't worth much. You'd better give an account to me. I'll give you money over every month. He looked at Zhou Qiang. That was sincerely grateful. Ahem. Actually I don't even know what is Alipay. That countryman has no culture. Zhou Qiang said with some embarrassment. Suli could not help but laugh at the side. Looking at Zhou Qiang, he would really feel that this man is very cute. Your foot is traumatized. Zhou Qiang saw Phone Cripple's feet and asked curiously. It was beaten like this by them. Let me help you look at it. Zhou Qiang touched his hands on his legs in shock. Then he heard a few clicks. Phone Cripple let out an ah, and sweat kept rolling out on his forehead. Alright, try walking 2 steps. After a few breaths, Phone Cripple felt that his feet didn't hurt anymore. Then after taking 2 steps, he suddenly realized that he wouldn't be limping. You just have a bone that is shifted. Don't walk too much on this foot lately. You'll be fine after a while, Zhou Qiang said, and Phone Cripple burst into tears of gratitude. Big brother, thank you, really thank you. The woman was also grateful. He didn't expect his father's leg to be cured by Zhou Qiang. It's alright, let's go, Zhou Qiang said and got up to leave. The woman hurriedly said, Big brother, you wait, these several paintings together to you. These are my paintings. The woman is really grateful to Zhou Qiang. Well stepfather he painted better to Zhou Qiang. Oh, that thank you. The painting is really good. Then that what Lisa is much better. Put. Suli cannot help but directly laugh sprayed. Looking at this guy he is considered to have seen Zhou Qiang's a powerful. Li Fu and Suli actually this moment will appreciate Zhou Qiang. This person is a real chivalrous person. Zhou Qiang. Still looking. Are you that girl? Will Zhou Qiang walking while looking at the painting? Suli said a bit jealous. Ah, I don't even know what his name is, how can I look at him? I am absolutely he painting really quite good looking. You see this hanging in good looking? Zhou Qiang is very beautiful to appreciate. The side of Li Fu is snickering. Suli suddenly feel a little pretty face red. Thought why am I so angry ah? Zhou Qiang will be a few paintings rolled up and put into the backpack. Because that pair of paintings claimed to be Uncle Tang is a little big. Can only be held in the hands? Spending $100,000 to buy a few fake paintings. It doesn't hurt. No it won't. I think the painting is quite good. Is it really better looking than that Lisa? Well, it seems like you still have a unique aesthetic. Looking at this guy, Suli admired his kind of broad-mindedness and temperament. While talking they had arrived at the real antique market. Because of the long walk, Suli couldn't walk anymore, so the three of them sat down at a small gazebo to rest. Zhou Qiang said curiously, Sister Li, what do you mean by PayPal ah? This question is a bit esoteric. Wait to go back sis and you properly explain the explanation. Okay, thank you Sister Li. Zhou Qiang idle boredom. This painting will look through look. Suddenly in the middle of the road Chang feel their golden pupil seems to be a little bit of sensing what? Zhou Qiang convergence of true chi under the next moment a big jump, because he found that this painting is overflowing with that rich true chi, and it is a milky white color. Zhou Qiang stood up and unfolded the painting. The entire painting was overflowing with that milky white true chi. What's wrong with you? Suli asked curiously. This is real, Zhou Qiang said with a shocked face. What's true? Suli and Li Fu were both a little curious. This painting is real. How can it be? Other people little girls have established that it is his own painting. Zhou Qiang is also feel shocked. From the backpack took out to see a little. The backpack is not any flow of true chi, but this one is true chi surging. Zhou Qiang eyes absorbed a part of this thing surprisingly have quickly filled in. Chapter 49 Making a lot of money. This painting is not right. Zhou Qiang under the golden pupil suddenly found that this painting scripture is actually double layered. When he reached out his hand to tear the surface layer a little bit of the time, under this white paper there is really a layer. That Zhou Qiang found that all of the true qi is emanating from that. This painting within a painting. This inside is the real painting. At this time actually Su Li is also shocked to the extreme. Li Fu the whole person is also all eyes to fall in. This is the real painting. It should be. Zhou Qiang first don't tear. You will ruin this painting. Gosh, this is actually a real painting. Go, let's go find Master Ge. It just so happens that he is in this neighborhood. Su Li said very seriously. Right, this thing must not be destroyed. Gosh Zhou Qiang, you pick up this leakage kung fu-in in yang tapa. Li Fu was now admiring Zhou Qiang all the way to the top. This thing he had a premonition that it was absolutely incomparably valuable. Soon they came to the front of a nearby antique ancient building. When they saw the environment inside, they were all a little unexpected. This place to live still looks very nice. When Zhou Qiang they went in, Zhou Qiang saw an old man, probably in his 60s, with aging eyes, carefully restoring something. Zhou Qiang after they sat down on the side. Su Li signaled Zhou Qiang do not speak. Zhou Qiang nodded. The room is very quiet. Lit sandalwood incense, so that people have more of a feeling of inner very stable. Zhou Qiang is more or less see out. This old man should be specialized in repairing antiques. Antiques this thing damaged. Certainly more worthless. And there are specialized in this kind of people to repair. So that can be sold at a good price. After waiting for more than an hour, this old man stopped the work in his hands, and then looked to Zhou Qiang's side. Girl Su is here. Haven't seen you for a long time. Grandpa Ge, how have you been lately? Good. You this girl for such a long time also do not come to see me. Come over to help Grandpa massage down. Recently this weather. The old rheumatism again committed. Look out Ge Changsho Su Li relationship seems to be very good. Oh, you bully me every time. So today I found a helper to help you rub. Su Li made a wink at Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang understood and quickly stood up and said, Old Grandpa, then I'll rub it for you. Girl Su, this is your boyfriend. Good, really good. This looks smooth. Cough cough. Not la, he is just my friend. Friend is not boyfriend? Young man technique is good yes is this position. Gu old man was Zhou Qiang pressed to the acupoints. Suddenly also was incomparably comfortable. Chinese medicine would have been on the massage. Zhou Qiang now inherited the inheritance of the double-stream medical fairy. So this massage is quite powerful. Of course, the most important because Zhou Qiang is the master of the possession of true qi. Chinese medicine is actually really powerful or to cooperate with the true qi. As the saying goes, if a Chinese medicine practitioner doesn't refine the qi, it's still not as good as a fart, which is actually saying that Chinese medicine is about qi. Zhou Qiang's true qi was integrated between the presses, and immediately the moisture between the crevices of his bones was expelled, and the muscles were maximized relaxation. After 10 minutes or so, Gu Lao was astonished for a moment, as he clearly felt that his body was comfortable. Wow! Young man, you are cave massage. This body of mine hasn't been this relaxed for years. Gu old do things sometimes keep a posture is likely to be a few hours, so his shoulders and neck those are not very good. Also went to the blind massage, but are not much effect. However, Zhou Qiang helped him to press a little, but he found that his those lactic acid accumulation led to muscle stiffness unexpectedly completely loosened. At the moment he was like unloading a heavy burden. The whole person is incomparably relaxed. Oh, old master Zhou Qiang is a Chinese medicine practitioner. His medical skills are awesome. Oh, the young man is a Chinese medicine practitioner. Rare, really rare. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer people willing to learn Chinese medicine. Gu Luo's impression of Zhou Qiang at the moment that was instantly improved a lot. Old master, you are too flattering. At this time, Su Li brought out Zhou Qiang's painting and then said, Grandpa Ge, this is a pair of paintings that Zhou Qiang just bought in the antique market. We see that it's a bit off. You helped to look at it. Gu old leaf took over, saw the torn that place, also face a burst of surprise, then took out a magnifying glass, began to carefully observe up. This is where to buy. In fact, it is not bought, just Zhou Qiang helped a father and daughter's favor. They sent, oh my god, this is a genuine handwriting of Tong Pak Fu. It's really a genuine handwriting of Tong Pak Fu. Su Li and Li Fu were both astonished for a while. Zhou Qiang didn't know who Tong Pak Fu was, but he knew that this painting was indeed very precious, and it was uncomplicated for him to be able to automatically revert to his aura. There is still a bit more to look at to be sure, but from this style, it should be a landscape painting by Tang Pak Fu. In fact, what we saw was a tracing of words. This should be someone who made a real pair of words into a fake on purpose. That is, covering a layer of very thin paper over it, and then tracing it on with a brush. This tracing person's skill is not bad, but the strange thing is that this seems to be traced by two people. Zhou Qiang and the others were all surprised. These days they had seen fake imitations made into what, but they hadn't thought that there were still people who had made the real one into a fake one. Master, then this thing can be repaired. Can, but need a little time. This thing fake in fact is not 1 or 2 years. This should have several dozens of across the years. Except that this should have originally been traced once. Only has faded color. And then again was traced once. Zhou Qiang, they are surprised. It seems that this thing is really even phone cripple do not know. Zhou Qiang wouldn't have been able to discover the wonders of this if it wasn't for the golden pupil. Old master, then you accompany me to give it a restoration. How much does it cost? Zhou Qiang sensed that if this painting was restored, it should have a more adequate aura, which would be beneficial to his own cultivation of the golden pupil. This painting he now understands is that the painting has birthed the landscape, so it was able to give the aura of heaven and earth to melt into the painting. This might be the reason why the person who painted it was already highly skilled. Only those who had already reached that stage of mastery were able to have this special power, and Zhou Qiang knew that this painting being repaired was more conducive to absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Oh, you're Lily's boyfriend and you're helping me with a massage. How can I have the nerve to charge money? No charge. Suli heard the old man said Zhou Qiang is his boyfriend. In fact, that moment heart feel more happy. Surprisingly will not reject this phenomenon. His heart more surprisingly is a small theft of joy. Feel very sweet. Chapter 50 Gambling on Stones. Zhou Qiang is actually still quite embarrassed. He did not think he could marry such a powerful woman. He thought if he could marry a daughter-in-law in the village. Suli so good woman Zhou Qiang really do not dare to think too much. In his opinion this is really too good a little. This woman is not only smart, and especially capable. Before in the village, he did not feel, but with him out a few times, he found that this guy is really very powerful kind of know how to do things have more. Young man, are you selling this painting? I'll be honest with you. This should be Tang Bovu authentic, and should be very famous. According to the current market to calculate, this thing is now at least also can be sold to 20 million. Ahem, $20 million. This buy to do ah. Zhou Qiang had never dreamed that this thing could be sold for $20 million at once. If it wasn't because he needed this thing to cultivate his golden pupil, Zhou Qiang didn't think it was anything special. But it's not for sale. I'll just have nothing to look at it myself. Alright then you guys come over tomorrow night at this time to pick up the painting. I'll help you frame it along the way. Then I'll be obliged to you. Master. Zhou Qiang's heart was also a little excited. This was genuinely good. With this, one could cultivate the golden pupil. This aura was abundant. After the three left, Suli said with some incomprehension, are you keeping it for appreciation? No I'm just appreciating it. Appreciate a hair. When you will appreciate the landscape painting. It's pretty good looking. I see you because it's a gift from a beautiful woman. Suli grabbed Zhou Qiang's ear. No, this really isn't. Zhou Qiang that depressed, thinking can I say this is because I'm practicing golden pupil. However, Suli and Li Fu did not expect Zhou Qiang will be in the face of $20 million. At least a little hesitation to decide. In fact, if it is someone else, it is estimated that 10 million will be sold. The collection of antiques, that are a little bit of money is not bad. Zhou Qiang is obviously not considered to be the kind of very rich. He is now selling aphrodisiacs although earned 1,000 money. But also on that level, 20 million this is a very scary concept. Many people cannot earn so much money in their lives. But Zhou Qiang in front of these money, just very calmly said, I do not sell. In fact, for Zhou Qiang, money can earn so much now is enough. 20 million and 2 million is actually not much difference, because people cannot use much money every day. Zhou Qiang is now able to use this painting to cultivate the golden pupil, which is the most important. When came to the antique market later, there are still a lot of people. Zhou Qiang and Suli looked at a lot of antiques. He also absorbed a bit of aura along the way. His eyes feel more and more clear. Penetration is getting stronger and stronger. Zhou Qiang even as long as the intention of the urge can see through. Several times the evil want to penetrate Suli, but think about it or do not be so despicable. Boss Li, you buy so many antiques here. It's all about appreciation. Oh, almost. Today thanks to you, I now find that you too that is the golden partner I this time not in vain to invite you to dinner. Tonight this goods is a big shopping. Bought tens of millions of antiques. Zhou Qiang are drunk. It seems that the rich people think of danger and peace and security of the mind is very heavy. Their own kind of people that is to think of a fart. Bare bones to go. Do not take away a piece of cloud. Oh, go I take you to play under the gambling stone. I invite you. Gambling? What is it again? You'll know when we get there. Boss Li was happy today. He bought so many real antiques, although he didn't pick up any leaks, but he knew that this thing would definitely be worth money in the future. So that would be enough. When Zhou Qiang and the others arrived at the gambling factory, Zhou Qiang realized that it was the place to dissect jade. Wow, is this the place to dissect jade? It's the place where jade stones are uncovered. Go today I'm happy. I'll treat you guys to a piece. After arriving at a store, which was full of people, Zhou Qiang saw some people cutting stones that looked very excited. A cut of heaven, a cut of hell. In fact, this kind of place is more powerful than even antiques. After all, antiques are visible. This kind of thing is invisible. It can only rely on luck. There are people who will look at the grain, but it's all a lot of luck. Suli didn't know how to gamble on stones, but he knew that this thing was very risky. Zhou Qiang looked at the stones and said with a smile, "Boss Li, how big are you going to play? Happy today, play 100,000 first. How big are you two playing? Just play with anyone." "I don't understand this," Suli said with a smile. Zhou Qiang and Suli squatted down in front of a pile of stones. Li Fu's treat. They wouldn't pick anything too big. $1,000 would be about right. Zhou Qiang took an egg-sized his lid a few times. Suddenly thought of the golden pupil. Do not know if it can penetrate. Thought of here to catalyze the golden pupil. Accompanied by the golden pupil catalyzed later. Zhou Qiang suddenly felt that the stone was layer by layer to see through. Followed by him to find that there is nothing in this stone. It can really see through. Gosh, what kind of perversion is this golden pupil? Zhou Qiang looked at a few other stones and suddenly realized that a stone the size of a baby's head had a fist-sized piece of jade inside it. A small thrill ran through his heart. This thing was still good. "Sister Li, you choose this piece." Zhou Qiang dropped the piece in Su Li's hand and picked another piece. Zhou Qiang saw that there was jade inside this piece, although it wasn't big, but at least it was jade. After picking a good, Zhou Qiang still want to look at but feel a little blurred. This thing does not seem to be able to constantly use, so a little overwhelmed. "You guys pick good. No need to get angry with me. This pick big play. You my brother don't be so polite." Li Fu was very happy. Zhou Qiang smiled and said, "Just this one. That's fine. Do you want to cut the stone here?" That's fine too," Zhou Qiang said with a smile, and then began to hand the stone to the staff. The staff began to consult how to cut. Zhou Qiang took a pen and casually drew a few times, and then began to cut up. Seeing green, when a knife down, a staff member said excitedly, "He cut all night did not cut to the green. This is really upset and the heart is very, now finally cut to the," shouted. "The big guys are really attracted over. I go. You kid, what luck ah." Seeing Zhou Qiang, they were also surprised in their hearts. This luck was too good to be true. Zhou Qiang rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Blessed by the ancestors. Truly blessed by the ancestors." Zhou Qiang said in his heart, "This is not luck. This is what I saw alright." Chapter 51 was pitched to tragedy. Zhou Qiang is now also a little excited. This gold pupil is indeed quite powerful. Even this kind of stone can see through, so that he cannot go to play gambling. However, Zhou Qiang also thinks so. He just felt a little bit. Although the golden pupil can see through the stone, but also is very consuming their eyes and the breath. So this kind of thing is still a little less good. So Zhou Qiang didn't continue to look at it. They continued to wander around the area. Zhou Qiang had seen other people playing with gambling stones. This feeling was actually still very good. It was a feeling of a heartbeat. "Zhou Qiang, what do you think of this stone?" "Li Fu, this guy just bought a piece of stone, spent $100,000. Nothing, $100,000 to buy a piece of stone. And then nothing. This guy is obviously a little reluctant. So now thinking of another piece. This time he valued a piece as a very, very, very big stone, which at least a few £100. If calculated according to the market here, the value will not be less than more than 5 million. You're still playing?" Zhou Qiang felt that Li Fu, this guy's mind is far more than his imagination. This strength is also really no one. "Oh, this today you are not to help me save 100 million, but also earned a breath. So it does not matter. Leave Su girl together over to see." Li Fu is still very excited, very much. He feels that this time should be able to open the big jade stone. Li Fu was still on the gambling stone research. That is not very understand this. But look at the color, seems to be still good and this should be open the top of the jade, which is very expensive to put. Just asked. This thing needs at least $10 million. A price may reach about $9,800,000. You help me reference, Li Fu said smilingly. Zhou Qiang also knew at this time, this so-called open sky window was actually already cut a knife, and then saw a green trace on the stone, which is likely to mean that there is a large jade stone below. So the price of this kind of thing will also be very high. Li Fu almost lost 100 million today, and now will have a feeling that they are earned. So do not care about that little bit of money. The $100,000 piece of stone was scrapped just now, and now all ready to play a $10 million one. I'm not very good at this, but if you're really interested, you can try it. It's like you said yourself, this 100 million is earned anyway, right? Yes, that's what I mean. So you two help me look at it, especially brother Zhou. You're a blessing. How about you help me look at this? Zhou Qiang, a burst of embarrassment. Thought I which understand these but since Li Fu have said, Zhou Qiang is also embarrassed not to see. Running the golden pupil. Very see to that under the green nothing. Air. this $10 million to buy some green, Zhou Qiang muttered in his heart, and was about to tell him not to buy it when a big fat man wandered in. Old Wang, what do you think of these stones? The one who came in was not someone else. It was Huang Zun. Huang Zun. This douchebag only found out that Zhou Qiang and the others were also there after he opened the door. He thought that it was really a narrow road. Looking at this group of assholes, his heart was also incomparably angry. This time, the heavy losses were all dependent on them. I said, Huang Zun, what do you mean do not see this one have as I see? Li Fu said with some anger. Looking at this guy, Li Fu was really angry. This guy is really shameless to an extreme point. All day and night are biting themselves. He does not know how this guy in the end is like a strange. You pay the money, have not paid what you call. I tell you this stone I also see. Huang Zun is also very angry, and then looked at Zhou Qiang said, what are you looking at? Why are you not happy? If you have the ability to punch me to try, I will immediately let you eat and go. Huang Zun viciously said. Zhou Qiang wildly rolled his eyes and said, I say you ought to clean up right. Xiangzi ignore him, he's just a mad dog. Su Li gave the guy a blank look and said softly, he deliberately provoked you. If you really hit him, he can sue you for intentional injury. You won't be able to explain it then. Deliberate injury crime, what is that again? I'll explain it to you later. Anyway, just don't make a move with him. Su Li said softly, listening to what Su Li said. Zhou Qiang was also a little curious. What? Do not dare to do it. You have the balls to come you this hick. Hiding behind Li Fu as a dog have what ability have the balls to come to hit me come Look at Huang Zun this cheap look. Zhou Qiang is really convinced. This is what people this can also have so cheap. Really look at people think he is not brain fall bad. Really a mad dog. Day and night biting people. Li boss this stone can buy. Good. Then I'll go pay now. Li Fu was thrilled to hear Zhou Qiang say that he could buy it. He had an inexplicable good feeling towards Zhou Qiang and would trust him, because Zhou Qiang was very smart. Even Su Li had looked away before. He could see it, which was not something that anyone could do. Huang Zun's heart was also excited, although he hated Zhou Qiang, but Zhou Qiang's vision was indeed good. He was able to see the authenticity of so many things, so now that Zhou Qiang said that this stone could be bought, it was even more heart-pounding. Boss, I'll take this stone, help me calculate how much it costs. Before Li Fu could say anything, Huang Zun had already spoken. Huang Zun, are you sick? Boss, this is what I fancy. Give me the check. I'm short of money, Li Fu said and slammed a card on the table. These two people were already legendary enemies. The boss at this time is not know whether to be happy or unhappy. Such a big piece of stone can be sold. For the boss is certainly happy things. But now it is the two bosses are looking at. This is embarrassing. These two bosses will not have one of them as he can mess with. So this embarrassment naturally awkward. Boss Huang, why don't you take a look at that pen press? There's more over there. I want this piece. Do I look like such a penniless person? How much did he offer? I'm 500,000 more than him. Damn. You this pig killer. Do we have no money? Li boss 11 million hurry to pay. Damn you pig killer still call me a hick? Do you know what it means to gamble on stones? Zhou Qiang said angrily. You shut up. How dare you call me a pig killer? Do you not want to mix? He looked at Zhou Qiang. He was also quite angry. Zhou Qiang dared to say that he was a pig killer. In his opinion, Zhou Qiang was insulting his doctoral degree. Of course his doctoral degree was bought. Chapter 52, Wanted. Che, aren't you a pig killer? Looking at this guy, he said with contempt, $12 million. I'll take it. This guy was very angry, slammed the table and said in a furious manner. After this guy slapped 12 million down, when Li Fu was about to counterattack, the next moment he was pulled back by Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang, that meant don't lay your hands on it. He was a little surprised in his heart. Damn, you this? Do you believe that I will get you killed? Every time you have to be so stinking like it? Can you not be so disgusting? At this time he looked as if he was very angry and furious, and already had the impulse to kill. Li Fu was actually pretending. This old thing is actually a very good brain. He knows that this matter is not simple. Zhou Qiang is definitely in Huang Zun. However, Huang Zun is a smart person. He suddenly withdrew himself. Then it makes Huang Zun suspicious. This time he was hysterical and Huang Zun ranting. Ha ha, the one who can do it. If you have money, don't ink there. You can bid against me. Boss, see not with credit. That's all I brought today. This boss heart now have ready-made nature is ready-made good. TCH. You don't disgrace yourself there again. I don't even want to despise you. Boss, this is cash. Country bump can see clearly. The old man's money can smash you. Huang Zun High Industry humiliated Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang looked angry and said angrily, villainous, have the guts, you don't compete maliciously. When the formalities were finished, Zhou Qiang breathed a sigh of relief and then took them right to the side and sat down. Hey kid, are you sure this thing doesn't have jade? This old thing can probably fool around to the heavens if he really gets jade out of it. Oh, this is not profitable even if it can open jade. Li Fu and Su Li were speechless for a while. Li Fu thought that you don't understand jade. If a big jade stone is opened in here, it will be worth money. In fact, Li Fu himself is very optimistic about this piece of jade. He always felt that this thing is very precious. Huang Zun has begun to cut the stone. He believes in his own vision. After looking at some, that is still very professional look. And then with the cutting master after some instructions, cutting master began to work. When cutting a dozen or so later, there is nothing inside. Huang Zun rubbed his eyes a little shocked and said, "What's going on here? How could this happen?" Huang Zun do not believe that this is true, because now the stone he has been cut almost, but it is raw. Manhwa did not see. All this is really too out of his expectations. This 12 million is not to buy a stone. Li Fu and Su Li looked at this scene. Is also a big drop. This is a joke. Even really nothing. Su Li this time some shock in the eyes, looking at Zhou Qiang, seems to be not quite believe that this guy has this ability. How do you determine? Guess. Sure enough it's a blessing. Zhou Qiang, you saved me a large sum of money again. Wah aha. Li Fu began to laugh exaggeratedly. It was also very unkempt, and hearing Li Fu's laughter, Huang Zun was actually a bit overwhelmed with anger and growled. You damned. You. Huang Zun felt that he was being shaded by them and was incomparably angry inside. He felt that he originally had no intention of buying it, and even if he really would have bought it, he would have considered him the price. But then the reason why he didn't even care about the price. In his opinion, the reason why it would lead to this was actually because Zhou Longfei stimulated it. If it wasn't for Zhou Longfei and Li Fu teaming up to shade himself, he wouldn't have been able to appear this kind of thing. But now even if he is in how unwilling to have no way, because the stone has been cut, return is impossible. Because of this matter, in fact, he is now more angry at Zhou Qiang. Because of Zhou Qiang's sake, he has been several times a painful lesson. This time is even more significant losses. Covering his chest, thinking that he had lost $12 million, he gritted his teeth and said, "You be careful for me in the future. This is considered a threat." After saying this sentence, he left. Zhou Qiang naturally does not care about this kind of person's blow. In Zhou Qiang's view, if you have the ability to go to Shuangliu village to find me, who is afraid of Hua? The next day Zhou Qiang and Su Li return to Shuangliu village. Zhou Qiang will be a landscape painting hung in his room. The main purpose of this thing is to be able to absorb the strengthening of the eyes. Zhou Qiang also had to admire the power of this thing. The same as a painting, but this one is like containing the aura of Shizi Lake. Zhou Qiang does not understand the antiques, but in this moment he went to understand. Maybe the reason why the cultural relics are very precious is because the cultural relics his essence, like this thing in front of him, he is actually contains a real breath energy in the power. Zhou Qiang after absorbing some energy, thinking that his eyes nowadays seem to have gotten a small upgrade now. Shuangliu village life has always been relatively quiet. Zhou Qiang from back to Shuangliu village. No one came to look for him to see the disease. Zhou Qiang recently out to go to the refining of medicine is refining medicine. This day, after Su Li woke up, her face was not very good, covering the pair of a very painful look. What's wrong? Nothing, old problem. Just drink some hot water, said he brought over a cup of hot water, drank a few mouthfuls later, took a pillow and hugged it in his arms. Still seems to be very difficult to look. Sister Li, you're really fine. I see you don't look too good. Is everything alright? Zhou Qiang saw Su Li that is obviously physically uncomfortable. But how did he say it's okay? This is really strange. Hey, dysmenorrhea, girl's disease. This can't be helped. Slow down on good. Su Li covered her stomach. Some helpless. Dysmenorrhea is actually painful is very difficult. Su Li these days have eaten ice-cold drinks, and then it is even more out of control. And this kind of woman's disease is actually a lot of times there is no way. In the city there are menstrual cramps medicine to buy, but there is no way to cure, because a lot of menstrual cramps are caused by irregularities in life, just like eating raw and cold things. Menstrual cramps? Who told you this thing can't be treated? I can treat it, he said with great confidence. It can really be treated? Of course you can. This isn't really complicated. I want to help you relieve it. It had been a long time since Zhou Qiang had properly demonstrated his superior medical skills. Such a good opportunity at this time naturally could not be missed. Zhou Qiang took out a pack of silver needles. These silver needles were still the ones that he had specially gone to buy last time. Chapter 53 Influenza. Will it work? Don't fool me. Don't worry. I say yes. Must be yes. Zhou Qiang said confidently. This time began to give Su Li a needle. A few needles cell later, Su Li began to feel as if her pain had really eased a lot. No way. So powerful. Unbelievable. Oh, that's this divine doctor is not very powerful. I'm giving you a decoction. Eat it will be fine. Zhou Qiang said in a very smelly manner. Listening to what Zhou Qiang said, Su Li also snorted out a laugh. That's right, our great divine Dr. Zhou is an expert. It's a pity that these people in our village don't know about it. You're talking about my pain. This is really a bit embarrassing. Zhou Qiang was actually still quite helpless and spoke softly before saying, understanding. Recently I heard that the village is having a bird flu palm. Have you heard about this? In fact, bird flu is quite a powerful kind of virus. We'd better go to the town to get a vaccine. I've seen people delay treatment before and die. It's fine. I'll configure the vaccine, Zhou Qiang said smilingly. Seriously, you can even configure vaccines now? He was also surprised in his heart. He really didn't expect Zhou Qiang to be so powerful now. He was actually a bit curious about Zhou Qiang's medical skills. Sometimes he felt that he was the kind of person who didn't work from time to time, but now he would have a feeling that this guy was really powerful. Really? I just figured it out recently. Go, I'll take you to pick herbs. Zhou Qiang carried the basket then left. So does your whole vaccine cost a lot? I've heard that there's a vaccine in town now, but the price will be more expensive. It reaches 61 injections. No one in Shuangliu village is willing to go for it. Actually, I still think they should have to get the shots. If you don't spare a small amount of money, you'll most likely have to spend a large amount of money when the time comes. That's not true. After the two chatted a bit, they had already arrived at the mountain. This piece of the back of the mountain was all owned by Zhou Qiang's family. It used to be a barren mountain, but now Zhou Qiang realized that there were surprisingly a lot of good things in here. All kinds of herbs were in here. After Zhou Qiang picked herbs and medicine and went down the mountain, Zhou Qiang saw that there were many people in his house who seemed to be arguing about something. What's happening here? Go over and take a look. Zhou Qiang came to his house when he did, and only then did he see that there was a Mercedes-Benz and a dozen motorcycles parked in front. Uncle, this kind of poor countryside bird place. You keep that broken barren mountain Wyatt, and now is not to ask you to sell this ancestral home to go. You see, you just sell it. No, although this barren mountain is not worth much, but that's what I left for Qiangzi, unless Qiangzi himself wants to sell it. Otherwise how much money is not for sale? Zhou Taijun said with an elemental face. Zhou Taijun also can feel a little unbelievable. What is wrong with their own family recently? How is it that there are always bosses to find themselves, either to buy their own house or to buy the back of the mountain? In front of this brother called Zhou Taijun, uncle must not be someone else. Is Zhou Tiejuan's nephew? Is also Zhou Qiang's cousin, called Zhou Shaoqi. Zhou Taijun also has an older brother, but this brother now no longer live in Shuangliu village. Zhou Tiejuan's brother earned a little money in his early years, and then let his son go to a technical school, and later on, he made connections, and even let his son become a doctor in charge. Zhou Shaoqi is still an attending physician at the Huaxia Hospital in downtown Tiannan, very much claiming to be a very good soul skill healer, the kind of wonderful hands that bring back spring. However, Zhou Qiang did not have much of a good impression of Zhou Shaoqi, because in Zhou Qiang's memory, Zhou Shaoqi has always been very fond of humiliating himself. Zhou Qiang's family has a difficult time. Career brother's so-called uncle simply did not help. A lot of times good cynicism, so Zhou Qiang's impression of him will not be good to wear. Zhou Qiang did not expect this guy so shameless even have the nerve to come to his parents. Then where is Qiangzi? I'll talk to her. No need to talk to me. Zhou Shaoqi, you die that line. I will not sell the mountain to you. Oh, sorry to say wrong, I will not sell the mountain to your master. You, Zhou Shaoqi heart is also a burst of annoyance. Suddenly feel a little insulted. In his view this time back every one of these people are going to flatter their own. But let him did not think of his Zhou Qiang simply do not give him a bit of face, but also with the he even humiliated himself. Zhou Qiang, you don't want to drink wine. I'll tell you the truth. This piece of mountain, boss one is set on it. It's his business if he wants it fixed. My family's northeast west, I'll see who dares to move it. Zhou Qiang is very angry said. In fact, Zhou Qiang most hate is Zhou Shaoqi this dog than the appearance. In front of the rich people, is simply lowly to the same as the pug. In front of these people of their own flaunted. Everyone says hometown is good. This is a person's nature, because it is a place where they were born and raised. But Zhou Shaoqi is the one who said Shuangliu village is the same as the dog than the place. Zhou Qiang remembered that when he left this side to go to the city, he even sprinkled some cheap fruit candies on the ground and said with a big smile, goodbye, the place where birds don't. You poor bastards still don't come to pick up fruit candies to eat. This is only in the big city. Over the years, Zhou Qiang heard that he was still doing relatively well in Tianhai City, working as an attending physician, but also married a daughter-in-law and gave birth to a son, which is considered to be relatively successful. Earlier Zhou Qiang's mother was sick. The family really cannot open the pot. Zhou Qiang's father wanted to go to this brother to borrow money. In the end, what happened Zhou Qiang do not know, but there must be no less humiliated. Zhou Qiang swore at that time, and in one day must make them pay. And this time I didn't expect this guy to come to Shuangliu village, but also want to sell the back of the mountain to him by himself. Zhou Qiang naturally will not agree. Zhou Qiang, don't you toast to this? This back mountain also has my family. You go to hell. Back then, your father forced to use the barren mountain to exchange land with my family. Where is the black and white paper? You think I'm stupid? Don't think that you mix in the city for a few days and think that you're great. Get out of here. The old man's family does not welcome you, this kind of white-eyed wolf. You will regret it. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Zhou Xiaoqi's face was green and white for a while, and he left with Boss One in a very sorry state. Zhou Qiang snorted coldly and said, Dad, this kind of white-eyed wolf, next time he comes don't let him enter the house. You guys even make tea for him to drink. This kind of person is just a white-eyed wolf. There is nothing affectionate to say with him. Zhou Taijun nodded. Looking at his son, suddenly felt that his son seemed to have really grown up quite a bit, and now he already understood things. Chapter 54, White-Eyed Wolves. Right. How did Dad he think of coming back to buy the backwoods? When did our family become so valuable? I'm also wondering. I heard Zhou Xiaoqi say that Boss One wanted to build a villa in the countryside. Don't rich people like to make houses in the countryside nowadays? But it's not as bad as going to the back of the mountain. That place in the back of the mountain is not suitable for building houses at all. Zhou Chan's family's backyard was actually not suitable for living. That place didn't even have water in the summer. Whatever, it's not for sale anyway. Zhou Xiaoqi was red in the face at this time, because the face of Boss One on his side was gloomy, like before a storm. The atmosphere was very depressing. At the moment he had a feeling that the atmosphere in here was very depressing. Waste, Boss One said coldly. His voice was very calm, but within the calmness was filled with a strand of monstrous anger. Boss One today is ruthlessly disgraced once. He didn't even think he could really disgrace himself. For when Boss, today is really a little out of the unfavorable, because Shuangliu village road is really too potholed. His more than a million luxury car has been scratched in many places. The ground was bumped a few times. Originally, Mr. One thought that everything would go smoothly after arriving here, because Zhou Xiaoqi patted his chest and assured him that everything would not be a problem, letting him have 1,000,000 hearts. Boss When he was initially prepared to give $200,000 to buy the back of the mountain, while Zhou Xiaoqi said, where is the need for so much? Some poor guy in the countryside. Give him 20,000 will do. 20,000 is more than enough. At that time, Boss One was still very unhappy, because he thought that this Zhou Xiaoqi was really so powerful that he could help himself to this matter. But what he didn't expect was that this thing was really embarrassing. Zhou Xiaoqi had no way to be able to get this thing done, which also really made him feel very angry. Thinking about it all felt like a fire. This thing in the end is how a thing. When Boss you rest assured, I will help you to fix this matter. Please give me a little time. Zhou Xiaoqi was also embarrassed. Today's matter was out of his expectation. In his memory, this poor relative of his own lived in a house that was still that rickety, homely, dilapidated thatched hut, almost trashy, so he was very confident that if he had $20,000, they would all be drooling like hobgoblins. This was also the reason why Zhou Xiaoqi could be so confident before. Zhou Xiaoqi felt that these people would definitely flatter themselves, and Boss One was the brother-in-law of the dean of the hospital he was currently in, and this time, the matter was also boiled by the dean again and again. At that time, he was chest beating in front of the dean, saying that he guaranteed to complete the task, and now when he thinks about it, he feels a bit raucous. The one who lost face today was not only himself, but also Boss One. If he couldn't get this matter done, he knew very well that Boss One wouldn't spare himself, and at that time he would be able to be asked to play with Boss One to death. Humph, you'd better not let me down, otherwise you this attending doctor don't be, damn know this diamond drill, you don't take this porcelain work. Old man's face of the face is lost. When looking at Boss One, Zhou Xiaoqi's face was a little ugly. Hurriedly said, Boss don't worry, I will help you to fix this thing. Turn around, I will go to let him come over to apologize to you. Humph, you'd better say it, if you are really unimportant. I don't mind talking to my brother-in-law and replacing you. A waste of space. I think there are a lot of people who want to take your place. No, you release will definitely not let you down. Zhou Xiaoqi at this moment a touch of sinister color flowed out from his eyes, thinking Zhou Qiang, you dirtbag, I will definitely let you compound the price for today's stupid decision. Boss, why would you want to build a factory here? There's not even water there in the summer. You've seen the environment here. There's not even a decent road. Humph, what do you know? Some things are simply not something you can think of. Zhou Xiaoqi sprayed a nose, and was also a bit embarrassed, saying repeatedly, that's that. My kind of brain is only capable of playing your hand at all. After patting some horse's ass, he was also a little embarrassed in his heart. Zhou Qiang's family at this time again at home to boil medicine. Recently your village has the flu. There are a few people have nasal congestion. Zhou Qiang feel that if this continues, may be serious. Sisterly, what do you think they are doing this thing for? You mean the matter of buying the back of the mountain? Actually, I also feel strange. That place is used to build a house. Has this brain fallen out? I feel that there is definitely something going on here. Suli keenly sensed that there should be more than just that simple in here. Hey, I don't know what's going on here. How could these people think of hitting my family's backyard? Zhou Qiang rolled his eyes. After lunch, Zhou Qiang realized that there were still a few herbs missing, so he was ready to go to the back of the mountain to dig a little bit. Of course, Zhou Qiang also wanted to go and see what treasures there were in the back of the mountain that would make people want to come here to hit the back of my family's back of the mountain. Suli did not offer to follow Zhou Qiang to the back of the mountain because her great aunt had come, and she was still a bit uncomfortable. When Zhou Qiang came to the back of the mountain, the more curious in his heart, what is this place in the end? Digging a few herbs and passing, Zhou Qiang suddenly heard the sound of someone talking. Young Master Chen, don't be like this, let go of me, he. What are you shy about? You'll be my person sooner or later, come let me kiss you. A somewhat lewd voice rang out. Zhou Qiang is also a burst of embarrassment. His own this luck is not also too good a little bit, actually met the cheating. But Zhou Qiang is also really convinced of this group of people. Even in this kind of summer came to the cheating here. This if by what poisonous snake beasts want to take a bite. It is really too unprofitable. Zhou Qiang is ready to avoid. From feng shui, see this kind of life thing is not really good. This is to bring people bad luck. And just as Zhou Qiang was about to turn around and leave, suddenly a tiger pounced out. Asterisk. Why is there a tiger? Zhou Qiang was also surprised for a moment. He had heard the old man say that there were wolves, tigers and leopards in Shuangliu village before, but he had never seen them, and he didn't think that there was really such a thing. This tiger looked like it had at least more than 200 pounds, and it looked like it had very sturdy meat all over its body. Those two young boys and girls have been scared a little blindfolded at this moment. What is this situation? When the two people saw this tiger, they scattered their legs and ran. This thing looks really a little bit let people feel cautious. Chapter 55 Fighting the Tiger. And human survival instinct is very powerful. That moment, Zhou Qiang saw what is called survival instinct. These two people were like flying people, quickly thrown down. The man was a little embarrassed. He just unbuttoned his pants and wanted to do this bad thing. What he didn't expect was that he would meet a tiger. Help! Help! Two people screamed. Fortunately there is a big tree nearby. And then two people quickly climbed up the tree which was not directly bitten to death. But the two people are also scared to come up for air. And this tiger obviously does not want to go away. But in the bottom of this guard, how to do? He does not go. This bird not place, not even a signal. The man was so scared that his body was fighting. It was impossible not to be scared. This tiger was capable of eating people. Yi Zishuan this time is more a little collapse. Fortunately there is a big tree, just now in the escape. Both of them were scratched quite a lot. He now do not dare to imagine. People in the case of life-threatening situations, the original can be so powerful. This big tree if the usual he absolutely not climb up. This must be hungry. You go down to lure him away. I will go down the mountain to find someone to save you. The man suddenly said a sentence. Zhou Qiang heard this sentence not far away. That is almost fainted. This is really a shameless. This thing can be said. I go down? You. Yi Zishuan is also drunk. This man just now also said that he wants to protect himself for life. How can they now be so shameless to the extreme? He is drunk. This person can still be a little shameless. You do not go down is not I go down it. I sent the identity of so valuable. Something happened to your whole family cannot afford to pay. Hurry up quickly go down. Go down after you run that way. I will go down the mountain to find people to save you. You can rest assured that I will not leave you. Yi Zishuan a burst of speechless. Tears continue to flow out. Thought you come when I guess I have become a feces. You go down or not? This man is also fuming hard. Obviously this Yi Zishuan now is actually no choice. If he does not go down, then this guy will not hesitate to kick him down. I go down myself. Yi Zishuan helpless, quickly climbed down after. Spread legs to run. That tiger directly pounced on. This move sound east strikes west is still very successful. The man in the sea, after the tiger lead away, quickly go down, and then flew generally fled. Yi Zishuan by the tiger quickly chased up. Feet Oge stumbled. The whole body directly fell on the ground, and the tiger pounced on. Yi Zishuan this time is also already desperate to close his eyes. He knew that he this time is dead. There is no chance of escape. And just when he thought he would be bitten to death and then turned into food, he suddenly felt a force that instantly pulled himself up. And immediately after that, he saw that the tiger's bite was empty, and his teeth collided. Ow! The tiger let out a roar. A sound filled with a kind of anger of the king of the forest. And it was in that instant that he saw that it was a young man who had saved himself, with a sword brow and starry eyes. Quite handsome. Naturally, Zhou Qiang was the one who saved him. Zhou Qiang couldn't be that cold-blooded when it came to this kind of thing. He still couldn't do that kind of cold-blooded and heartless thing. So he still made a move in that moment. But Zhou Qiang is also a bit scared. This is not a wolf dog. This is a tiger. This thing is really scary. This thing's bite was very strong. If he bit him he would probably be alive. You quickly go to the tree. Zhou Qiang pushed Yi Zishuan, and then rushed at this tiger to let out a scream. Also regardless of whether it can scare him. Anyway, the first voice. This momentum to see whether it can be deterred in saying, ow. Obviously Zhou Qiang's barking scream is not much of a bird. The tiger has rushed to pounce on him. Zhou Qiang's body quickly jumped forward to the edge of the out. The tiger also stretched out his claws in that instant scratched over. The tiger's hunting technique is quite powerful. Zhou Qiang immediately felt a burst of hot and spicy arm. This guy's claws even in that instant will directly cut his arm to a big mouth. And the tiger instantly pounced again. Zhou Qiang also searched for the opportunity to break and kicked it with all his strength. Bang! This kick in his head. The huge force directly kicked the tiger flipped out. The tiger obviously did not want to go back to Zhou Qiang, so small a person is so powerful. This kick on his damage is very big. After climbing up, he kept shaking his head, as if his head was already in the water. Zhou Qiang picked up a stone from the ground and rushed up, waiting for this to slow down. He will be in trouble, so he will not be merciful in the slightest way at this time. When Zhou Qiang rushed up later, the hands of the stone smashed down, a person and a tiger on the ground to fight. In a dozen times after the stone impact, finally this tiger does not move. Zhou Qiang is also feel all limp, directly fell to the ground, big mouth gasping for rough air. Damn, how did Wu Sung fight back then? It really kills people. Zhou Qiang's body was already hanging from several places. If he was not holding a stone, it was actually very difficult to be able to smash this to death. Zhou Qiang absolutely believed that if he didn't have true qi, he wouldn't be able to beat this old Hu to death at all. His muscles and defense were too powerful. Just now, the force was too strong, and now it is a little bit of weakness. The whole person lying on the ground, even lazy to move a little. Big brother, you are alright. A long time Zhou Qiang heard the voice of the woman. The woman came over at this time. Just now he saw Zhou Qiang and this tiger fighting. That picture is really too fierce. He cannot believe that this is true. How is it possible for this person's strength to become so raw? This is completely unscientific. Cough cough. Okay, can't die yet, Zhou Qiang said with some embarrassment. This time he was a little hard all over the body. When Zhou Qiang sat up straight with difficulty later, it was also a little helpless. He is now all over the body is injured. Big brother, you're injured. Nonsense, not dying is good, Zhou Qiang said. It was really not easy for him to be alive in this situation. Individual Zhou, let me help you bandage your wounds. He looked at Zhou Qiang and said with a grateful face. For him, he had never imagined that a strange man would be able to go out of his way so much to save himself. He was actually very touched. After all, that boyfriend of his claimed to be, all to let himself come to see him as a scapegoat. So this kind of person is actually very ironic. The moment he encountered a problem, he left himself behind. If it wasn't for Zhou Longfei, he would already be dead. Chapter 56, Here comes the fault finder. You can bandage. Zhou Qiang was a bit surprised. In fact, he was really a bit hard now. His body was scratched by the tiger's claws several times. This injury was still relatively serious. The wound had to be dealt with a little bit and it was really not easy to deal with. I'm a nurse, so this I will a little bit. Then I'll trouble you. Zhou Qiang learned that he was a nurse, so he wasn't polite. The wound on his back wasn't such a good bandage. Zhou Qiang took out some herbs and mashed them up and handed them to him. Yi Zishuan's technique is actually very professional dozens on professional. With herbs to help Zhou Qiang deal with the wound for a while, Zhou Qiang in the operation of the true qi, the injury also began to recover a little bit. Originally the wound is very difficult, and pain and itch. However, after the picking of herbs and the integration of the true qi, immediately feel their injuries to recover a lot. The energy that the Xuangliu healing immortal had inherited to herself was indeed quite okay, repairing her injuries very quickly. However, this aura Zhou Qiang had not completely figured out yet. Thank you for today. Yi Zishuan looked at Zhou Qiang and said gratefully. He was really not expecting that someone would save him today. His heart was still very touched. In times of trouble, Zhou Qiang was able to help himself in that situation, which was something that moved him. You're welcome. By the way, are you from Xuangliu village? How come I haven't seen it? I am not from Xuangliu village. I am from Shiha village. Oh, no wonder I haven't seen you. Zhou Qiang nodded. Lower River Village and Xuangliu Village were actually two next doors, but Lower River Village would have much more convenient transportation than Xuangliu Village, and their standard of living would be much better than Xuangliu Village. This is mainly because of the Xuangliu village geographic factors. This is the original in order to avoid the war formed a village. Originally even the road is not, and later or manually dug out. Zhou Qiang had been to Lower River Village once before, and the conditions there were indeed much better than Xuangliu Village. That man today is your boyfriend. Hey, what boyfriend? Yi Zixuan this time in the heart some helpless, looking up at the sky, a long time before saying, maybe it really fulfills that sentence. The door is right? Without that mansion dream, it is better not to think about that kind of mansion thing. That man's name is Jin Junxian, is our hospital director's son. Yi Zixuan will things and Zhou Qiang probably said some. Zhou Qiang then know things probably how it is. To say this matter, in fact, it is also simple to say, Yi Zixuan looks very beautiful. In the hospital are belong to the kind of first-class beautiful nurses. Like his people in fact will be a lot. Some of them are doctors in the hospital. Some of them are also the rich bosses of the shore. Jin Junxian is the dean's son. In the hospital, was called the youngest expert. The young people are talented. In fact, it's a flirtation with the son of a brother. After the pursuit of this flamboyant son of a brother to Yi Zixuan at first naturally refused. But this son of a brother practiced is the kind of shameless spirit. And then Yi Zixuan is also a little greedy for his family money. Agreed. This time is considered to be back to see the parents. Yi Zixuan parents are the kind of very snobbish people. Learned that the future son-in-law is the dean's son, which cannot wait to leave their daughter to be tied to send his bed to go. Jin Junxian is actually a sex maniac. Just want to get his body. But Yi Zixuan family is too much. Not good to start. Deliberately proposed to come to the mountains to pick mushrooms. In fact, is to come to play exciting. If it wasn't for the fact that the tiger came at such an inopportune time, this would have actually been embarrassing. Hey, so that's how it is. Actually where he loves me. It's nothing more than wanting to play with me. He looked at Zhou Qiang and said helplessly, forget it. If you don't like it, don't force it. No one can really force you to do anything these days. There are still laws behind us to protect us. Then let's go down the mountain. You want to wait for me for a while? I'll go to facilitate, he said with some embarrassment. When Yi Zixuan walked behind the big tree to go pee, Zhou Qiang was a bit evil. After all, with blood and vigor, this was easy to fantasize about. However, Zhou Qiang still suppressed his bath fire. This time to see the ground has a bottle of mineral water. Just thirsty. Directly on the end up grunt drink people a bottom. After drinking, Zhou Qiang also slagged mouth. How to feel strange. You drink that water. Yi Zixuan, who returned from Xiaojie, twitched her face. This can't be not water. Zhou Qiang also felt a bit strange, but it wasn't poison either. As a dual-stream medical farrier, he was naturally able to feel that there was no problem. That is put way brother. Cough. This who is so boring Zhou Qiang at least is also the development of aphrodisiacs famous. Way brother that thing is something. Naturally no. At the moment he is also speechless. This who can be so boring it, even give themselves under this kind of drug. Zhou Qiang are able to faint to death. Yes, it's Kim Jun Hyun. As far as I know, he's always had to take this drug. Damn, put a few maybe even 2 or 3. Can you spit it out? Zhou Qiang hurriedly started to try to see if he could spit it out. But after trying there was no way he could be able to spit it out. No way. What's going on here? In fact, Zhou Qiang was able to detoxify many kinds of poisons, but he couldn't detoxify this kind of poison, because this Yagan wasn't considered a toxin there. Zhou Qiang's control of true qi was also not that great yet, so it was impossible for him to be able to work this breath out. Big brother Zhou, are you alright? You go down the mountain first. Go. But, Yi Zixuan as a nurse, naturally knows some pharmacological knowledge. Zhou Qiang is now very dangerous. If a way brother actually carry through or can do, but Jin Jixian that seems to put 3 of this medicine. This medicine is powerful it is. Chapter 57 Sacrifice. Zhou Qiang was another bloodthirsty teenager. It was good that this didn't burn up. Don't but, go, I'll be fine if I sweat myself out, Zhou Qiang said as he began to sit down cross-legged, trying to see if he could sword this damned medicinal properties to force it out. Yi Zixuan watched as Zhou Qiang's face continued to turn red. It felt like it was burning up. Zhou Qiang's body began to tremble in general. It was really hard to bear, and the tendons on his hands were already spitting out one by one, looking horrifying. Yi Zixuan originally wanted to leave, but seeing this scene, he knew that Zhou Qiang was afraid of an accident. As a nurse, he still knew more about pharmacology. The blood in Zhou Qiang's body right now would flow very fast under the effect of that medicine, and the tendons and veins would most likely be overloaded. Adults who mistakenly ate away de gu without the combination of yin and yang to channel it, might not be able to sleep for a night, while Zhou Qiang was now eating 3 of them. Zhou Qiang and young and vigorous. This really blood vessels burst, then it is finished. Sinews and blood vessels burst. So that will cause irreparable and cannot be repaired a kind of injury. Zhou Qiang will be like this, all because of their own. Do you really want to be so conscienceless? He cannot do so. Yi Zixuan looked at Zhou Qiang, gently bite teeth. It seemed to have made a decision. Brother Zhou, this is what I owe you. I can't harm you, said Yi Zixuan as she unbuttoned her shirt. Zhou Qiang suddenly felt a faint fragrance rush in between his nostrils. It was a young girl's aroma, sweet and delicious. One suddenly smelled this kind of scent on Su Li's body. At this moment, Zhou Qiang's body had already been boiling in general. When this scent surged into his nostrils, he felt that his body seemed to be enveloped by a strong scent. That kind of feeling was really good and good. Zhou Qiang this moment is like a tiger saw the prey, directly pounced on it. To the back he actually are already dominated by the drug, and do not know what he is doing. People are a little stupid. Wei Da's brother, this kind of thing on the human body damage is actually very big. Bring people enjoyable time. Pay the price is also very big. Physical quality into the stock is not good. People's body is very have to see can be directly on a life said. After all, ate 3 at once. Even if it is a buffalo may be agitated. When Zhou Qiang again regained consciousness, feeling a burst of softness underneath, dazed and confused opened his eyes. Suddenly Zhou Qiang violently a jolt. The body is almost instantly bounced out, because what he saw was a woman on the ground. What the hell did I do? At that instant Zhou Qiang was inwardly all self-blame. He seemed to be feeling that he had created a deep sin, and all of a sudden he was also a bit at a loss as to what to do. At this time Yi Zixuan put the clothes on slowly. Yi Zixuan at this time all over his body as if he was torn apart. A burst of violent homoeroticism in the same place so that he is also several times almost fainted to death. Zhou Qiang was already as strong as a bull, and then with the addition of the 3 pills, Zhou Qiang's body was almost bursting open, and this pain could be imagined. When he got dressed for a while, he looked at Zhou Qiang's overwhelmed appearance and said, "Hey, can you hold me up for a bit?" Zhou Qiang slowed down and hurriedly helped Yi Zixuan to the sideline floor to sit down. "I'm sorry, really sorry, Yi Zixuan, I will be responsible." Put. Yi Zixuan suddenly laughed out. "You will not think that we have sex to get married. Now what era? You do not so old thought. It's okay, everyone is an adult. You don't have to feel that the sky is falling. You don't say it, I don't say it. Just pretend that this thing didn't happen today. But this thing is really has happened. And you this innocent body, ye girl, you rest assured. Zhou Qiang is not the kind of negative people. Zhou Qiang knows that he is to help himself. If not because of this reason, he would not have sacrificed his innocence. Zhou Qiang's concept is actually still relatively old-fashioned. He feels that a man and a woman have a relationship must marry her. You really do not need to take it to heart. In fact, in the city this is a very normal thing. This thing is not allowed to say out. Anyway, as if it did not happen. Know it, okay. Zhou Qiang is also a burst of helplessness. But this woman are letting themselves not to mention this thing. He also knows that he is mentioning this thing, in turn, is not good. In fact, it is not that Yi Zixuan does not like Zhou Qiang. Yi Zixuan is actually very clear that he and Zhou Qiang is impossible. His family is too complex, so he knows that he and Zhou Qiang that is impossible to come together. So he will not think about this matter. Zhou Qiang helped Yi Zixuan to repair the body. Yi Zixuan only dared to walk. Before he was moving a little to feel a lot of physical comfort. The heart is also shocked. After Zhou Qiang brought him down the mountain, to the fork in the road, Zhou Qiang looked at the woman who gave his most precious thing to himself. In fact, that moment Zhou Qiang's heart is still quite reluctant to give up. Brother Zhou, see you again. See you later. Zhou Qiang looked at Yi Zixuan, that shadow left. The heart has a kind of indescribable feeling. He more or less able to see that he is not like himself. At least Zhou Qiang can feel out of his own is a good sense of a woman more than a man has a good sense of the truth is that the development of feelings of the foundation. But obviously Yi Zixuan does not want to develop. This is likely to have a relationship with his family situation. Zhou Qiang has a feeling that he must be constantly strong. This world you if you are incompetent. Really even their own will not look at their own. Yi Zixuan must be followed by their own such mixing down the bar has no future. So, Zhou Qiang carrying the tiger down the mountain. See their own home again a lot of people. The heart is also curious. Their own home recently what is going on. At this time Zhou Qiang suddenly saw 2 gangsters drag his sister to get into the van. Let go of me. You guys let go of me. Let go of my daughter. Zhou Taijun rushed out with a hoe, but he was kicked to the ground by a punk. Damn. You guys are looking for death. Zhou Qiang was also furious at that instant. The tiger in his hand directly smashed out, and with a rumbling sound, he smashed a punk over on the ground. Zhou Qiang took a healthy step and rushed towards the 2 punks who were controlling his sister. Reaching out, he grabbed a man's hair and violently exerted force, and with a clatter, the man's entire body was viciously smashed onto the ground, followed by a miserable scream. It seemed that the bones had broken a few pieces, twitching on the ground, unable to even stand up. Chapter 58, Hanging. The other man had just reacted when he felt a strong force acting on his chest, and his body flew out backwards, smashing into the ground and bouncing out again. Wow! Spraying out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were all horrified. Zhou Qiang had taken out 3 people in a very short period of time, which had made all these people feel fearful. This guy's strength was just a little too formidable, completely exceeding his expectations. How the hell did you do it? Looking at Zhou Qiang, Zhou Xiaoqi at this time is also like seeing a ghost. Zhou Xiaoqi in the defeat after, annoyed and angry. He knows some social people in the county, so he found a few social people over. And his excuse is that Zhou Huanhuan is not Zhou Tiejuan's biological daughter. The beautiful name received the commission of Zhou Huanhuan's biological parents to bring Zhou Huanhuan to leave. To put it bluntly is to Zhou Taijun compromise. Zhou Xiaoqi stop vomiting to Zhou Qiang family are soft persimmons, so he naturally want to play how to play. He simply did not put this family in the eyes, so he was very confident that Zhou Huanhuan was captured. They will definitely compromise. But what he didn't expect was for this matter to be like this. This was completely unscientific. How much strength Zhou Qiang had he knew very well. That to put it bluntly was a soft persimmon. But Zhou Qiang used his strength to want him to say one thing. The 3 punks fell to the ground and couldn't even stand up. The other 2 were also a little too scared to make a move. This look was practiced. Damn it, you go to hell. When Zhou Qiang saw Zhou Xiaoqi, he directly grabbed his hair and grabbed him over, and then snapped a dozen slaps out. Zhou Xiaoqi's face was swollen, his head was buzzing, and the last slap passed. Zhou Xiaoqi's whole body fell headfirst to the ground. It seems that it is not very lucky, this head fall over, but it is directly headfirst into the cow dung pit. That embarrassment and wretchedness is really not to mention. In that instant he let out a burst of roar, being slapped in the face like this by Zhou Qiang. At this moment he was already loosening a few of his teeth. Zhou Xiaoqi had always felt that he was a very honorable person in the village, but he did not expect Zhou Qiang to beat himself up so violently in front of so many people this time, or to hit his face. At this moment he felt that he had lost all his face and everything. Zhou Qiang, you dare to hit me, you're dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. You scum, Zhou Qiang said and rushed up and slapped a few more times. Not a single slap was extraordinarily loud. This guy was beaten or already stars in his eyes. He really can't believe that he was just so tyrannized by this guy. If not Zhou Qiang's father stopped, it is estimated that a few teeth will have to fall out. After being slapped a dozen times by Zhou Qiang, Zhou Xiaoqi's face was like a monkey's butt. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to charge you with intentional injury. You wait for me. I'll make you go to jail. I'll make you sit through your ass. Zhou Xiaoqi was very excited. Although he was beaten, he felt he could go and charge Zhou Qiang. You go, you scum, Zhou Qiang said angrily. Saying that, he rushed up and slapped him again, this time knocking out his teeth. Whoa, you'll pay for this. Looking at Zhou Qiang, Zhou Xiaoqi really felt ashamed at this time. This father to see a lot of people watching. Are you going to talk about the law? Zhou Xiaoqi, then you count how many articles you have violated. You take the gangsters trespassing. This is 1. Kicking the bad gate, destruction of private property. This is the 2nd. With a knife into the room to take away women and children. This is the 3rd. I have left the evidence. I do not know who will be heavier at the time of the crime. Su Li walked out at this time, recording all the evidence of these people's crimes in her cell phone. Zhou Xiaoqi's face was in a state of decline. He did not expect Zhou Qiang's family to have such a person. Who is this woman? Who are you? This is our family affair. You an outsider. Zhou Xiaoqi has not finished directly by a slap to cover his mouth. Don't be disgusted with the word family. A white-eyed wolf like you. Scum, do you deserve to be family with me? Zhou Qiang's words struck Zhou Xiaoqi to vomit blood. This is really too humiliating. Zhou Xiaoqi has always appeared in front of these people with an image of a successful person or the kind of very high and mighty existence. At least these people will think that Zhou is very powerful. Every time they come back when they wear are also suits. Like today, so hot. Other people wear sweat cannot wear. But this do-down monkler. This do-down monkler. Oddball to this kind of realm. He is actually the first person. But this oddball this time quickly by Zhou Qiang to beat all the bruises and swollen face. Anyway, now is no face. Originally he thought to denounce Zhou Qiang, but now found that it seems to denounce his own will be more troublesome, because Zhou Qiang has a powerful roll around. This person is Su Li. Su Li knew a lot of things, and he didn't dare to sue Zhou Qiang at all now, unless he himself wanted to go in and have some fun. You guys wait for me. These people were already angry to the extreme by this time. This thing was out of their expectation. Old man, wait, Zhou Qiang said angrily, and then directly several slaps flew past. Zhou Xiaoqi was the one who was hit and fled. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state. All along he had felt that he was very good, but this time he realized how sorry he was. Xiangzi, is this a tiger? Only at this moment did someone realize that Zhou Qiang had killed a tiger. Everyone was shocked. Gosh, this Jia Hui is also bullish. Even the tiger you guys killed. Well, in the back of the mountain to collect medicine. This bit me. Was I killed? Zhou Qiang explained a sentence. Everyone listening has been twitching. Gosh, this guy is too fierce, right? Even the tiger are killed. How to do it? Xiangzi, you killed the tiger. I go. When you so powerful. And Zhou Xiaoqi, who had already gone not far away, rushed back excitedly. You're dead. You even killed a nationally protected animal. I'm going to report you. Zhou Xiaoqi is still very reluctant. Even thought to go to denounce Zhou Qiang, only Zhou Qiang are lazy to take care of this kind of two goods. Zhou Qiang do not know this kind of two goods where he got the courage and self-confidence, but also want to not to go to denounce themselves. You just owe to clean up. Zhou Qiang grabbed him over. One is a beating. Zhou Xiaoqi miserable howling. He wants to vomit blood. Today was Zhou Qiang. This beating is really hard to tight. At least he has now do not want to talk in. Too embarrassing. Chapter 59 is not cleaned up. Zhou Xiaoqi with his group of lapdogs gone. Zhou Qiang is actually still very angry. He cannot understand this, even if not relatives. In fact, cannot make this kind of thing out. This kind of person Zhou Qiang will not give him any good face. People get along with each other more, actually still want to build on a foundation of mutual respect. If you respect me, I will respect you. If you do not respect me, then do not blame me for not polite. Zhou Xiaoqi dusty face back to the home. The whole person is also a mess. This time things completely beyond his expectations. Think about it, has been a kind of want to head to the impulse of death. And even more embarrassing is back to the county after the boss one learned that he is not yet will be things to be fixed. Angry as a slap in the past. The boss one really did not expect this waste will be so useless. Can you still talk a little use? You waste, trash, said a violent beating. Zhou Xiaoqi was like a dead dog generally beaten on the ground crawling back and forth. Boss, spare my life. Boss, you give me another chance. I will definitely help you fix this matter. Zhou Xiaoqi said angrily. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi was counting all the humiliation on Zhou Qiang. In his opinion, this was all caused by this guy Zhou Qiang. If not for this guy, he would not have fallen into that kind of situation. After boss one beat Zhou Xiaoqi violently, Zhou Xiaoqi's whole person was also bruised and swollen. He was in a sorry state. At this time, Zhou Xiaoqi wanted to run over his head and die. This matter was really a bit embarrassing. You damn you. Sooner or later I will let you die without a burial place. Xiaoqi said angrily. This guy is really angry. Think about this matter is also feel the fire. In the past, he used to drive his SUV to Shuangliu village every new year to show off how successful he was now. But now he was probably really embarrassed to go back. It was a bit humiliating to think about it. This time by Zhou Qiang to be so humiliated. In front of the face of the village people scolded the dog leg. He now were still have the courage to go back to Shuangliu village to lose people Xian Yuan. I'll give you 2 days to prepare. If you still can't take it, you can go to hell. Waste of a person. Don't brag in front of my old man if you don't have that ability. From the most hate bragging people. After ruthlessly humiliating Zhou Xiaoqi, this time the boss one only left. Zhou Xiaoqi inside is despair. He is now thinking about what he should do next. This thing is obviously not so simple as he thought. Zhou Qiang, this little cousin, $1 in his eyes, that is a waste. But now this waste has grown up, and the growth rate is very fast. Originally he wanted to use the power of the police to solve this matter. But now it seems that this matter is not good to use the power of the police to solve the problem, because Zhou Qiang's side of the woman knows the law, and is more shrewd, directly left the evidence of their own crimes. If he really want to find uncomfortable, in fact, it is very tragic. I don't believe I can't play with you. Zhou Qiang, you wait for me. Today's revenge I'll make you pay back 100 times. At this moment, Zhou Qiang is lazy to take care of people like Zhou Xiaoqi. In Zhou Qiang's opinion, this is the kind of person who owes to clean up. After Zhou Qiang boiled the Chinese medicine, he gave his family and Suli a bowl. This stuff really works. There is no need to vaccinate with this herbal medicine. Suli was all set to go for a vaccination. After all, as an intellectual youth, he still had some medical common sense, and naturally knew how powerful this flu was. Don't worry, absolutely no problem. Li's sister free chant. Accompany me to go to the city. I want to go to buy some boiled medicine with. The family's iron pot effect is not good. And it just so happens that I ran out of skincare products. The two are like husband and wife. One sitting in the back, one in the front. That look still makes a whole lot of people in the village envious. Zhou Qiang, go get a fake photo and buy a buggy. Your tricycle is too slow. A trip to the city is too time consuming. Before I asked Li Fu, he has an acquaintance. Spending a little money can get a driver's license very quickly. But I don't know how to drive either. I teach you Li Fu drive over. At most 2 hours, but we need 5 hours. This is the gap. That makes sense. Is the car expensive? Let's buy a domestic one. It's only 100,000 or so. It can protect us from the wind and rain. Then, according to what you said, later we will buy the car by the way. You drive back, I drive a tricycle. We'll buy it later. Looking at this goods, his heart is also a burst of speechless. This guy is really a master. Didn't that piece of jade sell for more than $100,000 last time? Just enough, Zhou Qiang said with a smile. The last time he gambled on the stone, Zhou Qiang cut a piece of jade, and later Li Fu spent $150,000 to buy it away. Also, you kid is a landlord. Su Li's heart was happy for no reason. He would have a feel happy and happy with Zhou Qiang. After they arrived in the city, Zhou Qiang bought quite a few things. There were silver needles and also gauze, those medical equipment. Sister Li, let's go buy a car. Zhou Qiang himself was a bit excited. Before there was no such concept. That was because Zhou Qiang felt that thing was very distant to him. Today Su Li told himself that the car was actually not expensive. It was only more than $100,000. He was very moved. Previously rarely come to the county even if, and now often run to the county, which is indeed a little bit unbearable. By the wind and sand blowing a little bit open far and near, 5 hours down, so that people cannot open their eyes. Previously, the car is not interested in is to buy will not open. Test license that thing is more trouble. Of course, there is no money. Now listen to the meaning of Su Li. Li Fu can help themselves to get a driver's license. It is not the same. Zhou Qiang riding a tricycle leisurely walking on this road. At the moment it is noon. The weather is still very hot. Grandpa, come someone, save my grandpa. A 17 or 18-year-old girl looked at an old man on the ground and said in a hurry. Some of the people around are puzzled, some have already begun to call the police, but no one went up to help. The cost of doing good is really a little bit too big these days, so not many people dare to go up to do this kind of good thing. Zhou Qiang hurriedly jumped down from the car at this time, then came to the old man's side. What's wrong? Big brother, quickly help. My grandfather had a heart attack and there was a car accident in front of him. It's all blocked up. Let me see. Zhou Qiang quickly stretched out his hand to take the old man's pulse. When under the pulse, this old man's pulse was very disorganized. It was obvious that his heart was not good. Chapter 60 making a big mess. Zhou Qiang quickly nodded a few times on his chest. Then a stream of true qi merged into it, temporarily stabilizing the old man's injuries. Then picked up the old man across his waist and said, "Get in my car and go to the hospital." After Zhou Qiang placed the old master in his car, he drove his tricycle through the streets and soon arrived at the First People's Hospital, and quickly rushed in with the old master in his arms. Doctor! Doctor! The woman hurriedly called out. Su Li pulled over a car and let Zhou Qiang put the old man in the car. Hey, what are you guys doing? A security guard with a disgusted face came over. This cannot blame the security snob. It is really Zhou Qiang dressed in today's image, wearing his father's clothes. The feet are liberation shoes. Su Li, although natural beauty, but for fear of sun tanning, the head of the top of a washcloth, which looks like the modeling with the village nuns are no different. And this old man dressed is also very plain, which gives the feeling that it is a group of poor people. Healing. What else can I do? Zhou Qiang was eager to save people. He roared. He was a little bit angry, if it wasn't for the fact that it was too hot outside, and then this old man's body was too weak. Zhou Qiang didn't need to send him to the hospital. This blazing sun weather, the old man seems to be collapsed on the ground, has been a little long. The heat forced into the body, coupled with the recurrence of heart disease, so the consequences are already very serious. Zhou Qiang could naturally save her, but it needed a better environment, such as an oxygen tank, rather than on the main road, which was so hot that there was no way to treat her. What are you screaming for? The more you have to queue up for treatment. Have you registered yet? This security guard also came to force. The electric baton in his hand still emits electric current. Asterisk. You're big man. Do you believe that I smoke you? Zhou Qiang is now on the electric stick, has a kind of natural rejection. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the well rope. When the beast was beaten by the electric stick, he is now still psychological shadow. You still tugging on it, right? You give me out. Believe it or not, I'll let the police arrest you. Zhou Qiang looked at this old man's situation is getting worse and worse. If this continues, it will definitely not be saved. Zhou Qiang, can't you save it? His body is too weak. He needs oxygen. It's better to treat him as there will be accidents. The little girl went to register, but she didn't bring any documents. She couldn't afford this delay. Go to the ward. There is oxygen in the ward. Su Li said a sentence, and Zhou Qiang pushed this old man to go to the ward. This is the anger and this security guard. The security guard, wow. You are reckless. Give me out. Said to come over to the car to turn over to go. Zhou Qiang directly kicked the security guard to fly out. You just owe it. Zhou Qiang cursed angrily. Quickly come to people. Someone came to the hospital to cause trouble. That security guard still seemed to be the captain. and after falling on the ground, he whistled violently, and a dozen security guards rushed out. Are these people sick or did they fall? Zhou Qiang was really confused. People were already like this. These people are still here to block themselves. All stop. What are you doing? Just at this time, a man's voice rang out. When these security guards heard this man's voice, they instantly wilted and hurriedly said, Director Yang, this kid came over to cause trouble. I'm making a mess. We're here to treat the patient. Can't you see that the person is dying? Zhou Qiang was also angry. And this Director Yang, who was in his 40s and still looked quite handsome, walked over and said very plainly, Young man, temper, don't be so quick. See the doctor, we can understand, but who beans are like this to see the doctor? Then we don't need to operate the hospital. The hospital has the rules and regulations of the hospital. And you guys are also really, can't you see that the patient is already in danger? Hurry up and save them. Director Yang said a few words, and then sent the person to the emergency room to start resuscitation. After all, this is a matter of life and death. If there is really a little accident, no one can afford it. Zhou Qiang, a few of them waiting outside, because just now Zhou Qiang kicked the security guard flying out. A lot of people came over to watch the fun. The security guard is now pretending to be dead. Said to go to the checkup, Zhou Qiang lazily take care of him. He just used the skillful strength. Naturally, I know that he is alright. 10 minutes later, the emergency room door was opened. How is my grandfather? I'm sorry, we've tried our best, but, a man with eyes said somewhat apologetically. The woman's tears brushed down at that moment. While two nurses pushed the car out, the old man had already been covered with a white cloth. It was a declaration of death. Please be sad. This is the time of your grandfather's death. This doctor was ready to leave after saying that. Zhou Qiang frowned. How can this be? It's impossible to die. Zhou Qiang hurriedly came to the side of this old man and lifted the white cloth. Hey, what are you doing? That attending doctor with glasses said in a hurry. He's not dead yet. Zhou Qiang knew at a glance that this old man had only fallen into a state of false death. How could he be judged dead? You, what are you babbling about? This attending doctor's housewife, Chen Hao, was an expert-level doctor at the First People's Hospital, with a reputation to beat. How could the news of a patient's death that he had ruled be wrong? Zhou Qiang's sentence immediately made so many people around him look over, which made Chen Hao feel a burst of fire on his face. He really didn't die. He just fell into a fake death. Nonsense. Where did the wild boy come from? I've been practicing medicine for more than 20 years, with thousands of small and large surgeries. Could it be that I don't even know if this is a fake death? If you don't know, don't gab here. Chen Hao was a bit angry. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhou Qiang happened to see a nurse pushing an oxygen tank out at this time, and hurriedly brought it over. Borrow it. Hey, what are you doing? Security guard. Chen Hao was also drunk. The wild boy who brought this. A few security guards were about to come forward to beat people. Suli took out her cell phone and said, Believe it or not, I will expose you. This hospital is your family opened it. Here is the hospital hall. What qualifications you do not let us stay. A few security guards immediately did not dare to go forward. This some things make a big deal is very embarrassing. And Zhou Qiang at this time has already inserted the oxygen into the old man's nostrils. And then his right hand quickly in his chest point down. Draw out a pack of silver needles into the body corresponding acupuncture points. Open his right hand. The body of the true Qi instantly to mobilize out, along with the real Qi continuously mobilized out. The old man's body began to appear again and again beating. This is actually the principle of pulse. Of course, is also able to repair the heart. The human heart was very fragile. Once a problem arose, it would not be able to cope. Zhou Qiang was activating the heart. Chapter 61 Saving Lives. Zhou Qiang didn't dare to use this move before because the old man was old and weak, and without oxygen, it would have tossed him to death. Zhou Qiang converged his true Qi once again on top of the 10 fingers and the middle finger of his hands, and if one looked very carefully, one could see that the 2 fingers of his hands were actually radiating a shadow-like light. Zhou Qiang quickly waved his hand, snapping, this time directly after knocking down. The old man's body directly is popping up in general. Hey, what the hell are you doing? That person is already dead. Do you know how to respect the corpse? Chen Hao was very angry at this time. Seeing that Zhou Qiang even used this method to save people, he didn't even know what he was doing. Zhou Qiang is obviously not to ignore him. Once again his fingers Real Qi pooled then snapped, directly knocked down. When he knocked down this time, suddenly a burst of coughing sound rang out. Alive. Really alive. Oh my god, it's really okay Divine Doctor it's too powerful. How did you do it? At this time, they all kind of didn't expect Zhou Qiang, a country bumpkin with a straw hat and liberation shoes, to really bring back to life an old man who had been judged dead by Chen Hao, the recognized expert of the First People's Hospital. Chen Hao's eyes were also dropping out at this time. A flashback. This must be a flashback. Chen Hao this time hastily said, This also in the thing, how can Chen everyone it? This is really a very embarrassing thing. He did not know why this kind of thing. Anyway, he has been the face cannot hang. Around a lot of people are holding a cell phone to shoot, which if released, then he will be really famous. Zhou Qiang at this time also did not pay attention to him. Took out a few needles in the old man's chest to tie down. Palm open. True Qi along the silver needle constantly flow down. Along with the true Qi flow down after the old man's face also began to look good a lot. Zhou Qiang was also a bit overwhelmed at this time. He was already hot, and just now he released his huge true Qi. He was soaked to the skin at this time. This doesn't look like a flashback Yes, this obviously looks much better. Good powerful This kid is a Chinese medicine practitioner. Right, people can't look alike Melon masses are often eyes bright. This time he saw to see the old man do up after obviously already is much smoother. Where is this? What is the return of the light? And Chen Hao at this time and also cannot stay. Hastily gray on the run to their own help office company to go. He knows that you stay, that is what face to lose. Today he is not black Zhou Qiang to get a bit of face. He also did not expect Zhou Qiang, this country bumpkin, actually can really save people alive. It is estimated that soon tender simply on the internet fire. Young man, thank you, really thank you. After the old man woke up, the first thing he did was to grab Zhou Qiang's hand and said in a very serious tone. He was truly grateful to Zhou Qiang, although he had just fallen into a state of fake death. For a while he was able to hear what was going on outside. He could hear that if it wasn't for Zhou Qiang this time, he would have been dead. The fact that there was still this kind of old-fashioned person in this day and age really moved him and made him very grateful to Zhou Qiang. It's fine, master, your body is too weak. I don't dare to treat it completely with you, so I'm just suppressing your condition for the time being. So why don't you just hospitalize yourself, and let them take a look at you? Young man, you mean my illness can be cured? The old man said with an excited face. What are you guys still doing here? Are you still staying here to eat? Don't give me the chance to get out. A security guard was very upset over to come over to drive people away. Zhou Qiang was also speechless, but he did not want to make a scene. Said, Master, then I'll leave first. Young man, you wait. The old master finished looking at the security guard and said coldly, call your Dean Liao out to me. You who do you think you are? Our dean, as you can see? A group of soil old hat and not out, I call the police. This security guard is very angry, said. Today Zhou Qiang let his brother-in-law lost face. This time naturally want to drive them away. You don't call, is it? You don't regret it. The old man finished taking out his hand to make a call. I'm at the hospital. You come down immediately right now. After a few minutes later, a middle-aged man rushed down in a hurry. When he saw this man, this security chief instantly had a twitch on his face as well, because the one who came down was not someone else, but was actually the dean. Elder Lon, when did you come? This came without saying hello. Humph, your security guards are going to kick me out. How dare I come? What? Dean Liao, that instant face flowed out a touch of displeasure color, and this security chief is also a little face collapsed. He does not know what is going on. This is not just a turd. How the dean will be so polite to him. What is going on here? You immediately get out. Tomorrow do not come. I invited you here is not for you to come to sit on the master. Dean Liao actually also knows that this bad guy is the title's brother-in-law. He also quite said before so many people said that this person is here to make a fuss, often make things. Only the title is the hospital's experts. He is also Chen Hao's brother-in-law. Some things they are not good to say, but you are different. So he directly fired him without hesitation. Dean, you don't need to explain, and you don't need to find your brother-in-law. Get the hell out of here. Our hospital can't tolerate you as a great god. At this time Chen Hao has also come down, hurriedly said, Dean, this isn't so bad. He knows it's wrong too. You were the one who ruled that I was dead just now. Lan Lao looked at Chen Hao. There was some anger in his eyes. When he was pulled in, even though he was unconscious, he was able to have the feeling that Chen Hao hadn't even examined him very carefully at that point, nor had he used electric shocks. He just looked at his eyeballs and then used his hand to conveniently move his carotid artery twice, took the stethoscope and casually listened to it, as if the sound of the cell phone WeChat was ringing, and he was playing WeChat. Then confused he heard him say that he was already dead, no need to save. Blue old man that moment is really helpless directly and completely lost consciousness. If it is not Zhou Qiang, he has no life. Cough cough. Chen Hao at this time, his face is a little unsightly, old half a day before saying this. In fact, this time he did not even know what he could say. This time his face is really ugly, can only be a dry cough. Chapter 62 Medical Ethics. At that time he and one of his little girlfriends were chatting excitedly, so there was a mind there to stop the treatment, just very casually looked at it with experience. This what? You this kind of quack? I fainted at that time although passed out, but I still know some things. You and the resuscitation of the patient, but also playing WeChat. What kind of doctor are you? I was heart problems. You resuscitated it. If the First People's Hospital are you this kind of quack, do not open. This is inexplicable. The most bizarre doctor's duties you do not have. What do you do as a doctor? Lan Lao's words were not very loud, but they were filled with an air of majesty that would give one an air of not daring to resist. Chen Hao's face was already turning from white to purple at this time. He was already at a loss for what to say. Grandpa, it's not just that. They also stopped Big Brother from saving you. If it wasn't for Big Sister threatening them with her cell phone, they would have already fought. The granddaughter of the old man explained. This time Lan Lao slapped his hand on the stretcher cart and then grunted. Really good. Dean Liao, this matter if you do not give me a statement. You this Dean give me weighing point. After saying that kind of majestic aura instantly disappeared, and then looked at Zhou Qiang very kindly, completely like a different person. Little brother, let's go, I'll treat you guys to dinner. Just as me repaying the favor. But your body is too weak. You need to be hospitalized. I'm staying here. I'm really afraid of being cured to death by them. This kind of quack can become an expert. What a joke, the old man said politely as he led Zhou Qiang and the others out of the hospital. When they were gone, Dean Liao looked at this Chen Hao and then said, you also don't do it. Dean, this is not so bad. Isn't this just a bad old man? I admit I was a bit careless, but, bad old man? Do you know who he is? He is the Blue Ingchi. The Municipal Party Committee and Political Association belongs to the senior level. The mayor sees him are very polite. Where do you get the confidence? Cough cough. That instant Chen Hao suddenly was pale to the extreme. Gosh, what is he doing in the end? That instant he was a little dizzy, but also his intestines are repenting. He had a feeling. Felt himself this time as really a disgrace to the extreme. If that time know that is the blue CPPCC words, he will definitely use 200% of the power to get this thing. But now he knows how tragic he is. This thing Blue Political Association will certainly pursue. I really do not know what you are doing. You with your that firebrand brother-in-law go together. Resign yourself, go decently, don't be expelled notification at that time? That's not really a thing. When Dean Liao finished, Chen Hao's face is also miserable to the extreme. The man to the middle age in fact career if instantly destroyed. That is the most miserable. And he can be in the First People's Hospital, this kind of big hospital, to do the position of expert really not easy. But now everything is gone. His expert position because of his stupidity directly rolled away. This is how the blow people. He covered his chest. Very unacceptable. In fact, this is the issue of medical ethics. The Blue Political Consultative Conference will be so angry, is because this kind of person he does not even have the minimum medical ethics, then he will not be polite to this kind of person. Zhou Qiang did not know that he had unintentionally helped a big man. He actually saved people without thinking of anything else. Lan Jingxie brought Zhou Qiang to the city's restaurant to treat them to dinner. In fact, by this time Su Li had already seen that this old man was not simple, but Zhou Qiang did not understand these things, and up to now, he did not know what this old man's identity was. Little brother, what do you want to eat? No need to be polite with me. This, then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I'm still really a bit hungry. Zhou Qiang had still consumed a lot of true qi today, and was now hungry enough to eat a cow. After ordering the food, Lan Jingxie looked at Su Li and said with a smile, you guys are husband and wife. Ahem. Not. He is my sister. Zhou Qiang actually really will take Su Li as a sister to look at. Su Li gave him a feeling like the kind of only can be seen from afar cannot be blasphemous to play the existence of not in, so he has more respect for Su Li. Oh, so it's like this. Su Li always felt a little weird this time when she heard Zhou Qiang say she was his sister. Young man, you're not locals. No, I'm from Shuangliu village. It's quite remote. This time the capital is also ready to buy a car. Right, sisterly? Have you inquired about where to buy a car? Let's go after dinner. I will simply Li Fu make a call later. Buy a car. Look for me. I have a friend who owns a Force store, so I'll give him a call. Young man, I'll add you a WeChat. I'll send you the location. The old man is very polite said. He is now thinking to help Zhou Qiang. People are like this. You help me, I help you. This is called a favor. This I don't have WeChat. Why don't you send it on my sister's cell phone? Okay, then I'll add your WeChat. After the two added each other's WeChat, the old man sent the positioning to Su Li. Originally Su Li was prepared to go to Li Fu, but Li Fu's friend's store was a bit far away, and now since the old man had a friend there, then it was convenient. Thanks then, Su Li said. When the dishes came up, Zhou Qiang played what the nature of a foodie. A table full of dishes was basically eaten up by him, and after he finished eating, he said happily, it's so comfortable to be full. Young man is really a man of nature. Right, young man? You said before that my disease can be cured? Yeah, can't your disease be cured? Zhou Qiang said curiously. Can't, truth be told. I've seen many doctors, also went to foreign countries, but there is just no way to cure it. Heart disease is like this. Once something goes wrong with the heart, it's very hard to fix it. Blue Political Association is also a long time to become a doctor. He is actually very clearly know his own disease. These years he was himself and also tortured enough difficult. This kind of disease, in the words of the doctor, maybe one day will die. So the Blue Political Association are living one day to earn one day. The family's aftermath he is all accounted for, because he also knows that maybe one day he suddenly did not have. In fact, you are right. Heart disease treatment will be more troublesome, but it is not impossible to treat. Your heart is not good. It should be caused by injuries. In the past, when the mountain down to the countryside, when the roots of the disease fell, when young did not feel out what, but older, feel that the heart more and more cannot withstand the load of the body. The slightest movement will be dangerous very much. Chapter 63, Sleep Cure. You should still not be sleeping well. This can also be seen. Looking at only Qiang, he said with some surprise. Zhou Qiang was so young that he really looked like a brat from the countryside. But this man was just so powerful that he helped himself out of a life-threatening situation. In the theory of Chinese medicine, in fact, there is a good sleep is eliminated. Poor sleep, all diseases. In fact, the theory of Chinese medicine on sleep is very important. There is so a statement, a deep sleep on the body to bring benefits far more than an old hen. Heart disease is even more important to sleep, has a more important role. Sleep well, heart absolutely good. The old man, you not only sleep poorly, but also with anxiety. You do not sleep when you should sleep. The heart is more anxious, so your heart load will also increase. You should have taken a lot of medicine over the years, but you're also constantly depleting your heart veins, so just taking medicine is useless. First you need to regulate your sleep well. Zhou Qiang spoke eloquently. In fact, listening to what Zhou Qiang said, Suli that moment suddenly would feel that Zhou Qiang was really handsome. A man's charm never lies on the outside. The biggest difference between a man and a woman is that a woman can be a vase, but a man can't be a vase for people to appreciate. Little brother. So my illness needs to start with sleep. In this way I will prescribe some medicine with you. You turn around and go to the pharmacy to grab some medicine to eat. During this period of time your heart stop first. Don't worry, your heart won't be in trouble. Zhou Qiang used his true qi to help repair his heart quite a bit this time. In fact, his heart is now much better than before. Life-threatening is not going to happen. As long as he sleeps well and his body is well conditioned, he can be treated. It's really fine. I never dared to stop the medicine before. That medicine of yours must be stopped. You've taken several medicines, right? Those medicines have a strong dependency. To put it bluntly, this kind of medicine hurts a lot if you take too much of it. I understand. You want to regulate the break time. The body stabilizes a bit, I'll help you look at it. By then it can be cured. Good. Thanks, little brother. Little brother that can leave a number for me? Zhou Qiang's heart is incomparable excitement. This thing is really too excited a little. Heart disease is very difficult. No disease. The old man is still very eager to be able to dash a few years. Our village actually has no signal. That line, then I have something to contact your sister. After dinner, Zhou Qiang and Suli went to buy a car. Grandpa, are there really backward villages now? Yes there are. There are still many very remote villages in Huaxia, but this Zhou Qiang really has two tricks up his sleeve. I feel as if my heart is a lot more comfortable. This way you help me inquire. Where is Shuangliu village located? Good. Zhou Qiang drove the tricycle and took Suli to the forest store. Zhou Qiang said with some incomprehension. Sisterly, now hospitals are really not humane? Almost. Hospitals do not have money, you do not enter. A Goan that may be well off to return to the pre-liberation period. In our China, the problem of difficult to see a doctor is really difficult to solve. Suli softly said together. Zhou Qiang also helplessly lay down a breath. Then said, in the future, I must let the poor people can afford to see a doctor. Suli looked at Zhou Jianxiang. That moment he would feel that Zhou Qiang really good handsome will also feel that this man and his own when he first recognized completely different. This man is like overnight grew up in general. Full of manly kind of breath. Oh, really? You have to know a lot of people in Huaxia. I have confidence. In the future, I want to make it affordable for the poor. At least the poor who find me can afford to see a doctor. Zhou Qiang said confidently. When the two came to a joint venture car forest store, here today seems to be in the activities. The showroom is full of people. Zhou Qiang and Suli down after the two entered the showroom. Looking at a variety of beautiful cars, Zhou Qiang is a bit dazzled. So beautiful, Li sister, you say this tea how? Zhou Qiang hadn't been too interested in cars before, but this time when he saw these cars, it was a bit too much excitement. The car was really too beautiful. Oh, that car dealership. The floor is too short. We want to buy the off-road type. How about you look at this one? Suli said, pointing to a new Hyundai Tushing. Overbearing. So overbearing. Does this one cost a lot of money then? It's fine. We'll each contribute half. The last time we did Li Fu a favor. He also gave 200,000 to me. Good. Sisterly, then can we go up and try it? The two of them came in. There is no one to come over to entertain. This is naturally also because the professional people see the two of them dress also don't think that they look like the kind of can consume this kind of car. Of course you can. You can test drive it. Suli looked around and suddenly waved at a man in a suit and said, "Handsome man, is it okay if we take a test drive?" The man looked Zhou Qiang up and down, and his eyes were full of contempt, thinking, what year is it? You're still wearing liberation shoes. You've traveled here. Line up. Said gave the same number plate to Suli, then let Suli fill out a form. The two sat down in the showroom and waited. Sisterly, is this car nice to look at? So big. Will you not be able to see the road? Zhou Qiang said with some excitement. No, not only won't you not be able to see the road, the line of sight will actually be much better. And with 4 wheels, it's stable. Turn around and I'll teach you. It's very simple. Good ah. So excited ah. Zhou Qiang said happily. After waiting for more than an hour, and no one let themselves go for a test drive, Zhou Qiang looked at the time, a little bit unable to sit still. They still have to rush back. The mountain road is not good to drive. How come it's not our turn yet? What's our number? Number 5. I'm going to take a look. Zhou Qiang this time to the side of the test drive car, and then saw the man just now hobgoblin dog like to greet a man on the car. Zhou Qiang saw that the man's license plate number is 12. Suddenly fire are up. Although Zhou Qiang is honest and decent, he is not a soft persimmon. What do you mean ah? You play us. You give me down. That manager's face was upset and somewhat disdainful. He sat in the passenger side and said faintly, "Ignore him, let's go." The man on the side looked at Zhou Qiang with contempt, then said to you, "Dirt old man," set a foot on the gas, and at that instant Zhou Qiang reached out and grabbed that manager's tie and violently pulled it outward. Ah! Stop the car. That manager felt that his neck was going to break. Fortunately that man braked in time, otherwise he would have moved his head. Chapter 64, First come, first served. You are sick. After that manager got off the car, he said angrily, "You are sick. I am the 5th. He is 12. What do you mean? First come first served order you do not understand ah. My time is not time ah. You owe pumping is it?" Zhou Qiang has experienced so many things. Know that people are good to be bullied. Horses are good to be ridden. People at home do not have to fight for the length, but outside, other people bullied to the head. Do not be polite, otherwise others will only take you as a joke only. If Zhou Qiang hadn't come over to take a look, he would still be in the dark. I'm the manager. What do you care? You hillbilly, get the hell out of here. The manager was also annoyed. He didn't even think about giving Zhou Qiang a test drive at all. He despised people like this when he saw them. Pa! Zhou Qiang directly slapped him. This handful of slaps I'm hitting for your boss. Damn, playing with people is fun, right? Have the guts to call the police and see who has the sense. Can't let us test drive. What are you giving me license for? Playing with people is fun, right? This manager felt his head buzzing. To be honest, he really did not expect Zhou Qiang, such a dirtbag, to dare to lay hands on himself. Zhou Qiang slapped him before smashing that card on his face. You're a hobgoblin in our rural words, and a manager. You don't even know how to respect people. You might as well go home and pick manure. At this moment the entire showroom was quiet. So many people were looking this way. Those who knew the situation would feel that this manager had gone too far. No wonder Zhou Qiang would step in and hit someone. Sisterly, let's switch to another one. We can't afford this car. Zhou Qiang turned to leave with Suli after saying that, and just as he reached the door, he met Lan Jingxie and Lan Xiaodai. Little brother, do you have a fancy? No, master, we have to go beforehand. Zhou Qiang's mood is a little bit upset. Lan Jingxie, so from smart people naturally see some problems. Xiangzi, let's go to that house to take a look. It seems to be domestic. Go. Zhou Qiang finished and took Suli to the opposite side. Look at the CPPCC looked at the scene of the picture, and this time the sales director here from the office out to ask how the matter. Mr. Su, just now that old man is not at all not to buy a car. We have been in the activities today. So many guests. I just let him wait for the last in the test car. He directly hit people. Blue Political Consultative Conference had been ready to go over to see Zhou Qiang them. He is now on. Zhou Qiang has a very good impression, because he now found that his heart is really much better than before. He knows that Zhou Qiang is very likely to be able to help themselves to contact the stubborn disease of the people, so the heart is very excited. When he heard what this manager said, he realized that these people had tricked Zhou Qiang. Then he also had a green and white face. Zhou Qiang came over to buy a car, was introduced by himself. This is now really embarrassing. Grandpa, big brother Zhou's home is far away. They would have had to rush. These snobs. Lan Jingxie said also with an ugly face. Let's go. As they turned around and prepared to leave, a fat man rushed out of the showroom in a hurry. Lan Lai, why did you come and leave again? I've made all the tea here. This fat man is the boss of this 4S store. before the blue CPPCC told him that he had a friend who was coming over to buy a car today, meaning that he hoped he could give an internal price. This fat boss is naturally very happy. Over the years blue CPPCC has helped him a lot of favor, so this guy is very respectful of blue CPPCC. And then also deliberately told the sales director below that there will be a person called Zhou Qiang coming over to buy a car later on, so that they can treat them well. Humph. I can't afford to drink your family's tea. I'm from the countryside and can't afford to enter a high-end 4S store like yours. It's a big deal to open a Thai store. After finishing his speech, Lan Jingxie took Lan Xiaodai to the opposite 4S store to take a look. No matter what, he had to give Zhou Qiang a good relationship. With this kind of person it would be beneficial. The fat boss this time the whole person is frozen like a wooden chicken. He naturally can see the Blue Political Association is very angry. The heart is also a little confused about what is going on. Of course, he also knows that this matter will be very troublesome. See, the CPPCC has helped him a lot of favor. If this backer no one, he will be very troublesome. Open 4S store, to put it bluntly, is to have a very good relationship. With a black face, he returned to the showroom. What's going on? I asked you to treat a man named Zhou Qiang well. Where is this person? Fatty was no cutie. A few minutes ago, Blue CPPCC had called him, and the two of them were still talking and laughing, and Blue CPPCC had even joked with him about letting him send more of what he could to Zhou Qiang. But this instantly flipped out. Something must have gone wrong. Zhou Qiang? The sales director hurriedly flipped out that test drive form, and his face changed when he saw that Zhou Qiang's name was on the form. Do you take my words as fart? The sales director angrily rebuked. The manager's face was already a shade of green and white by this time. The sales director did tell him about this, but he saw Zhou Qiang, and Yagan didn't think of this. You get out of here. Fat boss angry, all wanna hit people. He that time deliberately asked the Blue Political Association Zhou Qiang and Su Li's name is to let the following people to entertain. Can let the Blue Political Association specially call care? Is certainly not simple. But I didn't expect the manager below Shio to be able to do this kind of thing. This manager was directly swept out of the door. And Zhou Qiang this time and Su Li has come to another is the 4S store door. Sister Li, is it true that people only look at the clothes? Hey, can only say that the dog's eyes look at people? As long as really have the eyes of the people can see the shoes and skirts worn are very expensive. My watch is also very expensive. I'm only afraid of tanning. Took a washcloth to block the face. Wearing your jacket. Do not say, go to see how this one. To still this virtue, we simply do not buy. Are said to do service. Also do not know how these people pay attention to the service. Su Li is also very angry. Zhou Qiang dressed is indeed plain, but does the farmer must be treated by the eyes? Must wear a suit to be considered the standard. Su Li hates the kind of profiling. See others wearing poof a little bit. Eyes are contemptuous. He hated those people in his own family. Is because one is this kind of demeanor. When the two entered the 4S store, a woman came over very sweetly. Mr. Beauty, have a seat. This beautiful woman brought Zhou Qiang and Su Li to a small tea bar and sat down, politely pouring tea for them. There was no disdain in her eyes. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to fake it. Chapter 65, Service Attitude. In fact, consumption is all about a service attitude in this day and age. This kind of service attitude would just make people comfortable. Do you guys have an off-road vehicle here that is suitable for her to drive? Zhou Qiang asked softly. Then let me show you guys. The woman next introduced several models to Zhou Qiang and the others with a very good attitude. And Zhou Qiang and Su Li were both very satisfied. Can we take a test drive? Of course you can. I'll take you there then. Thanks. When the drive came back, Su Li was very satisfied with the car. I didn't realize that domestic cars are doing so well now. Zhou Qiang, let's buy this one. Okay, this one then. When Zhou Qiang went to pay the money, found that the car is only 120,000. Thought this car is so beautiful, but also cheaper so much. Really no god. When the car was bought, the salesman helped Zhou Qiang to hang the red cloth on the car. This time the old man was very embarrassed and said, little brother, this today's thing, sorry. Oh, alright, but also thank that guy. You see, this car is so beautiful, but also cheaper, 60,000 or 70,000. The old man that is not to talk to. The home is relatively far away. You remember to take your medication on time. Zhou Qiang looked at the time, has 3 o'clock. The mountain road is rugged. Not good to drive. After seeing Su Li and Zhou Qiang they left. The old man is still very embarrassed. Zhou Qiang and Su Li returned to the village when it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. This mountain road is really ugly. Wow. Brother, this car is our family. So beautiful. Zhou Huanhuan was also shocked when she saw this car. She really didn't expect to have such a beautiful car. Oh, just bought today. Sister Li said to call GS, how is it not beautiful? Su Li looked at the family and snorted out a laugh. This is happiness. Simple happiness. Because of the car bought, Su family in the early morning of the next day began to set off firecrackers to celebrate, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers constantly ringing. The villagers were Tangmen family. This burst of firecrackers to attract over. Really didn't expect. This Zhou Qiang is so capable now. Even bought up a small car. Yes, really envious. Nowadays, Zhou Qiang was a role model for many people in the village, buying a car and building a house in a short period of time. Seeing such a beautiful house, the big guys were actually very envious. Zhou Qiang looked at the car. Also, the more he saw, the more he liked it. This car belongs to the kind of very beautiful. Of course, it is also the kind of high value of the car. This time Zhou Qiang in the doorway began to clean the car. Qiangzi, a lot of people in the village have caught a cold lately. Is it alright? Colds. Could it be that the flu has broken out? Zhou Qiang was also surprised for a while. He didn't expect this to develop so quickly. It was a bit busy out of his expectation. It could be. I just saw that Auntie Wang has been coughing all day today. And Ma Lianqing's medical center is packed with people today. Su Li said softly. Hey, whatever they are. Zhou Qiang didn't know what to say about them. Before he made a point of telling a few people in the village that his fishing dolls had eaten medicine that could prevent them from being infected. But as a result they all laughed at him. Zhou Qiang didn't bother to care about them. At the moment he took out the bones of that tiger. These things actually into the medicine is actually very good. To the third day of the time, the village people infected with avian influenza is already all outbreaks. The entire village is almost all avian influenza infected people. Every day in the medicine but also do not see good. There are a few more serious or lying in bed to see. In fact, the summer bird flu is very difficult. After all, the heat itself is unbearable. And now also infected with bird flu. That is all impossible. More tragic is Ma Lianqing own family has also got the flu. Originally Ma Lianqing family is very excited. Every day people queuing up to come over to see a doctor, which naturally makes people in a good mood. But did not expect to be happy. Only 2 days Ma Lianqing now high fever. Suddenly the sun is coughing, skin is very strong. This time others do not believe that their medical skills. After all, their own illnesses cannot be cured. How to treat other people's illnesses. And soon the village people found an exception. That is, Zhou Qiang family. Zhou Qiang family surprisingly did not have a person infected with the virus, including Su Li. These days Su Li also taught Zhou Qiang and Zhou Huan to drive. These people look at the heart is also surprised. When the big guys see that their family are not things, that is excited. I heard before that Zhou Qiang got a kind of medicine. He also asked me at that time, said $10 a pair, but I did not believe him at that time. You guys say it is not because Zhou Qiang really have a way to cure this bird flu. It is very likely that is. We go to find Zhou Qiang. Look, this Ma Lianqing that medicine is not useful at all. You see he himself cannot cure. Quack A. That's it. It's a quack. It's so infuriating. I didn't think we'd be so stupid to be teased by them. A few people came to Zhou Qiang's home. Zhou Qiang just happened to drive a handful of cars at this time, which felt particularly cool. Driving a four-wheeled car is different. How is it? How does it feel? Cool. Very cool. It's quite okay to drive. Ha ha. Zhou Qiang laughed out loud. Just at this time, Zhou Qiang saw Danielle and also air dogs sitting in front of his house like dead dogs. Chang Zi, hurry up and give me our treatment. Look at us, it's just too unbearable. This summer is still running nose. It's really not something that people can stand. They felt like they were having a hard time. Let me take a look. Zhou Qiang helped them give a pulse and said, it'll be a bit more expensive to treat now. It'll be 100. This can also increase the price. Danielle remembered that it was $10 before. What price increase? Before it was just prevention. Now you guys are already sick. This is no longer a preventive look. Oh, so then okay, hurry up. 100 is 100. As long as you can get well, it doesn't matter. They were all already having a hard time now. Catching a cold in such a hot day now was really hard. Zhou Qiang didn't muck about, and began to give them a needle first, then began to boil medicine for them. Eat this medicine, then the two of you go exercise and sweat it out and you'll be fine. It's really that fast. They looked at Zhou Qiang, all a little excited. What else? How hard do you think it is? Hurry up. The two of them half-heartedly ate the bowl of medicine, and then went back to moving the bricks. After a few hours, they both felt a rush of comfort after a stinky sweat. How come my nose isn't stuffy anymore? I feel like I'm breathing much better, and I don't feel weak all over. Air Dog said excitedly. This feeling was just too wonderful. Chapter 66 Overnight Fame. Influenza is actually, to put it bluntly, is a more powerful cold. This kind of flu will be extremely infectious, and in addition to contagious, the most important is actually this kind of viral influenza will be very difficult to treat. This is the main thing, because the influenza virus recurring reason. So this disease once the outbreak, often are the morning fever subsided, to the afternoon may again outbreak. This thing is so super pitiful kind, and when the flu broke out, basically a heavy cold, the whole person is also muddled. Not a trace of strength, the body is also back pain. During this period of time Shuangliu village was dead, the big guys were all caught in the middle of this kind of severe cold, with stuffy noses and coughs and tears, which almost made it hard for them, but with a dose of Zhou Qiang's medicine, along with the aid of acupuncture, Daniel and Airdog felt refreshed after sweating all over their bodies. No disease. A person has been controlled by the disease for too long. Suddenly when they are able to not be controlled by the disease, it is incomparably happy and excited. At this moment to be able to get rid of the control of the disease, for them it is really too exciting. This feeling is doubly cool. Divine Doctor Ah. Folks, Zhou Qiang is a divine doctor ah. Zhou Qiang helped my family to look at it too. What a divine doctor. Daniel and Hungry Dog at this time is really believe that Zhou Qiang's awesome. This guy is indeed very powerful. I knew that time should really spend $10. Otherwise it is not to get into this situation now. But by the flu tossed so many days, now cannot be controlled. In fact, the mood is incomparable excitement. The feeling was really quite good, and it was also exciting for him. The village soon spread the word that Zhou Qiang had cured the flu, and the matter was passed on. Knowing that there were some better off people in the village who had gone outside to be cured, but had not been cured, and were having a hard time dying every day. Zhou Qiang, this halfway doctor but really helped the big guy, will be cured. This moment everyone is excited, but also excited, and who would have thought that this guy is really so powerful? This is really a little out of their expectations. When the big cattle and 2 dogs family members were treated, the next Zhou Qiang really in the village became famous. Everyone has begun to come over to find Zhou Qiang help to see the doctor. Shuangliu village 100 pairs of households, almost no one who has not been infected. Each family has 5 or 6 people, adding up to 500 or 600 people to come to the treatment. Zhou Qiang's home that is crowded. Zhou Qiang himself did not expect to suddenly all of a sudden there will be so many people. The heart is also very surprised. Who would have thought that there will be so many people? It looks like people feel shocked very much. Zhou Qiang family is almost busy. This pile to cure the phenomenon he has never encountered before. To know Zhou Qiang's pharmacy has been open for a small half a month. So long, surprisingly, no one has come, but today it is piled up over. Suli, a few of them are helping to boil medicine and help arrange the patient. Anyway, from the morning busy to more than 6 o'clock in the evening, the family did not eat. Zhou Qiang, the whole person is exhausted. Ma's family. What? You said Zhou Qiang cured the flu. How did this happen? Ahem. Grandpa, this is something I also find strange. This kid seems to have gotten lucky and was cured by him. And now the whole village is saying that he's a miracle doctor. And they're all going to him for medical treatment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dirtbag. He knows about medicine. How could this happen? How could this happen? Ma Lianqing was very angry. He didn't expect Zhou Qiang, this dirt old man, to treat these people. This was too irritating to him. Ma Lianqing had been vomiting blood for the treatment of this flu for some time, and had been thinking of all sorts of ways to deal with it. Damn. I for this village, conscientious with illness and research. These traitors even went to find Zhou Qiang treatment. They really have no principle. Ma Lianqing was very self-absorbed. He was not good at medicine himself, yet he felt that those people must go to him to get cured in order to do so. He claimed something about vomiting his heart and soul, but many people came to him during this period of time to see him, and the medicines were taken a whole lot, but there was no effect at all. No, tomorrow I'm going to see what Zhou Qiang knows. I'm going to let these foolish commoners know that Zhou Qiang is a fraud. By the time the next day came around, Zhou Qiang started early in the morning in treating other people in the village. This flu was not only in Shuangliu village. In fact, someone from the next door village of Shiha also got infected, one by one. And then Shiha also knew that Zhou Qiang could cure the disease, and the effect was still very good, so he also came over. Soon, Ma Lianqing and his son also came over. When they saw the picture here, the heart is also a burst of surprise. Really did not expect to have so many people here. This is really a little surprised. Ma Lianqing had always boasted that he was a miracle doctor, but he hadn't had so many people come to see him. This strong son is really powerful ah. My mother before our vomiting and diarrhea is very serious. We are ready to ask the car sent to the county hospital to rescue. The results of my daughter-in-law said to try. The results of the medicine after eating, that night on the fever. Get up in the morning said hungry. Want to eat something? Yes yes yes. My father is also serious. We were scared to death. I did not expect to eat Zhou Qiang's medicine. Sweating and then get well. Hey, I should have known to look for Chang Zi. That Ma Lianqing is a bubble dog. No ability at all, but still have to act like he's vomiting blood. I'm sick of seeing it. That's right, not useful at all. Before he gave me a medical treatment, he still pretended to be inscrutable, but he almost treated me to death. That's a quack doctor. All of them can treat people's guifeng's feet bad. This kind of person is a rice bucket. These villagers obviously did not see that Ma Lianqing was actually in the crowd. Ma Lianqing was wearing a straw hat. Others naturally were not able to notice him. When Ma Lianqing heard these villagers on his evaluation, that moment of anger has been wow to spit blood. He has always been a very good sense of self, and even feel that the village people are treating him as a miracle doctor. But today, after hearing these people's evaluation of him, Ma Lianqing felt a little dizzy, but also some can't stand on their feet in general. Would have had a heavy cold unbearable, after hearing the words of these people, but also can't eat. Ma Lianqing decided to expose Zhou Qiang. He felt that Zhou Qiang, this guy must have a very problem. In his opinion, this guy with the drug is certainly what is forbidden, or on the body has a great harm. Chapter 67 Compulsion. So at this time he wanted to expose him in front of everyone. Right at this time, he directly snatched a bowl of medicine from a person's hand. Hey, what are you doing? This is mine, this man said angrily, because there were too many people, but he had come to line up at 5 in the morning, and it was not easy to get a wand of medicine. This is really not easy. This period of time by this damn flu tossed too hard. Ma Lianqing smelled the medicine. In fact, he did not smell out anything at all, but he directly smashed the bowl of medicine on the ground, clattering, breaking the bowl. Folks, listen to me. This medicine cannot be eaten. Ma Lianqing this roar. Suddenly the scene was quiet. Everyone looked at him in unison, and Zhou Qiang also saw Ma Lianqing at this time, was also a burst of embarrassment, and said this goods is not a brain fall bad Ma Lianqing, are you brain fried from the bird flu infection? Zhou Qiang said with contempt. Humph, I'm wide awake. Zhou Qiang, you're taking the lives of the townspeople in a joke. How am I joking with their lives? Ma Lianqing, you make it clear to me today. Zhou Qiang was also a little angry. This quack doctor was incapable of doing anything himself, but he was still chewing his tongue here. What do you have in this medicine? Do you dare to say it? Zhou Qiang, don't think that I don't know what you put in the pharmacology. You are joking with their lives there. Ma Lianqing, I say you have lived a long time. How that IQ is like a child. Will I medicinal prescription tell you guys? Do I have to tell the pharmacy of the aphrodisiac as well? Do you know what is called intellectual property? Do you know what intellectual property means? Can you be any more stupid? Zhou Qiang was not going to give this old thing much face now. People don't have face themselves then. Humph. Zhou Qiang, you don't pretend. You fooled others, but you definitely can't fool me. As the saying goes, sickness comes like a mountain. Sickness goes like a silk. Influenza undergraduate is a very powerful viral infection. This disease requires a little bit of detoxification. No 10 days and a half months is not good. This effect is so good. Don't tell me you didn't put drugs in the pharmacology. What? Put drugs? A lot of the people were also a bit scared. Yifan's medicine was indeed a bit exaggerated and a bit too much, so they still believed in it a bit. Folks, I've been practicing medicine for more than 20 years. Don't you know how my medical skills are? Zhou Qiang has only learned a few days of crooked ways, so he arrogantly opened a clinic here. Do you know that this medicine is a bowel-piercing medicine? The effect of eating it is indeed good, but it will make you addicted. Zhou Qiang, you're still shameless. In order to make money, you're even able to rush out this kind of thing. Do you still have a little bit of shame? The big guys were all in a bit of a commotion at this time. In fact, they would all be rather scared. The countryside people no less. Have money often heard people say how powerful drugs are. Zhou Qiang sneered, and did not say anything, but will be a person in the hands of the drug over. Tilted his head, grunt, drink bottom, and then the entire bowl fell to the ground. Then picked up a wand, grunt, drink. A series of 5 bowls after everyone was shocked. Obviously Zhou Qiang was actually telling them with his actions that if Lao Zi's medicine was a problem, then he wouldn't drink it himself. Ma Lianqing, Lao Zi told you, you are indeed from the medical 20 years, but you are a car head and tail quack doctor only. My mother is only bitten by a snake whose toxicity you are very general. You can make my mother whole into a cripple. On your kind of medical skills others shame. Tortoise can live for 1,000 years, a lifetime, or shrink the head in the turtle shell. The wolf area more than 10 years, but failed to dominate the grassland. I just want to tell you, Chinese medicine is not the older the more valuable. A quack is a quack. Even if you've been practicing medicine for 1,000 years, you're still a cuckold shrinking in a turtle shell. If you can't cure a disease, then you are incompetent. Chinese medicine is profound and profound. How can a quack like you understand it? One that can even treat a ridge snake's venom into a cripple. You have the nerve to scream to me here. Zhou Qiang did not give Ma Lianqing the slightest bit of face, when after these words, Ma Lianqing's entire person was already in the wind. When he looked at Zhou Qiang, he unexpectedly did not know how to return the favor. That moment he was also angry to the extreme. That's right, you're still eyeing others when you're incapable yourself. Zhou Qiang, we believe in you. Several people had already started to drink the medicine in the bowl in one go. As he watched this scene, the old man was already in the wind. His face was a shade of green and a shade of white. As he looked at Zhou Qiang, he couldn't even utter a single word. Originally, he had wanted to make Zhou Qiang lose face today, but now Zhou Qiang had used his actions to tell him that he was just a fool. Wow! Ma Lianqing spewed out a mouthful of blood before fainting to death. It was only at this time that he realized how stupid he was. Originally he thought he would never be like this. After Ma Lianqing fainted to death, Mark said angrily, "Zhou Qiang, you've gone too far. It's your grandfather who went too far. Every book to treat himself. Just don't pretend to be a god doctor somewhere. It's really despicable plus disgusting." Well said. No skill at all. All he knows is to ask for money all day long. I spent more than 1,000 at his place. No use at all. Mark, your grandpa just dumped my medicine. Pay up or I'll cut the girls off today. The man whose medicine was smashed earlier said angrily. Mark immediately looked like he had eaten. That moment was really embarrassing. He just didn't know what the hell was going on. How things could have evolved like this. It wasn't scientific. Mark, damn you. I really want to get you killed. Looking at them, the man growled. Now he is very angry. From 5 o'clock until just now it was hard to wait for a bowl of medicine. Now do not know how long to wait for their turn. This guy cannot be angry or not possible. To be honest, this time he already has a kind of want to catch him over to beat up the impulse. So this time is not compensation for $100 so simple. This guy is a prick in the village. Now such a good opportunity. Directly asked him to give 1,000 this only to let them leave. When they returned home, the whole person is very difficult. Completely unable to accept the things in this. How could it turn out like this? How could it turn out like this? It shouldn't be like this. I'm the divine doctor at Shuangliu village. After Ma Lianqiang returned home, it was not easy to wake up. Madly roaring, he is now thinking about this matter or feeling upset very much. Chapter 68 A Battle to Seal God. Ma Lianqiang never dreamed that he was so respected a bang this time but was tossed so miserable. Think of all the heart is very uncomfortable. Thinking about how this thing is a matter. Grandpa, you don't get angry. This thing let Zhou Qiang that boy temporarily complacent. Sooner or later he will pay the price. This guy frankly now is just a small man. These people will sooner or later will know in this village. You are the real miracle doctor. Those people sooner or later will understand. Humph. Who cares about these two Baji understand? They this group of stupid people. I really despise with them. This time Ma Lianqiang was very angry. Thinking about this matter, his heart was super uncomfortable. Ma Lianqiang that is in this special village has always been worshipped as a god doctor. How many people see him respect very much, but did not expect this time by Zhou Qiang to get the fame or lost. 3 days later, the whole village basically got the flu. People are already almost recovered. Originally dead double stream village again active. The children began to come out to play. And Zhou Qiang also after this thing. A battle to seal God. Before the big guys on his medical skills are somewhat skeptical. But now there is no one to doubt his medical skills. In these 3 days, before and after, Zhou Qiang treated more than 1,000 people. Adding up to earn more than 100,000 yuan. The whole family is also tired and a little bit deficient, but it is very happy. Zhou Qiang now found himself more and more like this kind of help people heal the feeling. It's not just about the money. When you see that through your own hands to help others will be cured. In fact, that is a sense of fulfillment. This feeling is money cannot buy. Zhou Taijun and Zhang Guifang are very happy. That's because they have always been ostracized in the village. Now they can obviously feel the village people are very polite to them. That is a kind of respect. Previously, although Zhou Qiang had made money selling aphrodisiacs, others had said that Zhou Qiang had just gotten lucky, but now that Zhou Qiang was able to help treat the entire village with his medical skills, it was quite a feat. Zhou Qiang, how is it? How do you feel? Tired, but happy and joyful. Isn't this what is called being tired and happy? Zhou Qiang said happily. Perhaps the happiest thing about being a doctor is to use your medical skills to help others solve their ailments. That's the happiest thing, right? This kind of happiness can't be bought by money. This is the value. In fact, it is like a teacher. They can teach and educate people through what they have learned is a reason. And what you said makes sense. That's what it means. Sisterly has been working hard for you for this period of time. Zhou Qiang was a little embarrassed. These days Su Li that was also very hard. Again helping to boil medicine. Again helping him to take care of the patients. Then how are you going to thank me? Su Li said with a bad smile. He is now more and more take this place as his own home. Before come to Shuangliu village frankly just for more I do not home those annoying things. But now in here gave him a sense of belonging to a home. Cough cough. Then you say, I must go to the fire in the soup. This way, I'm not feeling too good about my skin lately. Do you have any way to make my skin better and whiter? You so good skin is not good. Haven't you ever heard of a woman never minding her good skin? Look at all the tans. Okay, I think about it. Zhou Qiang remembered that there were actually many kinds of medicines inside the Shuangliu Healing Immortals inheritance. And of course, There was also this kind of medicine for beauty and skin care. Alright, then I'll wait, don't let me down. That said, you after this matter. In the village but the suspicion turned over. Now the big guys to you have a very good impression oh, in the past I was really eager to have such a day, Zhou Qiang said happily. For him, as a child, the most eager thing in fact is to be able to let his parents in the village to lift up the head of people. Do not be looked down upon. Parents, this life is really not easy. Many people in the village used to treat their own people as a joke. Now as finally salted fish turn over, Zhou Qiang mood is naturally very good. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Ma Lianqing family recently is really a tragedy. Before in Sun Jihao things, the whole family went to the hospital to check, spent a large sum of money, just after the cure. Ma Lianqing thought that can be the best of all possible worlds. You can be in the middle of the flu in the name of this time, but I never thought I flew down. He got fame lost, and now the whole village are not going to his place to see a doctor, which makes Ma Lianqing have a feeling. He will feel that his fame as Zhou Qiang gave him an insult. Ma Lianqing because of face, did not urge Zhou Qiang to see a doctor, but insisted on eating their own to get the herbs. He felt that Zhou Qiang can do, he must also be able to do. But a face for 4 days or vomiting and diarrhea. The whole family are pale. To the 5th day of the time, finally scared. The whole family went to the county hospitalization. Enough to live a week. The family before they were discharged. And this time the family spent is more than 100,000 to be good. Would have been a few hundred things, but made it really complicated. Ma Lianqing bankruptcy one after another. The mood is really bad, coupled with Zhou Qiang in his head at the beginning to leave him that a breath to bring him a force. So Ma Lianqing now is to think about this thing or already a little bit of fire. I really do not know how this thing is a matter of how they suddenly luck will become so bad. This one after another out of things. Let him is also a little tired. Mark, is there any movement in that matter now? Grandpa, don't worry, I asked yesterday. Boss Zhuang said that he had already researched the formula, and now they are all already preparing to apply for a patent. At that time, as long as Zhou Qiang dares to sell it, we will be able to. Zhou Qiang can't eat it. Good. This damned. I want him to pay a painful price. In front of me, class door in front of the tiger. I really do not know where in the end he came from the self-confidence. Last time the luck is good. Count him lucky. Grandpa, don't worry. At most 3 to 5 days. And let this kid fool around for a few days, by then let him get lost. As long as he dares to sell, we can sue him and let him go to jail. Mark and Ma Lianqing were thinking about how to pit Zhou Qiang at the moment. These two were really not good birds. Zhou Qiang at this time, but did not know that the two masters want to eat himself. From the last time he helped Shuangliu village cured the flu, fame quickly passed out. Next door to a few villages with small children sick, even will carry over to look for Zhou Qiang to see the doctor. At one time Zhou Qiang's medical center business is actually quite good. Chapter 69, Blocking the Arrow. Those herbs that Zhou Qiang had dug up on his own were also quickly running out, and at this time, he realized that he had to go and find an herb merchant, or else they were all going to run out of food. Zhou Qiang and Su Li were discussing this matter when a man ran over. Excuse me, is this Dr. Zhou's house? Yes, you're looking for me for something. Zhou Qiang saw this man. The man was sweating profusely. It looked like he was in a hurry to run over. Dr. Zhou, quickly go to uncle. My child ate chicken before. At first we didn't care. The condition has worsened. It's too late to go to the city, I'm afraid. Zhou Qiang quickly picked up the medicine box and said, go, say on the road. Zhou Qiang said as he got into the cart. He had dared to drive now. Uncle, come on up. Zhou Qiang knew that this man was not from his own village. He should still be running in. Small children with vomiting and diarrhea were actually the most dangerous. Adults would not be able to eat if they vomited and had diarrhea again. And small children could easily get dehydrated like this. Shuangliu village has had this kind of thing happen before. Because the treatment was not timely, then they just died. Uncle, which village are you from? I'm from Wangxian village. Dr. Zhou is really troubling you. It's alright. Saving lives is important. Sit tight. Zhou Qiang drove the car, quickly rushed out. Shuangliu village and Wangxian village will not be very far. When Zhou Qiang drove the car into the village of Wangxian after seeing, and rushed into the uncle's home. This time the uncle's family are anxious round and round. This child vomiting and diarrhea is very serious. They really wish they could grow wings to take the child away. This time Zhou Qiang quickly began to help treatment. The child's disease is really dangerous. If really sent to the city, I'm afraid the child will not be saved. To know the mountain road is bumpy. A lot of copies even if not sick. Then Bumpy will not be able to physically eat. Zhou Qiang running true qi to help the child treatment, and took out some medicine began to boil. When drinking the medicine, just after an hour, the child's face is much better, but also a lot of spirit. Grandma, I'm hungry. Upon seeing the child clearly become much more refreshed, tears came out of their eyes in that instant. Dr. Zhou, Thank you, really thank you. That man clasped Zhou Qiang's hands tightly, incomparably excited. He was really not expecting Zhou Qiang to be so powerful. Fortunately this time, he heard Wang Dingyang from next door say that she let herself go to Zhou Qiang to take a look. It's alright to cure the sick and save people. Zhou Qiang was still very happy at this moment. He could see that when these people around him saw himself, his eyes were filled with a very grateful look, all because he really helped to save the child. Zhou Qiang suddenly felt that doctors are really a very sacred profession. Because Zhou Qiang wanted to observe the little girl's condition, he did not leave at once. Uncle, I'll go for a walk first. If the child is in any condition, notify me immediately. Alright, Dr. Zhou, stay here for dinner tonight. Make sure you stay for a meal. This uncle was thanking him profusely. The child was his granddaughter. The child's parents had gone out to work. If anything happened to the child, he didn't know how to face it. Zhou Qiang has never been to Wangxian village, this time over the boredom, walking in the village, but also to see if there are herbs. At this time, it was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Because it was summer, the sun was still high. Although Wangxian village and Xuanliu village are not far apart, Wangxian village is actually much better than Xuanliu village. The village is already full of concrete roads. Just at this time, Zhou Qiang saw himself not far away from a woman rushing over. This woman is very beautiful. He wore clothes Zhou Qiang has seen on TV. It was the clothes of a flight attendant. A pair of straight and slender long legs, wearing a pair of red high heels on her feet, perhaps due to her profession. Her walking posture was very nice, pulling a suitcase in her hands. Her temperament was superb. This is the real-life version of a flight attendant. So pretty, Zhou Qiang muttered in his heart. At this time, this flight attendant rushed over to him with a smile, suddenly hugged his neck, and her pink fragrant lips kissed Zhou Qiang's face, leaving a lipstick mark. Cough cough. Zhou Qiang had a burst of dry cough. It was so embarrassing, and he thought to himself that this woman was not recognizing the wrong person. My dear, you came to greet me on purpose. This woman is very intimate. Look, Zhou Qiang are almost vertigo, but then understand what is going on. Zhou Qiang saw a sports car driving up in the back. It is estimated that this woman is to take their own as a shield. Zhou Qiang is also a burst of speechless. Just now he was still thinking, he is not so big charm. Now it seems that this is indeed so. This guy did not even look at his own meaning. At that instant Zhou Qiang was a bit annoyed. Although he said that being kissed by a beautiful woman was quite enjoyable, but the thought of being used by him made him a bit uncomfortable. Sure enough, the car came down a man wearing a very tawdry. Why say he tawdry? Because this man is wearing a flowery shirt, and then the pants belong to the kind of pants with the beggar's pants of a virtue. Broken are not like the appearance of it. The most tawdry or scorpion. The two shoes are surprisingly a different color. Qing Xue, who is this person? Kid, you let go of him. This man looked very overbearing. Zhou Qiang was helpless when he saw that he all wanted to eat himself. Young Master Su, I've always told you I have a boyfriend. This is my boyfriend. Thank you for your love, but I really have my heart in the right place. This woman said with a serious face, saying that she and Zhou Qiang got even closer. This young Master Su was so angry that he wanted to go up and get Zhou Qiang killed. Boyfriend? Humph. At this time, young Master Su took out a bunch of money from his backpack, about 10,000 yuan, and then smashed it at Zhou Qiang. Take this money and get lost. Are you worthy of him? Young Master Su's name was Su Donggang. His father was Su Shulu, the owner of a large group. It could be said that young Master Su was a true second-generation ancestor. Very rich, so he was going to smash Zhou Qiang to death with his money at this time. He wanted to let him know that being rich was the king in front of this air hostess. Young Master Su, you, Zhou Qiang rolled his eyes, and thought to himself that damn old man is really lying down and getting shot. Taking the pile of money, he gently waved it around and then said, he is only worth 10,000? Zhou Qiang said, stretching out his hand to hold the stewardess tightly in his arms, thinking, damn, you take me as a shield. If I don't take advantage of some cheap or sorry for themselves. Although Zhou Qiang has experienced a man and woman thing in a confused manner, but in the beautiful stewardess will hold, or some heart-thumping, too beautiful. Chapter 70 Shameless. The kind of light fragrance emanating from this beautiful woman made Zhou Qiang a little mesmerized. Zhou Qiang still wouldn't be embarrassed now. This woman was the one he himself had posted over. Being held tightly by Zhou Qiang, this stewardess was really a little uncomfortable. Being hugged by Zhou Qiang so much, her heartbeat was a little faster. When Su Donggang saw the scene, he was even more furious. He didn't expect you guys to be so shameless. Kid, you let go of her. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Do you have a good mistake? He is my daughter-in-law. You are not polite to me. You try to see. The old man hugged her. How? The old man good kiss him. Zhou Qiang said directly barked. In this beautiful stewardess face kiss, beautiful stewardess face is suddenly red with red apple-like. has been hand in Zhou Qiang's waist pinched hard. Zhou Qiang pain or almost screamed out, and then pinched in his face said, "Dear, who is this young master?" Su Dong just find has been Zhou Qiang angry a little trembling. In his opinion, he looks at the woman. No one dares to snatch it from himself. So he thinks that Zhou Qiang, this kind of country bumpkin in the sight of $10,000 after, must spread legs and run away. But this guy even directly with his own play horizontal, do not give himself face, but also kissed his own woman. Luo Qingxue, come over here. This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you don't come over here, you won't work tomorrow. Zhou Qiang was also speechless for a while. What kind of weirdness is this? How can one be so shameless these days? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you're big man. Are you flying an airplane? Zhou Qiang most annoyed is this kind of overbearing people. Damn what he counts. Even so arrogant and domineering. Zhou Qiang looked at him actually back to feel very annoyed. Although Zhou Qiang some blame Luo Qingxue took advantage of their own. But then again talked to. Zhou Qiang still quite appreciate Luo Qingxue. See out this Su Donggang should be very rich kind. Estimated strength or will be more powerful kind. In this year, still cannot be so calm. In the face of money and will not shake their hearts. In fact, this kind of woman has not much. Zhou Qiang still admired him for this. Humph, Luo Qingxue, you only have one chance. If you don't get in the car with me today, then you'll roll out tomorrow. With that, Su Donggang turned around and returned to his own car. Luo Qingxue's eyes were red. He was a child of a poor family, and since he was a child, he had a dream of becoming a flight attendant, and had gone through a lot of trouble. It was not easy to become a flight attendant. Could he really be fired just like this? He knew that this Su Xiao was able to do it. Tears welling up in his eyes. Zhou Qiang actually felt a little heartbroken for that moment when he saw this woman in this state. If the job is gone, it's gone. This kind of person you compromise once and you're done. Zhou Qiang said softly, listening to what Zhou Qiang said. Luo Qingxue was a bit touched in that moment. Luo Qingxue nodded, and then pretended and Zhou Qiang turned to leave. This is to let the car Su Donggang angry to vomit blood. A step on the gas pedal. Driving the car even rushed up. It is clear that he is ready to directly Zhou Qiang and Luo Qingxue hit dead to go. He grew up so big, has not eaten so big suffocation. When the car instantly rushed up, Zhou Qiang holding Luo Qingxue aside flash, directly flipped to the ridge on the straw. Fortunately not hit. Damn, you seek death. Zhou Qiang was furious, casually grabbing a large stone. Under the convergence of his true chi, he violently smashed it out. With a bang. When this thing smashed through, the window of this young master's car was smashed through. Zhou Qiang rushed out with a single stride, grabbed Su Donggang's hair and ripped it out. Ah! Su Donggang that instant head east was ripped off a large handful of hair, let out a hysterical scream. He really did not expect Zhou Qiang to be so ruthless. Damn, who do you think you are? Zhou Qiang stomped on his face. If he didn't know kung fu and dodge fast. In fact, Zhou Qiang knew very well that he would be miserable this time. So Zhou Qiang will not sympathize with this at all now. Directly stepping on his face, he wants to let this know how faceless he is. You dare to kick me. You seek death. Humph, Lousy kicked you hard. Remember Lousy's name is Zhou Qiang. You come to hit me. Zhou Qiang said, and a few more kicks went down. Stepping on this young master to doubt his life. This young master has actually been repaired to doubt that he is dreaming. Zhou Qiang, a Tubaji, even dared to play himself. After being brutally beaten by Zhou Qiang. Only then did Zhou Qiang kick him into the field. Damn, next time you dare to hit someone, I'll get you killed. Who do you think you are? Su Donggang's entire body was like a dead dog shrinking in the field. Humiliating. This was definitely humiliating. He hadn't thought about the fact that he had driven a sports car to the head of this hole of a mountain, and someone had dared to hit him. Remember, I'm from Shuangliu village. My name is Zhou Qiang. If you have the guts, come and try to retaliate. Zhou Qiang is now accompanied by a strong strength. His guts are also much bigger. This kind of young master he really doesn't put in his eyes. Damn, what kind of thing? Even dared to drive a car and hit himself. After Su Donggang grayly drove his car away, his heart was already filled with murderous anger. He had already marked Zhou Qiang with a death mark. In his opinion, Zhou Qiang was already a dead man. Zhou Qiang, wait for me. I will make you pay a painful price. I'll make sure you're chicken and dog. This guy had to say such a sentence when he was turning the car around. Zhou Qiang was also furious as his body rose up and rushed up. Su Dong just stepped on the gas, but the result didn't seem to be too good of a technique, and he directly crashed into a rock, and the front end of the car flattened out. But he already did not care so much. Hastily hit the steering wheel, quickly left. He knew very well that this guy Zhou Qiang would really humiliate himself again. Bitch, you don't go ah. Zhou Qiang angrily cursed. Yeah, sorry ah. Luo Qingxue looked at Zhou Qiang at this time and said apologetically. He really felt particularly sorry for Zhou Qiang. Today he had thought to get rid of Su Donggang with the help of Zhou Qiang, but he didn't expect Su Donggang to be so shameless. Now Zhou Qiang also offended Su Donggang. He naturally knows that Su Donggang, this person, is vicious and venomous. He is worried that Zhou Qiang will be retaliated against. Forget it, by the way, he can really fire you. Zhou Qiang also quite coolly said flight attendant is actually very difficult to do. The requirements are not only looks, there is also learning. These are very important. And a flight attendant is almost through layers of assessment to succeed. Today he was fired. It seems that he also has a little relationship with himself. And their family has a good relationship with the Ministry of Aviation. I can still do it if I want to be fired. But I'm more worried about you. You offended him so much today. He'll take revenge on you. Chapter 71. The Xiao family. It's fine if he has the guts to go to Shuangliu village to find me. In my own village, would I still be afraid of him? Zhou Qiang did feel that way. It wasn't like he was hanging out in the city. Would he still be afraid of the retaliation of one such second-generation ancestor? This guy is actually never a person who is afraid of things. If this guy really dares to come to find himself, he is not afraid of him. After so many things, he actually understands a lot of things. To be a human being, if you are too weak, others will endlessly bully you. Zhou Qiang returned to the uncle's home, only to know that Luo Qingxue is the uncle's home next door. To say that this Luo Qingxue is actually quite difficult. His mother is no longer. His father is sick, perennial bedridden. There is a sister at home. Sister is still in junior high school. Luo Qingxue need to make money to support his father and sister. He usually have time to come back to see, but soon to leave. Zhou Qiang at that uncle's home after eating, to help that little girl to see a little, is already completely fever, but also finally rest assured. Pack up the medicine box ready to leave, just to see Luo Qingxue sitting in front of the house. Luo Qingxue looks a little lost in thought. Zhou Qiang knew that he should be very lost and helpless right now. It was not easy to be able to work at the airline, but now because of a second generation, he can only leave, so this time is also helpless. Hey, what's on your mind? Cough cough. I really didn't see that you are actually a doctor. When she saw Zhou Qiang, Luo Qingxue was actually a little curious. There were doctors in their village, but none of them had dared to see the granddaughter of this family across the street from herself before. This was most of all because it was too serious, and treating it to death that was troublesome. But after Zhou Qiang came, a dose of medicine went down and she was fine. He just heard his sister say, is also a little curious about Yi Fan's identity. This guy is really a legendary person. Oh, still thinking about your job. Zhou Qiang, after knowing the situation of their family, Luo Qingxue is still more favorable. After all, their family living conditions are not good. If there is an opportunity to catch a kaiju, should all ride the wave. Hush, don't let them know. I don't want them to worry. Can't you interview with other airlines? Even if his family can control one, but it's impossible that they can control all of them. What you say is right, but some things do not have what you think is not so simple. Stewardess, this line was not too much recruiting. Even if it is recruiting, maybe a few hundred people fighting for a position. A lot of still have a relationship. Hi, do not want to. Luo Qingxue said with some helplessness. He likes this line, but did not expect you now have to consider to change the line of business. I am very curious. Why did you reject that second young master? Oh, knowing that he is not sincere. Is it necessary to be so cheap for the sake of money? Personal perception it. Some people may play around with nothing. Money can still have status, but I just don't want to. Zhou Qiang is very appreciated, nodded. Looking at him, his eyes are filled with a very appreciated color. He really will appreciate this woman. This woman gave him the biggest feeling is strong, but also has its own principles. In fact, how many women in this year in order to money? That is to make themselves how lowly. In the village of Shuangliu, there is a woman. In order to money with a lot of people to sleep, although now it is a little money. But Zhou Qiang always feel that how much meaning people still have to have their own principles. No principles, then, the other is empty talk. Hey, the big deal is not to do this line is 360 lines. I can also go to do other, said reasonable. More your father what disease do you want me to help your father to see? Before that little girl is your sister he several times want to industry within me to say what, is not want me to help look. Oh, my little sister called Luo Qingling. He has always longed for the day there can be a miracle doctor appeared, and then cured my father's disease. The little girl thought also more romantic. Quite cute and quite understanding. Zhou Qiang said softly. Before Zhou Qiang heard that uncle said Luo Qingling is very well behaved. A teenage girl to take care of things at home very well. Summer vacation also help people to cut rice to earn a little money. Actually, my father's illness can't be cured. He spent a lot of money on treatment at a big hospital, and it didn't help. I heard Uncle Luo say that your father's illness was caused by an injury when he was young, and, in the past there was nothing to do. My father could only go down to dig coal, and then the mine collapsed. My father was buried alive. Although the people have been rescued, but my father's spine was broken, plus buried in the ground for a longer time. So after he was rescued, not only was his whole body paralyzed, but he also had a concussion. When he said this matter, he still had some tears flowing out. What about your mother? Remarried. 3 words, some cold, but also some hate. Yi Fan quite useful out of him some hate his mother. Think about this is, because the father into a vegetable, can abandon 2 daughters and remarried. This mother is also indeed ruthless. Sorry it's okay. In fact, all these years I've been trying to make a better life with my own skills. But, this time he was a little choked. Tears in his eyes constantly swirling. Zhou Qiang knows that in fact this girl he has always been very bitter in his heart. The mother's departure. So that their already difficult family even more snow. Everything will pass. In fact, I can understand. My mother because of a quack, got both legs crippled. The family life has not been good. And then we also encountered other people counting. Zhou Qiang saw this strong woman. In fact, really will feel that he is very similar to himself. Even more miserable than he would be. His own home at least is still perfect. From beginning to end of the father loves his mother. Why don't I help your father to look at it? No clinic fee, as my compensation for causing you to lose your job. Put, you say so I'm afraid to be embarrassed. Is that I should properly thank you is? If not you I do not know what I should do. Zhou Qiang at the corner of his mouth outlined a very flat smile, then said, alright, let's not be so polite. Let's go and take a look at your father. I'll see if I can help him recuperate. Your sister has wanted to talk to me several times but didn't dare to. Zhou Qiang and Luo Qingxue walked into the room. Their house was still one of those rural dirt houses. The light wasn't very good, but the room was cleaned, and the room wouldn't have an odor. Chapter 72 Bruised Blood. From this, it was enough to see that Luo Qingling was indeed very good at what she did. Zhou Qiang saw a man lying on the hospital bed at this time. The man looked a little pale. At this time Luo Qingling was serving thin rice to his father. It was your sister who took care of your father all these years. And, when my sister goes to school, I'll give Uncle Luo a little money to look after him for me. Zhou Qiang came to the bedside and saw that Luo Qingshue's father's eyes were closed. It was obvious that he was unconscious. That's how it was with vegetative people. Zhou Qiang took his pulse for a while. The pulse was actually still smooth. Zhou Qiang could see that Luo Qingxue should have given his father a lot of good food and spent a lot of money. Zhou Qiang catalyzed the golden pupil, along with a golden aura rising from the bottom of his eyes. Luo Qingshue's father's entire head inside the structure is already appeared in his world. Vegetative people are basically caused by trauma to the head. Some are caused by the accumulation of blood clots. Xuanliu Medical Immortal's memory has recorded the relevant things. Some head trauma is actually very difficult to treat. The body is no way to be able to treat. Because there are some things in the head traumatized is actually very difficult to repair. Zhou Qiang is now trying to see if he is a brain complementary bruises. After observing half a day after the skin, Zhou Qiang saw that there is indeed a bruise. The location of this bruise is relatively hidden. Even his golden pupil almost missed it. When he saw the bruises in the head, he knew that as long as the bruises to clear, with the drugs will be able to wake up. Your father has a bruise in his head. That's why this is happening. I can help him suck out the bruise. It won't be life-threatening, but it won't necessarily be able to be recovered because it will take too long. Do you guys want to try? It won't be life-threatening. That's not true. This kind of thing was definitely not doable for others. But Zhou Qiang was able to do it because he was able to clearly see what was going on inside at a glance. Then you should try it. Zhou Qiang took out a syringe from the medicine box. This was a very small syringe and then the needle was a very long kind. After Zhou Qiang stabbed the long needle in, both of their sisters looked at it and didn't dare to look at it. They didn't know how Zhou Qiang was able to do this. This was too powerful. Just like this, without being able to see, directly stabbing the needle in. Soon Zhou Qiang pulled the syringe gently, and Zhou Chang's left hand's true qi also entered his head in a steady stream, and then melted away those bruises. After those bruises were cut open, they were sucked out by the syringe. After all of this last night, Zhou Qiang used his true qi to repair and comb his tendons again, and soon the tendons in his head had been slowly unblocked. The bruises have come out. You guys talk to him more in these 2 days. If he can wake up, this will be in these 2 days. Thank you. Zhou Qiang smiled, turning him even sideways and looking at the location of his spine. Luo Qingxue said that his father was the one who had injured both his spine and his head, so Zhou Qiang was ready to help him look at his spine as well. Your father has had surgery on this spine. It was smashed and broken at first, but then a bang said that because the break was too severe. I'm afraid he's crippled. Nonsense. Which doctor is this? Your father's spine is just subluxation. To put it bluntly, it's subluxation, but even a steel plate. This person is sick. Zhou Qiang saw that his father's spine had traces of beaten steel plates. This can't be. Hey, really used to harm people, Zhou Qiang said as he pushed his hands along the spine a little bit, and suddenly two clicking sounds of bones resetting sounded, and then they knew that his body was already reset. Well, your father's spine is reset. Recently give him more rubbing of this part. This is fortunate that he is a vegetable. This is not a vegetable, do not know how painful. If he can wake up, your father will be able to get out of bed after adapting for a while. Thanks. Thank you so much. Perhaps it was because of her profession. Luo Qingxue was very polite. By the way, does Brother Zhou need to eat anything too? Just take some anti-inflammatory medicine. Well, it's getting late. You and I are leaving. I'll see you off. Luo Qingxue sent Zhou Qiang to the entrance of the village. I'll go first then. After Zhou Qiang drove away, Luo Qingxue was a bit grateful to Zhou Qiang because just now when he gave money to Zhou Qiang was adamant that he didn't want money. When Zhou Qiang returned to the house, he found that the big guys were looking at him with a very strange look, and his heart was curious. Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Huanhuan said badly. No, why are you suddenly asking that? Then what's the matter with the lipstick print on your face? This look is lipstick print. Zhou Qiang rushed to the bathroom. Take a closer look at the face, really have lipstick prints. Not very obvious, but still see it. Soon Zhou Qiang remembered. His own this lip print seems to be Luo Qingxue kiss. That time in order to fool Su Donggang. When Su Li looked at Zhou Qiang, she gave him a fierce blank look, not knowing why when she saw the lip print on this guy's face. Her heart was actually very uncomfortable. Xiangzi, you this today to cure how also be kissed it. Male female Zhou Taijun asked curiously. It is I see the doctor that little girl kissed, only 7 or 8 years old. What do you think? Zhou Qiang old face red. This kind of thing is naturally not be able to admit. Luo Qingxue is not his girlfriend. Of course, Zhou Qiang will not feel that he can marry so beautiful woman. Luo Qingxue even Su Donggang cannot see. How can they look at themselves? So it's a little girl. I thought it was a big girl. Zhou Taijun laughed out loud. Listening to his father, Zhou Qiang said with a smile. I'm going to cure the disease. Where is the big girl? Brother, serve this to Sister Li inside. You won't serve it in. Zhou Qiang said curiously. I have to do my homework. Hurry up. Okay. Zhou Qiang did not know that the family was now very fond of Su Li. In fact, they would all very much hope that their Zhou Qiang and Su Li could go together. Although they also knew that Su Li's identity was very uncomplicated, but at least they would still think so. Zhou Qiang carried a cut apple into Su Li's room. Su Li was sitting on the bed reading a book. He himself didn't know what kind of sulk he was having. Anyway, it was just a little bit uncomfortable mentally. Sister Li, eat some fruit, Zhou Qiang said smilingly. When he looked at this guy, Su Li couldn't help but snort out a laugh. When he saw him, he would be inexplicably happy. This feeling he hadn't had before when he ate you. So he himself was feeling very strange. How could it be like this? Chapter 73, Thoughts. Being looked at by that little girl over there today. No, who could fancy me? It's actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl who was saved by me. Then she was too grateful to me. So she kissed me. Oh, Su Li, oh, a sound. In fact, that moment he knew. He is no longer the same psychology to Zhou Qiang as before. Because this time he is hearing Zhou Qiang said he was kissed by the little girl. The psychology will actually be happy for a moment. But you are still carrying also so successful now. Actually being kissed a few times by a little girl should also be a normal thing. Which is not that exaggerated. I feel that I don't have a woman's fate. My mom told me fortune telling. Fortune telling? How so? Oh, Mr. Su Yanming said that I am the lone star of fate. To put it bluntly, I can't get a daughter-in-law. My mother at that time even spent $100 to burn a paperman up for me, saying that it was a replacement for me, saying that this way I can get a daughter-in-law. Zhou Qiang sometimes is to feel that he indeed belongs to the kind of no woman's fate, like Zhou Qiang last time to meet that down the river village of the female, all with him to have sex. People cannot see their own. Little cutie, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Don't listen to those people talking nonsense. Really, I actually didn't believe it before, but now I do. Zhou Qiang would actually feel that he was really quite a failure. Who said that? That's just those people not appreciating it. When he finished speaking, his pretty face was also red. In fact, he almost blurted out, I just like it. By this moment he also knew that he might really like this lad Zhou Qiang. This simple and honest man. Early the next morning, Zhou Qiang heard a knock on the door from his home. Big brother Zhou. Big brother Zhou. Zhou Qiang got up in a daze. Zhou Taijun opened the door, and saw that it was a very good-looking woman. And his heart was also curious. What is the situation? After Zhou Longfei got up, he saw that it was actually Luo Qingxue. Luo Tilt seemed to be too excited when he saw Zhou Qiang, and hugged Zhou Qiang's neck by himself. Big brother Zhou, my dad woke up. My dad really woke up. See piece of this scene when Suli they all directly drunk. Suli see this beautiful stewardess in front of him. Heart this guy is yesterday is not said to be a little girl kiss. At this time he realized that he seems to be a little too excited, and hastily let go of Zhou Longfei's neck. Pretty face is also thick. This time he is really a little hair embarrassed. In fact, Luo Qingxue really is incomparable excitement. To be honest, he has not been so happy. These years he has been living a very depressing, but also very hard. Yesterday was even more moody, because he could even lost his job. The mood is really a bit depressing, but what can he do? This society is like this. He has no way to change anything. The only thing he can do is to slowly change something through their efforts. Zhou Qiang said yesterday to help his father look at the time. In fact, he did not have hope. Zhou Qiang is just a country doctor. How can cure his father's disease? His father's disease is actually very serious, which he has always known. Over the years, he also wanted to help his father to see, but has not been useless. The money spent quite a lot of big hospitals have also been, but have not been able to do. So when Zhou Qiang said that he would help his father take a look, he didn't want to let Zhou Qiang down. However, his sister seems to Zhou Qiang's medical skills are very confident in Zhou Qiang to help their father after the treatment. Last night on the excited and father nagging, and said that he took the exams have been the whole class, and said that he did the stewardess. Anyway, said the backer said to fall asleep. Luo Qingxue actually did not think of their father can wake up. If you can wake up, would have woken up. But what he did not expect is to get up in the morning when suddenly ready to talk to his sister. He went to work. He naturally went to look for work. But just when he went to the room, suddenly saw his father moved his hand, followed by his father's eyes open, and then looked at himself. He could see your father's eyes are red. In fact, that moment he was very shocked. He did not expect his father will suddenly wake up at once. He never thought that his father can really wake up. So he hurriedly woke up his sister and asked her to take care of his father. He came to Zhou Qiang and also wanted Zhou Qiang to go and help himself to see if it was normal for his father to be like this now. Because he was so happy, he was a bit uncontrolled when he saw Zhou Qiang, which was naturally an overwhelming mood. Brother Zhou, can you come over with me to take a look? Okay, then wait for me. I'll go get the medicine box. Zhou Qiang entered into his house to prepare the medicine box. At this time Luo Qingxue saw that Zhou Qiang's mother was really in a wheelchair, and he realized that Zhou Qiang hadn't lied to himself. He had thought yesterday that he was just doing it to comfort himself. Hello aunt and uncle. Luo Qingxue because he is a stewardess, so he gives people the feeling that the smile is very good, but also very let people look like. Daughter, which village are you from? I'm from Wangxin village. After chatting with Zhou Qiang's parents, Zhou Qiang had come out with his medicine box. Qingxue, let's go then. As Zhou Qiang was about to leave, Suli said in a hurry, you wait. Saying that, he came in front of Zhou Qiang and then helped straighten his collar. The collar has been dragged by rats. Ahem, didn't pay attention. Zhou Qiang laughed. Then that's when he left with Luo Qingxue. Your daughter-in-law is so pretty. While in the car, Luo Qingchuan said softly, you said Suli? He's not my daughter-in-law. No, it can't be. Luo Qingxue said curiously. He's only temporarily living in my house. I don't have that kind of blessing. Suli is the one who ran out in a sulk with her family. He's not just highly educated and has a good family background. How could he possibly look at me? Zhou Qiang said with a smile. But I can see that he likes you a lot. Luo Qingxue was a stewardess. He was very good at observing people. He could see that Suli was in love with Zhou Qiang. That can't be right. How could he possibly fancy me? Zhou Qiang simply did not believe that Suli, such an excellent woman, would look at himself. Suli gave him the feeling of being super powerful and knowing everything. Why should brother Zhou be presumptuous? In fact, you're also very good. It's normal to look at you, Luo Qingxue said with a smile. Zhou Qiang scratched his head, all a little embarrassed to say anything, thinking that if I were so good, that girl in the lower river village wouldn't have said that they were all adults and didn't need to be so serious. So Zhou Qiang felt that the average girl couldn't look at himself. Chapter 74, Presumptuousness. When Zhou Qiang arrived at Luo Qingxue's home, Luo Qingxue's father looked a little weak at this time. His eyes were able to turn at this time. However, he was still unable to speak. Brother Zhou, my father woke up but still can't move or speak now. Help me look. At this time outside Luo Qingxue's house many people came to see the fun. After all, his father had been paralyzed for almost 10 years, and for so many years he had been a living dead man. But today he suddenly said that he woke up, which shocked many people. This is really a little people did not expect. Who would have thought that this has been living dead for more than 10 years of time suddenly still wake up, is too out of their expectations. When these people know that this matter is actually Zhou Qiang came over yesterday to help them see, are also very curious, do not know what the hell is going on. Did you hear? Yesterday it was this doctor from Shuangliu village who helped Luo Xintian look at him. and today he said he woke up. Yes, when did this Shuangliu village produce such a miracle doctor? Yesterday Luo Leiahan's granddaughter was dying. He came over and cured her in one go. It's really not a miracle doctor. I heard that the whole village of Shuangliu village was infected with influenza and was cured by him alone. These people at this time are already whispering, for Zhou Qiang's great, they are now a rumor. Zhou Qiang all of a sudden in the village fame is very big. Zhou Qiang at this time helped Luo Zhentian to give a diagnosis after, said softly, lying in bed for too long. So many skills have deteriorated. It takes a certain amount of time. Nothing to give him more rubbing, Zhou Qiang said as he used his true qi to help unblock the tendons and veins around his body. When the tendons and veins around his body had been unblocked, a few medicines were prescribed. In conjunction with these medicines for a few days, you should be able to get out of bed in less than a week. Really, brother Zhou, this. I am not dreaming. Oh, not dreaming. In fact, your father's spine was originally no problem. Only met a quack. His real problem is that there is bruising in the brain, Zhou Qiang said smilingly. Now that the bruises had been removed, his body began to regain consciousness, so that recovery was quick. When this matter was taken care of, the people of Wangxian village were also full of goodwill towards Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang was truly famous in Wangxian village this time, even more so than in Shuangliu village. After all, when Zhou Qiang helped cure Luo Laohan's granddaughter before, Luo Laohan's granddaughter was not dissected in the village by anyone who dared to help easily. After Zhou Qiang came, just one dose of medicine directly. The most shocking and exciting thing for the people of Wangxian village was actually the fact that Zhou Qiang had actually helped treat Luo Zhentian. Big brother Zhou, let's eat here. It's really not necessary to be nice to have you come over in such a hurry today. Luo Qingxue was also grateful to Zhou Qiang right now. Zhou Qiang had done himself such a big favor this time and hadn't received a dime, so he was prepared to treat him to a good meal. Zhou Qiang touched his stomach. In fact, he was still a little hungry, and said with some embarrassment, "Alright then, I'm afraid I'm still not a little hungry." Luo Qingxue and Luo Qingling went to cook. Just in this style repurchase a van and a sports car rushed into the village. Zhou Qiang frowned when he saw this car. He naturally recognized who this person was. Now have a gold pupil later. In fact, Zhou Qiang's eyes will be very powerful. He saw at a glance who car is Su Donggang. Did not expect this guy came again. Su Donggang went back yesterday. That is the more I think the more angry. Zhou Qiang dared to beat himself. Since childhood, he has not been beaten by anyone. So after returning home, he was angry and wanted to Luo Qingxue to catch back to properly ravage him a bit. After returning home, he started to tell this matter. What he is going to do now is to catch Luo Qingxue and ravage him, and then let Zhou Qiang kneel in front of him to lick his toes. Yesterday, after he went back, he spent 100,000 yuan, hired 24 social people. Originally he wanted to go to Shuangliu village, but when he arrived at the intersection of Shuangliu village, he saw that the road, his sports car is simply disastrous, and finally simply passed, can only be circled back. This time has been in the village began to inquire Luo Qingxue home in what place. Zhou Qiang came to the kitchen. "Qingxue, you guys close the door and don't come out." Zhou Qiang took a cannon brazier in his hand from the side of the door and walked out. Su Donggang was just inquiring where Luo Qingxue's house was, when he suddenly saw Zhou Qiang. This abomination. That moment was a moment of rage. "You guys, beat the scumbag down for me before we talk." After a roar, the two men rushed up at Zhou Qiang. When they rushed up, two miserable screams. The two punks were hit on the chest by that cannon brazier. Their bodies flew out backwards, hitting the ground hard. "A bunch of mongrels. You guys really think you're the king of heaven, right? Right." Zhou Qiang after inheriting the memories of the Shuangliu medical immortal. In fact, the character has changed a lot. He will not choose to hold back in the face of things. In the face of some things, hold back for a while can never be really still a wide sky. Will only make themselves more passive. Zhou Qiang will not let himself into the passive. He was also angry at this time. In the hands of the more than 50 pounds of cannon brazier wheel up on the sweeping past, the two holding a steel pipe in the hands of the gangsters directly be sent flying out of the steel pipe. A punk around Zhou Qiang's body, quickly from behind to hold Zhou Qiang's body. When he held Zhou Qiang's body, Zhou Qiang quickly reached out and grabbed his hair. Fierce force. This guy was a whole package of over-the-shoulder slammed hard on the ground. That instant he was smashed or on the ground convulsions in general. A burst of killing pig-like screams rang out, came more than 20 people. But even the opportunity to pass, two were hit by the cannon brazier could not stand up. Two tigers' mouth cracked, and now the arm is still numb. There is the most miserable. This also guy was smashed on the ground by Zhou Qiang's over-the-shoulder fall, and now they were all already doubting their lives with pain and wanting to kill themselves with pain. The remaining people looked at Zhou Qiang. Their faces were all a little twisted. They didn't expect this honest-looking man in front of them to be so ruthless when he moved. This really made them all feel a big drop in their eyes. As they looked at Zhou Qiang, they couldn't help but twitch in their hearts. This guy's power was indeed a bit terrifying, to be able to contain such a huge amount of power in a single move. Chapter 75, Chasing and Fighting. Come on, you bunch of mongrels. Zhou Qiang laughed back in anger. He truly felt disgusted with these people. Since you all flouted the law so much, then I will use the most violent method to beat you all to know what the price of flouting the law is. Zhou Qiang knew that if he hadn't come today, Luo Qingxue wouldn't have known what would have happened to her. And these scumbags had gone too far to come here looking for trouble. Zhou Qiang swung up the DD8 cannon brazier and charged in again. He is now at least a chi cultivation stage expert, with a DD8 cannon brazier in his hand. And his hand is ruthless, so he killed 7 in 7 out. These dozen of people in a few battles, they are already miserable, and their bodies are covered with color. Several people have been scared to run. There is really no way. An inch long and an inch strong, Zhou Qiang's cannon brazier that are with that Zhang Fei's 8 spears in general, thrown over to be hit by a bit, are able to direct fainting past. So to the back, Zhou Qiang is almost chasing after these people. Will they beat the chicken flying dog? Completely unable to resist this guy's so fierce attack. Under this kind of fierce attack, they had already been overwhelmed, and at the moment, their bodies were trembling. Zhou Qiang rushed up and waved the hand cannon brazier. These gangsters at this time and also cannot eat. One by one all run out of the village. And this scene has already let Su Donggang drunk. Su Donggang were thought Zhou Qiang, this soil old man, actually strength so horrible. This completely a little bit let him not dare to imagine. When Zhou Qiang rushed up to him later, a hand grabbed Su Donggang's hair, and then gave him a dozen slaps. A foot kicked him into the paddy field. Zhou Qiang is not relieved. For this, he will not be so easy to let him go. This guy thought there are two stinking money can do whatever they want. Zhou Qiang will let him know what is called the pain of the skin. Directly rushed into the water field. Another beating, and finally running the true chi into his head. You scumbag, this is your price. Try harming people again in the future. Zhou Qiang had beaten him violently before he walked up. When Su Dong had just climbed out of the paddy field, he was dirty and his face had swollen. He sat on the side of the road, completely unable to believe that this scene was real. He spent $100,000. Did he just come over to beg for a beating? He did not know how he left. Anyway, he felt out of shame and fear. Zhou Qiang hands today is no mercy. Every slap is to the death. His face has been beaten like a pig's head. After Zhou Qiang violently beat up this group of people, the people of Wang Xian village almost fell down. Gosh, this thing is really too horrible. Who did not expect Zhou Qiang, such an honest-looking person, to fight like a madman? This power is too horrible. Zhou Qiang also sucked in a breath of cool air as he watched the scene. Brother Zhou, Su Donggang has come to trouble you. It should be coming for you. Thankfully I'm here today. These scumbags, they're really confident. If you beat him up like this, will it trouble him more? As far as I know, the Su family is very uncomplicated. Humph, what's there to fear from him? I'm still afraid of them in Shuangliu village, Zhou Qiang said flatly. For this kind of bully, Zhou Qiang was looking at him once and wanted to beat him up. Hey, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. It's fine. This kind of I originally looked at him with displeasure, Zhou Qiang said with a smile. Su Donggang family is relatively big. As far as I know. Oh, suddenly grandfather is very powerful. Oh, what exactly do they do? His grandfather used to seem to be in the army. Should be a general or something like that, although retired. But the remaining power is still there. His parents are in business. Damn, gave birth to this kind of cheap bastard, Zhou Qiang directly said with contempt. Well, you don't have to worry about me. He can't help me yet. This society is a society of law. They still don't dare to be too arrogant. Zhou Qiang knew that the true chi he had punched into Su Donggang's head would be able to make him not even have the heart to do evil. That kind of pain will be more painful than Ma Liancheng. Zhou Qiang will actually really look down on this kind of second-generation ancestor. Has harmed other people's jobs or lost, then what do you still want to do? Do not go too far. Zhou Qiang and they chatted a bit. They are still in a good mood. Looked at Zhou Qiang, said with a smile, Brother Zhou, I do not know how I should thank you. Look at you, sister, why don't you give your body in return? Big brother Zhou just doesn't have a wife. Luo Qingling badgered. Zhou Qiang and Luo Qingshue's faces were both ablush, and Luo Qingshue whitened her sister. Little girl, don't study properly. What kind of nonsense do you think about all day long? Cough cough, that time is getting late. Then I'll leave first. Remember to visit the doctor with your father on time. Zhou Qiang's emotional intelligence was actually very low. He thought that when Luo Qingshue said this, she was saying that it wasn't suitable with herself. On the road of emotions, Zhou Qiang had never been a lingering person, and at this time, he simply couldn't tell anything apart. After Zhou Qiang left, Luo Qingshue smiled and said, Sister, is big brother Zhou not good? Haven't you always wanted to marry a mediocre person? Silly sister, what are you thinking? Big brother Zhou has a sweetheart. That woman is very pretty. Ah, like this. Luo Qingling spat out her tongue, still very embarrassed. The two sisters looked at their father now that he had woken up. Their mood was really good, especially Luo Qingxue. He would feel as if his entire being had relaxed. Luo Qingxue is really happy and excited. If his father can take care of himself, then his stress will be reduced a lot. After Zhou Qiang drove back to the house, he smiled and said, "What's good to eat? I'm starving." Zhou Qiang was indeed starving. At Luo Qingxue's house, Luo Qingxue didn't know that this guy was such a good eater, so Zhou Qiang was too embarrassed to say that he hadn't eaten enough. After loading up his meal, he took a big bite, and soon Zhou Qiang saw them looking at him with a strange look. "Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? I don't have any lip prints on my face today either." "Brother, who is that stewardess? She's so pretty," Zhou Huanhuan asked curiously. Luo Qingxue was indeed pretty. It could be said that Luo Qingxue and Su Li were both evenly matched compared to each other. And Luo Qingxue would look even better because she was a flight attendant. It was also full of a unique temperament. Wangxian Village. Just my Chio press to help that little girl to see the flu. He just happened to be that little girl opposite. His father is sick. I just incidentally helped to see it. Yes, that's how it is. Zhou Qiang hastily explained. Chapter 76 Jealousy. When Zhou Qiang explained, he was directly given a superb blank stare by Su Li, and then with some exasperation, he entered the room and directly closed the door with a bang. "What's wrong with sisterly?" Zhou Qiang said curiously. This guy's emotional quotient belongs to the kind that isn't very high. At this time he couldn't figure out how this Su Li suddenly got angry. "Brother, sisterly is jealous." Jealous? Zhou Qiang at once is also incomparable embarrassment. At this time his whole person is baffled. This good and to eat which kind of vinegar ah? How good and to be jealous? You yourself outside hooking up. People Li's sister naturally will be jealous. This is normal. What do you mean by hooking up ah? I'm really going to cure ah. Luo Qingxue's father was in a coal mine early in life when the mine collapsed. Then he became a vegetable. I helped treat it yesterday, and as a result, he woke up today. He was too happy. She is an international flight attendant. Knows 8 languages. Where to look at a small peasant like me? You guys don't think I'm so good. Zhou Qiang did not understand the stewardess before, and Luo Qingxue contact more. He realized that Luo Qingxue was originally an international stewardess. That is, belonging to the kind to fly international flights. She was proficient in 8 languages. Zhou Qiang naturally felt that he was not worthy of someone else's kind of excellent woman. So the pure Zhou Qiang went to help Luo Qingxue, and that was only because he felt that Luo Qingxue was really quite unforgiving. Proficient in 8 languages? So outstanding. So you guys just don't think of me as so great. Your brother, I'm just a mudblood. Zhou Qiang still had some inferiority complex at this time. At least Ya felt that he shouldn't be worthy of those people. No matter if it was Su Li or Luo Qingxue, both of them he didn't think that he could tie the knot with them. Maybe for Luo Qingxue, Yifan may still have a little idea, but for Su Li he is a little idea is not. Contact more. Yifan naturally knows Su Li is really not simple. This woman is actually very smart. He has even more broad insight. And Zhou Qiang can feel out Su Li's family is likely not just business. He very often will feel Su Li body exudes as a kind of aristocratic atmosphere. Before he did not understand these things, but now has a golden pupil after. He can feel that Su Li body emitted that kind of atmosphere must not be ordinary businessman rich girl can have. So the gap between him and Su Li was not a little bit, but separated by a huge gap. And it was because of this reason that he never thought that he could come together between himself and Su Li. Brother, don't be so inferior. You are at least a divine doctor now say. It's not a matter of low self-esteem. It's a gap in worldview. While I'm going to rest, Zhou Qiang said and didn't go to Su Li's room. He didn't know if Su Li was really jealous, but even if Su Li was really jealous, Zhou Qiang didn't feel that he was worthy of anyone else. Sooner or later, Su Li had to leave Shuangliu village. This point that was certain. So Zhou Qiang was still not willing to get involved in too many feelings into it. After returning to his room, Yifan came to sit cross-legged in front of the landscape painting. During this period of time, Yifan had actually gotten a great benefit from this landscape painting. This landscape painting contained that unique power within it. Moreover, this landscape painting seemed to be able to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth aura into it constantly. And when this energy was constantly absorbed into it, it was able to fill up his own power. This time, helping Luo Qingxue's father heal, Zhou Qiang had actually consumed quite a lot of energy, and now what he needed to do was to replenish some of that energy back. As he activated his golden pupil, it was like a water pump that drew in a steady stream of aura from the scrolls into his eyes, and after all the aura was absorbed into his eyes, the aura began to flow down the 8 meridians and into his body. Zhou Qiang was actually lucky, because he had inherited the power of the Shuangliu medical immortal. The Shuangliu medical immortal had passed on to him not only the medical skills, but also the gongfa. The so-called Chinese medicine practitioners who don't refine qi are worse than. In the current field of Chinese medicine, it may be rare to be able to involve the field of qi refining, but in ancient times, a qualified Chinese medicine practitioner actually involves a stage of qi. It can be said that the ancient doctors, as long as it is a little bit of fame, in fact, are all masters of internal medicine. Without a certain amount of internal force as support, then the medical skills will not be very strong. Chinese medicine in ancient times is very magical, but now is no longer the kind of powerful. The main reason is because the field of Chinese medicine industry, really powerful, is to cooperate with the breath. If you are not able to comprehend the power of breath, then Chinese medicine can only be said to be primary. Ancient acupuncture is very powerful, but nowadays many are called a waste of time. In fact, said the packages, because acupuncture is required to integrate the true qi in order to play the power. This is also why there will be Chinese doctors do not refine qi. That is not as good as a fart. Xuanliu Medical Immortal is actually the more a real internal expert. Zhou Qiang in the inheritance of his memories, but also feel a brand new kind of power. Zhou Qiang knows that he is now actually a qi stage strength that can sense qi. This kind of strength is much more powerful than the average person will be. However, Zhou Qiang also knew that his current strength was only at a rudimentary stage, and he wasn't even able to run his true qi very smoothly. Zhou Qiang now sat down, thinking that he just happened to take advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do today to feel good. Let's see if we can improve a little bit. From the time he got the inheritance of the medical immortal, Zhou Qiang's strength had been greatly improved. Of course, while his strength was improving, Yi Fan would also feel a sense of urgency, and this sense of urgency came from a lot of aspects. Just like those powerful clans, those who wanted to harm him, so he would desire to improve himself. For the next few hours, he allowed himself to be quiet and then tried to see if he could improve his strength. After Suli returned to the room, originally he thought that Zhou Qiang, this guy, would come in and explain to himself what this matter was all about. But when he came in, he realized that he was not even able to explain what the situation was. But he did not expect that none of them had moved. In the end, when he was between kitchens, he didn't even know where Zhou Qiang had gone. Huan, where's your brother? In his own room. When looking at Suli, Zhou Huan said with a bad smile, "Sisterly, you're looking for your brother for something." Chapter 77. Enjoying it. No, nothing. Suli thought to herself that this guy was enjoying himself a lot, and directly ran to her room to sleep. In fact, Suli's heart was a bit uncomfortable. When he thought of that beautiful stewardess hugging him today, he would feel very strange in his heart, and it was sour anyway. Sisterly, is the concept of name and fame really important? Why are you suddenly asking this? Just curious, Zhou Huan said with a smile. How can I say this? The concept of life and great dislike for each other may exist, but it's not necessarily money. But the unity of the worldview, husband and wife, can actually be understood as a more advanced partnership. So the worldview, if it's not united at all, then surely buying one won't work. Oh, so that's how it is. What you said seems to make sense. Just as these two women were chatting here, Zhou Qiang at this time in the room was already feeling that the blood in his body all seemed to be completely boiling, and he was following the method of guiding the true qi of the Xuanliu Medical Immortal to guide the true qi in his body. With those true qi bouncing around in his body, Zhou Qiang felt as if there were bombs exploding in his head. In this instant, he felt as if his head was being exploded. Wow! Suddenly Zhou Qiang sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously, and in the next moment, his eyes blackened and he fainted to death. After he fainted to death, Suli and Zhou Huan heard the commotion outside and hurriedly walked in. Brother! After seeing Zhou Qiang spew out a mouthful of blood and fainted to death, Suli was very scared at that moment and hurriedly said, Zhou Qiang, don't scare me. Zhou Qiang, sisterly, what's wrong with my brother? It seems like he didn't get his breath right. Quickly go get some boiling water. Suli stretched out her hands on Zhou Qiang's chest and kept pressing on it. Then sat Zhou Qiang with artificial respiration. At this moment he knew how important this man was to him. Zhou Qiang at this time is indeed a mouth to beg did not smooth over. Can only say that the guy is too fierce? He just absorbed so much true qi. These true qi is the need for a little bit of slow dissolution. But this livestock is even a moment will all the breath to the body inside. In this huge breath, Zhou Qiang did not burst and died have been considered very good. The impact of this kind of true qi had caused his breath to not come through. The person entered into a state of self-preservation. So he sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. While no one saw the ring in Zhou Qiang's finger, a stream of pure breath entered his body, which was constantly repairing his body trauma. Just now that a moment, in fact, the damage caused to him is very big, because that a huge breath has been caused by the breakage. If there is no repair of this breath, Zhou Qiang this time, even if it is revived, in fact, facing the result is actually the fate of the disability. But after that powerful breath entered, Zhou Qiang's body is undergoing a radical change. This breath seems to be in before that a huge aura fusion, and then according to those sinews broken sinews to quickly reorganize and repair. The arrangement of the muscles also completed a new arrangement in that instant. In his muscle surface vaguely looks as if there is a faint white breath in the fluctuation. Not knowing how long had passed, Zhou Qiang felt a little groggy in his head, and when he woke up, he saw his parents and his younger sister as well as Suli surrounding him at his side. Brother, you're awake. How is it? Are you feeling better? Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? How come you're suddenly like this? Cough cough. I'm not sure, but it's fine. After Zhou Qiang climbed up, he suddenly felt sticky on his body, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch on his body, and immediately saw that his hand was full of black, snot-like stuff. Wow, it stinks. Zhou Qiang just now was covered with the quilt, so they all did not smell. Now this life was uncovered. Suddenly asked so fishy and incomparable smell. Zhou Qiang is also a burst of embarrassment, rushed to the bathroom to go. He was a bit ecstatic at the moment, because he knew that this is the essence of washing the marrow. Shuangliu Medical Fairy Records. People because they eat grains and cereals, the body is going to accumulate a certain amount of toxins in it. This kind of toxin will also cause some disease after a long time. The disease comes like a mountain is actually because this kind of toxin accumulation formed a certain amount, so as to achieve degeneration, so instantly come to the big disease. And the disease to go such as silk is actually because also good will be this toxin dissolution is really not so simple. As the so-called vein pass is eliminated, tendon blockage is born of 100 diseases, said this is the same thing, and some of the toxins in the body is not crowded out, so under the accumulation of time, people's muscles and bones will be aging. In fact, from the records of the Shuangliu Medical Fairy, is also related to these. So long life people, diet this piece will be relatively light. In is a happy mood. Because a person's mood for a long time rage-angry situation, the toxins produced in fact than the food intake of toxins produced by the garbage more horrible. And if the cultivator has reached a powerful realm later, live 100 years this is very normal. This is because the cultivator can catch their own true qi to dredge the tendons and slow down the aging. Zhou Qiang this time to excrete these are actually all the body's backlog of toxins as well as garbage. Some of these things are food intake, some are caused by emotions. These things in the body did not reach the qualitative change of nature is not related, but once caused qualitative change is actually very troublesome. Zhou Qiang at this time can be excited about their own muscle veins bone crevices and the impurities and toxins are crowded out. When these toxins are crowded out, Zhou Qiang knows that his body is quite similar to the recovery of a newborn baby in general. Some of the hidden diseases are all gone. After he rinsed off a bit, watching the dark water sliding down, Zhou Qiang's heart was also surprised for a while. This strength was something that he himself didn't expect. He himself didn't think that he would possess such a large amount of toxins in it. After rinsing a cool bath, Zhou Qiang looked at his body, felt like his skin was glowing brightly. This is not the same after washing the essence. Did not expect the effect to be so good. Zhou Qiang actually had a feeling, felt that his hands and feet are now very flexible. If you make an analogy, before he was like a person wearing heavy clothes, the whole body is swollen like a ball. But things like that people must be very bulky. Limbs are also very undeveloped, simply cannot play a powerful force. Chapter 78, Sudden Progress. But now that he had removed all the burdens, it was as if he had stripped naked. That flexibility could be imagined. After taking a bath, Zhou Qiang was in a great mood. Just now he sensed the true qi in his body. He realized that his true qi was now obviously already too much more flexible than it would have been before. Before it was very difficult to run the true qi, but now running the true qi was surprisingly easy to use. Wahahahaha. This guy at this time issued a burst of laughter. The mood is really not too happy. Really did not expect their own surprisingly so powerful. Think of all the special sense of accomplishment. This good's body have forgotten just now almost because of the forced rush. Rush to life. Now Zhou Qiang mood incomparable excitement. This cannot not be excited this is really too excited a little. Hey, are you out of your mind? Zhou Taijun looked at Zhou Qiang and fiercely blanked him. His own son is not all stupid. Dad how do you say that? Your son I'm normal ha ha. This good's excited His strength has now entered the real qi practicing period master. That is, reached the realm of the golden bell shield ironcloth shirt countermeasures. Zhou Qiang was not reached before. He is now all the muscles and bones have been cleansed in general, and then absorbed the true qi will be contained in the sinews and muscles. This a breath in the sinews. The power is indeed not simple. Zhou Qiang does not say that he can now be invulnerable to knives and spears, but it is estimated that a steel pipe smashed over, the steel pipe broken he will be fine. This is Zhou Qiang's current bullish place. For Zhou Qiang, from the time he got the Shuangliu medical immortal inheritance, he quickly felt that his life was not mediocre. There were many many things that the double-stream medical immortal needed to develop on his own, and he was prepared to raise both his medical skills and strength, not for any other reason than to be able to protect his family, and also to make his family's life a little bit better. It was as simple as that. Brother, do you know that you almost died today? If it wasn't for Sister Li's artificial respiration that saved you, you would be hopeless now. When he looked at Su Li, that moment he was also speechless in his heart. This time he realized that he almost hung up. Artificial respiration. Zhou Qiang suddenly a burst of surprise. This time he realized that it was Su Li with artificial respiration method to save himself. At that moment is also incomparable embarrassment. Su Li this time pretty face is also red. Zhou Qiang learned that it was Su Li saved his time, and still artificial respiration method. In fact, the heart is still very touched. Did not expect Su Li can be so helpful. Sister Li, thank you this time, Zhou Qiang said gratefully. It's okay, seeing death is not sister's style. Su Li far-fetched explanation. In fact, Zhou Qiang can meet the danger. His heart is really very worried. See him when he is fine. Su Li will feel that nothing is important, as long as he is fine. What's going on with you today? How come you're suddenly like this? I might have gotten sidetracked, Zhou Qiang said with some embarrassment. This matter until now is how it is he is also not clear. Zhou Qiang on the Qi attraction art originally do not understand. He is now naturally not clear what is going on here in the end. Turning off the Qi? You should be more careful next time. Don't be so impulsive. Well, I know. Sister Li really thanks you today, Zhou Qiang said with a very dry accounting. Wasung Pharmaceutical Company. Bastard. How could this happen? At this time in the Wasung Pharmaceutical Group, a man slapped Mark's face, and Mark was wincing in pain as two of his teeth fell out from his slap. Damn. This is the aphrodisiac you said. You eat it and show me. Lian Yinchang is very angry. This guy heard Mark brag to him before, saying that Zhou Qiang of Shuangliu village's ancestry has a kind of aphrodisiac. The effect is very good. It is more of a heavenly medicine. 10,001. And so high called a surprisingly good price, which makes even the Silver City is very excited. Even the Silver City has always relied on the sale of those messy medicine to get rich. He also knows that this will certainly not work, so want to get some really useful medicine. So before he heard Mark said. In fact, he knew some more important information. Said Zhou Qiang surprisingly has a kind of aphrodisiac that can sell more than 10,000 yuan. The effect was okay very much, and more importantly, the demand exceeded the supply. This is to make Lian Yinchang incomparable excitement. If you get this kind of prescription, it is simply a book. So he went to Shuangliu village and bought one of this kind of medicine. More than that, it took a long time to spend also a big price to research the ingredients. This time he stole Zhou Qiang's formula. After researching the finished product, when he saw the finished product, he was also very excited. It just so happened that Lian Yinchang at this time is also which is not too good, so he personally ate one. When eaten, he was tragic, even worse than death. That is vomiting and diarrhea. More importantly, that thing is not hard, directly with the pickle. This is to make even Silver City almost fainted. He really do not know what is going on. Is not claimed to say that the thing is very powerful. This is very powerful. So now he directly grabbed Mark over and beat him violently. The poor Mark was also hurt a lot. Where could he have thought that this thing would be like this? No, this can't be right. Boss, this can't be happening. He looked at his boss. He simply couldn't believe that this thing didn't work, because if it really didn't work, it couldn't possibly be able to sell it for such a high price. And he could see that Li Fu was itching to buy a few more. So this was definitely true. Could it be that I would lie to you? You give me one to eat. He stiffly stuffed one to Mark and ate it. Only after a few minutes, Mark vomited and had diarrhea. Half an hour later Mark almost fainted. And it was only after the unvelvet cotton coat slowed down that the whole person was also incredibly depressed. Mark found himself that thing is like a pickle in general. Even harden up cannot do. Think about it, really embarrassing. Rubbish. Tell me what's going on in this matter. His heart is very angry. Really want to catch this guy over to tyrannize. Big brother, this matter should not be wrong. The one who bought the medicine is Li Fu. Li Fu wouldn't be so stupid. You mean Li Fu? Yes, boss, this Li Fu is obviously very fond of this thing. It shouldn't be wrong. When they had spoken, Lian Yinchang said softly, could it be that there is a problem with the formula? At this time he rubbed his temples, feeling that he still had a bit of a headache. Chapter 79, Buying a Prescription. Even Silver City didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the order is wrong? It's also possible. In this case you go and give a talk and then buy it with money. Lian Yinchang had also heard that Li Fu had been making a lot of money lately. It seems that this matter should be true. There must be a reason for this empty cave. This thing should be true. Li Fu before being shady. The loss can be quite a lot, but now it is clear that the things in this than their own will be very complicated. But this guy does not agree. Stop vomiting before I talk to him. Really waste, cannot count on you at all. Okay, you turn around and ask her out. Just say I invited him to dinner. Okay, then I'll go now. At this time he was also a burst of excitement. In fact he knew that this matter as long as even the boss intervened, then things would be much simpler. This boss that was an expert said. Mark this time in fact not only because of wanting the prescription, he is more wanting the price. This guy harmed his grandfather now in this here face loss, so he was already infuriated, thinking of making Zhou Qiang pay a painful price. After Zhou Qiang washed his essence and marrow, he felt that many of his abilities had been improved. This still made Zhou Qiang very excited and surprised. All of this was something he did not expect. He did not think that his strength would get such a wide range of enhancement. This was really a little bit out of the blue. Just at this time, a motorcycle in front of Zhou Qiang's house stopped. Get off his Mark. Mark this guy now heart is really uncomfortable, because he saw Zhou Qiang this guy now all buy up a small car, just because of that aphrodisiac. He is still since the arm to open the motorcycle, which will make him feel very disgraceful. He felt that Zhou Qiang then with himself. That is to mention the shoes are not worthy of, but did not expect is that he was so powerful. Zhou Qiang was also curious in his heart when he saw him at this time. He didn't expect Mark to come to find himself. You're looking for me for something. Zhou Qiang wouldn't be polite with Mark and asked directly. For this kind of person, he even despised him a little. Ahem, go out and chat. Mark had lost too much face last time, and was now too embarrassed to chat with Zhou Qiang in their home. Thinking about what happened last time would make him feel very embarrassed. Zhou Qiang followed Mark outside to a more remote place, and the two sat down. What is it? The boss of Huasing Pharmaceutical Company said that he wants to invite you for dinner. So look at giving face. Mark fell back on what he said was still relatively polite and spoke softly. You mean Lian Yinchang? Zhou Qiang had a good memory. He remembered very clearly that the boss who had previously approached him to buy this medicine was actually Lian Yinchang of the Watson Pharmaceutical Company. Well, it's Lian Yinchang. Looking at Zhou Qiang, he was also a little curious in his heart. How Zhou Qiang could know Lian Yinchang was a bit out of his expectation. What does he want with me? Zhou Qiang asked curiously. In fact, he was asking this on purpose. Zhou Qiang naturally knew what this matter was about. This should be for his own aphrodisiac matter. It was estimated that they had already failed. Zhou Qiang had already guessed this matter before. These people will definitely hit their own aphrodisiac's idea. But unfortunately these people think things are a little too simple. Zhou Qiang had guessed that these people would not be so willing to give up. So at that time he knew that these people would definitely be thinking of getting some benefits from themselves. Now it seemed like it was all as he had predicted. And this matter was indeed something like that. This make a friend? Look at this. That's fine. You lead the way in front. Zhou Qiang's sentence makes this guy is also a little difficult to look at Zhou Qiang when he is very tempted to say I'll sit in your small car to go. But it is clear that Zhou Qiang did not want to let him sit in his own car meaning. So Mark had no choice but to lead the way in front of himself. Zhou Qiang followed at the back. In fact, he is now thinking of buying an aphrodisiac with Zhou Qiang to eat, because he ate that fake aphrodisiac before. Now is already completely not work. Last night in order to test it, he deliberately spent a few $100s to pack a college student. Unexpectedly college students stripped naked in front of him. He actually have the heart. If before, would have been straight to the dragon. So now Mark is also afraid of very much. That whereas what aphrodisiac that thing after eating is simply can make him directly into impotence. Soon they came to the town of a restaurant. Today that boss invited dinner is also here please. Zhou Qiang into the inside. Soon saw even the Silver City. Even the Silver City in the sea Zhou Qiang. And Zhou Qiang seems to be very familiar with the look. And is up to shake hands, and is patting the shoulder. Make as if very familiar with the look. In fact, Zhou Qiang wanted to say I'm not that familiar with you. However, this guy is so polite. Zhou Qiang is not good to say anything. After Zhou Qiang sat down, he said, what are you looking for me for? In fact, Zhou Qiang knows that Lian Yinchang looking for their own things. He came here is not in order to cooperate with Lian Yinchang or something. He came here in fact only one purpose, is in order to figure out Lian Yinchang what kind of a person this guy is. Let's eat first. Let's chat while eating. Lian Yinchang is very enthusiastic. Ma Liancheng at this time also began to entertain. Heart as long as we get the prescription. Then you go to hell. At that time I let you this medicine simply have no way to be able to sell. At the dinner table after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Lian Yinchang said with a smile, Brother Zhou, I heard that you have a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's just an aphrodisiac. Zhou Qiang said flatly, cough cough, Brother Zhou, it's like this, I'm the, of Huasing Pharmaceutical Company. I know, you last time to see in my that bought aphrodisiacs well. By the way you now that impotence well? Cough cough. This sentence let even Silver City almost headbutt dead past. Gosh this guy is simply pit father he is now sort of know this guy pit up people how powerful. Ahem. That okay, Mr. Joe, today I find you actually for another thing. Mr. Joe, we cooperate. How to cooperate? You sell that aphrodisiac prescription to me. Then I'll give you a certain share of the dividends, so that you just have a lifetime of earnings, and you don't need to sell it yourself and manufacture it yourself. You just need to collect the money at home. If you're not doing anything, you can travel abroad for a while. How about this? Chapter 80, Coaxing the White Rabbit. Lian Yincheng said in a voice full of temptation. Zhou Qiang looked at this lewd guy saying this. There was always a kind of big bad wolf cajoling the little white rabbit, and suddenly he was also speechless for a while. In fact, Lian Yincheng had a great certainty that Zhou Qiang would not refuse. This kind of condition, there were not many people who could block it, but unfortunately he underestimated Zhou Qiang's intelligence too much. When looking at this guy, Zhou Qiang actually knew very clearly that this thing would not be what he thought it would be. The good sound is to give yourself a dividend, but in fact the dividend is not in control of their own. He said to give themselves a dividend, but this is very good to do the article on this kind of treacherous businessman. Zhou Qiang is really to understand him. Oh, this is quite good. Just do not know how much money to prepare to buy it. This way, we will split it 50-50 at that time, give you 50% of the shares, and then I will give you another $100,000. This is also regarded as sincerity. How do you think about it? Lian Yincheng said with great joy, listening to what Zhou Qiang said. He knew that this kid is still a person who understands things after all, and his mood was also particularly happy, thinking that there is nothing that Laozi can't handle. This way, I also don't want your shares. I don't want to be so troublesome. You give me 1 billion. I'm directly mom to you. 1 billion? That instant his whole person almost fainted to death. Really did not expect this thing will be like this. Actually is 1 billion. This is simply joking. Well, it is 1 billion. You see me, this pill I can sell to 110,000. This is still the price I sell. I inquired. Li Fu sells to 100,000. This 10 is a million. 100 is 10 million. 1,000 is 100 million. 1,000 is 100 million. You only need 10,000 on the return of the capital. This is absolutely can earn a mess. Zhou Qiang gave them a calculation. In fact, this sounds right at first glance, but the fact is that this medicine cannot really be sold to 100,000. Not to mention 100,000. $20,000 are very difficult to sell. Li Fu a lot of basically just between 20,000, and it is not always able to sell out. Recently Li Fu did not come to find themselves, which means that to market this is also a little difficult. At this time even the Silver City face a burst of twitching. He cannot wait to bite Yifan to death to go. Really did not expect this shameless can be so shameless, opening up to ask for their own 10 billion. He did not know this guy in the end where to come from the self-confidence. You are joking. Suddenly when he looked at Yifan, his face was ugly. In his opinion Yifan was joking with him. No, I didn't miscalculate. Look, if you produce 20,000 pills, you'll be able to make $1 billion. Zhou Qiang was serious in this math. Mark Du nodded his head, thinking that with so many people in Huaxia, it wouldn't be complicated to sell 20,000 pills, but this is ultimately just a theoretical value. Mark would feel so. Lian Yincheng is not a little cute. He knew not to mention that he didn't have that much money. Even if he did have that much, there was no way he could risk it. There were some things that could not be sold at such a high price, and this payback time wasn't that simple. So you mean there's no deal? I give the price, you don't want it. This 1 billion, but originally I want to say 2 billion, but you invited me to dinner today, so how do I say also want to give you a little face, right? Yifan said smilingly. Even the Silver City face is angry, a little bit of iron green. The heart of the old man's face is really big. You so give me face. A meal is worth $1 billion. Humph, you do not give face. Zhou Qiang, I today words put down here. $100,000, this is the highest price I give you. Otherwise you do not blame me, for you are not polite. He. Zhou Qiang laughed and then said, then I'm sorry to tell you. Lousy words also put down here. Either give me $1 billion, or you do not in the disgrace. 100,000 you when it is to send out the beggar. Do you know how much money I earned from Li Fu where it is? Really stupid. Zhou Qiang said and took out a few $100s and threw it on the table. I don't owe you a favor. I'll pay for it myself. Zhou Qiang's words were already messing him up, and his anger was even swaying in the wind. Zhou Qiang, you will regret it, he said angrily. He really didn't expect this guy Zhou Qiang to be so crazy. Humph, Lao Zi is regretting it, but I won't give this to someone like you. If you have the guts, come and bite me. Lao Zi is afraid of you. Zhou Qiang was actually more contemptuous of this person who didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill. Qin Nan knew that this guy was very shameless and did things even more so with a bit of no bottom line. If this kind of Dan formula came into his hands, he still didn't know how he would get screwed. After Zhou Qiang left in his car, Lian Yincheng was so angry that he turned the table over. Damn it, Zhou Qiang, I will make you pay. Boss, take it easy, take it easy. Slap. A crisp slap rang out. He was directly slapped by this boss and his head was stunned. Damn. You punk. Lin Yincheng left angrily after saying that. He had to make Zhou Qiang pay a terrible price. Zhou Qiang sighed softly as he drove back. From the time he got the healing immortal inheritance, Zhou Qiang felt that he had offended quite a lot of people. People that he wouldn't have dared to even think about before. In the past, Zhou Qiang had held back. Everything was more trouble than it was worth. But now he didn't want to hold back. The medical immortal inheritance wasn't inherited from a wimp. Encountered this kind of life unfair things, if are not able to stand out, then still worthy of being a medical immortal heir. Make sure to speed up your cultivation so that you can improve a little faster again, Zhou Qiang said softly. In fact, he knew very well that there was still a lot of room for him to improve, and he needed to improve himself even more, or else he would sooner or later meet a powerful enemy. And Zhou Qiang knew that the biggest magic weapon for his cultivation was to utilize the golden pupil. The golden pupil's speed of absorbing aura was very powerful. The last time that landscape painting was almost drained, it was estimated that it would take a while for that painting to recover its aura. According to the inheritance of the Xuangliu medical immortal, Zhou Qiang knows that now this world actually has a very thin aura. So now martial arts practitioners want to sense the aura is already super challenging. The body is impossible to do. So there is a limit to the amount of aura that the landscape painting can absorb from heaven and earth right now. And Zhou Qiang is thinking that something has to change. Golden pupil can absorb the aura, which will have to buy antiques. But antiques are too expensive. His current money is still very limited, which by some cheap is more or less expensive is unable to eat. Zhou Qiang thought of the dual-stream medical fairy recorded in the spiritual grass and herbs, thinking about their own to cultivate some spiritual grass and herbs. Chapter 81 Cultivating Spiritual Medicine. After Zhou Qiang had inherited some of the energy from the Xuangliu medical immortal, he had also entered directly into the qi refining stage mastery that many people who practiced martial arts might not have been able to reach in their entire lives. Before, Zhou Qiang hadn't felt much of what was going on here, so naturally he didn't know. But now what he knew about the qi practicing stage was that it was a very wonderful stage, where you could get a very substantial boost. His current strength is already a very rapid improvement, especially from that ancient painting among the stolen power, but also let him benefit greatly. But unfortunately, that painting is now already a little bit more than enough. After all, hundreds of years of accumulated aura have been their own this period of time to absorb more or less. Although this landscape painting is also able to generate its own aura, but he said that the aura generated is very limited. This kind of aura is actually very precious. Zhou Qiang tried to absorb this kind of heaven and earth aura from the air himself, but he found that there was no way to be able to absorb this kind of aura, from which it could be seen that this thing should be very difficult to be able to absorb from the air. The landscape painting is also because he is already in a breath between heaven and earth to form a kind of agreement, as the so-called bell spirit, so he can converge aura, but the speed is also very slow. Zhou Qiang before the essence of the marrow is almost exhausted this a landscape painting of all the aura, and now do not know how long it will be able to let himself up. So Zhou Qiang is now thinking of focusing on spirit medicine. Unusual herbs do not contain any spiritual qi. Herbs only grass and wood yuan qi, while the spirit medicine is the sublimation of herbs, already have spiritual qi, just like those thousands of years of ginseng. In fact, already belongs to the category of spiritual medicine. How to plant it? Zhou Qiang muttered in his heart. This planting of spiritual medicine was not such a simple thing, and he had never really planted spiritual medicine, so he didn't really know how this thing was planted. But according to the Xuangliu medical immortal records, spiritual medicines can be cultivated on their own. What Zhou Longfei was thinking about now was to find a way to cultivate a little bit of spiritual medicines out on his own. Zhou Qiang after leaving. In fact, the heart is still very contemptuous of these people. Really crazy. He did not even think that these people in the end were the courage. He didn't even realize where these people got the courage from. They would even think of using that little bit of money to take care of their own so important prescriptions. Do they really think they are country bumpkins? Although Zhou Qiang said a little exaggerated. After all, 1 billion is a very scary number. Even if it is 10 billion family may not really take out. But Zhou Longfei's this kind of prescription if you really want to sell it, 70 to 80 million or so, or even 100 million are very good. But Lianinshu was just so confident that he would even think of asking for a few $100,000 to buy it away, and thought of that kind of low-level method to fool Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang after getting the inheritance of the medical immortal. In fact, not only the force has been greatly improved, in fact, his IQ has been greatly improved. So the Zhou Qiang of today was no longer the same person as the one who had gone away. He didn't even know what the hell this guy was thinking. Only they would come up with something like this. Of course Zhou Qiang is not afraid of their retaliation. In fact, He now has no thought of going to any big city to develop. If in their own rural me are afraid of words, then you also do not come out to mix. As the saying is, to hide the threshold is so. If you can be bullied by outsiders in your own village, either you do not go out to mix. Zhou Qiang also did not think of their own future to go out on a trip to what the big city to mix. He just thought of his own village, when the time to heal the people. As for the other, he did not think of anything, so he is naturally not afraid of offenders. So he is naturally not afraid of offending anyone. For him those people are actually not a thing. Have the balls to try. At this moment, Lian Yincheng has been angry to go crazy. Lian Yincheng has never thought that today will be such a solution. In his opinion, Zhou Qiang so a turtle. He did not dare to refuse himself. In his opinion, Zhou Qiang is a dirtbag. So a dirtbag only. Give him $100,000 are already a lot. So he never thought to give him $200,000, let alone $1 billion. Zhou Qiang's lion's mouth made him feel humiliated inside. In his opinion, Zhou Qiang was insulting him. This guy was really confident. Damn it, Zhou Qiang, I will make you pay. Boss, then how are you going to get it? Humph, trash like you deserve to be a hick in the countryside. Still wanting me to bring you money. Get lost, Lian Yincheng said and directly flung himself away. Then left angrily. Mark, the whole person is a little messy. Looking at this clothes and food boss, that moment he is also incomparably difficult in his heart. He really can't figure out why things will happen to such a point. Mark originally family is still quite rich, at least in the village that are the richest, but the last time Sun Jihao harmed their family hospitalized. This time again a family hospitalized. Too serious illness down. The family's savings are exhausted. Mark had thought to be able to play good relations with Lian Yincheng, and then let Lian Yincheng with their own earn a little money. Now is really embarrassing. Lian Yincheng directly do not pay attention to him, for which he has also heard very much, but also a little bit do not know what to do. His own father now has no fame, now is a poor man, and all this in his opinion is Zhou Qiang harm. Zhou Qiang, I Mark and you are incompatible. Zhou Qiang does not know this guy. I think what? He will not care about these. For Zhou Qiang, Mark this kind of person he is not sympathetic to him. In Zhou Qiang think this kind of person is actually a joke. After returning to Shuangliu village, Suli is still a little worried about him. Today Zhou Qiang went out. He knows that he is Mark mentioned out, worried that Zhou Qiang will encounter trouble. Now see him back safely. Suli finally rest assured. The uneasy heart also gradually stabilized. Li Fu also came at this time. This guy did not come over for a long time. This time he came over after buying a lot of vegetables. Li Fu at first and Zhou Qiang friendship. In fact, just for the money. Zhou Chang's medicine let him earn a lot of money. But then get along with the person he found. Zhou Qiang is the kind of person he appreciates. So when he got to the back, it was more of a sincere friendship towards Zhou Qiang. He really wanted to be friends with Zhou Qiang. And this time he came to buy a lot of things. Zhou Qiang, I heard that you can even cure the flu. It's not bad. Zhou Qiang scratched his head, still a little embarrassed. His fame had really hit the fan now. Chapter 82 Help a favor. Recently this avian flu was more serious than to say that you hear. In fact, the city is no better. By the way, just listen to Suli said. Even the silver city, that treacherous businessman looking for you. Do you want me to help you? It's fine. That traitor is nothing more than wanting to buy a prescription from me. I didn't take care of him. What I'm worried about is that he'll come to harm you. Suli said softly, listening to what Suli said. Li Fu was also a little worried. Yeah, that crooked businessman could probably do anything. It's fine. I can handle it. Zhou Qiang now felt more self-confident in doing things after his strength had increased, and wasn't afraid of that kind of person at all. That's good. Be careful about this matter. Tell me if you encounter difficulties. Li Fu was now treating Zhou Qiang as a brother, so Zhou Chang's matters were his matters. Brother Li, there's really one thing I want to ask you to do me a favor. What is it? You tell me. Li Fu said happily. It was his pleasure to help Zhou Qiang. Are you familiar with the airlines? Airlines? It's not bad. There are a few friends that won't. Su Yaoto's family seems to have shares in the airlines. What are you asking the airlines for? Li Fu was also curious for a while Suli on the side was also curious. There is a friend. Before, because offended a second young master. And then that friend is a stewardess. He is unemployed, quite poor. So I want to ask if you recognize other airlines. Zhou Qiang was naturally talking about Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue had told him before that there was basically no possibility for him to work as a flight attendant now. The airline business was supposed to be very competitive and pressurized, and flight attendants were even more so, as thousands of people crossed a single wooden bridge. An airline stewardess rarely quits, and this time he was fired. So it is destined to be very difficult to find a new job. He can only go to find another job. Zhou Qiang always felt a bit of a pity, so he thought to ask Li Fu. Li Fu is so rich. If there is a relationship, then incidentally help. You mean Luo Qingxue? This time Suli looked at Zhou Longfei. That obviously is not happy. Thought, what is your relationship? This is free treatment and help him find a job. How not to see you so concerned about me? Yes, in fact, suddenly quite not easy. His father paralyzed for more than 10 years. His mother followed others to run away, but also a sister in school. Before the need to get on a second generation. People do not like him, he let others even work. So incidentally also asked Li if trouble let him. Zhou Qiang said softly, this guy's emotional intelligence is indeed not high. Can't even see that Su Li is very unhappy. All want to grab this guy over and beat him violently. Trouble is not going to trouble. That line I go back to help you ask. You to today evening time to go to the town to give my big brother phone. I will give you a reply. Then thank you. Really trouble you. Zhou Qiang said with embarrassment, and in his heart, he was also grateful for Li Fu's righteousness. Why are you so polite? But what's your relationship with that stewardess? Li Fu, how shrewd people. He has long seen that Su Yaotu to Zhou Qiang interesting. People get along with each other is the most wonderful thing is to love each other over time. And Zhou Qiang such a righteous and motivated man. Su Li and he get along with not love each other over time is very difficult. In fact, Li Fu is very clear. Now they are still together. May not feel very strong. If separated for a few days they will only know that each other in each other's heart has been very important. Don't think too much. It's just friends. Zhou Qiang scratched his head with some embarrassment. He never had any non-thinking. Caring about Luo Qingxue was just out of friendship. Oh, boy, there is no absolute friend between men and women. Grasp yourself well. Oh, Li Fu said. He said naturally Zhou Qiang and Su Li between. He's so prompt has been very understandable. But unfortunately Ahmed and Elm Brain. This guy simply do not understand the things here. Just this time someone to see the doctor. Zhou Qiang wanted to go to the medicine hall. In the hall on Su Li and Li Fu two people. Jealous? I'm not jealous. I don't like him. What am I jealous of? This young lady looks like the kind of person who is jealous. Oh, stinky girl, why do you have to be so self-deceived? As the saying goes, some people may not be in love over time. But Zhou Qiang is different. To have good looks, to have character, to be frank, broad-minded, but also medical skills are quite superb. Such a man with motivation and simplicity is not always what you want to entrust. Don't tell me you don't mean anything to him. Li Fu still belonged to a person who knew Su Li better. He knew very well that Su Li had Zhou Qiang in her heart, only that he would not say it. I really don't. I just think of him as a friend. Hey, I can't help it if you're going to say that. Although Zhou Qiang is a smart person, but there's one thing about him that you should have seen. His emotional quotient isn't high. He's probably all a bit more wooden when it comes to his feelings. He's more in awe of you. If you really like, don't hold back. Otherwise he'll be snatched away by someone else. A man is too good. In time there will be a lot of women who will take the initiative to want to marry him. Don't miss out on some things. Li Fu, this sum is to be a big brother's identity to say to him. Listening to Li Fu said, his heart is also a burst of surprise. This time he thought for a long time, and then sighed. It's impossible for me and him. You mean on your family's side? It's not like you're not aware of it. Unless I make a real break with my family. But that would harm him. Su Li said softly, and Li Fu also sighed somewhat helplessly and said, hey, that's true. That old man in your family. So hard to talk to. I guess if you really break with your family because of Zhou Qiang will also be implicated. After talking a bit, Li Fu then left, and in the evening, Zhou Qiang drove to the town to make a call to Li Fu, who said that there was an airline that just happened to need someone. Brother Li, really thank you. Then I'll take her over tomorrow to take a look, okay? Success. I've greeted the airline side. As long as he really has experience in this area it won't be a problem. Thank you, really thank you. Don't throw in a treat for you. Oh, what are you polite? By the way, you see this period of time, if you have time to get some aphrodisiacs out of it. Recently just need. Okay, I happen to have some stock. Bring it to you tomorrow. Zhou Qiang hung up the phone after the mood is still very excited. Really did not expect to be so easy to get it done. The heart is also a little sigh of relief. Chapter 83 Happy News. Because Zhou Qiang had heard before, the airline is difficult to enter. But there is a relationship, even just a phone call to get it done. Think about it, also have to admire. These days the relationship is really a good thing. This kind of thing, a phone call to get it done. In fact, Zhou Qiang now think about it feel a little unbelievable. Zhou Qiang this time to learn this happy news. Thinking first to tell Luo Qingxue, just tomorrow to take her to apply for a job. Driving a car to the village of Wangxian when it has been more than 8 o'clock. When Zhou Qiang arrived at Luo Qingxue's house, Luo Qingxue was very happy when she saw Zhou Qiang coming. Have you eaten, big brother Zhou? I'll go get you something to eat. Zhou Qiang had actually eaten, only that he was hungry again. Entering the qi practicing stage, his stomach consumed especially fast. Zhou Qiang ate a bowl of shredded meat noodle side, then came to the room to look at Luo Zhentian's injuries. Still can't move. It's already much better. For the past 2 days are already able to say a few words, and there's a bit of sensation in his hands and feet. And this is a good sign. So in a few days you should be able to get up, Zhou Qiang said with a smile, still in a good mood, because Luo Xintian was resting. Zhou Qiang and Luo Qingxue came outside. Luo Qingling was in her room doing her homework. This little ninny was still very motivated. By the way, how's the matter of your job going? Fired. Actually Su Donggang has shares with that airline. Firing was expected. Hey, this kind of scum. It's okay, I'm going to work at the county factory tomorrow. I won't starve. No need. I've contacted another airline for you. It just happens to need someone. I'll take you over for an interview tomorrow. What did you say? Luo Qingxue was a bit in disbelief for that moment. Was this true? She could still continue to be a flight attendant. Zhou Qiang had actually helped herself find a new job. It just so happens that I have a friend who suddenly has a friend at Changbei Airport, so I mentioned that I will stop by and ask for you. It just so happens that I need someone. Luo Qingxue that moment has actually been moved, don't know what to say. Tears hazy look at Zhou Qiang. He grew up so big to his concern is indeed quite a lot of people, but he knows that a lot of people are ill-intentioned, to put it bluntly because of their own body. He could see that Zhou Qiang was really the kind of person who just wanted to help himself, and when he looked at the man in front of him, his heart was really touched at that moment. Then you get ready tomorrow morning. I'll come over to pick you up. It's not too early. I'll leave first. Zhou Qiang said, ready to go home. This time the sky is suddenly lightning and thunder. This big summer change of day is very fast, followed by a violent storm. What kind of day is this? This change of day is faster than a change of face. Why don't you sleep here at night? The road in Shuangliu village is too dangerous with the storm at night. He has been to the lower river village. That road is not poured. In fact, it is very dangerous. Now heavy rain. If encountered slippery, that will be dangerous. Zhou Qiang looked at this. Outside again is a violent rainstorm. And lightning and thunder. Really a little bottomless. This is a little let a person feel scared. I'll sleep in the car. Zhou Qiang know that their home is also a small house. So big fish do not know when to stop. Stopping the estimated road is also slippery. Tonight also really dare not go back. Think about it simply tomorrow on the way to take her to the airport in the Bucket. Big summer fierce very. How to sleep in the car? Want to get sick? Air. Then or I'll sleep in the hall of your house. Zhou Qiang is actually really a little embarrassed. Because it is raining heavily cannot return. Zhou Qiang also did not sleep so early. And Luo Qingxue chat. After a while, Luo Qingling brought out some radishes. He was preparing to clean the radishes and then pickle them to eat. Zhou Qiang at this time saw that one of the radishes looked a little bit different. This radish was a little bit small, and most of all business his color wasn't quite the same. This didn't look like a carrot either. Is this a radish? Zhou Qiang picked up that little radish head and looked at it. Under the golden pupil, Zhou Qiang saw that this radish actually contained aura. Yeah, dug in the ground. But this one looks a bit different. I don't know what's going on. Can I have this one? Zhou Qiang was also surprised in his heart at this time when he was searching his memories of the twin streams healing immortal, because he had already searched for this kind of thing in his memories. This thing was actually very precious. He was actually in the primary state of a spirit medicine. Spirit to be elevated from the herb into the, but not all herbs can become a spirit medicine, but need a certain foundation. To put it bluntly, is her seed to be good. People who have planted rice know that the seed is actually very important. If the seed is not good, the rice will not be good. That's what I mean. This radish is actually he is not a radish, but a special kind of radish that already has a spiritual chi. If one uses the methods inherited from the healing immortal to plant it, it should be able to be completely transformed into a finished elixir. Zhou Qiang's heart was also a burst of excitement. Spiritual medicine, this thing he has not seen. Also do not know if this thing can be successful. Anyway, Zhou Qiang at this time in his heart is still very excitedly. He wants to see if this thing is really have this effect. Does brother Zhou also like eating radishes? Then these are for you. Ahem. I'll take this one and that's it. Zhou Qiang was still very happy in his heart at this time. This thing was a good thing, and now that he had gotten it, he could really use it to cultivate it properly. Maybe it can really cultivate the legendary spiritual medicine. Spirit medicine, this kind of thing is actually in this era is very little. So to say that money is not necessarily can buy the spirit medicine, said this is the same thing. Xuanbliu Medical Fairy actually inherited a lot of prescriptions, but a lot of drugs are not general medicine can be formulated out of. Seems to be the need for special medicine to be able to do. And this special to be is the spirit medicine. Heavy rain on the night, Zhou Qiang finally will and bar stools put together, and then huffed and puffed to sleep. The next day when he woke up but it was already a clear sky, Zhou Qiang rose a lazy waist. Luo Qingxue has risen. Today's Luo Qingxue dressed more formal. Pleated skirt with a white shirt, tied with a pill head. Big brother Zhou. Breakfast. Zhou Qiang looked at Luo Qingxue, actually appeared to look at a brief lapse of concentration. That moment he understood the words, called the show of beauty. Luo Qingxue really is a very good-looking kind of woman. After having breakfast, Zhou Qiang drove his car and took Luo Qingxue to Changbei Airport. Along the way Zhou Qiang could see that Luo Qingxue seemed to be very happy. Zhou Qiang saw him happy, his heart also felt quite happy. Chapter 84, The Handicap. For Luo Qingxue, maybe the happiest thing in his life is to be able to be a flight attendant. He likes this job. He doesn't like to work in a factory. So Zhou Qiang helped him find this thing. He was really happy. He himself knew that he didn't have the connections to Washoang to find things is actually oh so difficult. Is it fun to fly in an airplane? Zhou Qiang suddenly asked curiously. Zhou big brother has never sat. No I've never even seen an airplane. So I'm quite excited now to witness one later. Zhou Qiang's heart is very excited. Where he sat in an airplane the cart has never done before, but also sat in his father's tricycle only. When he saw Zhou Qiang, he would really think that Zhou Longfei was a super funny person. He loved to look at Zhou Qiang, that silly look. By the way, do you want to make a call to your girlfriend? Would he be worried last night? There's no signal in Xuanliu village, and he's not my girlfriend, Zhou Qiang explained. He said yesterday when he came out that he might not have gone back because Zhou Qiang originally stayed at the hotel in the town, and then he didn't expect to have news so soon. You don't like it? Luo Qingxue asked curiously. He could actually see that Su Li liked Zhou Longfei. That's not true. I'm not actually in the same world as her. The door is not right. Being together is actually nothing more than sports adding to the troubles. It's not good for either of us. After Zhou Qiang drove the car into the city, Zhou Qiang driving is still very stable. Soon Zhou Qiang brought him to Changbei Airport. Zhou Qiang is actually the first time to play in the airport such places. When seeing Zhou Qiang see the airplane, that curious look, Luo Qingxue mood is still very good. Luo Qingxue, because of the flight attendant, looks also beautiful. In fact, the pursuit of his people a lot. There are all kinds of social celebrities. There are some of the kind of very good men, but he and those people get along, always feel very awkward, whereas Zhou Qiang gave him a feeling of being very forthright, and when he was with Zhou Qiang, his mood would unconsciously be very relaxed, and he would unconsciously be very happy. Qingxue, then I'll wait for you here. You go in for the interview. If they ask you, just say that you were introduced by Li Fu. Then I'll go in first. Go ahead, I'll watch the plane from here. Zhou Qiang is very happy to say. This guy grows so big head wants to see the real aircraft. Before looking at the sky, that bird-like aircraft, with this plane is naturally feel completely different. Zhou Qiang looked at the big plane. The heart of the opportunity to take my parents also sat in an airplane. This thing should be very fun. Can fly in the sky Zhou Qiang took out the radish and looked at it as he sat outside waiting for Luo Qingxue. The planting of the elixir is not something that can be planted casually. To plant the elixir out, the soil is very demanding. Otherwise it can't be cultivated. Spiritual soil, this kind of thing Zhou Qiang naturally do not know where there. But according to the inheritance of Xuangliu medical immortal inside, it is possible to cultivate their own spiritual soil. If they cultivate out of the planting can also be. Zhou Qiang is searching for everything he knows. After he searches a bit, his heart is also a bit surprised. After he searches a bit, he is now also a bit speechless. Because this thing cultivation is very costly The cultivation of spiritual soil needs to suddenly be more precious. The best way is to use jade to grind into powder, then mix it in the soil according to the proportion. Then mix it evenly. Then loosen the soil every day with a special method. So much, where do I have so much money? Why don't I buy a flower pot to raise you? Zhou Qiang muttered so in his heart. This would require too much cost if planted on land. This thing needs jade. It would still be more formal. And planting spirit grass also needs jade. The reason why the spirit medicine will be more precious than normal is because the spirit medicine absorbs the collection of heaven and earth spiritual qi. The heaven and earth spiritual qi constantly enters into the spiritual medicine. These spiritual qi enters into the medicine. So the formation of the power is naturally not the same. Zhou Qiang is now calculating what he wants. There are still 12 aphrodisiacs in the car. After giving it to Li Fu, you have more than 100,000 yuan. The money should be able to use to buy some materials. Zhou Qiang was thinking about it when Luo Qingxue had already come out with a very happy and cheerful smile on her face. Big brother Zhou, I applied for the job. Really? I told you that you would have no problem. Great. Zhou Qiang was also very happy for him in his heart. This side told me to go over to work tomorrow. It's really quite good. By the way, your cell phone, lend me a call. I just have to deliver medicine to someone over there. I'll ask him for his address. After Zhou Qiang made a call to Li Fu, only this time he drove his car and took Luo Qingxue to Li Fu's villa. When Li Fu saw Luo Qingxue, he was also stunned for a moment. This is the friend you were talking about. Yeah, Qingxue introduces you. He's Li Fu, and he's the one who helped out this time. Bossly, thank you. Luo Qingxue looked at Li Fu and said gratefully. For Luo Qingxue, he was very grateful to Li Fu this time, because Changbei Airport was obviously much better than other places would be. The environment, and the leadership was also quite good. The most important thing was that the treatment was even better, which was something he didn't expect. Oh, you don't have to be grateful to me, you have to thank him. This kid has a heart for you. Cough cough. Brotherly, don't talk nonsense there. Zhou Qiang's old face flushed for a while. He felt himself blushing. Zhou Qiang knew that this Li Fu was setting himself up with Luo Qingxue. In fact, Li Fu did want to fulfill Zhou Qiang and Su Li in the beginning. He could see that Su Li was interested in Zhou Qiang. But yesterday, Su Li said to him, let him also think that it is really so one thing. Zhou Qiang and Su Li, there is actually a big gap between Su Li and Zhou Qiang. Really is not a world of people. The two may not go together. Even if Su Li gritted her teeth and insisted, and even broke with the family, then Zhou Qiang is afraid that he will encounter trouble. If the people of the Su family out, Li Fu has no way to protect him. Last night Li Fu thought a lot. Zhou Qiang is not only his business partner, but also his good brother. Zhou Qiang has repeatedly helped himself. He also appreciates Zhou Qiang's character, so he does not want Zhou Qiang really into the strife with the Su family. Su Li's parents are not scary, the kind of people he can easily deal with. But Su Li's grandfather is very scary, so he does not want Zhou Qiang really into this kind of strife. And Su Li continue to live in the Zhou family, the young boy and girl feelings deeper and deeper.